Chapter 512. Huang Xiaoyan kept thinking about the rhythm of his victory. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. What rhythm of victory? This was clearly the rhythm of him slapping himself in the face. What choked mute? It's rare. Yi Xiao was still outputting. Don't move, personal grudge, I want to fight. Huang Xiaoyan suddenly shouted. His ruddy face was the silence of a young man. Everyone was stunned. There were not many people on the field, 3 on each side. A few people looked at each other, and then, Wang Buelixing landed. Yang Chuanyun put his double guns back into the holsters of his windbreaker. Fo Shan Giki also put down his sword, and Shengling Mi also put down his mechanical box. I seem to have seen this scene. Someone complained. The All-Star Weekend 2 years ago, the same team competition, the same single duel. It was just that it was Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaoyan. It was Huang Xiaoyan again. Friends, I'm watching the replay. The audience in the audience widened their eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, do it again. The commentator couldn't hold it anymore. In the team match, everyone stopped and let the two fight alone. They had seen this 2 years ago. However, many new viewers had never seen this kind of scene. You know, this is a team match, and it has already reached the end of the game, but everyone stopped and let the two fight alone. This is really great. This is what the All-Stars look like. The All-Stars itself is an entertainment game. There is no need to make it so serious. The commentator Bebe expressed his opinion. Yes, and the unexpected arrangement is full of highlights. Li Ju couldn't help but think of the priest duel in the team arena. Among all the All-Stars, this one is the most entertaining. Priests are on the stage, so what's the big deal about team duels? The audience was extremely excited. This All-Star was really full of variety. I don't know how the players feel, but they are enjoying it. On the field, the 4 people except Jun Mashio and Yi Yushinfan have moved away from the center. The circular 10th anniversary icon under their feet just happened to mark a dual range at this moment. Are you sure you want to do this? It's a 3-on-3 balance now. If you die, there will be only 2 people left on your team. Yi Xiao said. Bah! The one who dies must be you. If you have the guts, come and hit yourself again. Damn, you are really a healer, so shameless. You asked me to heal, why don't I heal? Yi Xiao asked back. Go to hell. Just for lying on your winning rhythm? Yi Xiao repaired the knife. Look at the sword, look at the sword, look at the sword, look at the sword. Huang Xiaoyan took a deep breath, said an emoji of wiping his neck on the public channel, and then he was about to kill Jun Mashu. Wait a minute. Jun Mashu raised his hand to stop Huang Xiaoyan. What are you doing? It's useless to beg for mercy now, I tell you. Huang Xiaoyan was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Look, you're in a hurry again. Yi Xiao said calmly, referee, can you hear me? If you can, deduct 1. A system message was sent in the public channel. 1. The audience laughed. You really sent it when I asked you to. It was still a system message. A notice was directly typed out, with only a 1 on it. Can I apply to temporarily block the voice? Yi Xiao asked. System message? ? The referee was dumbfounded. To block the message, please click Settings. In the voice column, there is a single band voice. Oh, sorry, I forgot. It's been updated. Yi Xiao just remembered that he could unilaterally shut down Huang Xiaoyan's voice. There is no way. The old man has just returned and doesn't understand some things. In fact, the All-Star Weekend will announce the rules and other details on the official website every year. Yi Xiao, okay, I'm just too lazy to read it. Go to hell. Huang Xiaoyan shouted, and Yi Yushinfan swung out the ice rain, and the sword light flashed. Draw the sword and cut. Facing Yi Yushinfan's super fast draw sword, Jun Mashu did not retreat, but slid directly, sliding sideways to avoid the sword light, and moved to Yi Yushinfan's feet. Yi Xiao wants to attack. Will Huang Xiaoyan do as he wishes? The cup said that this kind of commentary is still good. Yi Yushinfan jumped up and slashed at Jun Mashu, who stood up with a sliding shovel. Jun Mashu stood up, turned around gracefully to avoid the rising dragon slash, and the 1000-chance umbrella had already turned into a spear. A surprise attack from Yi Xiao. Huang Xiaoyan reacted quickly, and after swinging the rising dragon slash, he changed his body shape in the air, and landed in an extremely strange posture and jumped up again. What is this operation? Li Ju widened his eyes. Dang! Bing Yu and the 1000-chance umbrella collided with each other, and Yi Yushinfan took advantage of the situation to retreat, and the sword light shook again, and a move of immortal pointing the way stabbed Jun Mashu. This move was obviously intended to blow Jun Mashu away and snatch the rhythm of the attack, but Yi Xiu's response was flawless. Jun Mashu dodged the sword light with a side flip, and the immortal pointing the way was wiped out, and dust flew. After rolling, Jun Mashu did not stand up immediately, but flipped his little hand and threw a grenade. Yi Shengfan's sword flashed past, and under the interweaving of light and shadow, there was a bang, and the grenade exploded between the two people, creating a fire. Everyone was watching this duel nervously, but they didn't expect that the most exciting part of the all-star team competition was actually the two single duels. Zhou Yichen and Wang Jieshi's solos in the previous match made others completely aware of the gap between them and the gods. This match was the same. Not to mention the technology, they couldn't reach the reaction speed alone. The two characters didn't have too many lives at this time, and both sides only needed one chance to end the other. The competition between top players would not be hastily ended because of a skill thrown out casually. They would definitely lay out a variety of skills for their killer moves to ensure a fatal blow. Therefore, the two fought very carefully. Obviously, they also knew the current situation. A hit could break the balance between the two and decide the winner. Huang Xiaoqian's perspective really made me dizzy. Chu Yunxiu looked at Huang Xiaoqian's perspective for a while, and then switched to Xiao Shiqing's first-person perspective. Zhou Yichen did not choose to watch Huang Xiaoqian's first-person perspective. His scream was a shot through the clouds. After all, the third-person perspective was the best viewing angle. The smoke from the grenade explosion had not yet dissipated, but Jun Mashu had already made a move. Rush! The dark night cloak came out from the smoke, looking very strange. Huang Xiaotian, who had already experienced the power of Sanren, retreated the moment he cut the grenade. Jun Mashu's dark night cloak was thrown into the air. Huang Xiaotian was about to laugh, but he saw that the soil under his feet was slightly loose. Earth core decapitation technique. Damn, dare you be more cunning. Huang Xiaotian complained. Huang Xiaoqian's strong reaction was reflected at this time. While complaining, he still had the energy to control Yi Shengfan to jump back and avoid Jun Mashu's beheading. Yi Shengfan swung his sword and Thousand Chance umbrella turned into a spear again. Clang! After a stalemate, Jun Mashu drew out the dagger hidden in the handle of the Thousand Chance umbrella. Swish! Draw the sword and slash. Yi Shengfan had to retreat after this attack, but retreating meant handing over the initiative of attack to Jun Mashu again. Huang Xiaotian gritted his teeth and did not retreat. Heh. Yi Xiu smiled slightly. He knew Huang Xiaotian too well. Yi Shengfan shook off the Thousand Chance umbrella and dodged the draw sword with a side dodge. Jun Mashu retracted the dagger, and after the Thousand Chance umbrella was moved from the left hand to the right hand, he raised his left hand and hit Yi Shengfan in the face. Throwing sand. This throw of sand was very fast, but the three-stage slash of Night Rain was even faster, because Huang Xiaotian almost broke the skill key. The first stage was to retreat to avoid blinding, the second stage was to turn around, and the third stage was to slash down. Jun Mashu held the umbrella with both hands and opened it with a bang. This slash finally hit the umbrella. Jun Mashu moved forward and kept rotating the umbrella. Night Rain took small steps back, but Jun Mashu stuck to him tightly. I really give up. It's too disgusting. Huang Xiaotian cursed. The Thousand Machine umbrella was stuck in front of him. Not to mention blocking his vision, Night Rain had no space to attack. When Jun Mashu stopped, Night Rain jumped high, but when he landed, Huang Xiaotian found that his character could not move. This is actually dizziness? What is this? Fuck. Huang Xiaotian reacted suddenly. This is a shield attack, said one of the onlookers, Wang Jieshi's Wang Bilyuxing. There's no one else who can release a shield strike like this. Li Xian still had the energy to complain. As Jun Mashu's shield strike successfully stunned Yi Shengfan, this duel was about to come to an end. Huang Xiaotian could only watch himself being chopped by Jun Mashu. Although his hands couldn't move, his mouth could. Huang Xiaotian didn't care whether Yi Xiu could hear it or not. Fuck, what kind of shield strike is this? Is it unreasonable? Don't night players have any opinions about shield strikes that look like this? You guys go complain about this guy. Go down and talk. I'm not willing. Rematch. Huang Xiaotian really didn't realize this shield strike. First, shield strike is not a low-level skill shared before job transfer. It is a skill that knights will only add points to at level 30. Second, when Jun Mashu's Thousand Machine umbrella was opened, more than half of the first-person perspective screen was covered. Although he realized that it could be used as a shield, when it turned, his mind was full of umbrellas. The most important thing is that when the umbrella handle is rotated, it suddenly strikes you upwards. Who can react to it as a shield strike? No bottom line, no justice. Huang Xiaotian is still nagging. But Yishio doesn't care about him. A set of silky small combos successfully sends Huang Xiaotian away. Although Yi Shunfan fell, Huang Xiaotian's mouth is still standing. Jun Mashu killed Yi Shunfan, out. With Huang Xiaotian out, there are only 2 generals left on the Alpha team, Shozakai, who held on to the end and had insufficient health, and Xiao Shurqin, who failed to intercept and turned back to watch the show as a spectator. On the Omega team, the health of the 3 people is relatively low, but they have Jun Mashu, who can act as a nurse. The result of the game seemed to be no longer in suspense. Wang Dian, we can work well together, why don't you come to Happy? Did you take the wrong medicine? Wang Jieshi turned to look at Yishio. Let him leave Tiny Herb. How could you say that? Is Yishio talking about Go Ba? Tiny Herb's fans felt like they were being bullied. This is really Greenpeace. What do you mean by continuing the duel? Xiao Shurqin asked. Xiao Shurqin didn't say this casually. It can be seen from Wang Bulixing's position that he wanted to cooperate with Jun Mashu in the formation to form a pincer attack on his mechanic. Even if he had mechanical rotors, Xiao Shurqin had no choice in the face of a combination that could go up to the sky and into the ground. The heart of playing tactics is dirty. No need, let's end it quickly. Wang Jieshi said, and Wang Bulixing waved his broom and hit the living being beside him. Xiao Shurqin had anticipated this and dodged backwards, but Jun Mashu in the formation had locked his retreat route with the help of sliding. However, when Jun Mashu was about to attack Xinglingmi, he found that his speed had slowed down. Wait, magnetic field coil. You are all so cunning when it comes to tactics. Yishio laughed. It turned out that Xiao Shurqin had predicted his movement. When it comes to tactics, it seems that you are the master. Xiao Shurqin said that the eldest brother would not talk about the second brother. Fengshan Guichio chanted the ghost formation to assist Wang Bulixing and Jun Mashu in attacking the enemy. Yiqiang Chuanyun's rescue was in vain. Yiqiang Chuanyun, who had low health, was eliminated by Lingmi. Wang Bulixing killed Yiqiang Chuanyun, out. In the end, Xiao Shurqin could only say, can you use some strength? Didn't you eat? Wang Bulixing killed Xinglingmi, out. Glory. The All-Stars competition ended, and both the audience at the scene and the audience in front of the TV were still savoring this wonderful offensive battle. 2 consecutive high-quality duels left the audience wanting more. The audience at the scene enjoyed the show, but the TV broadcaster was embarrassed because this epic offensive battle actually lasted no more than 8 minutes in total, and the pace was very fast. It only lasted 8 minutes. But why do I feel like a year has passed? Me too. The audience who noticed this looked incredulous. It's actually very simple, because in general team competitions, when the 2 sides play differently, there will be no offensive situation. After all, if there are fewer people in the offensive battle, they will be at an absolute disadvantage. But the All-Stars don't have this concern, and everyone goes all out. If it drags on, it will definitely take more than 8 minutes. If the All-Stars weekend is normal, it will end, and then the All-Stars players will go on stage for interviews one by one, the MVP of the All-Stars will be announced, and the winners will give speeches, and then it's over. Although the audience had a fulfilling time, they felt that they were still not satisfied after they realized the time. The 3-day event was full of climaxes, but if it ended so early, would it be a bit anticlimactic? But no matter what the audience thought, the game was over, and the professional players of both teams were a little impatient to walk out of the competition area. I want to eat chocolate flavor. Vanilla is delicious. The Zhou Chu couple were still discussing what flavor of ice cream to eat later. Of course it's strawberry. Su Mucheng ran over and hugged Chu Yunxiu. What do you say, let's go? Yishio poked Li Xian, brother, this is a public place. Li Xian said. I go to the bathroom secretly later. Okay, and then return quietly. Hey, when can you smoke in the competition area like before? It will be comfortable. Yishio sighed. You are probably sick. Zhang Jiala said on the side. Chapter 513. The 24 All-Stars did not leave the stage, but greeted each other on the stage. For such a performance-like competition, most people would not care about the outcome, otherwise there would not be a dramatic scene of 4 people watching and 2 people fighting one-on-one. Most of the players had happy smiles on their faces, and it was unclear whether they were happy or excited about going off work. Of course, in addition to being happy, some people had pale faces. Tang Hao. When he came out of the competition seat, Tang Hao looked depressed. In the Rookie Challenge of the 8th season of the All-Star Weekend, Tang Hao defeated Lin Jingyan. This battle can be said to be his battle to become a god, and thus completely established his status as a top god. After that, Tang Hao officially transferred to the Howling team and took over the god-level character Tang San, but for 2 consecutive seasons, let alone creating team history, the Howling led by Tang Hao did not even make it to the semifinals. In this All-Star weekend, in the team competition, he felt that everyone was targeting him. At the beginning, facing the doubles of Yu Xingchen and Yi Zhiqiu, Tang Hao had no power to fight back. Then he was hit by the ultimate moves of Yi Chuanyun and Yu Xingchen, the best combination in history. Then, he was killed by Huang Xiaotian's Yu Shengfan. In the team competition, Tang Hao's Tang San made the greatest contribution to the Omega team by taking the opponent's ultimate move. "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Yichen asked when he saw Tang Hao's puzzled expression. As players who debuted in the 7th season, Zhou Yichen and Tang Hao usually communicated with each other. "Why do I feel that I am being targeted by the whole world?" Tang Hao asked. "If you stand in the front, who else can I fight? Look at me, Yichen, who was hiding at the back and stealing output at the beginning." Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes at Tang Hao. "Besides, since you don't want a priest, don't you just want to get off work early? Isn't it good for you to die first? You won't let me go down even if I die. Right. Oh, what's there to worry about? This isn't a regular season. Don't put invisible pressure on yourself." Zhou Yichen patted Tang Hao on the shoulder. "If you don't smile when you talk, I believe it." After the interview, the players didn't leave the stage immediately, because the reporter from the esports channel rushed to the stage with the camera. The reporters and players from the esports channel still come into contact with each other frequently, but this time it can be seen that they are in a hurry. The team competition ended too quickly, far beyond their expectations, and completely disrupted the program arrangement of their channel. This is the 10th year of Glory, and the highlight is definitely the competition, so the organizers didn't leave them much time for interviews. As a result, the team competition was over in 8 minutes. Thanks to the last game of the team competition, Zhang Xinjie and Fang Minghua's Priest PK took a lot of time, otherwise this all-star competition would have ended even faster. So much so that some reporters were just going to the toilet, and they hadn't even taken off their pants when a call came in. They had to suppress their excitement and go to interview the all-star game that just ended. This is professionalism, and the main task of these reporters is not only to do some on-site interviews, but more to support the broadcast time. This interview was not negotiated in advance, but these god-level players are used to being interviewed by reporters. The reporter who rushed to the stage saw the 2 pastors Zhang Xinjie and Fang Minghua talking about something. So he immediately ran over and asked curiously, "Hello, 2 gods." "Hello." The 2 stopped chatting and looked at the reporter. "Are you talking about the team competition just now? This is also the first priest PK in the history of honor. What do you think?" the reporter asked. "Feelings? Boring?" Fang Minghua said. "It was indeed quite boring, but I figured out some small routines of priests on the way, and I can try them later," Zhang Xinjie said. "I also have some inspiration. Let's discuss it later." Fang Minghua nodded. This competition really brought him a different experience. If he has the opportunity to be selected as an all-star in the future, he will also play in the competition. "Well, sure. What routine? Is it convenient to reveal it?" "Not convenient." Zhang Xinjie smiled. "Oh, okay." The reporter was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Zhang Xinjie to reject him on the spot. Then Zhang Xinjie and Fang Minghua discussed in a low voice. The reporter was silent and just moved out of the camera area. "Reporter, it seems like I was treated coldly. I don't know, let's wait and see." After finding that the 2 had nothing to say, the reporter began to look for the next target. At this time, he saw Zhou Chu and his wife, holding hands and leaning against each other, with Su Macheng beside them. For a moment, the reporter couldn't tell who among the 3 was the real light bulb. "Hey, what are you 3 talking about?" the reporter ran over and asked. The 3 looked at the reporter, and Zhou Yichen glanced at his work badge. "Let's talk for a while about what flavor of ice cream to eat," Zhou Yichen said lightly. "Ah?" The reporter was dumbfounded. "Now, isn't it? Winter? But now? Isn't it better to eat ice cream in winter?" Su Macheng said. "Why?" The reporter didn't understand. "Because it won't melt," Chu Yunqiu answered. "Oh!" Because the microphone was on, everyone could hear it. "I blanch, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of it? Let's go buy some ice cream later." "Ice cream? I go with 1. I go with 2. I go with 10. Don't let me see you in the hospital tomorrow. I think chocolate flavor is the best. Vanilla is the best. Strawberry is? What about you? Joey-chan asked the reporter, who was like a statue on the side. Me? The reporter pointed at himself, thought for a while, and said, I like matcha flavor. Then you and Wang Jieshi are a good match. Joey-chan said. Why? Today's reporters are like 100,000 whys. Because it's green. It's so cold. The reporter shrugged. When the three people started to discuss what to eat with ice cream, Joey-chan's words with hot pot scared the reporter away. Master, what's your heavy taste? He ran away. Suma-chan pointed at the fleeing reporter and cameraman. TSK, boring. Joey-chan curled his lips. The reporter was not just running, but because he saw a person who performed well in the game, which undoubtedly attracted his attention more easily. Wang Jieshi. A man who made the reporter's eyes light up. At this time, he was teaching a player of Tiny Herb, his beloved disciple Gao Yingjie, so he hurried over to be an auditor. Just face the game in the way you are best at, most comfortable with, and most accustomed to. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Wang Jieshi put his hand on Gao Yingjie's shoulder. But the captain used the way he was best at, most comfortable with, and most accustomed to fight? Gao Yingjie suddenly asked. After watching the team game, Gao Yingjie found that he was a real magician. Wang Jieshi was silent. The magician did not bring anything to Vici Gaming. Instead, Wang Jieshi, who made changes, brought Vici Gaming the first championship in team history. After a moment, Wang Jieshi shook his head and said, That's why I hope you can do this. Be more confident in yourself, and don't waver easily. Yingjie, don't be afraid of failure. You are more suitable for this team than me. Believe in yourself. Captain, you are not really going to transfer to Happy and fight with Senior Yishio. Gao Yingjie suddenly looked up and said, Ah? Gao Yingjie's words made two people confused. One was Wang Jieshi, and the other was a reporter who came to interview after the exchange. Reporter, damn, is the melon so big? I can't eat it. Hello, both of you. The reporter greeted politely first. That? I won't leave Tiny Herb. Wang Jieshi responded positively. If someone wants to come to Tiny Herb, our whole team will welcome him. The whole audience started to make a noise. They knew who the someone Wang Jieshi was talking about, but it was obviously a cliché. Okay, Captain Wang's performance in the team competition today really surprised us. I didn't expect that magic would return to the court again after so many days. Are you ready to return to your original intention? The reporter asked. Of course not. Wang Jieshi smiled. It's pretty good to be able to relax here casually. There are people in the team to cover the bottom. Maybe if Tiny Herb had magic, it would be able to achieve such good results? The reporter said. Wang Jieshi smiled but didn't say anything. What about Xiao Gao? Will we have a chance to see a new magician on stage in the future? The reporter then brought the topic to Gao Yingjie. Maybe, everything is unknown on this field. Gao Yingjie is now more comfortable dealing with the media. A very decent answer, not completely denying, but explaining that on this field. On the stage of the All-Star Weekend, even the priest PK can be seen. What else will not appear? The reporter received another key message, turned around, saw Yi Xiu and Li Xian who were full of energy not far away, and rushed forward again. This is an evergreen in the league, although a little dark. But this time, his first All-Star performance after his comeback was also quite strong, and he was willing to accept interviews. This really made the old reporters of the league sigh. Yi Xiu used to not even show his face, let alone interviews. Yi Xiu didn't show his face very often this season, which means that even if he wanted to be exposed, he would still avoid it. It was not easy to interview him during the live broadcast. After all, except for the press conference after the Xingxing game, he always ran the fastest. Master Yi Xiu and Master Li Xian. The reporter rushed to the two. Your brand is not good. Yi Xiu was still communicating with Li Xian. Damn, this is not good enough. Are you used to buying cheap goods? Huh? The two noticed the reporter running over. What are the two masters talking about? The reporter said, but his eyes were always on Yi Xiu. Li Xian also understood. I have something to do, you guys go ahead. We are talking about how to quickly recover our mental state. Yi Xiu said nonsense in a serious tone. Well, the team competition was very exciting, and everyone was very satisfied watching it. I wonder if both sides did not arrange the priest in the team competition. Did they discuss this before the game? Or was it your arrangement? The reporter asked. During the group discussion stage, they clearly saw the Omega team arguing around Yi Xiu. Because they did not turn on the microphone, they did not know the reason for the argument. In fact, they all wanted to save trouble and not play the team competition. The situation on the Alpha side was not much different. Zhou Yichen originally planned to take Samsara out, but Yu Wenzhou's speech took him out of the team competition. This is an old fox. From the content of the game, they all thought that the two sides had communicated in advance, that is, to let the priests of both sides play in the ring match. As for the mastermind, they locked on Yixiu. It was because Yixiu had communicated well with the Alpha team that he chose to let the priest go to the ring match, which aroused opposition from others. It can only be said that Yixiu took the blame for someone else. How could that be possible? Yixiu replied, I just came up with an idea. Why did the great god make such a suggestion? The reporter asked. Of course, it was to offer a more exciting offensive and defensive battle. Yixiu said seriously. All the professional players who heard it looked over immediately. The priests on the Alpha side did not participate in the team competition. How could they not know what the Omega team was thinking? This guy is really good at talking nonsense. At that time, such an arrangement was made in order to finish the game quickly. Even if there was a priest on the other side, they decided to play a fast break. As a result, when the two priests met in the ring match, both sides nodded. The other side was really shameless. Haha, there are indeed many highlights in this game, but the priest on the Alpha side did not appear. Was it your pre-match instruction? The reporter had more questions. I don't know about this. Go ask Yu Wenzhou quickly. Yixiu pointed in a direction. And Yu Wenzhou also sensed the acceleration and walked towards the stage. Look at you, what are you staring at? Which reporter is so unprofessional? Yixiu criticized. The reporter wanted to cry, but had no tears. At such a long distance, you thought he was bold. What do you think of today's all-star competition and the captain of the Tiny Herb team, Wang Jieshi, winning the all-star MVP? The reporter asked. Everyone performed very well today. Wang Jieshi played a magician. It's no problem to give him the MVP. Yixiu said. What about you? How does Yixiu evaluate himself? The reporter asked. I'm probably the most experienced and most honored player in this circle. Yixiu said. The interview was live broadcast. Whether it was on TV or on the electronic screen at the scene, this sentence was clearly heard by everyone. Huh? As soon as this was said, the Tiri fans were immediately dissatisfied. They recognized the highest honor, after all, although Yixiu and the group of dynasty players in Samsara both won 3 championships, Yixiu had an extra runner-up. But the most experienced player? Not even one of them. Our Han team is a first-generation player like you. No, Han team played 1.5 seasons more than Yixiu, so it stands to reason that their Han team is the most experienced player. What about Han Wenqingson, the captain of the Tyranny team? Old Han, he is not as good as me. Yixiu said confidently. Why? You are all first-generation players, who have been fighting since the first season. You should know that Han Wenqing has not rested for a season. Has he ever played in the Challenger League? Chapter 514. Has he ever played in a challenge tournament? Yixiu said. Playing in a challenge tournament? Is this considered rich experience? In the minds of many viewers, they actually don't think much of the challenge tournament, a second-level event. After all, as long as you are a person with an ID card and find a few teammates to form at least 6 people, you can sign up for the competition. And among professional players, many people think that playing in a challenge tournament as a first-level professional player is an insult to themselves. Playing in a challenge tournament is definitely not a pleasant experience for a top player. But they have to admit that the new Team Xingxi led by Yixiu did break all the impossibilities. After all, their opponent at the time was the excellent Era team with 3 All-Stars. But in the finals, because of Su Maicheng, the excellent Era team competition lacked a stable firepower point. Boo! Not only from the audience in the audience, but also from a group of professional players. Yixiu shrugged, indicating that he was jealous. The reporter caught Zhou Yichen again. Zhou, just now Yixiu said that he is the most experienced and most honored player in the league. What do you think? Well, I stand and watch. Zhou Yichen replied calmly. Puff. Zhou, we are interviewing. I know, how about we find a place to sit and watch? Zhou Yichen suggested. The reporter was speechless. Do you think there is something wrong with what Yixiu said? After all, the honors you and him have are actually not much different. The reporter said. He has won more championship than me. Zhou Yichen said. Ah? What championship? The champion of the challenge tournament. Does this count as a champion? Does this count as a champion? Besides, not everyone can form a team to defeat Jiashi, which has 3 All-Stars. Zhou Yichen left after saying this. He came here just to get his phone, which he had just left at the competition seat and forgot to take. After listening to Zhou Yichen's speech, everyone began to think that Yishio's challenge tournament champion was indeed quite valuable. At this time, when the reporter was about to leave the stage, he caught another target. Han Wenqing, the captain of the Tyranny team, Han Wenqing, the owner of this venue, the only first-generation great god who has gone through 10 years of glory, Han Wenqing, who lost to Yishio in experience because he had never played in the challenge tournament. Captain Han, do you mind what Yishio said just now? The reporter said it very bluntly, without beating around the bush. Anyway, the two sides have been rivals for 10 years. His achievements in the challenge tournament are indeed worthy of pride, Han Wenqing said. Han Wenqing's answer surprised the reporter. Zhou Yichen's answer was within his expectations. After all, to some extent, Yishio was Zhou Yichen's career guide. But Han Wenqing was different. The two had been enemies for 10 years. They never gave in on the court, but off the court, their relationship was not as hot as the reporter said. After seeing that the author had nothing to say, Han Wenqing stepped down. The All-Star Weekend was the home court of Tyranny, but in the last day of the All-Star competition, the two players of Tyranny were not highlighted too much. Zhang Xinjia, a priest, went to play in the team competition and ended up meeting Fang Minghua, who was in the same profession. The fight was so intense that the audience's eyelids trembled. Although Han Wenqing started in the team competition, he was not given much room to operate and was the second to be eliminated. The Tyranny fans at the scene were somewhat unhappy about this. In the All-Star Weekend, generally speaking, everyone will give face to the home players, allowing them to perform more gorgeously and win the All-Star MVP. The most typical example is Huang Xiaoyan in the 7th season. In the All-Star Weekend held at the home of Blue Rain, Knight Rain Shumfan achieved an unprecedented achievement of 6 kills in the team competition. Zhou Yichen, the main promoter of the All-Star held by Samsara in the 8th season, also performed very well and won the All-Star MVP. The organizer of the 9th season is Tiny Herb. Although Zhou Yichen still won the All-Star MVP, the visual sense of Tiny Herb is still quite sufficient. In this season's All-Star Weekend, Tyranny fans feel that their All-Stars are like the sidewalks. This time, the limelight was completely taken by the players of other teams, and the All-Star MVP was won by Wang Jieshi. His magician style of play in the game caught the Alpha team off guard, and the peak confrontation between him and Zhou Yichen stunned many viewers. This was undoubtedly the biggest highlight and climax of tonight's game. Wang Jieshi also did a flawless job in the subsequent endgame harvest. This All-Star Weekend seemed to be a bit of a happy ending, and there was no big drama of making dumplings, but it finally came to an end. Each team rested, went home, and prepared for the game. The media reported all kinds of gorgeous shots of these 3 days, but for professional players, these 3 days were really not worth keeping any thoughts. Because this has nothing to do with the real goal they are pursuing. As professional players, they have only one goal: to win the championship. After returning to their own homes and looking for their own mothers, each team began to adjust and prepare for the 18th round of games. There are many strong duels in the 18th round. Wei Chao will play against Yin Yu at home. This battle may affect the position of the two teams in the upper and lower areas of the playoffs. Blue Rain will play against Void at home. The current status of both teams is relatively average, and both teams need to adjust. Happy will play against Hal at home, and Samsara will play against 301 Degrees at home. These two games are also very good. For such a round, the broadcaster is entangled. After weighing the pros and cons, they chose the match between Blue Rain and Void. Wei Chao will play against Yin Yu. Both teams have entered the playoffs area. They will definitely not reveal too much when they meet. Blue Rain and Void are different. Blue Rain is not in a particularly good state at present. If you are not careful, you may be overtaken by the latecomers. As for Void, they are outside the playoffs, so they will definitely risk their lives to get in, so they will definitely do their homework for this game. As for the other two games, Happy versus Howling, they think they are evenly matched, and Samsara versus 301 Degrees, that's probably a cannon against a mosquito. The players are actively preparing for the game, the TV station chooses to broadcast the game, and the management of the major teams are also collecting opinions from the team at this time, weighing whether the team needs to be strengthened in this winter transfer window. Many fans of the teams have provided them with a lot of opinions. Samsara should be the least. Their fans lie very peacefully, and Happy fans are pouring out their hearts for the priest in their team. Everyone is busy, so what is the league doing? After the All-Star Weekend, they launched a new list, the weapon list. Whether in online games or in the professional circle, the most eye-catching of all the equipment on the characters is of course the weapons. After all, there has always been a classic saying in Glory: homemade weapons are not necessarily the strongest, but the strongest weapons are definitely homemade. And now, the league has listed the weapons of all the characters in the professional circle separately, and the players vote to formulate this so-called weapon list to see which character's weapon can win the first place. Some insiders said that this is the league's attempt to make money. To put it bluntly, this weapon list is a questionnaire before making peripheral products to see which products buyers like more. After confirming, they will start production according to the ranking of the list. The investment in peripheral products for the first few will definitely be greater than that for the latter. As soon as the list came out, players flocked to the voting channel, and everyone commented below. After a few days, the first place in the weapon list can be said to be a gap-like lead. The first place is Yishio Jun Mashu's Silver Weapon 1000 Machine Umbrella. The silver lettering shows that this is also a homemade weapon. Not to mention the players, even many professional players are envious of this homemade silver weapon in Yishio's hand. In their eyes, the 1000 Chance Umbrella is a bug-like existence. There is no way the 1000 Chance Umbrella is too eye-catching. The votes of the 1000 Chance Umbrella on the weapon list are far higher than those of the Wildfire and Frost-Shattering of the Cloud-Piercing Gun. The second place is the Silver Weapon Bingyu of Yi Yushinfan, which is simple and handsome. Which boy doesn't have a swordsman dream in his heart? The third place is the Silver Weapon Long Dan of Yi Yuxingchen. When Zhou Yichen made the model, he referred to the weapon of the ancient General Zhao Yun, the long and bright silver spear. In the Three Kingdoms, which man is coveted? If you vote, Zhao Yun will definitely be at the top. Yi Yuxingchen, wearing a white robe and holding a dragon gall in his hand, has a majestic and domineering aura of a victorious general. Once the ranking came out, the players were happy, and the manufacturers were dizzy. As the insider pointed out, this popularity list can be used as a survey of players' interest in peripheral products, but now, the popularity of the 1000 Machine Umbrella is far beyond other weapons. If the 1000 Machine Umbrella is not used at that time, other weapons will definitely be blown up. You must know that the 1000 Machine Umbrella is different from other weapons. It is not something that can be dealt with by just making an umbrella. The biggest feature of this thing is change. It can change into various forms. If it doesn't change, how can it be so popular? However, this kind of thing that can change, disassemble, and assemble can also be realized through code in the game. But if it is really made into a peripheral, how can it completely replicate this changeable feature? Not to mention other aspects, it is an impossible thing just from the cost point of view. Therefore, the 1000 Chance Umbrella cannot be copied exactly the same, but if it is not copied completely, sales will definitely be affected. In the end, there was no choice but to use 2 or 3 different forms to test the player's flexibility, and then make the next plan. As for the opening of the winter transfer window, very few teams participated, and the strong teams basically did not buy or sell. In other words, they did not participate. Several weaker teams did have personnel changes, and they were also actively seeking changes. Soon, on January 10th, the 18th round of the Glory Professional League officially started. Samsara played against 301 degrees at home, and the whole process could only be said to be reasonable, but unexpected. Samsara won 301st at home with a score of 9-1. This result was within reason. What was unexpected was that 301 ST's new player Agia performed very well. This player was promoted from the youth training camp of 301st. He played the battle mage very well. Although he was a little immature when he first came on stage against the big devil Samsara, his performance on the offensive end was remarkable, which gave the captain Yang Tsung new expectations for the future of the team. At this time, he also had a bold idea. Several other games also ended one after another. Wei Chao won 7-3 at home against Yinyu, and stabilized its second place in the regular season. Blue Rain also defeated Void 7-3. After the game, Li Xian held his head with both hands. Void was getting further and further away from the playoff zone. The most unexpected thing was the game between Happy and Howling. Howling was actually shut out by Happy 10 o'clock. 0-10, Howling lost cleanly, especially in the team game. Howling could be said to be crushed by Happy. Although their team competitions have always been bullying the weak and fearing the strong, in the individual competitions, Howling has always performed well. But after Tang Hao failed to beat Yishio in the first individual competition, Howling's individual competitions were basically far away. Fong Rui even completed a 1-on-3 against his old team in the team competition. Not only that, Hai Wuyan's health was only consumed by 32%. Although it did not break Zhou Yichen's record of 28% health loss in the 8th season team competition, it was very close. However, Zhou Yichen was playing against Feng Lu, who was ranked last, while Fong Rui was playing against Howling, who was ranked 8th in the regular season. From this point of view, Fang Rui only consumed 32% of his health to complete this 1-on-3, which is actually not low in goal content. Many reporters at the scene were so excited that they couldn't sit still. They wished the game would end right now and rushed over to interview the players. After all, they really wanted to know what Fang Rui would say to his old club that kicked him out. Xingxin got these 10 points and successfully surpassed Yanyu to rank 5th in the regular season. Thunder lost to Baihua 3-7 away, and its ranking dropped again. Baihua got 7 points in this game, while Howling didn't get a single point. Therefore, in the regular season team rankings, Baihua successfully squeezed out Howling and entered the playoffs. Howling, you're going to faint. Wei Chen laughed after the game. Can't they adjust and come back? Qinguo asked. Don't you see who Howling's next opponent is? Yishuo laughed. Qinguo looked at the match list and saw that the 19th round was a match between Howling and Samsara. Howling, you're not going to be shut out again, Fang Rui said in surprise. It is highly likely that Tang Hao is the stable scorer of Wind Howl. Facing Samsara, Tang Hao can only go to the individual competition to score points, but whether Samsara will let him go is an unknown. Yishuo shook his head and said, Glory. Let us congratulate Samsara for shutting out Wind Howl 10-0 at home, 19 rounds. Not lost a single round. This is the new dynasty of the League Samsara team. How could this happen? Tang Hao looked at his hands. He played in the first game of the individual competition again. Facing the old predecessor Zhang Jiala, Tang Hao lost again. Tang Hao, you are a bit too stubborn. This is the commentator's assessment of Tang Hao's current state. Tang Hao simply did not attend the press conference after the game. Obviously, he also knew that his state was a bit wrong, but fortunately, the vice-captain Lu Hao was very experienced. When the reporter asked about Tang Hao's state, Lu Hao said that the captain had encountered a bottleneck period, and they would accompany the captain to get out of it. After the All-Star game, Tang Hao wanted to prove himself very much. Facing strong enemies Happy and Samsara, he was the first to play in the individual competition. You should know that the starting lineups of the individual competitions of these two teams are almost fixed. Yishuo of Xingxin and Zhang Jiala of Samsara are bound to clash. It seems that the All-Star game has dealt a heavy blow to him, Zhou Yichen said. After all, they all performed well, and it seems that he is the only one being chased and killed, Jiang Guotao said. It seems so. Who is to blame? Chapter 515. After the first half of the season, just as the media was summarizing the first half of the schedule, predicting the league situation in the second half, and reporting on the topics that aroused, a very eye-catching piece of news appeared on the headlines of major portal media. The Howling team bid 15 million to buy Zhang Xinjie from the Tyranny team. 15 million. Howling is rich and powerful. Let's not talk about who the target is. This amount alone is enough to stir up a storm. After all, there have not been many transfers in the league that have exceeded 10 million, and the news that broke out clearly stated that it was only for players, not for characters. If this deal goes through, the value of Glory professional players will reach a new high. After all, the previous deals were all packaged with players and characters. The winter transfer window has always been mostly for minor repairs or forced additions due to special reasons such as injuries. The real big transfers are in the summer transfer window. In the 8th season, Excellent Era acquired Sun Xiang, which is a very rare transfer of a core player. In hindsight, Excellent Era's transfer was undoubtedly the beginning of its own downfall. And now, Howling directly shouted the highest transfer price in history to Zhang Xinjie of Tyranny team. Why does he want a priest? Howling promoted the new forces of Tang Hao and Zhao Yujie, and kicked out the old criminal combination of Lin Jingyan and Fang Rui. It is obvious that they want to rebuild the system of Howling. But Howling kicked out the criminal combination, but couldn't kick out the wretched priest, because there are really no good priests available on the market. Can Zhang Xinjie really solve the problem of Howling? Everyone thought about it, and it seemed like it was really possible. There was nothing wrong with the idea of Howling seeking to buy Zhang Xinjie. Abandoning the vulgar style of the Howling team, it was impossible to establish a new tactical system. A tactical master would undoubtedly be very helpful in this regard. But would Zhang Xinjie come? Zhang Xinjie seemed to be the right choice, but the key point was that this transfer was not something you could buy whenever you wanted, especially for the core players of the other team. So Howling did not test Tyranny's bottom line right away, and directly offered 15 million to crush Tyranny. But what is Tyranny? Does he need that 15 million? What's more, Tyranny has obviously changed its course since the 9th season, that is, from Han Wenqing to Zhang Xinjie. Now Han Wenqing rarely intervenes in the command of the team. Now, you want to dig out my backbone? What a fart. So, Before the media could communicate, the Tyranny team had already responded like lightning, and directly issued a response to everyone through the media: rejection. But Howling thought that the deep meaning of rejection was that the money was not enough, so Howling asked for 20 million again, and even said that if it was not enough, he could add more. Howling was determined to take Zhang Xinjie. However, this time, the Tyranny team did not make an official response, but Zhang Xinjie spoke personally, expressing that he had no intention of leaving the Tyranny team. Zhang Xinjie looked at the manager of Howling, who called him earnestly, and even raised the price to 30 million, but Zhang Xinjie still refused. No matter how Howling spoke, Zhang Xinjie still said, "Sorry, I have no intention of leaving Tyranny." With this commotion, Howling was directly stuck there. "Howling, you don't want to change a priest, do you?" Zhou Yichen said. "Well, their problem is not with Wan Yongbin, the healer." Jiang Buotao nodded. "Howling's problem cannot be solved by changing a priest. The key is that they abandoned the dirty flow, but did not have a mature tactical system to operate the team." So Tang Hao became more and more confused and anxious. Especially after the All-Star game, seeing that someone questioned his leadership and personal ability, Tang Hao's desire to win was aroused. But facing Happy and Samsara, Tang Hao was completely dizzy after 2-0 seals. Therefore, Howling looked for Zhang Xinjie not only for his priest career, but more importantly, he could help Tang Hao get out. Howling actually lacks a victory, which is caused by losing too much. Zhang Jiala said. 2 consecutive 0 seals, it would be strange if he didn't feel dizzy. Zhou Yichen said. After losing to Samsara, Hao fell directly to the 11th place in the regular season, and was shut out for 2 consecutive games without a single point. Fortunately, their performance at the beginning of the season was good, so they still had a glimmer of hope for the playoffs. In the 19th round, it was Xingxin who lost the game 4-6 to 300 and won away from home, ending their winning streak. When they got 4 points in the singles match, Xingxin supporters thought it would be another big win, and they were still regretting that they didn't have another 10-0 win. Who would have thought that Xingxin would lose in this team match? Starting from the 9th round, let alone losing, Xingxin's winning score was not even lower than 9-1. Although it was not as terrible as Samsara, they could barely keep up with the Dynasty team's pace of grabbing points. Other teams couldn't even see the taillights. It is true that Xingxin did not encounter top teams in this crazy winning streak, but teams like Inyu, Thunder, and Void, which are regulars in the playoffs, are definitely not opponents that can be easily controlled. Especially Thunder, which was ranked second in the regular season for a long time at the beginning of this season, but is now a little weak. In fact, they were studied. They all knew Sun Xiang's position in Thunder, so they were crazy about this point. Dai Yanqi's firepower was not yet mature, and could not provide enough cover for Sun Xiang. Xiao Shiqin was not surprised at all about this. 301 degrees, awakening is a bit slow. Zhou Yichen looked at the report about 301 degrees. The schedule is halfway through, but Yang Tsung's playstyle has returned to the origin of assassins. Jiang Buotao said. Yang Tsung is the key to Xingxin's team match against 301 degrees. Xingxin has always had shortcomings. Their healing players have been found to be a little inadequate from the beginning. This is not a secret at all. It has even been reported in the newspapers. When facing top priests like Zhang Xinjie and Fang Minghua, and winning can be said to be completely defeated in all aspects. In the last round, Xingxin successfully overtook Yinyu, and came to the 5th place in the regular season. This time, they lost the game and dropped directly to the 7th place in the regular season. This is because the points of several teams in the playoff zone are too close. The first place Samsara is far ahead. If they can open champagne at halftime, they can celebrate defending the 1st place in the regular season again. The points gap between the 2nd place Weichao, the 3rd place Blue Rain, and the 4th place Tyranny is within 10 points. The same is true for the 5th place Yinyu, the 6th place Thunder, and the 7th place Xingxin. Their points gap is even within 5 points. This also means that in the following matches, losing a game will lead to a change in the ranking. The 8th place Baiwa is a bit behind the 7th place Xingxin, a full 20 points. But if the healers in the top 8 teams are ranked, the 1st place will be controversial whether it is Fang Minghua or Zhang Xinjie. But the last place will definitely not be, that is Xingxin's and Winnie. Such a transparent weakness, of course, each team will target it. But then, they found that Xingxin's cover for their weaknesses was simply crazy. Even Xingxin would make their priests into bait, and wait for the opponent to take the bait. However, in the 19th round, facing the 301, Xingxin's weakness was broken. The way to break it was very simple and crude. The captain of the 301, Yang Tsung, the first assassin of glory, made a full-level life-threatening attack and directly exploded to take away and Winnie's little cold hands. Although Yang Tsung is known as the first assassin of glory, he is actually a somewhat unpleasant assassin. Because the essence of an assassin lies in the point of sacrificing one's life, most assassins like the thrill of killing in 1 second with a sacrificial attack. However, Yang Tsung almost never uses this skill, and the number of times he uses it is even fewer. It makes people wonder if his Fengjingsha simply does not have this skill added, but just has a false appearance to bluff people. However, in the All-Star game that just ended, Yang Tsung didn't know whether he didn't want to leave regrets in the All-Star game, or what happened. His Fengjingsha showed the fangs of a kill in 1 second, and took away Li Hua, the vice-captain of the Misty Rain team, with a sacrificial attack. Although it was just an entertainment game, Yang Tsung at least let everyone know that he was not an assassin outlier. After that match, Yang Tsung was addicted to it. He used this skill in both individual and team matches against Samsara. The person who was hit in the individual match was Jiang Buitao, but no one was hit in the team match because everyone in Samsara had taken precautions. In fact, if Yang Tsung didn't use the life-threatening attack in the individual match, but hit it, Samsara might have been hit in the team match. Obviously, when Xingxin faced 301 degrees, they were arrogant. The winning streak made everyone in Xingxin lost for a short time, and the outside world's praises followed one after another. Did they watch the match between 301 degrees and Samsara? They watched it, but the life-threatening attack didn't work, so they probably thought Yang Tsung would not use it again. Even Ishio, who had fought with Yang Tsung many times, thought that the opponent was just trying it once, because Yang Tsung really didn't like to use the life-threatening attack. Sure enough, in the single match, Yang Tsung faced Jun Maxiao, and he pressed down many opportunities to attack. It must be said that losing to Samsara made Yang Tsung think a lot. I can't play for a few more years, so I might as well plan for the future of the team. 301 can't beat them now, so let's do it in the future. Yang Tsung's attack this time was really unexpected, and it was fatal to have no treatment in a team game. Because as long as the opponent is not a rookie, it is impossible to lose by surrounding the priest. If you drag it out slowly, you can wear the opponent to death. The importance of the priest in the team game does not need to be elaborated too much. Even as strong as Samsara, Fang Minghua, the top priest in the league, will always have a teammate next to him. You have to know that everyone in Samsara has the ability to stand on his own. But they still give high priority to the priest. Only when it comes to the endgame, Fang Minghua will become a lonely old man. After Xia Shibinglian was taken away by a blow, Xingxin was completely out of guarantee. They could only take one way, fast attack. Although Jun Maxiao has the skills of a priest, he can only save one person and kill the opponent at a critical moment occasionally. It is obviously impossible to let a single player act as a nurse for the team. Although Xingxin's fast attack was good, 301 degrees was obviously well prepared. After Yang Tsung's 301 degrees succeeded, the other 4 players immediately retreated and shrank, slowly fighting with Xingxin. In the end, 301 degrees successfully consumed Xingxin around its own priest. This war of attrition lasted nearly 20 minutes. But all the highlights of this game were concentrated in the first few minutes, Yang Tsung's life-threatening blow. This time, 301 degrees is not easy to deal with, Fang Minghua said. In the past, their plan for 301 degrees was to keep an eye on Yang Tsung's scenery kill. Some teams even sent core members to defend Yang Tsung alone, targeting Yin Yu the most. Li Hua's Lin and Chao Jing only hit Yang Tsung's Feng Jingsha. Although they knew that Yang Tsung was an assassin, they had never been on guard against his life-threatening attack. He is the captain of 301. If he used the life-threatening attack, it might be 301 himself who got his heart pierced. Some senior experts have deeply analyzed why Yang Tsung did not use the life-threatening attack. Some people think that Yang Tsung would not use it, which is pure nonsense. Because he is the captain of 301, Yang Tsung has to shoulder the responsibility of this family. You have to know that captain is not just 2 simple words. He is the soul and flag of a team. At any time, he is responsible for leading the whole team. When the team is in trouble, the captain needs to stand up and encourage the players with words or lead everyone with actions. He cannot be the first person to be eliminated, even if it is a swap. Yang Tsung, the assassin, is destined not to be a killer who pursues the ultimate, because he does not represent himself, but the entire team. Once he is eliminated, 301st will have no backbone. It is not that the life-threatening attack will not be used, but that it cannot be used. But now it is different. The little ones of 301st have grown up. So after the All-Star game, Yang Song even separated himself from the training game and acted as the sixth man, letting the other 5 start. At that time, the team that played the training game with 301st was still speculating whether Yang Song was going to retire. Only then did people understand that Yang Song never thought about surviving in the team game. Such an assassin is a qualified assassin. The life-threatening attack naturally gives assassins a sense of focus that other characters cannot match. Especially now that the full-level life-threatening attack perfectly embodies the phrase, either you die or I die. Until then, people realized that in addition to Wang Jieshi's revision of the Ceiling Magician's play for Tiny Herb, there was another player who debuted in the 3rd season who also gave up a lot. As the leader of the same team, they also gave up too much to shoulder the future of the team. A life-threatening attack, a one-hit kill. At the press conference after the game, when the reporters saw Yang Song looking sideways at his young man, with a gratified smile on his face, their noses were sour. This veteran who debuted in the 3rd season will also slowly withdraw from the stage of glory. Chapter 516. Yang Song's statement has revealed a lot of things. 301st team has to change their tactical core. Yang Song's assassin has retreated to the side, just like Blue Rain's Huang Xiaotian, and is outside the team. Because of this, he can play in a more comfortable way from now on. Perhaps from this round on, Feng Jingxia's fangs that kill with one strike will set off a storm in the league. When the chief assassin of glory, coupled with a life-threatening blow, the picture is too beautiful to watch. From then on, every team must beware of Yang Song's life-threatening blow when facing 301st team. No one dares to ignore the assassination of glory's first assassin, even at the end of his career. After the end of the 19th round, the Glory Professional League also entered a 1-week off-season. This year's Spring Festival came a little early. January 22nd was New Year's Eve, so after the major teams finished the 19th round of games, they started their vacation from Monday. At this time, only the winter transfer window is still open, and teams that want to contact players can also contact them privately. On the Samsara side, several people got on the car to go home, and Zhou Yichen went to a city to pick up Chu Yunxiu first, and then returned to his hometown with her. It was not until New Year's Eve that Chu Yunxiu returned to his hometown to reunite with his parents. At this time, Honor officials also launched a new event this year. 2 people go together. As the name suggests, this is a small game for 2 people in a group. The rules of the game are also very simple. That is, after entering the event page, form a team, and only one of the 2 players can use the mouse, and the other the keyboard. 2 people control a character at the same time. In the event, you need to create a new character, and this character does not require you to spend any blood. For example, if you want to play a battle mage, there are points and settings for star characters such as Yu Xingchen and Ye Zhiqiu. Players can choose their settings to fill in the newly created characters of themselves and their friends. Of course, you can also choose not to use a new name, just use one of the 2. It is equivalent to adding an extra name change card. It depends on personal choice. The newly created character can only be used in the event, and it cannot be brought out. The event page is also very simple. Select a partner, create a new character, and then you can challenge and test. Remember that only the combination that passes the challenge trial level can enter the arena. After all, if you can't even pass the level, isn't it looking for abuse? There are 2 competition systems for 2 people. The first day adopts the elimination system. Through random matching, they will decide the strongest combination. The maps inside are varied. The rewards for the top 64 are still various rich materials, and the rewards for the top 8 are of course more generous. In addition to the generous material rewards, the top 3 will also receive exclusive medals. On the second day, the ranking of the first day will be continued in the 2-player team. The game still uses the random matching system, but winning the game will not eliminate the opponent, but will earn points. Yes, after the second day, there will be an event list in the 2-player team, and the top 100 combinations will receive rewards, but certainly not as many as on the first day. The rewards for the top 10 are relatively generous, and there is even a chance to get some materials that only hidden bosses drop. This year's event is more competitive than last year. Of course, if you don't want to play in the arena, you can also play other small games that Honor has developed before. This event caused a huge uproar as soon as it was officially announced. Because everyone has played for so long, and has never experienced the feeling of 2 people controlling one character. Not to mention the comment area, even the professional player chat group exploded. Glory Professional Player Chat Group. Li Sun, Ghostlight Firefly, damn it. Did you see the news of the new event? I will control one character with 2 people. Is the official going to harvest the leaks of couples? Fang Xuecai, Ghost charm. What leaks are harvested from couples? Wu Yu's ghost carving. Didn't you see that there is a relationship binding in the new event, and different relationships can be upgraded? The highest level can be displayed on the leaderboard. Feng Rui, hi Williang, damn it. Is the alliance starting to do this now? What should I do if I don't have a girlfriend? Wu Yu's ghost carving scumbag Feng, it's not just couples, there are other relationships. Feng Rui, hi Williang, oh, is there anyone like me? Feng Rui, hi Williang, urgently withdrew a message and threw a brick at everyone. Wu Yu's ghost carving. What did I see? Li Xian, ghost crying in the mountain question mark. Wang Xiaotian, night rain troubling question mark +1. Lin Jingyan, Lung Onlay question mark +2. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen / Qianin Xingchen question mark +10086. Wang Jieshi, Wang Buliexing, I can't tell. Yixiao, Lord Mashi, no wonder you've been standing next to us lately. Damn. Su Maicheng, Muyu Chengfeng, laughing emoji. Feng Rui, hi Williang, no, I'm playing too fast. I'm asking if there are people with the same profession. Jiang Guotao, Wu Lang, just admit it. Yixiao, Lord Grimace, don't worry. We won't be prejudiced against you because of this. We can understand. Feng Rui, boundless sea, go away. Wu Yu's ghost carving. Okay, I understand. Feng Rui, boundless sea, huh? Li Xian, Feng Shan, ghost cry, huh? Add 1. Wu Yu's ghost carving. Stop it, I'm kidding. Wu Yu's ghost carving urgently withdrew a message and then slapped everyone in the face. Xiao Shirqin, life and death, are we off topic? Li Xian, Feng Shan, ghost cry, it seems so. What were we talking about? Yu Wenzhou, socks are the new activity of the alliance, is a 2-person trip. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen / Qianin Xingchen, good name. But does this count as infringement? Zhang Xinjie, Shibuzuan, no. Wang Xiaotian, Yu Shumfan, who are you going to team up with? Who are you going to at Yixiao Jun Ma Xiao with? Who are you going to at Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen / Qianin Xingchen, with? Chu Yunxiu, Feng Chengyan, you what do you think? Li Xian, Feng Shan Guiqiu, oh, the queen is speaking up. Feng Rui, hi Williang, this Tian is just lame. Why did Huang Xiaotian at you and Yixiao? Chu Yunxiu asked while lying on his side. Maybe we two are the only ones who can keep up with this guy's hand speed. Zhou Yichen guessed. Lu Shibia can't keep up? Chu Yunxiu asked in confusion. How should I put it? Lu Shibia's hand speed is very fast, but his body movements are not fast. To put it bluntly, Lu Shibia is just fast with the sword. Zhou Yichen explained. What about Huang Xiaotian? He has a very fast perspective. I really don't want to play after using him in the All-Stars. Zhou Yichen said. Oh, I thought you had enough of teasing. I can only say that whoever teams up with Huang Xiaotian will be in trouble. This guy must want to play with buttons. Then he is a perfect match for Lu Shibia? Do you think Lu Shibia will take care of him? Private chat. Huang Xiaotian, Yu Shumfan Shibia, you see, if we team up, we can definitely kill the opponent. Zhou Yichen and Yixiao, they will all be defeated by us. Lu Shibia, flying knife sword, but I have already agreed with Du Ming that we will team up. Huang Xiaotian, Yu Shumfan, what? Where did Du Ming come from? Huang Xiaotian thought of many people, but he never expected that it was Du Ming who cut him off. Now the professional circle is very quiet, and everyone may have gone to find someone to team up with. After forming a team, the next thing to discuss is the role selection. 2 players of the same profession don't have to worry about this issue, but players of different professions have to think about which new role to create. Just like Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu now, they are wondering whether to play a battle mage or an elemental mage. The point of entanglement is not that the 2 of them can't play each other's profession. How could the 2 who have already communicated deeply not know every bit of each other? The point of entanglement is that the 2 of them work together to operate a character. Is it better to choose a battle mage who fights head-on, or an elemental mage who hides behind and outputs? You should know that the ranking points of the new double-player event do not have multiplayer battles, only double-player battles. In fact, the summoner seems to be pretty good. Zhou Yichen suddenly thought that if 2 people play the summoner, they might be able to play it out. Feng Rui has already thought of this. Hey Lao Lin, what do you think about us playing the summoner? Ah? Are you crazy? I'm a rogue, and you're a thief who turned into a Qigong master. Let's play summoner together. Is it not possible? Yes? Do you know the summoner skills? That makes sense. So what should we play? Let's play rogue. Why? Because I haven't played a Qigong master, but you've tried rogue and howling. Then I have to ask you. Beep beep beep. Lin Jingyan hung up Feng Rui's phone. On the other side, Wang Xiaotian also found his good partner. Since he couldn't find someone of the same level, he would find his most loyal junior. So with Huang Xiaoqian's superb acting skills, he successfully won Lu Hanwen's sympathy. Xiao Lu is so kind. What a good kid. How come he is in our blue rain? Pa, our blue rain is so lucky to have both me and Xiao Lu. Huang Xiaoqian sighed after hanging up Lu Hanwen's phone. Some people were still discussing, while others had already thought of the names of their characters. Li Xian, Feng Shan Guiqi, what do you mean? Wu Yu's, ghost carving, look at you. Li Xian, Feng Shan Guiqi, trample the void. Wu Yu's, ghost carving. Silence is my synonym, so what should we use? Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu were still struggling with the casting. Elemental Mage. Zhou Yichen made the final decision. Then what should we call the Elemental Mage? Chu Yunxiu said. You choose it, I'm bad at naming. Zhou Yichen waved his hand. Or just use Fengcheng Yanyu or Yu Xingchen. No, there's no intention at all, call it Yan Yu Xingchen. As expected of my wife, the name she chose is nice, popular, and elegant. Zhou Yichen turned into a boastful frog on the spot. Hey, look at me, and Xiao Tang killing you. Qingguo chose to team up with her bestie Tang Rou. Come on, I hope to see you on the leaderboard. Yixiu encouraged. Qingguo and Tang Rou didn't bother to choose a new name, they just chose to be called Zhu Yanxia. Today, only the channel for creating new characters was opened, and the battle arena was not opened, because on the first day, Glory almost got stuck. There were obviously fewer people in the big world. After all, this was a new event that had never been seen before. It is said that this event will be retained in the future, and will be opened again at a certain time, and the ranking will be permanently displayed on the homepage of the event. Many players even set a Weibo to tell everyone who they formed a team with. When everyone was looking through it, there was a pair that really exceeded their expectations. That is, Zhang Xinjia actually teamed up with Yu Wenzhou, and the two tactical masters combined. The two of them played warlocks, which was also Yu Wenzhou's original profession. After all, although there are levels to pass in a two-person team, the ranking points are based on the victory or defeat in the arena. Zhang Xinjia's priest naturally had no choice, and the alliance also understood that there was no priest profession in the two-player team, but there was a guardian angel. The other two masters teamed up with female players in the team, Yixiu and Su Mucheng, Xiao Shiqin and Dai Yanqi. Yixiu and Su Mucheng played gunners, Xiao Shiqin and Dai Yanqi played mechanics. In addition, everyone found a very interesting pair, that is, Zhang Jiala and Sun Zhiping, the double flowers of the old era. These two people seemed to be tied by a thread. In the reincarnation, Zhou Zikai teamed up with Jiang Butao, Wu Qi teamed up with Lu Buiyuan, and Zhou Yichen? Zhang Jiala didn't even consider him. Fang Minghua? Others spend time with their wives and children, not playing this. Zhang Jiala suddenly became a lonely old man. On January 21st, the day before Chinese New Year's Eve, the new event two-player trip officially opened the challenge trial channel for Honor Online. Only the combination that passed the challenge trial is eligible to go to the arena to fight and earn points. So are the combinations that did not pass the trial unable to participate? Of course not. The official took all players into consideration. Those combinations that failed to pass the trial can go to any arena to watch the game, or play in the small world specially designed for Honor. It is actually equivalent to a scaled Honor map, and only the main city is currently open. With such a high cost, won't the official lose money by setting it up like this? The cost is indeed a bit high, so the official had to make up for it from other aspects. For example, it costs money to upgrade the relationship of the combination, and there is a lottery for a specific weapon appearance, without a tribute bonus, with a small guarantee of 90 rounds and a large guarantee of 180 rounds. These are the big ones, not to mention other aspects, such as text bubbles, etc. There are many rich men and women in Glory. Ordinary players can also get free props, but the effect is very general. After creating a full-level character, adding points, and creating a name, many players entered the challenge trial together. These levels are a bit like the challenges of the gods' domain. Zhou Yichen moved the mouse. Zhou Chu and his wife, Zhou Yichen, controlled the mouse to move the perspective, and Chu Yinzhuang controlled the keyboard operation. What is Zhou Yichen doing with his free left hand? Hey, where are you putting your hand? Put it on your own leg. Oh! Isn't Balenciaga meant for people to touch? Did I ask you to tear it apart? Hey, what are you doing here, young couple? Tell us. Zhou Yichen turned his view and found that the person who was speaking was a ghost swordsman. You, Void, are really at the forefront of gossip. Chu Yunxiu said, puff. Zhou Yichen mentioned the name of the ghost swordsman, and he laughed. What are you laughing at? Li Xian was a little confused. Why do you want to crush yourself? Zhou Yichen asked. Because our guild is like that. No wonder our record is not very good. Let them change the name of the guild when we go back. Li Xian suddenly realized. Zhou Chu and his wife were speechless. It took Li Xian so long to notice the name of the guild, Trampling the Void? Well, actually Li Xian didn't want to admit it. I feel like you might as well use Fengshan Guiqiu or Geik. Hey, your laughter is a little too loud. The trial has begun, aren't you going to set off yet? Wu Yus asked. Why are you in such a hurry? There's no time limit. Let's wait and see, Zhou Yichen said. Then we go ahead and wait for you in the arena, he said, stepping on the void and running forward. Hey, that ID looks familiar, but I don't remember where I've seen it before. Zhou Yichen clicked on the personal business card of a gunner. Let me see, Chiyomusu. Chapter 517. He's walking towards us, Zhou Yichen said. Oh, you two have so much leisure time, still staying in the first level, the other party said. Yi Xiao, who are you teaming up with? Gunner Mucheng? It's me. Su Mucheng's voice came from the other end of the headset. Why don't you come to me to team up? Chu Yunxiu asked. If I find you, will you give up your boyfriend? Ah? Su Mucheng burned 3 people's CPUs with one sentence. Ha ha ha. The little girl is really asking for a beating, Chu Yunxiu said angrily. Why is it called Chiyomusu? Is it reversed, Sumachio? Zhou Yichen asked. Oh, is your sixth sense so accurate? Yi Xiao was a little surprised. It's better to read it backwards than to read it forwards, Zhou Yichen said. Su Muchio, is it? My brother, Su Mucheng said. He went to another place. Sorry, Zhou Yichen said. It's okay. You guys just use the gunner? The gunner isn't that strong in single combat. Chu Yunxiu changed the subject. Heh, I beat you up just the same. Yi Xiao laughed. Yo yo yo, I beat you up just the same. Zhou Yichen imitated Yi Xiao's words. Little brat, you really deserve a beating. Zhou Yichen's tone made Yi Xiao laugh. See you in the arena? Su Mucheng rushed to the trial area after saying that. It was obvious that Su Mucheng was operating the skills and movement, while Yi Xiao was controlling the character's perspective change. Then let's go too. Get up. Along the way, Yin Yuxingchen passed through one level after another. In addition to the levels, the two heard the most complaints. Of course, the complaints were not about the map design, but about his teammates. Hey, there's a hook here, you lock the view, look at me up and down, handsome or not. Yeah. 5 minutes later. It's my turn, let's switch, I control the skills, you control the view? I'm a little tired. I don't want to play anymore. I explain your dream, beep beep. This wave. Even Lu, Guan and Zhang have to disperse. There are still some combinations that can't pass the level and are fighting among themselves. Are you pressing Kuan? Are you sliding Kuan? How do you know? Ah? After going through the exciting challenge trial, the group finally arrived at the arena. After entering the arena, the system will randomly match opponents. It is completely random at the beginning, and when the winning rate goes up, the system will arrange opponents with similar strength to the player. Swish, swish, swish. The first round for Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu's Misty Stardust was against a team called Genius. Oh, international friends, Genius again, arrogant. Although his ID is Genius, his technique is obviously like a rookie. He was still playing a battle mage, starting with Fu Long Xiang Tian. Then he was hit by Misty Stardust's Dark Knight Flying Shadow, combined with the Flame Impact and Fire Bird, a set of silky little combos. The so-called Genius stayed in the air and never came down. Oh my god, what a strong opponent. Only masters can excite me. What a fair contest. Hearing the other party's words, Zhou Yichen almost vomited blood. Where is the evenly matched strength? The mouth? But he didn't say anything, because he was afraid of bad influence. Although many players already know that Yin Yuxingchen is Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu. But I put on a 3-piece set of not admitting, not speaking, and not quibbling. How can you deal with it? After playing a few rounds, the rankings were refreshed, and the top 100 were all combinations with a 100% winning rate. There was no way the base was too large. Continue. Except for meal time, Zhou Chu and his wife stayed in the room to fight. 2 children, you are really addicted. What do you know? This is called interest. Zhou's mother glanced at Zhou's father, and then walked in with a plate of cut fruits. Xiao, eat some fruit. Thank you, Mom. Tell me what you want to eat. Mom, I want to eat too. Wash it yourself. TSK. After fierce competition, the top 100 finally opened up the gap. Currently, only the top 12 combinations still maintain a 100% winning rate. Many professional combinations either met in advance, one side lost, or the other side died during the fight. For example, Wu Qi and LV Boyuan. During the fight, Wu Qi found that LV Boyuan stopped talking. Later, he found out that he went to help his parents move New Year's goods, and he didn't even inform them in advance. As a result, the assassin team of Wu Qi and LV Boyuan failed to maintain a 100% winning rate. The combination of Wei Chen and Bozi lost to Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen. The most tormented people in this game were actually Wei Chen and Lu Hanwen, as Bozi could actually compete with Huang Xiaotian in voice output. Huang Xiaotian was silent when he sang a song called Leo. After determining the combination with a 100% winning rate, the system specially created a new room for them, and the 16 combinations would be matched at will. When Yan Yuxingchen entered this special room, he looked around and found that they were all familiar faces. Damn, why did you come just now? It seems that we have to rely on us to defeat you. You actually play the elemental mage. Is it okay? Although his name is not known yet, he knows who he is from his profession and tone. A long list, long-winded. Fairy from the sky. What a good name, who picked it? Joey Chen asked. Of course. I picked it. At this time, a warlock walked out from a distance. Sakai's? Captain Yu, what does this name mean? Fong Rui asked without understanding. Just picked it randomly. The voice still came from Sakai's, but it was from Zhang Xinjie. Well, the name is just a code name. Yu Wanzhou agreed. What was Huang Xiaotian's original name? Zhou Yichen asked curiously. Two swords combined. Before Huang Xiaotian could speak, Lu Hanwen said it for him. Puff. I say, Huang Xiao, don't bring Xiao Lu with your cheapness. Go away. Is the point about the two swords combined? The point is the next sentence, invincible. I match you with Zhou Zikai, and you be honest. Li Xian said. Aw, how did you hit us? Jiang Buitao laughed. Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buitao's new character professions are still sharpshooters, and their IDs are also very simple. Gun shoots without waves. Then, there is also a person called Trampling the Void. Are you going to trample on your own? I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen someone trample on himself. Are you going to commit suicide? You? Zhou Yichen scanned the area. Except for a few that he couldn't recognize, he should be able to guess who the others were, because most of them didn't change their names at all. For example, old characters like Damo Guyan and Wang Bulixing didn't choose to change their IDs. Hey! Zhou Yichen found a good ID. Nu Baihua, Shuanghua. The two stood opposite each other, and the four people on the opposite side of the screen, except Sun Zhiping, felt a little embarrassed. The characters were also very interesting. Shuanghua used the ammunition expert, and the Nu Baihua used the mad swordsman. Why don't you two form a new Shuanghua? Zhou Yichen joked. Unfortunately, there is no doubles competition in the new event at present, otherwise there would be a chance. Zhang Jiala said. I think so too. Yufeng said. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the 12 pairs of combinations in the room began to match randomly. Boom, after the event interface was loaded, Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu also knew who their opponents were. Rogue, Criminal Master. Who gave you this name? Zhou Yichen asked before the fight started. Old Lin gave it. Fong Rui blurted out. I really would thank you. Blue side, Zhou Chu and his wife. Yu Xingchen plus Fengcheng Yenyu equals Yan Yuxingchen. Red side, Old Criminal Combination. Lung Onlei plus Hai Wilyang equals Criminal Master. Map, Long Corridor. 99%, 100%. Yan Yuxingchen, loading completed. Criminal Master, loading completed. Map, Long Corridor, loading completed. You guys are not very lucky. Zhou Yichen said first. The Long Corridor is a map that is very suitable for long-range professions to suppress. TSK, if it was a Yuxingchen and Fengcheng Yenyu, we might be a little afraid, but now do you two have as much tacit understanding as us too? Fong Rui questioned. When the two of them started to work together, Zhou Yichen didn't even know where to play crickets. Heh, you know how well we work together soon. Chu Yunxiu snorted coldly. Yan Yuxingchen raised his staff, started with Ice Line, and shot a blue light at the Criminal Master. Start with Ice Line. Lin Jingyan manipulated the character to flip sideways to avoid the Ice Line, to avoid being frozen and dying before the mission was accomplished. Ice Wall. Yan Yuxingchen raised an ice wall in front of his eyes. This ice wall not only inflicted ice attribute magic damage to the enemy in contact, but also shook it away. I say, is it necessary to be so careful and serious? Fang Rui asked. There's no way, we don't want to lose. Zhou Yichen laughed. Before the criminal master could react, Yin Yuxingchen took the initiative to release the shattered ice wall, and the broken ice wall would turn into ice cones and shoot at the opponent. Damn, so despicable. The two were stabbed by ice cones due to improper operation and suffered ice attribute magic damage. If they were operating alone, any one of them could dodge. But now they are one, which caused Lin Jingyan to subconsciously hold the mouse to slide the view when the ice cone shot, but found that he could not slide. Fang Rui subconsciously held the keyboard and pressed the direction key, but found that he could not press it. Is this the tacit understanding of the criminal group for many years? Zhou Yichen questioned. Damn, I was careless and didn't dodge. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu on the other side will not give you a chance to adjust. As the saying goes, take advantage of your illness to kill you, and that's what they are talking about now. Firebird, the corridor was completely ignited by the flamingo transformed by the fire element, with great momentum. The Firebird hit the criminal master, causing high fire attribute magic damage, and his body was burning and smoking. The second shockwave directly knocked the two gangsters away. You haven't been partners for several seasons, and you have lost your tacit understanding? What happened? Lin Jingyan thought that the previous wave was Fang Rui's fault. But Fang Rui didn't admit it, he didn't play gangsters. Old Lin, isn't this the profession you are most familiar with? Fang Rui shot back. Is this an internal quarrel? Chu Yunxiu didn't expect that this could happen. These are two old foxes. Zhou Yichen shook his head. He didn't believe that this criminal duo, who had been partners for so long, would be so easily provoked. What do we have to do with their quarrels? Zhou Yichen shrugged. Then he slid the view to lock on them, and Chu Yunxiu lightly pressed, for a snowball, the tracking skill of the elemental mage. Damn, shouldn't they stop to eat melons? Fang Rui didn't expect that the other party didn't fall for their superb acting skills. I shouldn't have listened to you, hey. Lin Jingyan regretted it. In the end, even though they activated the iron bones, they could only lose helplessly in the face of the dominance of thunder and fire on the long corridor map. Glory. Not so good. Humph, you're lucky. We definitely win next time we meet. After the winning rate of the leaderboard is completely widened, the two-person team will start random matching again. However, for the player experience, the top 200 combinations will be randomly matched within the ranking, and only the top 100 will receive rewards. As for the others, they will be matched with opponents with similar wins and winning rates as themselves. So at this time, an extreme appeared. Some people were pursuing the ultimate winning rate, and some people were pursuing the ultimate losing rate. Yes, some people, in order to attract attention, have a record of 0% winning rate in 100 games. Not seeking one win, but seeking one defeat. Fortunately, there is no reward mechanism for winning or losing streaks in the Glory Double Team, otherwise it would be a great punishment to meet them. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu heard someone discussing when they returned to the special operations room after the game. Zhang Xinjie and Yuan Zhou are still here? Is the combination of two tactical masters so strong? Are you stupid? Let Zhang Xinjie control the keyboard and Yuan Zhou control the mouse. Plus the brains of the two, do they have obvious shortcomings? As soon as these words came out, everyone understood immediately. That's right, everyone knows that Yuan Zhou has a fatal weakness, that is, his hand is clumsy. Now it's a little better after the team voice, but once he is close, Yuan Zhou will still feel uncomfortable. But Zhang Xinjie of the Golden Generation is not clumsy, and both of them think very quickly. Basically, they can see 3 steps ahead after taking 1 step. The two in the top 16 met the ammunition experts of Zheng Xian and Song Xiao. The moment they saw their opponents, they knew they had lost. Yuan Zhou knew the two too well. The duel was over in less than 5 minutes. Their every move was observed by the eyes of the law. 6 of the top 8 seats have been decided, in addition to the Misty Rain and Stars of Zhou Chu and his wife, the double tactical masters of Sakis, and Qiu Musu of Yisu. There are also Demo Gu Yin and Wangbu Lu Xing. You can tell who these two teams are just by hearing their names. Tian Weifei Xian of the Blue Rain Double Swordsman, they just defeated the Void Double Ghosts. To be precise, they were disgusted. Double teams are not allowed to ban voice alone. Li Xian protested. How can they play without banning voice? As for Shuang Hua and Xian Bai Hua, can they meet in the top 8? Chapter 518. There are 2 teams left in the quarterfinals, and they have just finished their battle. Zhang Jiala and Sun Zhiping's ammunition experts defeated Lu Shubia and Du Ming swordsman and won the quarterfinals. What a pity, our cooperation is a little bit poor. Lu Shubia said. Well, my perspective didn't turn around in that way just now. Du Ming also took the initiative to admit his problem. It's okay, the reward for the top 16 has been obtained. To be honest, Lu Shubia was quite surprised by the top 16. After all, he and Du Ming are completely unfamiliar, and have never cooperated before, but this time, they found that their chemistry is actually good. In the top 32, they defeated the ninja team composed of Li Hua and Qiu Fei to enter the top 16. There is only one spot left in the top 8, and 1 minute later, the last game of the top 8 ended. The winner is Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao sharpshooter. Gun shoots no waves. They defeated the new Baiwa composed of Yu Feng and Zhou Yuan. No way, I met a tough guy. Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, which one of these is not a tough guy? Yu Feng laughed. Zhou Yuan was stunned, turned his view and saw that it was true. Not to mention the quarterfinals, there was no weak one in the top 16. You should know that even a strong combination like Xiao Shiqin and Sun Xiang also fell in the top 16. Of course they met Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng. Moreover, Xiao Shiqin and Sun Xiang played a berserker, which made Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng very happy. In this combination, isn't the berserker the more advantageous one? Xiao Shiqin thought. In his opinion, the two of them would always make mistakes in their operations. But the berserker was allowed to make mistakes. After all, he deducted blood and added physical attacks. I haven't played berserker for a long time, I'm a little rusty. Sun Xiang rubbed his hands and said. Since he transferred to Jiashi in the 8th season and took over one autumn leaf, he hasn't played berserker much. Except sometimes he feels a little itchy in private, so he takes a small account to play in the arena. They cooperate so well. Xiao Shiqin said. Hey, why is Lao Wei cursing in the group? Yi Xiu found that there was a 99+ message in the group of happy. Su Maicheng clicked in, and found that it was Wei Chen who was scolding Baozi. It turned out that the combination of Wei Chen and Baozi not only defeated the professional players, but also lost to ordinary players this time. Wei Chen was red before the game was over, because he found that Baozi was throwing skills randomly, and liked to do some invalid moves. These may give professional players a false impression, but ordinary players don't care about you. Just go up and do it. As a result, they killed them. You must explain to me today what does it mean to throw sand, and then use steel bone? Angry emoji, remove control. You use steel bone to remove the opponent's control. I know. Angry emoji, Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng were embarrassed. No wonder Wei Chen had a red temperature. It turned out that, after throwing sand to blind him, Baozi released steel bone to control himself. Seeing Wei Chen's complaints, Yi Xiu realized that many combinations were eliminated. Tang Hao and Zhao Yuji's rogues also failed to break through the top 16 because they encountered the mage scholar of Tiny Herb. There are only 8 teams left. I think you 8 teams should surrender as soon as possible. You can't beat us. Wang Xiaoyan started to complain again. 8? Did you exclude yourself? Wang Jieshi asked. Oh, then you 7 teams should admit defeat quickly. It's easy to admit defeat. It's not shameful to lose to us. I think we are not the ones who face the biggest challenge in this activity. Zhou Yichen suddenly said. Who is that? Chu Yunqiu asked curiously. Of course, it's the future of Blue Rain. Zhou Yichen smiled. Everyone thought about it, it's true. Lu Hanwen has to suffer from Huang Xiaotian in every game. He hasn't spoken for a long time. If you turn on the camera, you will find that Lu Hanwen is put on earplugs at this time. He regretted it, softened his heart, and suffered. System message. In 5 minutes, the semifinals will begin, and the losing teams in the quarterfinals will start a random duel of losers. What is this? Are we redividing the pool again? Some people asked puzzledly. The losing teams in the elimination round will start a new function called free matching, and the random matches will be the losing teams in the elimination round. In addition, there is a free challenge, which is to PK with a designated team, such as a duel between friends. In addition to these, the quarterfinals will also be broadcast in the activity hall of the 2-player team, and interested players can enter and watch at will. After entering, the players will be in the scene and feel like watching the game live. It must be said that the technical development of Honor is becoming more and more sophisticated. The matches for the quarterfinals will be randomly generated soon. I'm so angry. Zhou Yichen was speechless. If there were any other 7 pairs, the one he least wanted to meet would definitely be Huang Xiaotian. It's nothing. It's too noisy. The 2-player team doesn't allow single band voice, which is a huge bonus for Huang Xiaotian. Misty Stardust versus Fairy from the Sky. In addition to this match, the other matches are also very interesting, and it is hard not to wonder if the system is intentional. Desert Smoke vs Wang Biliuxing. Han Wenqing and Song Yingqi vs Wang Jieshi and Gao Yingjie. This is a phenomenal contest. The past and future of tyranny, the past and future of Wei Chao. Now, they meet. It is destined to be a battle like Mars hitting the Earth. The Yisu combination met Shuanghua, good guy, a grudge game. Zhang Jiala and Sun Jiping will face He Xiao, who defeated them in the third season, but it is a pity that although they are ammunition experts and wild swordsmen, He Xiao is no longer a battle mage. The last group of duels is the two tactical masters against the captain and vice captain of Samsara, which is full of highlights. Oh, I really met you. If you didn't meet us, you might be able to go further, but the first place is definitely out of the question, because the first place will definitely belong to us. Are you ready to die? Huang Xiaoyan said a long paragraph of words without repetition in one breath. It's okay to say more. You won't be able to say anything after the fight. Zhou Yichen said. TSK, what are you so proud of? Do you think you will win? Are you kidding? Xiao Lu and I have been working together for so long. How about you and Chu Yunxiu? Huang Xiaoyan retorted. We have also been working together for a long time. These days, we have been working together every day. Chu Yunxiu said. Puff. Zhou Yichen was the first to laugh. What are you laughing at? The other people seemed to have thought of something, and the scene suddenly became a sea of joy. You are thinking wrong again, right? Can you be serious? Chu Yunxiu patted Zhou Yichen on the shoulder. TSK, young couples in love are so enviable. Yishio suddenly said. Why don't you date one too? Yuanzhou said. Me? Let's talk about it after I retire. Yishio shook his head. Are you thinking about retiring just after your comeback? Zhang Xinjia applied to enter the current voice chat. Who knows? Yishio was ambiguous. 5 minutes later, the 4 games officially began. Blue side, Yu Xingchen plus Fengcheng Yanyu equals Yanyu Xingchen. Red side, Yu Shengfan plus Luyun equals Tianwai Feixian. Map, Personal Arena. 99%, 100%. Yanyu Xingchen, loading completed. Tianwai Feixian, loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! My lightsaber is thirsty, are you ready to die? Damn it! Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu are not stupid enough to wait for him to finish before fighting. Thunder Penetration. This move has a very fast firing speed. Yanyu Xingchen raised his staff and chanted. A lightning flash struck down. Lu Hanwen, who was in charge of the mouse, could only stare blankly. Senior, the lightning is coming down. Unfortunately, Lu Hanwen's voice was too soft, and Huang Xiaoyan was still chattering and didn't hear it. When Huang Xiaoyan reacted and wanted to dodge, the lightning had already struck him. The bad news is that the thunder penetration is instantaneous. Before the other person's clothes touched the corner, Tianwai Feixian suffered magic damage of light attribute. The good news is that the two were lucky, and the thunder penetration did not cause paralysis. Ha ha ha, Huang Xiaoyan made me laugh to death. He was sanctioned. The onlookers began to whisper. Speaking of which, Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu have a perfect rapport as a couple. You can't tell at all that this elemental mage is operated by 2 people. You're kidding. People are practicing their coordination under the covers. Isn't this kind of coordination a basic exercise? Although many players chose to watch the 2 games between Damo Guyan and Wang Biliuxing and Sakis and Xiao Musu, this does not mean that Zhou Yichen and his team had few people. After all, there are not only Zhou Yichen's fans and Chu Yunxiu's fans, but also CP fans of the 2. Some people even created a forum for this purpose, where they are crazy about CP. I can only say that everything will only hurt you. Fuck you guys, you really don't have martial ethics. Huang Xiaoyan dodged Yanyu Xingchen's attack while trying to get close to him. Swish, Tianwai Feixian jumped up and threw a cold light at Yanyu Xingchen. Silver light fell on the blade. Zhou Yichen slid the mouse, the view turned to the left, Chu Yunxiu took over, and Yanyu Xingchen rolled to the left to avoid the cold light. When Tianwai Feixian fell, Yanyu Xingchen launched an attack. Not good, Xiaolu retreat. Huang Xiaotian was about to say a few words when he saw the other party start to chant. His sixth sense told him to retreat quickly. Huang Xiaotian is not only one of the best opportunists in the alliance, but also has a super sixth sense. He has dodged many fatal blows. Absolute Zero, the strongest ice magic of the elemental mage, can not only cause deceleration, but also have a chance to freeze the enemies within the range of the magic circle. Oh, fortunately, I was scared to death. If I was frozen, I would be finished. Look at the sword, 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 look at the sword. Huang Xiaoyan pouted. Yin Yuxingchen retreated to the edge of the arena. Huang Xiaoyan looked at it and laughed. Ha ha ha, are you ready to die? Actually, there is no need to do this. Although you can't beat us in a normal fight, waiting to die like this seems unfair to us. I think you are out of your mind. Zhou Yichen laughed. What? Just as Tianwei Feixian's falling phoenix slash was about to hit Yin Yuxingchen, Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen found that the person in front of them disappeared. Elemental Mage's advanced light skills and space spell skills. Instant movement. Damn, no, he wants to lock us up. Huang Xiaotian reacted quickly. Unfortunately, when he subconsciously wanted to control the character to turn his head, Lu Hanwen's perspective was not adjusted back. As a result, Tianwei Feixian took one more step into his own grave. Zhou Yichen locked his perspective on Tianwei Feixian, and Chu Yunxiu pressed the skill key. Ice Wall. At the angle, the poor Tianwei Feixian was directly sealed up. Due to the restrictions of the ice wall and the deceleration effect, Tianwei Feixian could not jump at all, let alone escape. Oh my god, this is so despicable. Heh. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu looked at each other. Yin Yuxingchen raised his staff, and a flaming bird with fire attribute appeared behind him. Oh my god, this fire bird will take all the damage. Oh my god, a level 75 ultimate move is hard to take, little greedy cat. The next scene to be shown is the most desperate scene for Huang Xiaoyan. He has already felt the temperature around him suddenly rise, and when Lu Hanwen raised the character's perspective, the two saw a fire bird flying towards him. No! Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind whistled. Boom! The powerful magic directly shattered the ice wall. After the fire bird attacked the enemy, it would explode and hit the ground, which would then trigger a shock wave to produce a blow-away effect. So the little greedy cat Tianwei Feixian took all the damage from the first and second stages of the fire bird. The fairy, who was originally in relatively good health, suddenly became seriously injured. There is a saying that goes no leaks, one link after another. That's it? Your health is not as good as your mouth. Zhou Yichen mocked. Damn it! Before the fairy got up, Yin Yuxingchen sang again, and a U-shaped barrier with flames once again blocked the vision of Huang Xiaotian and the others. We must rush out, otherwise we will be killed by skills. Lu Hanwen said. Well, rush from the side. Huang Xiaotian said. The two began to plan at this time, but they seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is, the two people turned on the full-channel microphone, so Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu actually heard what they said. And Huang Xiaoyan also knew that the other party could hear what they said, so he did the opposite. He wanted to cut straight through the middle, but he was not the one controlling the mouse now. Lu Hanwen didn't know that Huang Xiaoyan had so many tricks in his mind, so he turned his view to the left side of the firewall and prepared to break through. Damn it! After experiencing it for so long, there is a natural pitfall in the activity of two-person trip. That is, when unexpected situations occur, most people will make subconscious actions. Experienced players will subconsciously hold the mouse and keyboard tightly, such as Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen, one swiping the mouse crazily, and the other pressing the keyboard crazily. Many professional combinations have this problem, and there is no way this is subconscious. So how did Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu solve this problem? If there is a camera, the players watching may all get diabetes. Because Zhou Yichen's left hand and Chu Yunxiu's right hand are held together. Playing games and showing affection, both are possible. Chapter 519. Are these two fighting for control? When Tianwei Feixian came out from the left, the view had already turned to the front, but his footsteps were still moving to the left, like a crab. 3-stage slash. Go! Tianwei Feixian used all 3-stage slashes for displacement, because if he was a beat slower, he would be lifted into the air by the flames of Yin Yuxingchen. He was in poor condition, and if he was lifted into the air again, then this game could basically be declared GG. We have to fight back against Xiao Lu. If we don't fight back, we will be all in and die. Huang Xiaotian was a little anxious. Yeah. Lu Hanwen agreed with this, and he couldn't continue to be passive like this. You have to know that Yin Yuxingchen consumes mana, but they consume health. Let's fight. Huang Xiaotian gritted his teeth and used the wind return style. Tianwei Feixian used his sword energy to attack Yin Yuxingchen. This move was just a lure. The killer move was the next one. The sword fell into the sky. Tianwei Feixian jumped up, and the sword light floated. It came out of the sheath like a falling star in the sky, and fell to the ground like the Milky Way falling. Not retreating? Huang Xiaotian had a question in his mind. Why not retreat? Isn't he afraid? But why not? If Zhou Yichen could hear Huang Xiaotian's voice, he could say, because of the high HP. I can't bear it anymore. If you wait any longer, I will suspect that you have been replaced, hee. Zhou Yichen suddenly turned into a villain. Yin Yuxingchen retreated to avoid the incoming sword energy, and then strengthened himself, with white flashes concentrated on his staff. Concentrate. After this skill is activated, the elemental mage can turn the next spell skill into an instant skill, but the cooldown of concentrate is long, and basically it can only be used about 2 or 3 times in a game. What is the next move after concentrate? Not to mention Huang Xiaotian. Any player who has played against an elemental mage knows that since it is instant, there is a high probability that 2 Dark Knight skills will be connected. Dark Knight Flying Shadow and Magic Imprisonment. This time, both sides' skills hit each other. Tianwei Feixian's sword fell into the sky and knocked Yin Yuxingchen away, but he himself could not chase. Because he was hit by the black magic ray, in addition to suffering dark attribute magic damage, Tianwei Feixian will be forced to rotate 180 degrees, causing a blinding effect for 4 seconds. Fuck, a full-level Dark Knight elf, do you have to be so violent? You think skill points are idiots. Huang Xiaotian's mouth never stopped. On the other side, Lu Hanwen was numb. He was probably the one who suffered the most in this new event. In the past, even in training matches, when the captain was there, Huang Xiaotian didn't dare to keep talking. But now, on vacation, Huang Xiaotian can talk without restraint. To be frank, Yu Wenzhou can't control him. It just so happens that he encountered such an event. I don't know if other people are happy, but Huang Xiaotian is definitely happy. His mouth is happy. But now, he can't be happy. The Yin Yuxingchen who was knocked out widened the distance between him and Tianwei Feixian. Did they all calculate this step? The onlookers were surprised. I didn't expect Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunqiu also have the talent to become tactical masters. But in fact, Huang Xiaotian is too easy to guess. Basically, as long as he opens his mouth, you can know what he will say. Yin Yuxingchen landed, and while Tianwei Feixian was still in a blinded state, Yin Yuxingchen began to chant spellcasting skills while moving. During this period, the speed of Yin Yuxingchen will be greatly reduced, and even if the skill is at full level, it can only have 50% of the normal speed. But the advantage is that when the skill lands, the character can quickly land. Fiery Storm. After Yin Yuxingchen finished chanting, a huge magic circle appeared in front. After the magic circle was formed, a sea of fire was generated from the edge to the center. Tianwei Feixian Luoying style followed by Shen Longzhan to move, and tried to get close to Yin Yuxingchen while dodging. However, Yin Yuxingchen had already landed, and the rising sea of fire just formed a natural barrier to separate the two. Now the anxious one is Tianwei Feixian, whose health disadvantage is too great. Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen must find a way to get close to each other. Otherwise, the only ending is that the two will be killed by the magic damage of the elemental mage. Of course, it cannot be determined that Zhou Chu will win this game. After all, Tianwei Feixian still has high-level skills such as Jian Ding Tianxia and Blade Storm. If a set of combos is released in place, Yin Yuxingchen can be killed. But will the Misty Rain Stardust, who is attacked by Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunqiu, give Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen this opportunity? No. This game, accompanied by Huang Xiaotian's trash talk, finally came to an end. The health gap between the two sides was too big. Not only did the Firebird skill increase to a high level, but Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen, the two greedy cats, also ate it up. In the end, even if Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen had found the loophole of Misty Rain Stardust, they knocked it away with a precise immortal's guidance. But he was an elemental mage. After landing, he released a blizzard under his feet, and the fairy from the sky could not get close. This blizzard also blocked the phantom invisible sword. After all, if you stand still, there is a high probability that you will be frozen. At that time, the last sword was not thrust out, and he fell to the ground first. But he couldn't watch Yin Yuxingchen get up. Huang Xiaotian was anxious and painful in his heart. Finally, when the life-threatening Nifeng Thorn hit the thunder and fire, Huang Xiaotian sang a song in his heart. The cool moonlight makes you miss me like a river. Huang Xiaotian expressed regret after the game, while Lu Hanwen felt relieved after the game. Lu Hanwen, the painful game is finally over. Alas, it seems that we can only get the material rewards of the top 8 on the first day, but there will be a ranking list tomorrow. We will continue to work hard, and the first place must be our little Lu. Huang Xiaotian's words awakened the dreamer, and Lu Hanwen felt like the sky had fallen at this moment. And there's more. In addition to this game, there's another game that ended earlier, that is, Xuanhua vs Qiu Musu. Originally, it was a grudge game. Zhang Jiala still had the ammunition expert in his hand, but Yi Xiu no longer had the battle mage in his hand. But Yisu's gunner still abused Chang Suan's ammunition expert. Why? Zhang Jiala looked back after winning the championship and found that he had never won against Yi Xiu head-on. Either they didn't meet, or even if they did, he would be the one who left. Damn, I lost to you again, what a bummer. Zhang Jiala said. Isn't it normal to lose to me? It's not the first time. Yi Xiu laughed. Wait for the individual competition, I beat you to death. Zhang Jiala said harshly. Just you? Who's going to beat who? Yi Xiu scratched his ears. Heh! A few minutes later, the results of the other two duels were released one after another. Damo Guyan defeated Wang Bulixing, which was unexpected to many people. But in the eyes of professional players, the side with a higher winning rate before the game was originally the two people from Tyranny. Because the doubles match is not an individual match, it requires a high level of proficiency and compatibility between the teams. Wang Jieshi is very strong, but there will be an incompatibility problem when cooperating with Gao Yingjie. Wang Jieshi's style of play is engraved in his bones, and he is born to be a lonely king. Although Gao Yingjie is a disciple of Wang Jieshi, his style of play is actually more rational. After all, this is what Wang Jieshi taught after changing his style of play. The two people on the Tyranny side are obviously much more compatible. Song Qiang's style of play is more academic, and his style is very similar to Zhang Xinjie. But after Han Wenqing intervened, the two's boxing added a touch of rationality on the basis of fierceness. The most anxious one is the two tactical masters Zhang Xinjie and Yu Wanzhou against the sharpshooters Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao. This match lasted the longest. If it was an individual arena, the winner might be decided quickly, but it happened to encounter a more complicated map in a single duel. This situation gave Zhang Xinjie and Yu Wanzhou room to operate, although their hard power was not as high as Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao. But they could use the map to find a way to kill the two's gun shooters. But the problem was that Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao's combat literacy was also very high. After suffering 1 or 2 losses, the two did not fight each other head-on, but play guerrilla warfare instead. Zhang Xinjie and Yu Wanzhou were not in a hurry, so the duel was unusually slow. Halfway through the fight, the 4 people on the field were not in a hurry, but the onlookers were anxious. Maizhua, are you torturing them or torturing us? Why are you in a hurry? Let's fight in the canyon. Ah? Which canyon, evil emoticon? Of course it's a canyon where you can fight. You should have said it earlier. I've been waiting for a long time. Sound of taking off pants. Why do I feel that this is more exciting than a duel? I like watching this. It can be said that in the duel between Sakai's and Gunpa Wulong, few onlookers talked about the game on the field, and they were all abstract. Because they couldn't understand some details at all, they might as well talk about other things and pretend that they understood them. In the final wave of confrontation, the tacit understanding between the two sides became the key. Although Zhang Xinjie and Yu Wanzhou, two tactical masters, were meticulous, it was the first time they cooperated, and at the critical moment, their thinking went wrong. This gave Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao an opportunity to take advantage of it. Gunpa Wulong shot into the field and cooperated with Gun Cannon Wushu to successfully kill Sakai's. What a pity. Yu Wanzhou shook his head after the game. In the last wave, Zhang Xinjie obviously wanted to fight, but Yu Wanzhou thought that he should avoid his edge. When the thinking of two people is divided, it is fatal. Fortunately, this is the first time for the other party to team up, otherwise the result is hard to predict. Jiang Buotao said with a smile. Yeah. There are still some shortcomings in the first cooperation. I will summarize it later, and we will come back the next day. Zhang Xinjie said rigorously. Well, it just so happens that I have also thought of some new ideas. I will discuss them with you later. Yu Wanzhou nodded. At this time, the top 4 teams for the first day of the double team have all been decided. They are the elemental mage Yin Yuxingchen of Zhou Chu and his wife, the gunner Chiu Musu of the Yisu team, the sharpshooter pistol shooting Wulong of the Samsara main and deputy team, and the boxer Damo Guyan of the Tyranny now and future team. Just when several people were ready to fight, the system suddenly announced that the semifinals and finals of the double-player elimination match would be held until tomorrow night. Because tomorrow is New Year's Eve, it was okay for several people to see the announcement, but the players watching were upset. I finally got excited, but you poured a bucket of cold water on me. I took off my pants, and you told me that I was a man. Isn't this a man on top of a man? The official is also very cunning. The content elimination match is finished today. What will people watch tomorrow? Although there will be a ranking match next for the double-player elimination match, those onlookers who don't expect to get rewards will not play when there is no fun, After seeing that the players watching each game are quite enthusiastic, they temporarily decided to arrange the semifinals and finals on New Year's Eve tomorrow to whet the appetite of the players. Of course, in order to alleviate the dissatisfaction of the players, the official also stated that the players watching the elimination match tomorrow will also receive a small amount of material rewards. I can only say that the official still knows how to appease. Oh my god, we have to play again tomorrow on New Year's Eve. Chu Yunxiu was a little unhappy. It's okay, we can video chat when the time comes, and I don't think it will take too long. Zhou Yichen said that Chu Yunxiu's flight would be tomorrow morning, and she would have to return to a city to reunite with her family, and have a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. Zhou and Chu couple can only be separated temporarily. Then tonight, it is destined to be a sleepless night. Zhou Yichen sighed. Looking at Chu Yunxiu's hungry eyes, Zhou Yichen knew that tonight would be a big loss. Come on! On the other side, Chen Guo and Su Maicheng have already started to draw suits. This is too bad. Chen Guo said she just drew a few rounds, but there was nothing. To be honest, this suit can only be displayed in the two-player team, so it's not very practical, and you have to draw a lottery. The official is clearly asking players to spend a lot of money in the new year. Yishio said. What if you win it? Chen Guo still had a glimmer of fantasy. Just be honest and get the purple quality suit. Yishio said, taking out a cigarette box and walking out. There are several suits newly launched by the official honor of kings. The most common blue, the rare purple, the guaranteed gold, and the rarest and most valuable color. After drawing the suit card, you can put on new clothes for your two-player team character, and the suit is suitable for all professions. Hey, I won it. Su Maicheng jumped up and said. What? Chen Guo leaned over to take a look. How much was it issued? 40. Damn, I haven't issued it yet at 60. Gold suit, Maicheng. What kind of luck are you? Chen Guo said while hugging Su Maicheng. There is someone with better luck, who has already issued it in the group. Yishio put his phone in front of the two. Glory Professional Players Chat Group. Zhou Yichen, Hiyu Xingchen / Qianin Xingchen. Hey, why is the group so quiet? Jiang Guotao, Wulong, did you draw the gold suit? Zhou Yichen, Hiyu Xingchen / Qianin Xingchen. How do you know that I gave out a colored suit at 20? Jiang Guotao, Wulong. Ah. Li Xian, Fengshan Geeky. Ah. Add 1. We use Guiku. Ah. Add 2. Huang Xiaoyan, Yiyusheng Fan. Ah. Add 3. Zhou Yichen's words, almost all the professional players were blown away. Didn't the suit draw just start? You got it already? And it's colored? You know, there are only a few colored suits in this event, and Zhou Yichen got it so easily. Li Xian looked at the gold suit that he got after 80 draws, and felt dead. Zhou Yichen was extremely excited. He won it after a deep exchange with Chu Yunxiu. It seems that more exchanges are needed. Chu Yunxiu's luck is not bad. Like her best friend Su Maicheng, she made a fortune with 40. What's that look in your eyes? I'm hungry again. Chapter 520. Early in the morning, Zhou Yichen entered Glory with his trumpet, and found that even though the decoration inside Glory was not much different from the real New Year, there were still relatively few players online. After all, they could still distinguish what was a game and what was reality. After a while, Zhou Yichen went offline to video chat with Chu Yunxiu. Nanan, long time no see. When Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu were being affectionate, a little head stretched out. Big brother, long time no see. Nanan's soft voice was like cotton candy. Why call me big brother? This is your uncle. Chu Yunxiu patted Nanan's little head. TSK, the world is uncertain. Where did you learn these things, little brat? Go away. Chu Yunxiu sent Nanan out of the room before she finished speaking. Be online on time in the evening. Chu Yunxiu said. Well, I go find you the day after tomorrow. I wait for you. The two ended the video chat, and Zhou Yichen went to help his parents pay Spring Festival couplets. Ah, I wait for you. Nanan, who was leaning against the door of Chu Yunxiu's room, said affectionately. Why are you so precocious? Are you in love early? If I find out, I spank you. Chu Yunxiu said viciously. TSK, I have no interest in those little brats. Nanan waved her hand. You are obviously a little brat yourself. Why are you pretending to be an adult? Chu Yunxiu was speechless. At 7 o'clock in the evening, relatives and friends had already organized their own battles and found their opponents. Glory professional players were no exception, but their battlefield was in the online game. At 7 p.m., professional players gathered for the New Year's event, and at the entrance was today's points ranking list. There were many ordinary players on the list, and there were few games. After all, today was New Year's Eve, and everyone had their own things to deal with during the day, so they didn't go online much. But at night, the online game World of Honor was very hot. Whether it was a large guild or a small guild, there were corresponding New Year gift packages, materials, gold coins, etc. Each club would also issue year-end bonuses, and a summary of the process of the previous year had been organized and completed long before. After receiving the year-end bonus, Zhou Yichen immediately clicked on the video chat with Chu Yunxiu, and the two entered the two-person event together. System. The two-person knockout semifinals will start in 10 minutes, and the combination that did not come to the event will be eliminated directly. As soon as Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu entered, they found that there were not many people, and it was not as lively as outside. It's probably because the game hasn't started yet. Zhou Yichen guessed. Hey, why are you guys so late? Hey, why don't I see your names on the rankings? Where have you been? I heard his voice before I saw him. Today is New Year's Eve. Is everything fine at home? Zhou Yichen asked. No, Xiao Lu and I played Glory all afternoon. Look at number 1. Huang Xiaotian said proudly. Zhou Yichen glanced at the doubles rankings, and there were no professional combinations. The rankings are far behind the elimination rewards, and many professional players don't care much, and they don't need them. But once these are added to the rankings, the situation is different. Some people want to win first place even if there is no reward. For example, Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala and Sun Jiping Xuanhua ranked second, and their points were only 3 wins away from Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen's Tianwei Feixian. Zhou Yichen looked around and found that he didn't see Xuanhua. Hey, you are about to be caught up, Zhou Yichen said. Huh? Damn. Xiao Lu fight. No. Huang Xiaotian found that the second Xuanhua was only 2 wins away from him, and they had to open up the gap. I won't watch your game. Since you have defeated us, we must win the final victory. Let's go! Huang Xiaotian said, and Tianwei Feixian disappeared in the waiting area. I give up. Is the mode of today still random matching? Yixiu asked at this time. Well, the official said on the bulletin board that the top 4 will still be randomly matched. Jiang Botao explained. 1/3 probability. Zhou Yichen said. Zhou Yichen looked at his 3 opponents. Among the 4 teams, it seemed that they had the shortest partnership time. After all, whether it was Yixiu and Su Macheng, Zhou Zikai and Jiang Botao, or Han Weiqing and Song Qiang, they were all on the same team. But Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu were not. In terms of tacit understanding, Zhou Yichen thought that the 2 of them were not inferior to them. Chu Yunxiu knew Zhou Yichen's strengths and weaknesses, and Zhou Yichen knew Chu Yunxiu's depth. Do you think we have a chance to win the championship? Chu Yunxiu asked on the other side of the video. Winning the championship? Does that count? How can the doubles championship not be the championship? Then I also won the 100 Demons Night Parade championship. Zhang Jiala returned to the hall and interrupted. Hey, why don't you continue to rush to the top of the list? Zhou Yichen took a closer look and found that Xuanhua was only 1 win away from Tianwei Feixian. There was no reason for Zhang Jiala not to chase. The eldest grandson went out for something, Zhang Jiala said. Zhou Yichen clicked on Xuanhua's avatar and found that the character was displayed as a single player above. The official consideration was still very thoughtful. 1 person can also enter the 2-person activity. There is no problem with walking and communicating, but you can't enter the battle. Apart from being a spectator, there is no difference from a single player. Then Xiaotian will be very happy. At this time, Sakis also came over. Zhou Yichen found that the display above his head was also a single player. Captain Zhang has something to do, so I logged in alone to watch your game. Yu Wenzhou explained himself before Zhou Yichen asked. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a tactical master. This can be accurately predicted in advance. Hey, everyone is here. Qiu Musu of Yixiu and Su Macheng came over. You are the last one to arrive. Demo Guyan also appeared on the other side, and the person who spoke was Yixiu's old friend Han Wenqing. So active, old Han, this is not like you. Yixiu teased. Humph. Han Wenqing snorted coldly. Everyone, the game is about to start. Jiang Botao said with a smile, and the countdown in the double row hall has begun. When the countdown ends, the 4 groups will be randomly matched to fight. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, start. The names of the 4 groups appeared in the random pool, and after a flash, the list of the top 4 was officially released. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu's Yan Yuxingchen faced Zhou Zikai and Jiang Botao's Gunpa Wulong, and Yixiu and Su Muqing's Qiu Musu faced Han Wenqing and Song Jiang's Demo Gu Yin. Oh, in the first match, the captain and vice-captain of Samsara are going to kill the traitor. the players around were discussing. Look at the next match. What kind of annual grudge drama is this? Hey you guys, the system random matching can't be fake. It's possible. These two matches can be said to be the most exciting and talked about duels. No matter how you arrange them, they are not as good as this one. It seems that we have to send Achin away by ourselves. Jiang Buitao laughed. That's not necessarily true, Zhou Yichen retorted. If only the captain was in control, it would be difficult to play. But the limitation of two people is here. You can hold the mouse and keyboard in your hand, but one side cannot be used. Many professional players have already fallen into this trap. After all, they cannot control their subconscious reactions. Captain, why don't you say something harsh to Achin? Jiang Buitao suggested. You're dead, Zhou Zikai said after a little thought. Okay, I'm dead. Zhou Yichen nodded. What a cruel word without any offensive power. Ha ha ha, the first place is still mine. Hey, why are you still here? Wang Xiaoyan suddenly jumped out. 3 minutes of rest time before the game. Jiang Buitao explained. Oh, where is Zhang Jiala? I'm dying of laughter, and he wants to surpass me, so funny. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Wang Xiaoyan pressed the left and right movement keys frantically. Because Lu Hanwen went to the toilet, he did not release the control. So the movements of Tianwei Feixian looked like a crab in the eyes of Zhou Yichen and others. System announcement, the double team semifinals are about to begin, room number 12138. System announcement, the double team semifinals are about to begin, room number 12138. System announcement, the double team semifinals is about to begin, room number 12138. Get ready. Several people got ready, and a white light shone on the characters. Whoosh, blue side, EU Stardust plus Feng Cheng Yinyu equals Yinyu Stardust. Red side, Ichiang Chuanyan plus Wulong equals Gunbai Wulong. Map, Twisted Forest. Oh, Forest map, our luck is still great, Zhou Yichen said to Chu Yunxiu in the video. Twisted Forest, a single-player map covered with mist and with forest as the main area, is generally used more by Dark Knight characters. 99%, 100%. Yinyu Stardust, loading completed. Gunbai Wulong, loading completed. Map, Twisted Forest, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! Our luck is really bad, Jiang Buitao said self-deprecatingly. The two of them had never been randomly assigned to a normal map. When they played against Zhang Xinjia and Yu Wanzhou in the quarterfinals, their brain cells were almost dead. In the end, if the two of them had not had such a high level of tacit understanding, they might have stopped in the quarterfinals. Compared with other combinations, Jiang Buitao was actually more surprised that Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu could get here. They also killed Huang Xiaoyan and Lu Hanwen swordsman. Even if Zhou Yichen didn't say it, Jiang Buitao could guess that they would choose the elemental mage, because the battle mage is too difficult for two people to operate, and some operations cannot be performed without coordination between the left and right hands. Elemental mages are much simpler than battle mages. Let's start, Zhou Zikai said. It seems that we have to kill our relatives for the sake of justice, Jiang Buitao said with a smile. Good opportunity. Zhou Zikai smiled slightly. Zhou Yichen is usually very ruthless in the team. He pulls Zhang Jiala with his left hand and hammers LV Buiyuan with his right hand. He is the tyrant of the reincarnation team. There is no way. Zhou Yichen is the youngest and debuted the latest. Everyone is more fond of Zhou Yichen. And now there is a realistic opportunity in front of him. Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buitao have long wanted to beat him up. Why do I feel that the two of them have a deep grudge against you? Chu Yunxiu asked. How is it possible? I wave my little hand, and they will definitely stand behind me, Zhou Yichen said confidently. Of course we will stand behind you. Please eat bullets. Jiang Buitao smiled and locked his view on Yinyu Xingchen. Bang bang bang, bullets flew out. Yinyu Xingchen dodged to the right behind a big tree, and Gunpa Wulong put his double guns back into the holsters, and summoned machine guns to shoot wildly at the big tree in front of him. Beep beep beep, wood chips flew across the sky. Well, not behind? Zhou Zikai asked in confusion. Did he use instant teleportation? He handed over the position so early? That's not his character. Jiang Buitao knows Zhou Yichen too well. His sharpshooter slide is always forward, which he calls living towards death. He has never been alive in the training match. Still there. After Gunpa Wulong threw away the machine gun, he pulled out his two guns and started to shoot. Seeing that he could not hide anymore, Yinyu Xingchen turned his view and released a halo mixed with lightning. Electric halo. Although the damage of this move is not high, the skill is activated very quickly, which is very suitable for interrupting the enemy's attack. Sure enough, it's still there. Jiang Buitao smiled and shook his head. If it was someone else, they would have been fooled by Zhou Yichen. What they got when they went forward was not the electric halo, but the elemental power with floating effect. Gunpa Wulang stepped forward, slid and kneed. The purpose was very clear, that is, to force Yan Yuxingchen to teleport. During the release of the knee attack, the character is in the dominant state, so Gunpa Wulang does not have to be careful of Yan Yuxingchen's Dark Knight Flying Shadow and Ice Line. Ice Wall. As the chief elemental mage of glory, Chu Yunxiu responded perfectly. Yan Yuxingchen released an ice wall horizontally to block in front of him. The ice wall was generated. Although it could not shake Gunpa Wulang away during the dominant state, the purpose was achieved. Jump! Jiang Buitao turned his perspective upward, and Zhou Zikai followed up. Gunpa Wulang jumped up and tried to cross the ice wall. Shatter! Chu Yunxiu's action was too fast, and Yan Yuxingchen cast a spell to break the ice wall. The broken ice wall turned into an ice cone to eject Gunpa Wulang. He was stabbed by the ice cone before he could dodge, and suffered magic damage of ice attribute. As expected of the chief elementalist of glory, he plays so well. The onlookers praised. No one praises Zhou Yichen. His perspective and the timing of raising his staff are so perfect. Does this monster Zhou Yichen need to be praised? Yes. Shooting randomly, Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buitao adjusted very quickly. They continued to attack without hesitation. If they chose to retreat at this time, they would not be able to withstand the subsequent fire bombardment. In addition, the mist had risen, and their visibility was obviously reduced a lot, but the elementalist was not as uncomfortable as the sharpshooter, because he mostly dealt area damage and only needed to roughly know the opponent's position to attack. Not only do you know me, I also know you. Zhou Yichen laughed secretly. Chapter 521. Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buitao understand Zhou Yichen's playing style. Doesn't Zhou Yichen understand their playing style? Understanding is mutual, unless you don't care about your teammates at all. Just like the time when Xingxing played against Howling, Howling had no target on Fang Rui and let him complete a 1-on-3 in the ring match. Although Fang Rui is no longer a thief, but has transformed into a Qigong player, his playing style is still the same vulgar flow of the thief. It can only be said that Howling deserves to lose. The advance of Gun Slap Wulong was completely within Zhou Yichen's expectations. When Gun Slap Wulong's revolver was aimed at Yan Yuxingchen, a black light flashed in his staff. Then a black arc-shaped spell ray flew towards Gun Slap Wulong, and the speed was very fast, even though Zhou Zikai stopped the release of random shooting at the first time and wanted to use the big tree beside him as a cover. It's a pity that he was a step late, and the spell ray successfully hit Gun Slap Wulong. Flying Shadow in the Dark Night. How can it be so fast? Stupid, concentrate. But didn't you see the white light on Yan Yuxingchen just now? This is a little trick of the elemental mage. When chanting, the flash of the skill can cover the faint white light emitted by the concentration. At this time, a senior elemental mage player popularized it to the onlookers. Oh! I learned another practical little knowledge today. Right now. The mist rose, and the fire was still there. Flame impact. Even if Zhou Zikai relied on his memory before the blinding, and turned on the double control slide to rely on the sixth sense to escape the casting range of the magic circle, the disadvantage of the map was fully revealed at this time. The effective movement range of Gunpa Wulang was affected by the flame shock, so they could not avoid this attack. Boom! The flame magic circle ignited under Gunpa Wulang's feet, and with the cover of the mist, Gunpa Wulang floated into the sky. Ice Line, Absolute Zero, Blizzard, 3 consecutive ice attribute skills. It was a small matter to be hurt. The most fatal thing for Gunpa Wulang was that they were frozen. It's over, I have to take a whole set of skill combos. Yuanzhou shook his head. Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buitao had little hope in this game. Zhou Yichen's tactical thinking is quite high. Zhang Xinjie, who had finished his family affairs, came online and watched the game together. By the way, why don't you watch the other game? You are the vice captain of tyranny. Yuanzhou laughed. You didn't go either, why? Zhang Xinjie said. The two old foxes knew it well, and they just wanted to see if they could find their weaknesses from the civil war and the reincarnation. They don't care who wins or loses, they care about the process of the game. Unfortunately, this game is not as intense as we expected, Yuanzhou said. Reincarnation is not a fool. With so many people, they will not put their cards on a meaningless event, Zhang Xinjie said. In fact, after Gunpa Wulong was hit by the flames and floated in the air, the two knew that there was basically nothing to do. Jiang Buitao didn't say anything, and Zhou Yichen on the other side was also silent. Both sides were silent. Are they concentrating on the operation? But the skills of both sides were very casual. Why don't we go watch another game? Yu Wenzhou asked. There is a bigger fox over there. Waste of time. Zhang Xinjie said. Yu Wenzhou naturally knew who the big fox Zhang Xinjie was talking about. Who do you think will win? Isn't the situation obvious? I'm talking about the other game. It's hard to say. Xiao Musu versus Demo Guyan. Is this how you play the gunner? Han Wenqing questioned. Yi Xiao and Su Maicheng had no intention of retreating in the face of Demo Guyan. They rushed forward with a cannon, braver than Han Wenqing and Song Qiang. Is it not possible? Yi Xiao asked. Humph, if you continue like this, you will definitely lose. I say, old Han, how can you say such shameless words when you are suppressed by me? Yi Xiao said. What a full-time master. The onlookers were all shocked. Although this gunner combination includes Su Maicheng, the chief gunner of glory, they all understand that Su Maicheng controls the skills, and the direction of the cannon is determined by Yi Xiao. But after a few minutes, this so-called gunner was not only not weak, but also could accurately predict the position of Demo Guyan with every shot. Facing his punch, Xiao Musu even performed a wonderful combo of throwing away the heavy gun and cutting the knee. Too strong, why does his gunner feel better than Su Maicheng's? This was the first time Han Wenqing encountered Yi Xiao's gunner. After 10 years, Han Wenqing was most familiar with Yi Xiao's battle mage. From the first season to now, there are countless gunner players in the league, but this is the first time he has seen a gunner like this. After Xiao Musu kicked Demo Guyan away, he raised his gun forward and fired a powerful rotating airflow, causing non-attribute magic damage, while the strong blow-away effect directly knocked Demo Guyan away. Gunner's level 75 ultimate move. Hurricane Cannon. Oh, what kind of skill is this? I've never used it before. Yi Xiao joked leisurely. You never stop talking. Han Wenqing said. It's useful, why stop? Yi Xiao laughed. Seeing Han Wenqing silent, Su Maicheng covered her mouth and laughed. Demo Guyan fell to the ground, and Fu Hutingxiang grabbed Xiao Musu. Xiao Musu stood still, holding the cannon and charging it to spray flames at it. Fire the butt. Gunner's level 60 recoilless skill, charge cannon. Look, it's a gun. Yi Xiao also knows the gun professional skills. A player explained. Is there anything he can't do? Yes. What? Give birth. Seeing Demo Guyan open the steel bones, Xiao Musu snapped his fingers, and then used it to rub the ammunition lighter. Heat-seeking missiles. Demo Guyan directly resisted the heat source guidance of the lighter. The attack range of the heat-seeking missile was too large. It was ineffective to dodge left and right. It was better to resist and find an opportunity to get close to it and pull it to the ground. Hide? Han Wenqing said that it was not necessary. Among the four people, Song Qiang was probably under the greatest pressure. He controlled the perspective and normal attacks of Demo Guyan. The two of them, Han Wenqing, were absolutely dominant. But the problem was that sometimes Han Wenqing would not notify Song Qiang when he used skills. So Song Qiang was always trying to catch up with Han Wenqing's attack rhythm. So everyone could see a Demo Guyan who had almost no normal attacks. It's really hard for me to cooperate with a child like you, Yi Xiao said. Humph. Han Wenqing snorted coldly. Before Demo Guyan could make a move, a cannonball with a blue light special effect flew towards him, the suspended magnetic cannon. Han Wenqing reacted quickly and immediately operated Demo Guyan to open the steel and iron bones and dodge to the right, escaping the range of the suspended magnetic cannon. The warhead of the suspended magnetic cannon will absorb the enemies within the range, and forcibly drive the absorbed enemies, making them float in the air. After that, the flying speed of the cannonball will increase the weight due to carrying the enemies, and the speed will become slow in the end. Then it will fall, and hit the ground to explode. The enemy will be knocked away by the shock wave, and suffer physical damage. Quick reaction Lao Han. Xiao Musu continued to aim the muzzle at Demo Guyan, and then fired a ranged cannonball. The cannonball hit Demo Guyan. The damage was not high, but its physical defense dropped by 30%. Armor-piercing cannon. Full-level armor-piercing cannon. You are really confident, Han Wenqing said. The weakening time displayed on Demo Guyan was 8 seconds, but the basic effect of the armor-piercing cannon lasted for 4 seconds, which was obviously a full-level armor-piercing cannon. The gunner had the armor-piercing cannon at the full level, which showed that he was extremely confident in his hit rate. After all, if the next attack failed to hit the opponent, what was the point of extending the weakening time of physical defense? That's a must. Yi Xiao smiled. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive shells, target, Damo Guyan. Xiang charge. Han Wenqing said, as he controlled Damo Guyan to run towards Chiu Musu. Song Qiang also understood, and locked his view on Chiu Musu. After a day of running in, he was basically familiar with the captain's combat ideas. In one word, reckless. No matter if the opponent is a melee or ranged attack, reckless is the right thing to do. One punch is enough to avoid 100 punches. But Han Wenqing overlooked one point, that is, the 30% reduction in physical defense is actually very fatal, because the steel bones of Damo Guyan are about to disappear. Go hero! Chiu Musu raised his hand cannon and fired a cannonball forward. Damo Guyan swung left and right. Although the first part failed to hit, the cannonball exploded and mutated into 8 piercing projectiles, and then fell behind Damo Guyan. The large-scale explosion damage instantly engulfed Damo Guyan, and its health bar dropped a lot. Piercing cannon. Hey, although the damage of the piercing cannon is not bad, there is no reason for it to be so high, right? The speaker was Li Xian, the captain of the Void team. There was a gunner in the Void team. He was naturally aware of the damage of the piercing cannonball, but it should not be so high. The steel bones disappeared. Saki stood beside him at some point. Hey! How did you get here? Li Xian was surprised. I came here after the fight over there was over. Yu Wenzhou said. Let me guess, it should be the young couple who won. Li Xian said. Oh, Captain Li guessed so accurately. Why don't you consider buying a lottery ticket for fun? Yu Wenzhou joked. If the lottery ticket had a 50% chance of winning, I would buy it. Li Xian rolled his eyes, but unfortunately no one could see it. Oldly, how did you guess it? Wu Yus asked. It's very simple. To put it bluntly, isn't it just an internal fight in the reincarnation? Chu Yunqiu is also half a reincarnation person. It's impossible for them to fight for real. With so many people watching, I think Zhou Yichen must have gained an advantage in the early stage. Li Xian analyzed. Captain Li is good. Yu Wenzhou praised. I'm not a fool. Whoever has the advantage will win, because the other side will not think about how to turn the tables, but how to quietly lose the game. At this moment, Li Xian saw through everything like Detective Conan. Fool? Are you talking about me? Wu Yus's little head popped up a big question. It's time to decide the winner. Yu Wenzhou said. Captain Han, you are too straightforward. Zhang Xinjie paused for a second and said that in fact, Han Wenqing's battle ideas were still changeable in the past few years, but as he grew older, he couldn't do 2 things at the same time. So he gradually delegated power, and handed over the command to Zhang Xinjie, and he concentrated on the operation. Laser cannon. Chiu Musu did not hesitate to take a kick from Damo Guyan just to accumulate power to fire this laser cannon. Although the gunner's laser cannon has a relatively narrow attack range, it has the longest attack distance. The most important thing is that the laser cannon has a knockback effect, and its power will be increased after charging. A close-range charge attack, Damo Guyan had no place to dodge, and could only cross his hands in front of his chest, but was still blown away by the laser cannon. The powerful recoil of the shell also ejected Chiu Musu himself, and there was a chasm between the two. If Chiu Musu was a penguin, then Damo Guyan was a polar bear. Goodbye, Lao Han, see you next round. Yi Xiu shouted, and Su Mucheng understood and activated the gunner's level 75 ultimate move. Stabilize the gun mount. Chiu Musu set up his hand cannon to form a gun mount. During the activation of the stable gun mount, the gunner's position will be limited and no action can be performed. However, the gunner's attack and defense will be greatly improved, and the skill cannot be interrupted. The gunner is in a dominant state when setting up the cannon. At this moment, Damo Guyan is like a vanguard soldier attacking the city, but a cannon on the city wall has locked onto him. Boom boom boom, glory! Lost. Great, we are in the finals again. Qinghua cheered on the side. During the fight just now, she didn't dare to say a word, for fear of disturbing Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng. If Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng's gunner Chiu Musu loses because of her, she will be guilty. I'm still a little rusty. Yi Xiu rubbed his hands. How long have you not played the gunner? Qinghua asked. You forgot that last time you used your Zhu Yinxia to abuse Lanqi Pavilion's Rao and Chuiyang. Yi Xiu smiled, and picked up the cigarette box and walked out. What about the last time? Qinghua was still curious. The last time was when you were teaching me. Su Mucheng smiled. Your opponents for the finals have already been revealed. Qinghua said. It should be Chen and Xiuxiu. Su Mucheng said. Why not Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao? Qinghua asked in confusion. You know, she just asked Wei Chen, who was not online, and Wei Chen sent a voice message without thinking. Wei Chen. Of course, it must be Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu's team. They have full strength and traffic. They are fighting in their own internal war. They can't play as they want. Yes. There are only 2 pairs left in the double elimination round. One pair is Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng. The 2 of them have won the Best Combination award. The other pair is Zhou Chu CP, who will die if they don't show their affection. Zhou Yichen's insight into the battlefield and Chu Yunxiu's extreme skills are matched. Who will win, and who will lose is an unknown. Let's bet or not, who will win in the end. What to bet on? Chapter 522. The finals of the much-anticipated Glory event, the Double Team Elimination Tournament, is about to begin. The 2 pairs that entered the finals are the Yi Su pair of Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng, who have won the Glory Best Team for 3 consecutive years. The other pair is the Zhou Chu couple, who will die if they don't show their affection. The prizes for the finals are extremely rare materials in the Glory Online game. Oh my god, Yin Yuxingchen is wearing the colorful costume from the Double Team event. When Yin Yuxingchen officially appeared, everyone was dazzled by the light on her body. Qi Musu is wearing a gold suit, and they also got it. But it's not as high-end as Yin Yuxingchen. Aren't you talking nonsense? One is the gold that you will get as a guarantee, and the other is the color that you will get if you are lucky. Can they be the same? When the 2 came in, not many people were discussing which pair had a greater chance of winning the championship. Instead, they were discussing which suit the 2 characters had drawn, and whose was better looking. From this point of view, the official marketing is very good, and judging from the quality of the suit, they have worked hard. But when they see the income, even if it is a lot of bitter wine, they are probably sweet in their hearts. These days, not only are there people showing off their good luck on the internet, but more people are unlucky. Some people only get the gold suit in the last shot, and they post it on the internet in a high-profile manner, with fake copywriting that the gold suit is released in the first shot, attracting the envy of others. The suit is selling well, and the material rewards invested by the 2-person team not only pay back, but also should make a lot of money. Yu Wanzhou said. Well, I calculated that this money may allow Honor to add a channel to extract suits. Zhang Xinjie said. Hey! I have a good idea. Zhou Yichen said at this time. What idea? Chu Yunxiu asked. If we put this year's suits into a pool, and then launch new suits, we can increase the probability of gold, but in the pool of new suits, we may draw this year's old suits. What do you think of this idea? Zhou Yichen said excitedly. Li Xian on the side was not sure about it. Zhou Yichen had the potential to be a capitalist. This idea is interesting. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses, and thought about the feasibility of this idea. However, if this is implemented without a guarantee, players will spray it into a fool. Yu Wanzhou said. Well, I just said it casually. After all, I am not a glory planner. Zhou Yichen said. System announcement. In 10 minutes, the Glory New Year event double elimination finals will be held. The winning combination will get the player title of Best Combination, and can customize the relationship and give a gold accessory. Damn! Good news for couples. This is displayed in all channels, so cool. If I had it, I would write that each and push someone alone in the first week of Glory, hee. Where are you from, buddy? I'm the one in your heart. Ugh. Get out of here, we both have normal sexual orientations. 10 minutes later, the game officially started, but unfortunately the number of players was limited, and many players were unable to squeeze into the room to watch the final. Blue side, Yu Xingchen plus Fengcheng Yanyu equals Yin Yuxingchen. Red side, Jun Maxia plus Muyu Chunfeng equals Qiu Musu. Map, Personal Arena. The map is so random? Yu Wanzhou didn't expect the map of the finals to be so simple. The finals are also random. Zhang Jiala was speechless. He thought the official would release a new map. This also proves from the side that this event is indeed random, from the match to the map selection. Zhang Xinjie said. The official did not set a new map at the beginning this time. Otherwise, if it was brought out in the finals, wouldn't it mean that these were all scripted and arranged? In order to avoid these public opinions, the first round of this event was indeed randomly matched, and some professional players met in the first round. Will this championship be counted on the resume? Zhou Yichen asked. Why? Do you want to replace me so much? Yi Xiu smiled. I mainly want to win a championship for my Xiuxiu, or my bestie will give it to me. Zhou Yichen said. Then why didn't Yunxiu give me a championship? Su Maicheng smiled. How about we combine again, Maicheng and I will be in a group and fight you too. Chu Yunxiu had a beautiful idea. No, I don't want to fight 3 people alone. Yi Xiu rejected Chu Yunxiu's proposal on the spot. If he gave Zhou Yichen to him, wouldn't that be a pure traitor? Hey, I'm not that kind of person, okay? If you're not a henpeck man, then who is? TSK. Ziz, 99%, 100%. Yin using dust, loading completed. Shio Musu, loading completed. Map, personal arena, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the finals officially started. In order to highlight the New Year's atmosphere, the sound effect of the countdown this time was firecrackers. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm the commentator for tonight, but unfortunately I don't have Li Ju by my side because he's busy taking care of the children. Damn, there's still commentary? Everyone was puzzled. As a veteran honor player, Cup would not miss this new event. This time, he and Li Ju formed a commentary team. As a result, they won the first round by chance. The two also posted a Weibo to express their intention to advance to the top 32, but they lost in the second round. He had nothing to do today and originally came to watch the battle between the professional players, but was told by the official that he needed to work overtime. Cup quit on the spot. Overtime? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But after the official's heartfelt speech, Cup compromised. There was no way, he gave too much, bottom line. You could also adapt to the situation. So, he went on stage, connected to Honor's special channel, and started his performance. Oh, the official has made sufficient preparations this time. Yu Wenzhou laughed. This is much more interesting than last year, Honor for 10 years. Zhang Jiala said. At the beginning of the game, Chiu Musu held a hand cannon and fired 3 cannonballs at Yan Yuxingchen. The cannonballs were in a triangular shape. Anti-tank gun, the impact and explosion effect of this skill are strong and significant. Moreover, the anti-tank gun can repel close opponents and make the enemy's hit temporarily stiff. The anti-tank gun even has a knockdown effect, and hitting the enemy will cause physical damage. Yan Yuxingchen raised his staff to release a spell to knock down the front shells, and rolled sideways to avoid the cross-flying shells. Chi Musu's anti-tank gun is very tricky, but Yan Yuxingchen's response is even trickier. He used ordinary attacks to knock down the front shells in the triangle, and then used movement to avoid the remaining 2 shells. Bebe explained very professionally. Xiao, it's our turn to fight back. Yan Yuxingchen released an electric halo towards Chiu Musu. Charge. Yishio commanded calmly. If you ignore the guns in his hands, Chiu Musu is definitely a sharpshooter. They want barbecue. Yan Yuxingchen waved her hand, and a magic barrier with flames blocked the two of them. Fire wall. This fire wall effectively prevented Chiu Musu from getting close. Yishio is so anxious? It's not like his style. Yu Wenzhou pinched his chin and thought, indeed, this guy is full of bad water. Zhang Jiala was madly slandering Yishio below. When the firewall rose, Chiu Musu stopped moving forward, replaced the hand cannon with a machine gun, and launched a 20-second straight-line sweep at Yan Yuxingchen on the other side of the firewall. Before the firewall rose, Yishio remembered the approximate location of Yan Yuxingchen, so the machine gun only needed to sweep around that coordinate, and there was a high probability that it would hit, unless the opponent used instant teleportation, which would be better. Beep beep beep. The bullets poured out, passing through the firewall and hitting Yan Yuxingchen, but Yan Yuxingchen had changed his position at this time. Zhou Yichen's perspective was locked on the firewall, as if he wanted to see Chiu Musu through the firewall. Chiu Musu's position is about to be exposed. Zhang Xinjie, who has a god's perspective, said. Sure enough, following the path of the bullets, Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu were able to quickly know Chiu Musu's approximate location. Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng were not fools, and the Chiu Musu in their hands was always moving. The firewall is going to disappear. Zhou Yichen whispered. Well, 3, 2, 1. Chu Yunxiu counted silently. At the moment when the firewall disappeared, the firebird of Misty Rain Stardust attacked Chiu Musu. Laser cannon. Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng reacted very quickly. The purpose of the laser cannon was not to hit the Misty Rain Stardust, but to achieve the effect of a flying gun with a powerful recoil that came with it to avoid the bombing of the firebird. Chiu Musu flew backwards, and the firebird flew high and caught up with the opponent. The bird-shaped flame was much more flexible in Zhou Yichen's hands. You are indeed an expert in playing Fu Long Xiang Tian, and you are also good at playing birds, Yu Wenzhou said. The control method of the firebird is not much different from Fu Long Xiang Tian, but the operation is so skillful, it is indeed unique to Zhou Yichen, Zhang Xinjie said. Chiu Musu stopped suddenly and jumped up. Just when everyone admired the perfect cooperation between Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng, the firebird circled and rushed into the sky. Oh my! Wang Xiaotian's eyes widened. What is this? Zhang Jiala said he had never seen this operation. The Firebird hit Qiu Musu from bottom to top. Boom! Qiu Musu was knocked out, and his body was burning and smoking. What kind of operation is this? It's so cool. The cup didn't care. Anyway, it wasn't a real match, so what's wrong with swearing? The Firebird is facing the sky. Zhou Yichen laughed. What did Zhou Yichen say? The Firebird is facing the sky. My Zhua, you are really a genius in naming. Zhou Yichen's development of the Firebird has aroused heated discussions among the popular elemental mage players, and they have rushed to imitate it. However, this operation seems to be more difficult than the Firebird, because the attack speed of the Firebird is much faster than Fulong Xiangtian, and it is very difficult to control. How did you think of this trick? Chu Yunxiu was also a little surprised. Zhou Yichen didn't tell her before the game. I thought the Firebird and Fulong Xiangtian should not be too different, so I tried it, and it turned out to be not bad. Zhou Yichen said. What? The first time I tried it. Is this the difference between a genius and us mortals? Many players said that their hearts were broken on New Year's Eve. Awesome. Yi Xiu really didn't expect Zhou Yichen to have such a magical trick. If he didn't know him well enough, he would really check Zhou Yichen's mouse. As the creator of the dragon raising its head, Yi Xiu could naturally see the skill of the Firebird flying to the sky, which is much more difficult than the dragon raising its head. The Firebird is fast enough, so the operator must predict it. For example, when Qiu Musu jumped up, Zhou Yichen thought of letting the bird fly upwards, but it was too late. I didn't expect that it was Zhou Yichen's team that got the advantage first, Li Xian said. In his opinion, Yi Xiu and Su Muqing's team should have an absolute advantage, both in terms of tacit understanding and tactics. But Zhou Yichen's imaginative operation tilted the balance on the field. Hey, does the Ghost Swordsman have any new tricks? Let's ask Zhou Yichen someday. Wu Yu's also began to have imaginative ideas. Ghost Swordsman, what's the matter? Huang Xiaotian said, Ghost Swordsman has been around for so many years, and there is nothing new. 2 ghosts in a row, Ghost Chain, these are very common moves. Xiao Yifen's Phantom is a bit novel. Through the 2 ghost arrays, the light and shadow of the demon instantly formed an outline similar to the character when it exploded. This operation gave Li Xian a lot of tactical ideas. It sounds like you have a lot of swordsmen. That's more than the Ghost Swordsman. Wang Xiaotian's strange desire to win. On the field, the battle between the 2 sides has entered a critical period. Qiu Musu is slightly inferior in terms of health, but Yan Yuxingchen consumes much more mana than Qiu Musu. Captain Yu, what do you think of the next duel? Xiao Shiqin entered the special viewing room at this time. This viewing room is specially opened by the official for professional players. Yi Xiu has been deliberately reducing the output of skills. It seems that he is playing a big chess game. The level 75 ultimate skill of the gunner in the hands of the gunner will become the key. Once Yan Yuxingchen is hit by Qiu Musu's pull or barbecue, it will be difficult for Yan Yuxingchen to turn the tables when the gun has its own dominance effect. Yu Wanzhou analyzed. Well, although Yan Yuxingchen consumes more mana, it has indeed reduced Qiu Musu's health. If they find an opportunity next time, then the skills they have kept will have a chance to take Qiu Musu away in one wave. Tactical Master Zhang Xinjie continued. All in all, Yan Yuxingchen has a better chance. Of course, we have to see how effective Yi Xiu and Su Muqing's counterattack will be next. Another tactical master, Xiao Shiqin, also spoke up. With so much firepower, is it necessary? Yi Xiu teased. You two didn't show any mercy, Chu Yunxiu said with a smile. Suspended magnetic cannon. Qiu Musu began to counterattack. You want to force us to teleport with this? Zhou Yichen shook his head. Yan Yuxingchen raised his staff and chanted, and an ice wall blocked the shell. Retreat, the shell is going to explode, Chu Yunxiu reminded. Understood. Now. The 4 people on the field looked stern. The wall is going to break, Yu Wanzhou said at this time, and the next moment is the most critical moment. Chapter 523. The ice wall shattered into ice cones, like several sharp blades stabbing at Qiu Musu. Yan Yuxingchen chanted and drew a blue line towards the opponent. Qiu Musu jumped in the air and charged up, then sprayed flames at Yan Yuxingchen. The fusion of ice and fire. The ice line formed an ice-blue magic barrier on the ground. The V-shaped barrier greatly restricted Qiu Musu's movement. You should know that the magic barrier formed by the ice line is different from the fire wall. The fire wall can be passed through. At most, you will suffer fire magic damage and bet that you will not suffer the burning effect. Any enemy who touches the ice line or magic barrier will be frozen for 4 seconds. Now Chiyo Musu has only one choice if he does not retreat, that is, to bombard Yan Yuxingchen without moving. But the problem is that Yan Yuxingchen is not a melee profession. He is an elemental mage, and most of his skills are ranged skills. Standing still will meet the opponent's wishes. This V-shaped ice line is amazing, Li Xian exclaimed. What a strange talent. Zhou Yichen should just play an elemental mage. Wu Yu said. Compared to a ranged mage, Ah Chun definitely prefers a melee mage. Jiang Buotao said with a smile. If Zhou Yichen really wants to transform into an elemental mage, how will Samsara deal with it? Xiao Shiqin came out to add fuel to the fire. Then Samsara will let him play an elemental mage. Jiang Buotao said. Yeah. Zhou Zikai responded. You really dote on him. He's in Thunder. Do you dote on him or not? Jiang Buotao's words were a bit interesting. He knew that there was another Sun Xiang hiding on the other side. Both of them were combat mages. What would Xiao Shiqin say? If he's here, I go back to playing a berserker. Xiao Shiqin didn't say anything, but Sun Xiang spoke. Shocking words. Everyone was a little surprised. Sun Xiang? When did he become Zhou Cui? Was he defeated? Dark Knight Flying Shadow. This time, Yan Yuxingchen did not concentrate. A black arc-shaped spell ray emerged from the staff, and after a semicircle, it hit Chiyo Musu. Chiyo Musu snapped his fingers, dodged Dark Knight Flying Shadow sideways, rubbed the ammunition lighter, and then threw a missile at him. After throwing, Chiyo Musu raised his hand cannon and fired a laser ray from top to bottom. Can't hold it anymore? Yu Wenzhou was a little confused. The ice line is going to disappear. Zhang Xinjie said. Would it be better to set up the cannon at this time? Xiao Shiqin asked. No, after the consumption of the Firebird just now, Chiyo Musu's blood volume is seriously insufficient now. If he sets up the cannon, even with the dominance, Yan Yuxingchen will not lose at all if he exchanges blood with him. Yu Wenzhou analyzed. So Yi Xiu and the others can only fight fast. Li Xian said. Well, we can only attack quickly and force Zhou Yichen and the other two into a passive defensive state, so that we have a chance to win. Yu Wenzhou said. They want to play fast. Should we slow down? Zhou Yichen asked. No, we can't slow down. We have to play fast with them. Chu Yunqiu said. Neither of them is used to slow start. After all, whether it is Samsara or Misty Rain, the rhythm of both teams is relatively fast. Oh, you really didn't retreat. Yi Xiu smiled. The two people on the opposite side combined together, it is impossible to retreat. Only by attacking, they have a chance to win. There is no way. Zhou Yichen's innovative Firebird flying to the sky really caught them by surprise. If Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng hadn't moved well, they would have taken full damage. Judging from the first damage of the Firebird, the two guys on the opposite side are at the full level. Now Chiyo Musu has less than 40% of his health left, while Yan Yuxingchen still has a little more than 60%. A Firebird facing the sky, a perfect V-shaped ice line, these two people gave Yi Xiu a big surprise. Satellite Ray, this is the only way to force the opponent to attack them. Only in the attack can Yi Xiu see through the opponent's flaws and turn the tables. But with the instant movement still in place, Chiyo Musu's barbecue and pull attack are too difficult to hit Yan Yuxingchen. This is also the reason why Yi Xiu's plan has not been implemented. The two guys on the opposite side would rather take the shells than use the instant movement. The only displacement skill of the elemental mage was crushed by them. Now with the loss of blood, Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng have been forced into a helpless situation. If they don't use the instant movement skill, they can't fight. As a high-level light skill and space-based spell skill, instant movement is almost unsolvable except in the state of imprisonment and force control. Chiyo Musu sprinted, raised his right hand, and threw the hand cannon forward in a parabola. This move. Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Chen Kuo found this move familiar. Oh! This move seemed to have been used by Yi Xiu before when he used her chasing mist against circling bank Weeping Willow, but at that time he threw it upward to catch the barbecue. Now he wants to repeat the same trick, throw it forward, and speed up to use the barbecue. At this moment, Chen Kuo was stunned. It was a long time ago. At that time, Jun Mashi was still in the 10th district, and had not entered the realm of God. She had never thought that one day in the future, Xingxin would become a team and enter the professional league through the challenge match. Thunder and fire. A flame mixed with lightning descended and attacked Chiyo Musu, who was rushing towards him. Chiyo Musu moved sideways to avoid the bombardment of lightning. Oh my god, are old Yi and Sister Su crazy? They are forcing their way through the thunder and fire. Wang Xiaoyan said. According to Chiyo Musu's moving speed, the hand cannon would just fall when they moved to Yan Yuxingchen, But now there is the interference of thunder and fire. They must break through. Otherwise the hand cannon will fall to the ground in advance. And then, they can click GG. Yu Wenzhou immediately analyzed Yi Xiu's psychological journey. The best response to thunder and fire is to stand still, because when thunder and fire descend, lightning will randomly burst within the range. But if you are hit once, the elemental mage player can manually control the attack position of the lightning. To put it bluntly, if you are hit once, you will be hit a second time. And if you are hit by a flame mixed with lightning, you will not only receive two kinds of magic damage, fire and light, but also have burning and paralysis effects. Live towards death, Xiao Shiqin said. Really, is there any hope? Jiang Buotao expressed doubt. It's very difficult, Zhou Zikai said. The two from Samsara knew Zhou Yichen too well. Whether he was a battle mage, a sharpshooter, or an elemental mage in combination with Chu Yunxiu, Zhou Yichen's fighting style had never changed. Especially in singles. When his own health was stronger than the opponent, Zhou Yichen would choose to exchange injuries for injuries, and blood for blood. This kind of fighting style, how could the opponent, who had studied Zhou Yichen for several years, not know it? But the problem is that when this situation is created, the battle enters a stage of completely competing in personal skills. Competing in tactics? Let alone winning for sure. How many people in the league dare to say that they can beat Zhou Yichen in tactics? This guy is famous for his tactics. Oh my god, the thunder and fire didn't hit Qiu Musu, Li Xian said in surprise. Yi Xiu's position selection and movement are very tricky, Zhang Xinjie said. What tricks? Wu Yus asked. Captain Wu needs to figure this out himself. Zhang Xinjie didn't point it out. I'm really annoyed by you riddlers, Wu Yus pouted. Wouldn't it be more interesting if life had more mystery? Yu Wenzhou said. TSK. Qiu Musu rushed out of the thunder and fire, and attacked Yan Yuxingchen with a knee strike. Barbecue, a skill that the gunner must learn to use. This skill is a grabbing skill that can break the domineering state, and can also float the opponent. It's a magical skill. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu naturally would not choose to take this skill head-on. The two of them turned their perspectives to the left without any hesitation and teleported. In order to force this skill, Old Yi and Sister Su paid a lot. Their health is not much. Although they still have a lot of mana, the two offensive maniacs on the other side should not give them a chance. Wang Xiaoyan began to nag. As for Lu Hanwen, he had already left the plane. This is why Wang Xiaoyan stood here, and watched the game honestly instead of going to the arena. Seeing that he had successfully forced the opponent's teleportation, Yi Xiu then aimed the lens to lock on Yan Yuxingchen, and the hurricane cannon. The extremely powerful rotating airflow blasted towards Yan Yuxingchen. Yan Yuxingchen did not choose to evade. A light flashed above his head, which was a sign of turning on full concentration. What is this preparing to catch with full concentration? Damn, elemental power. Wang Xiaoyan shouted. This is a very common combo for elemental mages in team games. Elemental power is a ranged floating skill. As long as the elemental mage chants the magic circle, all enemies within the range of the magic circle will be floated. Although elemental power is the floating skill with the largest casting range, it is also the slowest one among the 24 professional floating skills, so slow that pus is flowing. Therefore, in order to prevent the elemental power from being interrupted, team games generally use instant movement and elemental power to control the group. Single matches are more about cooperating with Dark Knight Flying Shadow to control a single target. Except for specific maps, elemental mages basically do not use elemental power in single matches. It is too easy for opponents to seize the opportunity during chanting. But now, Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu used the combo that should have been used in team games in single matches. Because of this attack, Qiu Musu could not avoid it. After releasing the hurricane cannon, the stiffness of the back swing, and the range floating of the elemental power, he must be eaten. Although the hurricane cannon blew Yan Yuxingchen away, Qiu Musu was also levitated by the elemental power of full concentration. Oh no, this is a full-level levitation skill. Captain Yu, which of the two skills is stronger? A professional player asked. The hurricane cannon skill effect is stronger, but this is a full-level elemental power, and Yan Yuxingchen was blown away. This is a soft control, and he can still release skills, Yu Wenzhou explained. Sure enough, after Yan Yuxingchen landed, he raised the magic circle on the spot and began to chant. Oh, Old Yi is going to send. Wang Xiaoyan became happy. Yi Xiu sent. Why are you so happy? Xiao Shiqin was puzzled. It's rare to see him get humiliated, Wang Xiaoyan said. That's true. Wang Jieshi came to the crowd without knowing when. Boring. Han Wenqing saw that Yi Xiu was about to lose, so he lost interest and quit the game. As Yin Yuxingchen finished his chant, the flame storm swept the entire field, almost blocking Qiu Musu's retreat. Even though Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng used their characters to fly guns to escape the range of the magic circle, they were greeted by the absolute 0 degree used by the mobile casting. This elemental mage actually has some shadows of the Ghost Swordsman. Li Xian really didn't expect it. Under absolute 0, Qiu Musu had no chance of turning the tables. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunqiu's Yin Yuxingchen for winning the championship of this double elimination tournament. They will receive generous rewards provided by the official, as well as the title of the best combination, and also have a gold card for a custom relationship. Young couple, you are awesome. Yi Xiu smiled after the game. Thank you, Master Yi, for showing mercy, Chu Yunqiu said. Oh, I lost to Yunqiu again. Su Mucheng was a little regretful. Let's team up next time and kill them, Chu Yunqiu comforted. Puff. Zhou Yichen couldn't hold it anymore. What are you laughing at? Chu Yunqiu on the other side of the video stared at Zhou Yichen closely. I'm happy. We won our first championship together. Zhou Yichen said one dirty word after another. Hey! As soon as these words came out, the people around couldn't listen anymore. Let's go. I can't eat this dog food anymore. Li Xian led the group to run away. I'm going to watch the drama. Su Mucheng said, Yunqiu will come with you? Okay, let me tell you about the TV show that my Achun and I watched. The male lead is really hard to describe. How can we watch it together? Huang Xiaotian's little head didn't understand. Video. What should I do? Zhou Yichen was a little panicked. They were video chatting. What should he do? You can video chat with me. Go away. If you don't want to video chat, then PK. PK. It's so noisy, I'm going to watch the show too. Zhou Yichen ran away without saying a word. What show are you watching? Really? Hey, all the masters are here. I'm here to interview the champion. Where is he? The character controlled by the cup just walked over and found that Yin Yuxingchen was gone. Well, one of them went to watch TV series, and the other one, who should be watching TV series, watched TV series together. Ah? The first sentence was nice, but the second sentence was a little unclear to Cup. Was it sent in Chinese? Then let's interview Captain Yu. What do you think of this game? Well, I have something else to do. I logged off first. At this time, Captain Yu's hand speed exploded, and he logged off in 1 second. The breeze blew by, and Cup looked around and found that he was the only one left in the hall. Some were with their families, some were playing games, and some were watching TV series. Originally, Yi Xiu had no interest in TV series, but when he saw Zhou Yichen on Su Mucheng's screen, he felt that watching TV series was still necessary. Yi Xiu, Su Mucheng, and Chen Guo watched TV series together on New Year's Eve. Chu Yunqiu watched and commented on the other side, and Chen Guo and Su Mucheng joined the channel immediately. As for Yi Xiu and Zhou Yichen, their eyelids were already fighting. I can see but I can't touch. It's painful. Zhou Yichen cried out in pain. As for whether he was talking about the people in the TV series, or the people on the screen, it was unknown. Chapter 524. The 7-day Spring Festival holiday passed in a flash. Zhou Yichen returned to another S-City, after playing in S-City for a few days. The activity of two-person trip has also entered the final summary stage. On the scoreboard, Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen's Tianwai Feixian ranked first. These two played every day. The second place is a regular, Zhang Jiala and Sun Zhiping Shuanghua. They had a chance to catch up with Tianwai Feixian before, but unfortunately Sun Zhiping was delayed by something. The third place is Han Wenqing and Song Qiang's de Mo Gu Yin, and the fourth place is Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng's Qiu Musu. As for Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunqiu's Yin Yuxingchen, they are no longer on the list, because after they won the knockout championship, they didn't play much in the scoreboard. The top 10 of the scoreboard are all taken by professional players. On the day of summary, they will also receive corresponding material rewards. Of course, for the rich, these rewards are not worth mentioning. They only pursue the ranking. Just like Huang Xiaotian, he doesn't care what the reward material is, he only cares whether his name is at the top of the list when the scoreboard is closed, so that he can post on Weibo. After the double trip is over, the professional league will also restart. The players of each team are also returning to the team one after another. Unlike others who slowly get into work after a long vacation, the professional players need to adjust their status quickly. As soon as the players come back, they need to step up the training games. This was agreed before the new year. The 20th round of the professional league is already in sight. The players of the Samsara team started to return to the team on the 5th day of the Chinese New Year, as usual, and Zhou Zikai was still the first person to arrive at the club. Happy New Year! Zhou Yichen returned to the club and greeted the staff. Happy New Year, Yichen! Happy New Year! Strive for the 4th consecutive championship this year, Yichen. In the 19th round, the most watched game should be the invincible Samsara team leading the entire league against the league Supernova Happy. Before the 19th round, the first round of the game was a show of strength given by the champion team to the new team, but after the 19th round, in the second half of the season, people's eyes on Happy have long been different. Happy is not inferior to ordinary new teams. No one will regard them as grassroots. This is a team in the playoffs area with Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, and Tyranny. However, facing the King Samsara, almost no one would be optimistic about Happy before the game, even the fans of Happy. Samsara's invincibility has continued from the 9th season to now. Their tactical construction, role system and tacit understanding between players are too perfect. With the addition of Zhang Jiala, the double support formed by him and Zhou Zikai has reduced the pressure on Zhou Yichen on both ends of the front offense and defense, and also helped Samsara's offense become a unique existence in the league. I'm afraid no one would have thought that Zhang Jiala would be so suitable for Samsara's system. The power of the trident swept the entire league, which was even more terrifying than the bloody scene of Flowers in the past. In the competitive circle, there has never been the word impossible, but now Samsara seems to have realized these 3 words. Now, who can stop Samsara from creating the pace of 4 consecutive championships in history? In the last match between the two teams, Samsara gave Happy a 10-0 victory without hesitation, but Happy's running in at that time still needed to be improved. Fong Rui was obviously not very adaptable to the team, and was killed by Zhang Jiala in the team competition. It was Yishio's first game after returning to the league. Facing the Big Devil Samsara, Yishio's performance was at the level of the Dean, whether in the team arena or the team competition. But this time was different. Happy's running in was getting better and better. Although they probably couldn't beat Samsara, fans believed that this time, they had a chance to sit at the table and eat with Samsara. While everyone was paying attention to this game, reporters from major media were still keeping a close eye on the transfer market. The winter transfer window will also officially close on the 9th day of the first lunar month. There are only 3 days left before the winter transfer window closes. There are no big fish in this year's winter transfer window. All major teams are making minor repairs. So far, there has not been much change. Even Happy, whose fans have been calling for the replacement of the priest, has not made any move. Howling, how powerful it was when it went to buy Zhang Xinjia of the Tyranny team, but it withered after being rejected by Zhang Xinjia. The media was waiting for the next big move of Howling, but Howling didn't wait, but received some news from other teams. Thunder, the team that was previously known as the most stingy in the league, seems to have some intentions on Tiansen and Exorcist Saudi Finxiang of Royal Wind. It is said that they have already asked Royal Wind for the price. There are rumors that Thunder is very determined to get Tiansen and Saudi Finxiang. Thunder had a perfect start at the beginning of the season, but as time went on, they seemed to fall into the previous embarrassing situation, starting high and ending low, barely making it to the playoffs, and then being eliminated in the first round. This is definitely not the situation that Xiao Shiqin or Thunder wants to see. They have made a big move this season, buying Sun Xiang and Ye Zhiqiu, Zhang Jiaxing and Jiying from Jiashi. They are bound to advance to the semifinals and break the team's history. Now, the most obvious problem of Thunder is that when other teams are familiar with Thunder's new lineup, Sun Xiang is targeted too badly in the front. In fact, Thunder and Samsara have similar lineups, both of which have battle mages at the front of the team, but Zhou Yichen's strong performance on both offense and defense is inseparable from the firepower support of Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala. With this comparison, the problem comes out, that is, Xiao Shiqin and Dai Yanqi's firepower is completely not enough to reach the level of Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala. Therefore, Thunder needs to change its lineup. They tried to put Cheng Tai in the starting double front row, but without Fang Xuecai to put pressure on the side, Thunder stabilized in the front, but the side became a breakthrough. The battle with Happy is the best proof. Yishio's Jun Moshu directly penetrated Thunder from the side. The Thunder team is currently ranked 6th in the standings, which is a very dangerous position, but it is much better than the Royal Wind. The Royal Wind team currently ranks 13th, with only 82 points, and is even suppressed by the new Team Miracle. Not only does the Royal Wind have a bleak point, but the sponsorship this season is also bleak. There is not much left. The long-term sponsor of sweeping the floor and burning incense has also lost patience with the Royal Wind and has leaked that it will no longer cooperate with the Royal Wind team after the end of the season. This former powerhouse, which played the finals and won the championship with excellent era in the first season, is now declining, which is really a bit sad. The Royal Wind team's performance is getting worse year by year, and the economic situation is also very bad. For 2 consecutive seasons, the team's ace character sweeping the floor and burning incense has not been able to enter the All-Star game, and the patience of the sponsor is running out. You should know that before the season started, Tyranny had approached Tion Sen, but was rejected by Tion Sen at that time. But after half a season, Tion Sen really tried his best for Royal Wind. The management was stingy and refused to bid for players. As for newcomers with some potential, they wanted to sell them out. How could the team survive? What made Tion Sen even more desperate was that he hadn't decided whether to leave Royal Wind, but the management came to persuade him first. Tion Sen, you know that the team doesn't have much money. The manager sighed. Manager, I don't care, but sweeping the floor and burning incense has been with Royal Wind for 10 years. Tion Sen couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Do you think that sweeping the floor and burning incense is a useless card now? Originally, Tion Sen decided to reduce his salary to reduce the economic pressure of the team. He could understand the difficulties of the upper management, but seeing that they didn't care about sweeping the floor and burning incense, Tion Sen was really angry. At this time, Xiao Shichin, the captain of the Thunder team, came to the Royal Wind Club secretly and met Tion Sen. When the manager saw Xiao Shichin coming, he left the reception room first, leaving only Xiao Shichin and Tion Sen. Where's the contract? I sign it. Tion Sen's eyes suddenly became firm. Ah? Xiao Shichin was stunned. I haven't started to persuade him yet. Why did Tion Sen compromise himself? Since he has already compromised, what am I doing here? Is the manager of Royal Wind so perverted? This is the last value of me and Saudi Finxiang and Royal Wind, 7 million, keep it. Tion Sen pushed the contract on the manager's chest and turned away. Xiao Shichin wanted to laugh a little, but this was Royal Wind's home court. He could only hold it back and not let himself laugh. Seeing the manager of Royal Wind looking at him, Xiao Shichin was a little embarrassed. He lowered his head, raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and adjusted his clothes. On the last day of the transfer period, the Thunder team officially announced that Tion Sen and Saudi Finxiang joined the Thunder for 7 million. Thunder fans celebrated the new year. They didn't expect that the team had been saving for so many years just waiting for this moment. It was great. Royal Wind also officially announced that Tion Sen and Saudi Finxiang left the team, and said that it would enter the reorganization stage next. Royal Wind fans were stunned. This transfer period finally caught a big fish. Many media reported on the transfer of Tion Sen and Saudi Finxiang. In their opinion, this was Royal Wind's desperate move, but most people thought that Royal Wind was just making a fuss. Tion Sen transferred to Thunder? Is it suitable? Zhou Yichen asked after seeing the news. With Xiao Shichin here, there should be no need to worry about the problem of adaptation. Jiang Guotao said. Zhou Yichen thought about it, and indeed, Xiao Shichin did a very good job in positioning the players. Oh my god, One Autumn Leaf and Sweeping Incense are on the same team. At this time, some Watson discovered the blind spot. Damn, it's true. If He Xiao is the enemy of tyranny, then One Autumn Leaf is the enemy of Royal Wind and Sweeping Incense. You should know that in the finals of the first season, it was these 2 characters who fought to the end. One Autumn Leaf relied on the last remaining mana to use a skill that no one expected. Vine Thorn. As a result, Sweeping Incense was killed. From then on, Excellent Era rose to the top, while Royal Wind gradually fell. Now, One Autumn Leaf and Royal Wind's Sweeping Incense, who were originally Excellent Era, are now reunited in the Thunder team. Their operators are no longer Yi Qiu and Lu Liang, but the second Sun Xiang and the third Tion Sen. Welcome, welcome. The Thunder team specially held a welcome ceremony for Tion Sen's joining, and on the other side, a century-long battle is about to begin. The 20th round of the game is finally about to start. The arrival of the champion team has once again stirred up waves in the Shaoshan Stadium. Zhou Yichen, Yi Xiu, and Su Maicheng just played a game in the finals of the double elimination game, and they will have another game in a few days. On the day of the game, countless honor players who failed to buy tickets to the scene wandered outside the Shaoshan Stadium regretfully, but the big screen outside the stadium will also broadcast the honor game. At about 6 o'clock, the player bus of the Samsara team drove into the Shaoshan Stadium. Surrounded by a large number of fans and media, the players entered the venue under the cover of the on-site security. Zhou Yichen. Mom loves you. Zhou Yichen. Change your damn middle part, it's so ugly. Zhou Zikai. So handsome. I'm wet. When Samsara entered the stadium, everyone from Happy was already preparing in the preparation room. Happy New Year, everyone. Samsara came over to say hello. Happy New Year, God Yi. Is your winning streak going to end this time? Zhang Jiala was full of confidence today. Just you, Zhang Lao Air? Even the double team is the second. Yishio mocked. Just wait. Zhang Jiala made an international gesture to Yishio. See you on the court? See you on the court? After saying hello, the players of both teams adjusted their excited and trembling moods, reviewed the tactical arrangements for this game, and took the final rest before the game. At 7:40 p.m., the players from both teams began to enter the stadium. The enthusiasm of the audience was ignited the moment the players from both teams walked out of the player channel. As the team with the largest fan base in the entire league, the away area of Samsara was packed with spectators, with stickers with the Samsara team logo on their faces, and players cheering cards in their hands. After Samsara came on the court, there was an extremely loud call, shouting the names of their team and players. Samsara's team flag fluttered over the Shaoshan Stadium. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Yichen. You finally changed your hairstyle, and your mother is satisfied. TSK. Zhou Yichen heard the fan shouting, as if he had opened the lion's roar, and it was difficult for him not to hear it. The teammates next to him were all laughing, only Zhou Yichen was a little depressed. What's wrong with the middle part? The middle part is so handsome. After the introduction of the players, handshakes and greetings, and the ordinary opening, the players from both sides returned to their seats, waiting for the final arrival of the game. In the TV broadcast, the commentators of this wonderful match were still Beibei and Li Ju. There is no need to guess the starting lineup of this individual competition, Beibei said with a smile. In the Happy team, Yishio's individual competition winning streak is 18 rounds, because in the first round of the match against Samsara, he did not play in the individual competition, but almost completed a 1-on-3 victory against Samsara in the ring match. In the Samsara team, Zhang Jiala switched positions with Zhou Yichen from the 9th round, and stabilized in the starting lineup of the individual competition. His current individual competition winning streak has reached 11 games. Li Ju said while holding the data. It seems that one of the two tigers will be injured today, Beibei said. Yes, one of the winning streak will definitely be interrupted today. I think they should not give in. In this situation, neither Yishio nor Zhang Jiala will be scared, Li Ju said. Go! Yishio. Chapter 525. Okay, today's first individual match is about to begin. The referee has gone to the two teams' player seats to signal the captains to fill in the individual match roster. After the two captains have finished filling in, the first shots of the individual match of both sides immediately appear on the electronic screen above the stage. On the Happy side, it is undoubtedly Yishio. It seems that his return is to break the individual match season winning streak record. Li Ju has seen Yishio stand up. Are you sure? Qinhua asked. You must be. Yishio stood up, waved to the shouting audience, and walked towards the competition seat. Go Lao Zhang, launch a grenade attack. Zhou Yichen pointed at Yishio on the camera and said. Kindergarten. Zhang Jiala arranged his clothes, and then walked towards the competition seat. Zhang Jiala from Samsara is taking on the challenge. One of them will eventually break their winning streak today. Will it be Yishio's 18th consecutive win or Zhang Jiala's 11th consecutive win? Let's wait and see. The cup felt like he was on fire. In fact, there is basically no suspense about who will be the king of singles this season. Yishio leads with his 18th consecutive win. Zhang Jiala, who is in second place, still has 7 wins behind Yishio. It's too difficult. Happy, Yishio, ID, Lord Grimm occupation, full-time Sanren. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, 100 Flowers, occupation, ammunition expert. Map, Ancient Road. Your winning streak ends here, Zhang Jiala said. This is for you, Mr. Zhang. Damn, you are older than me. 99%, 100%. Lord Grimm, loading completed. Zhang Jiala, loading completed. Map, Ancient Road, loading completed. The game started, and Yishio's home singles map Ancient Road highlighted a feature, simple and rough. This map basically has no tactics, and both sides just go head to head. For veterans, they will choose maps with more changes when they are singled out, which is more beneficial to them, because although their operation level has declined, their experience has accumulated. But Yishio and Zhang Jiala are different. They are extremely confident in their own methods, especially Yishio, who has been choosing maps roughly because of his casual playstyle, and others can't do anything about him. Yi Xiu's individual game confirmed is saying, if you can't beat him, you can't beat him. 3, 2, 1, fight! The character map is loaded, the countdown ends, and the game officially begins. The map is simple and crude, and there is only one road, so what else can we say? Just go for it. I say Yi Buxiu, if you keep winning, how can we old players survive? You can't control it if you listen to me, let me do it. In the public channel, Zhang Jiala started to communicate with Yi Xiu before the two sides met. Since the 8th season playoffs opened the team competition Team Voice, and the 9th season regular season opened it, the outside world has discussed less about Voice than before. But there are still viewers who asked whether the public language channel can be opened. There are many fans of a certain team or a certain person in it. At present, the league has no plan. In fact, the league has always wanted to ban Voice in order to facilitate TV broadcasts. Players cannot communicate with each other, but can only use text, so the audience can fully see the players' communication, tactical command, etc. in the game, which is full of interesting things. But as more and more players and clubs responded, the league also relaxed the scope and opened the team voice chat in the team competition. The voice chat during the game will not be played to the audience. Instead, after the game, a special director will intercept part of the voice chat of the two teams and then gradually play it. After the game, many clubs will also release the complete voice chat on the official account. Among them, the team voice chats of the Weichao team and the Thunder team are the clearest. Wang Jieshi and Xiao Shiqin have absolute command power. In fact, the team voice chat of the Blue Rain team is also very clear, but once it enters the endgame, or when the overall situation is determined, Huang Xiaoyan seems to be unable to hold back and trash talk comes out. Yu Wenzhou also explained this problem at the press conference. He said that he gave Huang Xiaoyan an outlet to vent, and he was afraid that Huang Xiaoyan would be hurt. Since the team voice chat came out, the frequency of Huang Xiaoyan sending text bubbles has decreased a lot. Because of the opacity function, other people are not so annoyed by Huang Xiaoyan's text bubbles, because they are basically not clear, so they don't read them. The command of the Samsara team was very clear. Jiang Buitao was in charge in the front. After the division, Zhou Yichen actually spoke the most in the team, and Zhou Zikai spoke the least. Basically, fans could only hear yeah, can fight, look at me, look at Achen, etc. I can't help it, brother is just so good. Yi Xiu typed, and before Zhang Jiala could complain, Yi Xiu quickly sent another message, so I didn't play in the first round. No matter what, I can only win 37 rounds in a row. You see, there is still room for surpassing in one round. You? Zhang Jiala's hands were already on the T and M keys. Be careful of being warned by a yellow card. Yi Xiu predicted in advance. Thank you. You're welcome. In this round of verbal battle, Zhang Jiala was completely defeated. What is Zhang thinking, talking to Yishin? Lu Buiyuan didn't quite understand. The man he was trash-talking to was a master among masters. Every word was heart-piercing. When the two met, Bai Hua Liaowan flipped her hand and threw a grenade. Take my grenade. Zhang Jiala typed. For you? Yi Xiu controlled Jun Maxiu to transform the 1000-machine umbrella into a gun form. Bang bang bang. Jun Maxiu knocked off the grenade in the air, then threw it with his left hand, and returned a grenade to Bai Hua Liaowan. Fuck, it's disgusting. Zhang Jiala originally planned to use the grenade as a cover to receive the explosive bomb to deal damage. As a result, Jun Maxiu's grenade forced him to either blow it up or change positions. Hey, Jun Maxiu has suddenly sped up. Cup shouted. Jun Maxiu used the grenade to cover and instantly shortened the distance between the two. It was obvious that Yi Xiu did not intend to fight with Zhang Jiala at a long distance, but was ready to directly deal with him. Although Zhang Jiala's ammunition expert was not weak in close combat, I'm sorry, Yi Xiu's close combat strength was stronger. Although Jun Maxiu had mid-range and long-range consumption means, Yi Xiu's Jun Maxiu had always played like this. He would not blindly use the kite style to entangle with the opponent. In Yi Xiu's opinion, playing like this was equivalent to losing spirituality. Therefore, in a single duel, he would not give the opponent too much reaction time, close combat, and seize the initiative to the greatest extent, using all the means that could be used, both long-range and short-range. Arc Flash. Jun Maxiu rushed towards Bai Hua Liaowan at a very fast speed, and instantly got several steps ahead. Zhang Jiala had naturally studied Yi Xiu's playing style before the game, and knew what Yi Xiu intended. So Bai Hua Liaowan jumped back and fired bullets at the ground. These were not ordinary bullets, but incendiary bombs. The incendiary bombs produced flames when they landed on the ground, which could temporarily limit Jun Maxiao's movement. As the undisputed first ammunition expert in Glory, Zhang Jiala, who debuted in the second season, can be regarded as Yi Xiu's old rival. Although Zhang Jiala said he disliked Yi Xiu, he admired Yi Xiu in his heart, no matter his professional attitude or his passion for glory. After retiring and reorganizing the team, he defeated his old club in the challenge match and returned to the league with his longtime partner Ye Zhiqiu. Zhang Jiala thought that if it were him, he would not be able to do this. He himself was tired of glory, including playing professionally, and he thought that he had finished the 2 runner-ups in his life. But life is full of ups and downs. After retiring for a year, he received attention from the champion team Samsara. At that time, his first thought was to refuse Samsara's recruitment. They ranked first in the regular season and champion last season. The players in the team are basically middle-aged, and there is also the first player of the new era. Can an old guy like him integrate into the team of young people? This is Zhang Jiala's worry. He doesn't think it's a big deal about the outside world's views. He has been playing professionally for so many years, and has no idea how many times he has been criticized. It's better to be a champion than not to be a champion. Therefore, Zhang Jiala was negative before joining Samsara. But when he entered Samsara, he found that the atmosphere of Samsara was unusually relaxed. The captain and vice-captain were not arrogant. Du Ming and Wu Qi, who might lose their starting position, did not say much about his joining. They competed for positions. If they had the ability, they would be promoted. If they did not, they would be demoted. This was a very realistic truth. Zhang Jiala still remembered that he had a great performance in the first training match after joining Samsara. The chemistry between Zhang Jiala and the other players in Samsara was extremely hot. In fact, long before, when Zhang Jiala talked with Yi Xiu told him privately that the system of Samsara was very compatible with his playing style. After Sun Jiping retired due to a hand injury, Zhang Jiala actually did not play very comfortably because he was forced to stand on the front after Sun Jiping left. However, side fire support was the real task of the ammunition expert. Whether it was Zheng Xian of Blue Rain or Zhou Yuan of 100 Flowers, they were all standing on the side. After the first training match, Jiang Buitao sighed, "With this fire coverage, how can other teams play with us? Facts have proved that it is indeed impossible to play." At present, Zhang Jiala was free from the constraints of Baiwa. He was playing very relaxed, and the burden of the team was not on him. Seeing Jun Maxiu rushing forward aggressively, Baiwa Liaowan fired incendiary bombs and explosive bombs in succession. Just when everyone thought that Jun Maxiu was going to be intercepted, whoosh! Jun Maxiu flashed behind Baiwa Liaowan and cut his throat. "How dirty!" Zhang Jiala complained. Jun Maxiu did not attack, but jumped back to stop the release of the throat-cutting skill. Bang! Time grenade. "You are not bad, you planted the mine in advance," Yi Xiu said. "As expected of an experienced ammunition expert, I didn't even notice this time grenade," Bebe said in shock. "Yes, this grenade should be thrown in the gap between the firing of the incendiary bomb and the explosive bomb. You should know that the grenade timer is 8 seconds. Once the time is up, the grenade will automatically detonate. If Jun Maxiu does not charge forward, this grenade will be useless," Li Ju said. "These two are old rivals. It seems that they know each other very well. Your current state is like before," Yi Xiu said. "Your current state is much more terrifying than before," Zhang Jiala said. "How come these two people started to brag about each other while fighting? It's just SOSO. Watch out behind you." Yi Xiu changed his voice, and Zhang Jiala frowned. "Behind him, huh? You still want to trick him to look back?" Boom! The perspective of Baiwa Liaowan shook, and the whole person rushed forward. "What is this?" Mechanical tracking. A mechanic player recognized this skill. The smoke and dust produced by the time grenade explosion concealed the figure of the self-destructing robot. The robot would automatically search for a target on the ground and explode immediately after touching it. Although the physical damage caused by the explosion was not high, the incidental impact force was not weak at all. "I told you, be careful behind you. You still don't believe it." Yi Xiu made a precise finishing move. Zhang Jiala did not reply, but controlled 100 Flowers to stabilize the position, turned around and threw a random thunder at Jun Maxiu. Jun Maxiu did not choose to dodge, but rushed straight towards the 100 Flowers, shaking his arms vigorously. Steel bones! Yi Xiu's attack was too tough. Li Ju was a little puzzled. It should not be difficult for a casual player to avoid this random thunder. The one who is now at a disadvantage is actually Lao Zhang. Jiang Buitao's eyes were stern. Jun Mashu rushed out of the explosion of the thunder. Before Bai Hua Liaowan could act, Jun Mashu raised his hand and threw something out quickly. Puff, after a slight sound, the purple smoke spread rapidly, and Jun Mashu disappeared from Bai Hua Liaowan's vision. Blade smoke jade. Zhang Jiala had no choice but to stop the operation and drag the mouse to rotate the character's perspective, trying to capture a trace of Jun Mashu's figure. But under the cover of the thick smoke, he was completely unable to make a judgment. The thick smoke continued to spread, and Zhang Jiala wanted to see if there was any unusual flow. If the character moved in this thick smoke, it would definitely cause the smoke to spread freely. The traces of movement can be captured in this way. Unfortunately, there was no. Stay still? Zhang Jiala felt something was wrong. 9 out of 10. Damn, shadow clone. Such a skill suddenly popped up in Zhang Jiala's mind. Sure enough, when Bai Hua Liaowan turned his head, Jun Mashu had already pulled out the dagger from the umbrella handle. Silver blade fell. What a fast sword, commented the cup. The sword energy hit Bai Hua Liaowan, who turned around in time, but had no time to adjust her position. It knocked her away, and caused a slight stiffness effect. Don't underestimate this stiffness. Although the effect is very weak, it made Bai Hua Liaowan miss the best time to throw a smoke bomb for cover. V-shaped sky strike. Yishio did his old trick again. The sky strike hit, and Bai Hua Liaowan floated in the air. Perfect pseudo combo. He and you are really two extremes, commented Jiang Buotao. Zhou Yichen's combo pays great attention to the number of hits. After all, he is a battle mage, and needs to rely on combos to stack the will of the fighter. Yishio's combo has always been about the effect. He needs to rely on pseudo combos to launch a perfect offensive. This character is really a bug. Zhou Yichen couldn't help but sigh that Jun Mashu, this casual player, is too abnormal. Next, Bai Hua Liaowan will suffer inhuman torture. Chapter 526. 19. With Lord Grimm's fake combo, Bai Hua Liaowan, who was close to him, had no power to fight back. Even if Zhang Jiala had dealt with it very well in the early stage, once Sanring got close to him and hit him into the air, all his previous preparations would be gone. He has too many skills, and Sanring's quick combos are not fixed, so it is difficult to judge what the next move will be from one move. After all, he can cross professions, and it is possible that the first move is Dragon Fang, and the next one is Shadow Cloak of the Mage or the Elbow of the Fighting Profession. Glory! Let us congratulate Yishio for winning this individual competition. 19 consecutive wins is really exaggerated. It seems that only Zhou Yichen in the 8th season has a single-season winning streak record, Cup said. Now that he has passed the most difficult reincarnation, Yishio seems to be unstoppable. Li Ju said. So do you think Yishio can break Zhou Yichen's individual competition winning streak record? Cup asked. Maybe. 10-0. Someone at the scene even shouted this slogan in a very domineering manner. Last time, Happy was beaten 10-0 by Samsara. Except for Yishio's 1-on-2 in the team competition, Happy was simply Samsara's toy in both individual and team competitions. This time, Happy has evolved a lot and gained an advantage at the beginning. As for the 10-0, Happy fans just wanted to cheer for their own players. After all, they also knew that Samsara's team competition was at the T0 level in history. Zhang Jiala's starting position in the individual competition meant that Zhou Yichen would start in the competition. This is unlikely. Cup also heard the shouts of fans at the scene. I think Xingxin should get 3 points in the individual competition first. After all, without Yishio in the ring competition, the gap is too big. Li Ju said very rationally. Do we really have a chance to win 10-0? Xin Guo was a little dizzy. What are you thinking? Wei Chen rolled his eyes at her. Although the overall strength of Samsara is top-notch, in terms of individual operation and strength, only Shuangzhou, Zhou Zikai, and Zhou Yichen are at the top of the league. Even Zhang Jiala can't resist the erosion of time. As long as Shuangzhou is in charge of the ring competition, even if all the champion teams of the 10 seasons are brought over, I'm afraid only Tiny Herb can compete. Wei Chen said immediately. So exaggerated? Xin Guo was a little surprised. You know, Wei Chen rarely gives positive comments to others. Shuangzhou is really amazing. Su Muching said. Why is the card drawing mechanism of Samsara so good? Wei Chen sighed. Blue Rain's card draw is not bad either. Yishio returned to the player's seat and said, Huang Xiaoyan and Yuanzhou, oh I forgot, Yuanzhou was not drawn by you. Yishio looked at Wei Chen meaningfully. Will you die if you don't stab me in the heart? Wei Chen was speechless, and the second game of the individual competition began. Team Xingxin sent Su Mucheng, and Team Samsara sent Wu Qi. Compared to Xingxin, the individual competition list of Samsara was unusually easy to guess, and they never concealed it. Zhang Jiala in the first game, Wu Qi and Jiang Butao in the second and third games. Gunner versus Assassin, one is very far away, the other is very close, a very subtle distance. Su Mucheng kept changing positions to widen the distance between the two, while Wu Qi just kept dodging, and never tried to get close until the opportunity was perfect. Wu Qi is a very difficult assassin. I agree with Old Wei. The card drawing of the Samsara team is indeed quite good. I guess after Yang Tsung, he is likely to be the chief assassin. Yishio stood in the audience, watching the game, and commented on Wu Qi as Samsara. Indeed, he is patient and ruthless. Even though he is not the starter most of the time, and even does not have the sixth man, Wu Qi's condition has not declined at all. Wei Chen nodded in agreement. Wu Qi is a hidden sharp blade of the Samsara team, Yishio said sharply. In the 7th season finals, Wu Qi's unexpected start completely disrupted the deployment of Wang Jieshi of Tiny Herb. Samsara, it seems that there are already several all-stars, Qingguo said on the side. Everyone thought about it, and it was true. Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Jiang Butao, Lu Buiyuan, Fang Minghua. As for Zhang Jiala, he is a veteran all-star. 5 all-stars should be the limit for Samsara. Although the fan base of Samsara is still increasing, the majority of fans are still Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen's fans. Their primary goal is to send the two into the top 10, or even the top, and then consider splitting the votes with other players. Fang Rui said. Fang Rui is right. The all-star voting is free to play by fans, so many votes are blind and will not be made public. Those fans who loyally support the team will probably not hesitate to leave their votes for their team even if they know that the players in their team are not at this level. However, many fans of the team are fans of a certain player. If Samsara can create an unprecedented 6 all-stars, it can only mean that the fan army they have gathered has completely swept other teams in terms of numbers. In this regard, Wu Qi is really at a disadvantage. Because he basically played in the regular season, the lineup of the Samsara team remained unchanged in the playoffs. Except for sometimes bringing Wu Qi up to catch him off guard, he basically had no chance to perform. However, Samsara treated the players very well. Even Wu Qi's contract in Samsara was larger than that of other teams. In this case, most people might choose to play badly, but Wu Qi did not. He continued to improve himself. No one knew what he was thinking, whether he was competing for a job or leaving. Maybe after this season, he will want to leave Samsara. Fang Rui cursed the Samsara team while holding the back of his head. No one knew what the players would think if they had the ability, but no chance to perform. Didn't Du Ming go to Yanyu? Although he was on loan, if Du Ming performed well, given the relationship between Samsara and Yanyu, there was no problem for Du Ming to go to Yanyu. As for Wu Qi, there is indeed a position for him, but I don't know how the running-in is going. The happy players off the court were discussing the future of Samsara player Wu Qi, but the duel between the two on the court was still in a stalemate. Wu Qi is in very good condition today, Jiang Butao commented. He deliberately wandered in the outermost circle, lured the opponent to attack him, and consumed Mu Yuqingfeng's mana bit by bit, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. This is an advanced assassin's play, Zhang Jiala said. It is impossible that Su Mucheng would not react to this play. Compared with Wu Qi, Zhou Yichen was more surprised by Su Mucheng's actions. She seemed to have no idea. Her rhythm is a bit messed up, Fang Minghua said. There will be gaps in the firepower line, Zhou Zikai said. Xingxin's side is also explaining this thing to the players, who have just joined the alliance. The opponent is a planned lure, which consumes not only mana, but also skill cooldowns, etc. If the firepower suppression is suddenly interrupted, there will be many gaps in the case of an incomplete skill tree, and it is very likely to be captured by the opponent, Yishio said. Firepower line is a term exclusive to the profession of gunner. The attack of the gunner profession pays more attention to depth and level. The farther the distance, the lower the hit rate. The closer the distance, the more dangerous the situation. According to each player's operating level and technique, as well as the degree of mastery of various skills, each gunner has an attack distance that belongs to them. This distance is the position where the gunner player can make the strongest firepower attack, which is called the firepower line. To break through the firepower suppression of a gunner, breaking through his firepower line is the key. These are all relatively basic theories of glory knowledge. Each gunner's firepower line is different. What Wu Qi is doing now is to disrupt Su Mucheng's firepower line. Boom boom boom. Now! Wu Qi's eyes lit up, and the cruel silence in his hand suddenly rose up, rushing out like an arrow from a string. There is a gap. Wuchi rushed into the firepower line. Is this an opportunity? The Cup explained excitedly. Great. Lu Buiyuan clapped his hands and turned to look at his teammates, but found that everyone's brows were frowning. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Zhou Yichen shook his head and said. He and Su Maicheng had competed before, and even in the double team not long ago, he personally experienced He Xiu and Su Mucheng's gunners. Su Maicheng is not a new player. She is a golden generation who joined the league in the 4th season. She became famous early and quickly, and was studied by other teams early. The Samsara team naturally did research on Su Mucheng's playing style. In Zhou Yichen's opinion, Su Mucheng's firepower line should not be so easy to break. But now Wuchi rushed in almost without consuming other skills, which is outrageous. She is stronger. Zhou Zikai suddenly said. Why do I feel that I have seen this firepower arrangement somewhere? Jiang Buitao fell into deep thought, feeling so familiar. In the artillery fire of Mu Yuqingfeng, Wuqi's cruel and silent sprint was not smooth, but Mu Yuqingfeng retreated leisurely while bombarding, and the distance between the two sides became wider and wider. 2 people in a row, the desert smoke hit Qiu Musu. Zhou Yichen replied. Oh! Jiang Buitao suddenly realized that the top 4 players in pairs, Han Wenqing and Song Qiang's desert smoke, were killed by Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng's Qiu Musu in this way. The artillery fire poured down like a storm, and the offensive was obviously stronger than before. This was Su Mucheng's real firepower line, the firepower line that Wuqi had already broken through, and the firepower line hidden in the dark. Double-player teams are really useful. Fang Minghua regretted not being able to participate in this event. Intentionally restrained skills to make the firepower line smaller, but more concentrated, and then use the skills in the gaps to match and stagger, opening up a second firepower line. Jiang Buitao analyzed. Smart, Lu Buiyuan said. The faces of the people in Samsara were not lonely, but excited. They expected Xingxin to become stronger. After all, they were a little lonely after winning 3 consecutive championships. In the end, Su Maicheng won the victory, and the cheers in the Shaoshan Stadium lasted for a long time. Happy led 2-0. If it was any other team, Happy fans might not be so excited, but this was Samsara, the second team in the history of Glory to win 3 consecutive championships. They were the first to get a 2-point advantage from the opponent. Wuqi returned to the Samsara player seat, took the towel handed by Zhou Yichen, and buried his face in it. It was not shame. After all, Su Maicheng was not an ordinary player. She was an all-star, and the recognized chief gunner of Glory. What he wanted to reflect on was that he had not discovered Su Mucheng's conspiracy, and just stupidly broke in without any hesitation. I was careless. Wuqi wiped the sweat from his face. Not only us, everyone is getting stronger. Zhou Yichen said. They are shouting 10-0 again, which is really annoying. Lu Buiyuan said. What's that? It's not like you haven't been to Tyranny's home court before. Fang Minghua said. Look, I go on the court to avenge you. LV Buiyuan pounded his chest. Don't let yourself get screwed. Wuqi rolled his eyes at him. Huh? The third individual match of the Samsara team is not Jiang Buitao, but LV Buiyuan? Daisy was a little confused. Samsara changed its formation? Huh? Yi Xiu also discovered this problem. What is Samsara's plan to replace Jiang Buitao in the ring match? Suddenly, he thought of something. No way, playing smoke bombs again? In the individual match, the team lost 2 games in a row, but there was no sign of anxiety. This Samsara team actually doesn't have very old veterans. Except for Zhang Jiala from the 2nd season and Fang Minghua from the 4th season, the other players are actually not particularly old veterans. Their temperament is quite calm, otherwise they would not have won 3 consecutive championships. Even though they lost the first 2 games, they did not lose confidence. After all, they themselves know better than others how strong their ring matches and team matches are. In the 3rd game, the player from Xingxin was Bao Rongxing. He held his head high and strode onto the stage. Xingxin's lineup is relatively fluid in the entire league. Bao Rongxing does not appear very often, but he is quite popular among Xingxin supporters. Because his playing style is unexpected and unpredictable. Seeing that the player from Xingxin was Bao Rongxing, the 2 commentators' faces turned black. They really didn't want to comment on this player. He can win unexpectedly or lose unexpectedly as he pleases. Xingxin said Bao Rongxing. Well, this player. He is a player with a more erratic state. The cup really didn't know how to comment on him. Samsara sent out the all-star player Lu Buiyuan, who is a typical big-game player with a very strong mentality. He is the undisputed 6th player in the Samsara team competition. Li Ju said. Why do I feel that old Lu is going to lose? Wu Qi had a bad feeling. No way, the opponent should be a newcomer. Fang Minghua said. But he? Jiang Buitao didn't know how to comment on Bao Rongxing. It can only be said that he is not in tyranny. Zhou Yichen smiled. Everyone thought of the scene of Bao Rongxing meeting Zhang Xinjie in their minds. Chapter 527. Glory. Let's congratulate Bao Rongxing for defeating former all-star player LV Boyuan and winning this game. Baizi and Li Ju looked embarrassed. They didn't know how to evaluate this game. Bao Rongxing, who was sitting on the gaming chair, had already started celebrating, but LV Boyuan on the other side was confused. I'm so angry. I lost. LV Boyuan, who has always been known for his calmness and big heart, played very impatiently in this game. It was because the opponent threw bricks at his face as soon as his skills were ready, and even threw sand, poison needles, and gasoline bottles. The expressions on the faces of the two commentators were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. Bao Rongxing threw all his skills randomly, and there was no technicality at all. They couldn't understand his brain circuit at all. This Bao Rongxing deserves to be the most surprising player commented by the outside media. You never know how he won or how he lost. As for Bao Rongxing, the Samsara team also studied his game videos, and found no pattern except that he liked to use bricks. It was impossible to prepare for this kind of opponent in advance, and he could only perform on the spot. LV Boyuan didn't want to capsize in the gutter, but with a few bricks that interrupted his rhythm, LV Boyuan got angry. When LV Boyuan tried to get into Bao Rongxing's inner world, he had already lost, because he couldn't understand what it meant to use a knee attack when the steel bones were activated. It was not offensive, and had no defensive effect. LV Boyuan began to brainstorm. Was this a trap to lure him in? I'm really confused. What is the opponent playing? LV Boyuan started to curse. When he returned to the player seat, did that brick save his life? Use it as soon as the CD is ready. Boyuan, you've been slacking off. Jiang Buitao's face was extremely serious. You've fallen into a misconception. When dealing with such unpredictable players, the best way to deal with them is to stick to your heart and play steadily. Zhang Jiala said. Lu Boyuan knew without thinking how bad the public opinion outside would be. The all-star of the 9th season and the main player of the championship, lost to a stinky boy who was still wet behind the ears. Lu Boyuan shook his head. When he came on the court, he clearly wanted to be more proactive and positive, and not give this strange opponent the opportunity to play cards randomly. How come he turned into studying the opponent's card path again? 3 consecutive championships does not mean that we are not invincible. On the contrary, we will become the focus of research of other teams, and the training tasks will double after we go back. Jiang Buitao said to Lu Boyuan. Bao Rongxing is good, although his brain is not very good, but Lu Boyuan, as a veteran, a player who has played in the finals and won 3 championships, is actually following the rhythm of the newcomers. This is something that Samsara cannot tolerate. Oh my god, Baozi really won. Wei Chen's face was full of surprise. Although Yi Xiu told him before the game that Baozi could win this game, he just thought Yi Xiu was talking nonsense. Samsara seems calm, but in fact they are full of pride. This is a normal thing. I was also proud of winning 3 consecutive championships, Yi Xiu said. And when an unpredictable player appeared, Lu Boyuan's heart fluctuated. He thought that he only needed to use 50% of his strength to defeat a newly debuted and unstable player. However, this was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Boyuan was proud in his heart. Why was Lu Boyuan able to enter the All-Stars in the 9th season, but was kicked out in the 10th season? Because in the 9th season, he defeated Li Hui at 301 degrees head-on and won more votes from judoka players. But this season, Lu Boyuan was basically fixed in the 6th position. Fang Minghua took his team votes, and Li Hui was good at 301 degrees this season. His performance made judo players realize that this former Glory Chief judoka was still quite capable. So, the two of them split the votes, and the result was that they were both excluded. We were defeated 3-0. Jiang Buitao immediately reminded everyone, the last time we were defeated 3-0 was when we played against Yinyu. Zhou Yichen recalled. Yes, it was your in-laws who were beaten. You were really ruthless. Fang Minghua said. Okay, let them win 3 points. I'm here in the ring match, and they can't turn the tables. Zhou Yichen slowly stood up, and patted Lu Boyuan on the shoulder. Zhou Yichen knew that he was a little depressed now. You die if you don't act cool. Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes at him. Are you sure you want to use gun in Xingchen? Fang Minghua asked. Before the game, Zhou Yichen wanted to use the long-forgotten gun in Xingchen to shock Glory. Whether it's a smoke bomb or not, let them guess for themselves. Zhou Yichen shrugged. We're already 0-3 behind. Will Gun Yinshingshan be too unsafe? Zhang Jiala was a little worried. No, their ring match should be Tang Rou Fang Rui plus Qiao Yifan, or that Ninja Mo fan. Don't you believe me? Zhou Yichen looked at Zhang Jiala. I believe you, damn it. A man who says one thing and means another. After a short break, the starting lineups of the two teams' ring matches were announced on the big screen above the stage. Samsara, Zhou Yichen, ID, Gun Yinshingshan, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Happy, Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuyang, Occupation, Qigong Master. Map, Wufang Bianhao. Samsara's ring match is undoubtedly the first echelon in history. Zhou Yichen is the starting player, and Zhou Zikai is the defender. This lineup is very exaggerated in history. Cup said. Yes, I remember that Samsara's ring match has not lost for a long time. Li Ju said. Yes, they not only won all the big games in the 9th season, but also never lost in the ring match. Cup affirmed. In my opinion, the intensity of Samsara's competition is even higher than their team competition. Yi Xiu said while sitting in the player seat. Other powerful teams only have one great player at most, such as Han Wenqing of Tyranny, Huang Xiaoyan of Blue Rain, and Wang Jieshi of Tiny Herb. But Samsara will always have two players, no matter what combination they're in. Even though Zhang Jiala is no longer as fierce as he was in the past, he plays very smoothly now. No way, because Samsara can draw cards and get gold every day. Wei Chen waved his hand. Watch me perform. Fang Rui stood up confidently. If it was Yi Shingshan, he would still underestimate him. But he had no reason to be afraid of the sharpshooter who hadn't appeared for so long. Well, pay attention to avoid the headshot line. Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter's normal attack is like a lock. Yi Xiu reminded. It's really accurate. Tang Rou, who had fought against Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter, had a deep understanding of it. What do you think of this game, Li Ju? Asked the cup. If Zhou Yichen had used Yi Shingshan, I don't think anyone would favor Fang Rui. Even though he played the role of Guimi Shen Yi, he still couldn't win against Yi Shingshan. What's more, Fang Rui has transformed into a Qigong master now. Li Ju said. But Zhou Yichen used the gun Yinshingshan that I haven't seen for a long time. To be honest, I almost forgot that Zhou Yichen is a dual cultivation player. But Xingxin is very smart and chose a very distinctive map, Wufang Bianhao. Wufang Bianhao has many crisscrossing gullies, which is very suitable for players like Fang Rui who like to strike back. Said the cup. Really, but Samsara should not be particularly unfamiliar with this map, although they haven't played for a long time. Said Li Ju. I'm not afraid of your sharpshooter. Fang Rui said to Zhou Yichen on the stage, and this sentence was also to cheer himself up secretly. I'm not afraid of your Qigong master either. Zhou Yichen laughed. Damn, Fang Rui was choked in the first fight between the two sides. 99%, 100%. Gun Yinshingshan, loading completed. Boundless Sea, loading completed. Map, Wufang Bianhao, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game officially started. Hai Wuyang went directly into the gully from the refresh area, and shuttled skillfully under the surface. He didn't need to raise his view to see where the ground was. In just a moment, Hai Wuyang had already reached the center of the map. Where are you? Come to the middle lane and die. Fang Rui sent a message in the public channel, but unfortunately Zhou Yichen didn't respond to him. Qian Yinshingshan walked slowly to the center of the map. Zhou Yichen didn't choose to enter the gully at the first time. Fang Rui saw that the other party didn't speak, so he had to control Hai Wuyang to turn to a small ditch next to him, and then quietly poked out a mouth. However, he was blocked by a stone tablet standing on the edge of the ditch. Damn it! Fang Rui was a little speechless. If he wanted to continue observing, he had to expose half of his view to the outside. You're not going to frame me, are you? Fang Rui felt that the atmosphere was a little weird. Zhou Yichen's attention and ability to capture the scene are too exaggerated. Wei Chen was shocked again. Even the usually calm Mo fan was a little uneasy at this time. Because from the perspective of Gun Yinshingshan, Fang Rui didn't show up at all, but the small gust of sand raised by Hai Wuyang when he moved was captured by Zhou Yichen. I feel that he is a waste of talent and glory. He should be very good at FPS. Su Muching said. Extremely fast reaction ability, super high concentration, is indeed very suitable for FPS. Yi Xiu nodded affirmatively. Then Gun Yinshingshan drew out his double guns and aimed at the stone tablet in front of Hai Wuyang. If Hai Wuyang showed up, he would be greeted by two hot gun muzzles. The audience held their breath, and some Xingxin fans even silently said in their hearts, Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. Shouldn't be there. Fong Rui carefully controlled Hai Wuliang, only revealing half of his vision and looking out. No I scared myself. Fong Rui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just as Hai Wuliang turned his head and prepared to retreat into the ditch, bang bang bang, flames spurted out of the muzzle, and the bullets arrived as expected. Damn it! Hai Wuliang was shot in the head, and Fong Rui trembled. Obviously, he was shocked. It turned out that after Zhou Yichen held for a while, he slowly touched the side of the stone tablet. There happened to be a stone tablet on his left side, so when Hai Wuliang looked out, he just didn't see the gun Yin Xingchen behind the stone tablet. In this way, the gun Yin Xingchen touched the side, and saw Hai Wuliang squatting in the ditch with half of his head exposed. Xingxin fans were shouting, but unfortunately the quality of Honor soundproof headphones was too good, and Fong Rui could not understand what the audience's shouting meant. Just like that, gun Yin Xingchen hit Hai Wuliang from the side, and every shot hit his head, and he had good luck. Although Fong Rui was frightened by Zhou Yichen at the first time, fortunately he did not stop the operation in his hands. Push Cloud Palm, Hai Wuliang waved his palm to attack gun Yin Xingchen. Although there was still a distance between the two, Push Cloud Palm can hit objects through the air, and has a penetrating effect. Gun Yin Xingchen put away his gun, and slid into the gully on the right. Hai Wuliang's next airwave bullet could only miss. Even with the protective True Qi, Hai Wuliang still suffered a lot of damage. The cup explained. Gun Yin Xingchen almost shot his head with every shot, and I noticed that one shot hit Hai Wuliang's butt. Li Ju laughed as he spoke. Now Fong Rui really has no power to use. It is obviously the map chosen by their Xingxin, and he himself has a very clear understanding of the ravine, but in several encounters, the opponent always launched the attack first. Grab it in advance. And you still say it is not a cheat, Cloud Body and Wind Body. Fong Rui had no choice but to directly activate the Qigong Master's level 70 ultimate move. This is the Qigong Master state and perception skill. During this period, any enemy that enters the skill range will be exposed to the Qigong Master's vision. Fong Rui did not hesitate to consume a lot of mana to find the location of the gun Yin Star. The cup had an indescribable feeling, just like constipation. Fong Rui, who was originally good at playing dirty, played very actively, and even activated the Cloud Body and Wind Body to find the location of the gun Yin Star. On the other hand, Zhou Yichen, who was good at head-on confrontation, played very dirty. Did the two of them exchange souls? Li Ju asked. Fong Rui has been tricked. Yi Xiu said with a smile. What Zhou Yichen is playing now is what Fong Rui wants to do. His way is blocked by Zhou Yichen. Gun Yin Xingchen, oh senior, why don't I see you? Are you still playing the same game and happy? Fong Rui didn't reply, and the channel was silent. In fact, in a game, you should play the way you should play. Don't pay too much attention to your opponent. Although I am using the sharpshooter now, you should just treat me as yourself. Zhou Yichen chattered. Every word was like a sharp blade piercing Fong Rui's heart. What he said was all my words. Fong Rui, is he not going to play? The cup was a little surprised to see Fong Rui's look. Zhou Yichen's imitation is too similar. If he changes his ID, he will be exactly the same as Fong Rui. Li Ju didn't expect Zhou Yichen to have this talent. Oh, there is nothing he can't do. He is a master of yin and yang. Zhang Jiala disdained the commentator's words. This guy imitated his words every day in the club. Damn it, don't wait for me to catch you. If I catch you, you will suffer a lot. Fong Rui muttered. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots brought Fong Rui back to his thoughts. Humph, you want to trick me again, you have used this trick once. Fong Rui accumulated power in the opposite direction, kneaded out a tangled air wave, and instantly shot it into the ravine. Spiral air rush. Be careful behind you. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Fong Rui saw the text bubble and turned his view involuntarily, and found the gun Yin Xingchen had already approached him with a sliding tackle. These 3 shots were not a feint to the east, but a blow to the west. Zhou Yichen predicted Fong Rui's prediction. Fong Rui thought he was on the 5th floor, but Zhou Yichen was in the atmosphere. Knee strike. The distance was too close. Even if Hai Wuliang wanted to use the cloud catch hand to break the knee strike, he was pushed into the sky by gun Yin Xingchen before he could gather his breath. He has already mastered the 3-shot physical technique. Yi Xiu smiled and shook his head. I learned this from Jimo. The audience off the court and watching the live broadcast online said they couldn't learn it. Spinning kick. Gun Yin Xingchen kicked Hai Wuliang away with 1 foot. Fong Rui seized the opportunity, landed and swung his palm straight down to summon the magic circle, and the airflow of area damage hit Gun In Xingchen straight down. Hai Wuliang then gathered his breath with his luck. When the breath was complete, Hai Wuliang grabbed Gun In Xingchen. Zhou Yichen started to shoot furiously. While the bullet was shot at Hai Wuliang, the strong recoil made him fly backwards. Hai Wuliang's flashing 100 splits not only failed to catch Chang In Xingchen, but also ate several bullets. Fang Rui was depressed. In addition to the airflow going straight down, he didn't even touch the corner of Chang In Xingchen's clothes, which was pulled numb. Fang Rui, who was mainly a wretched person, wanted to shrink into the ravine when he saw that the situation was not good. He figured out that he was the master of the wretched style, so how could he be influenced by a young man? However, the ravine that was originally used to conceal the action became Fang Rui's cage at this time. Random shooting. Chang In Xingchen rushed out from the side, and Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang wanted to slip away, but he hit the wall on both sides, and the bullets poured on Hai Wuliang like automatic aiming. Bang bang bang. At this moment, people saw his own shadow in Zhou Yichen. Fang Rui wanted to fight to the death, but the skills of the Qigong master almost all required luck. Now Zhou Yichen didn't give Fang Rui any chance of luck. Grenade. In the narrow terrain, this grenade exploded, destroying the last thought in Fang Rui's heart. Chapter 528. When Zhou Yichen launched the general attack, Fang Rui, who was panicking, had been forced into a dead end. Unfortunately, there was no Lian Shan waiting for him on the dead end, and Hai Wuliang finally fell. No one expected that in such a map that was quite suitable for playing the dirty flow, Zhou Yichen's dirty flow actually affected Fang Rui. You know, Fang Rui is the originator of the dirty flow. As a result, until the end of the game, Fang Rui hardly showed his dirty flow. Instead, he played very actively. When Zhou Yichen fought back strongly, he could no longer stop it. Tactics could not be implemented, and techniques could not be used. In the end, he was killed in the ravine. Zhou Yichen won the first game with a big advantage of 80%. Except for the range airflow, Fang Rui almost never touched the corner of Gun In Xingchen's clothes. 80% of the health value. This is a huge advantage in the ring match. In this match, Zhou Yichen played very Fang Rui in the beginning and very Zhou Yichen in the end. Li Ju commented. Zhou Yichen was highly praised by both the commentators and the media. He has extraordinary hand speed, operation and skills, and his combat quality is also very high. Samsara was also rated as an all-member tactical team by the outside world, because each of them has the best combat thinking and on-the-spot judgment in the league. Zhou Yichen is going for a 1-on-3, said Beiping. Gun In Xingchen's health and mana are very healthy, so he still has a good chance of a 1-on-3, Li Ju said. Zhou Yichen played very efficiently in this match. Efficiency. The ring match pays more attention to attack efficiency than the individual match. In individual competitions, it is enough to knock down the opponent first, but in the ring competition, a very important topic is how to defeat the opponent with the least life cost. No one is going for a 1-on-3 at the beginning of the ring competition. It is after a 1-on-2, the players will have fluctuations in their hearts. Just like playing other games, who would think about getting a pentakill at the beginning? Isn't it after a quadruple kill that people start to get excited? Therefore, in the voice broadcast, the voice of a quadruple kill is actually louder than a pentakill, which is also to mobilize the enthusiasm of players. You can't beat him at all. This guy has a thorough understanding of the game. I can't beat him in tactics and operation. What's the point? Fang Rui waved his hand when he returned to the player's seat. You are a little flustered, Yishio said. Yes. Fang Rui nodded. Why can this guy shoot so accurately? From your expression, you should have thought of him outside. Yishio smiled. He remembered that Fang Rui's expression was hesitant at that time. I thought about it, but in the end, I wanted to go out and get information, and then I did it, Fang Rui said. I feel that his dirty style is better than yours, Wei Chen said. Mo Fan, this is the first time you face such a strong opponent, Chen Guo suddenly said. The second player of the Xingxin team's ring match is Mo Fan. At this time, Mo Fan is no longer the monotonous style at the beginning of the season. After half a season of league actual combat, everyone is growing. Mo Fan is no longer always squatting and ambushing. He has also learned to judge the situation and learn more combat methods. He is patient, cautious, and good at seizing opportunities. These qualities are very consistent with the profession of ninja, which is good at stealth operations. Mo Fan, now a professional player, has begun to attract some attention from the outside world. Some people even compare him to the gory chief ninja Li Hua. Xingxin, Mo Fan, ID, Huiran Bujuan, occupation, ninja. After Mo Fan came on the court, the second round of the ring match began soon. At the beginning, Mo Fan did not sneak into the ravine like Fang Rui, but let Huiran Bujuan rush to the center of the venue at the fastest speed. On the other side, Zhou Yichen also rushed to the center of the map. A map dominated by ravines was regarded as a simple arena by the two. Mo Fan, a player of the Xingqing team, is also a newcomer who debuted this season, but his playing style is not new at all, said the Cup. Yes, this player is good at hiding and sneaking, but it seems that he doesn't plan to do so this time. He wants to fight his opponent head-on. You know, the opponent is a great god at the title level. Although Zhou Yichen is not using a Yu Xingqian, his extremely accurate gun Yin Xingqian should not be underestimated, Li Ju said. In fact, there are so many gullies in this map. As long as you find the right position, you can use it to ambush at any time. Zhou Yichen's strategy in the last game was very useful, but Fang Rui was a little anxious. Beiping said that when they saw this map before the game, they all thought it would be Fang Rui's showtime, but they didn't expect that Zhou Yichen would be in the center of the stage. Huiran Bujuan came to the center of the map first. After Gun Yin Xingqian appeared in the field of vision, he suddenly rolled over and jumped to a gully on the side. Bang bang bang! Gun Yin Xingqian drew out his two guns and fired wildly at the direction of Huiran Bujuan's rolling, and then took the opportunity to change the magazine to throw a grenade into the gully. Shuriken! Huiran Wuyan rushed out of the gully, escaping from the grenade bombing range, and caught the opportunity when Gun Yin Xingqian changed bullets and threw several shurikens at him. Swish! Gun Yin Xingqian dodged the flying shuriken with a flash, and Huiran Wuyan continued to attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Huiran Wuyan swung his arms back and forth, and under Mo Fan's super-fast operation, 4 shurikens flew out in succession. This time it was not an ordinary shuriken, but a ninja's job transfer skill. Blade Wind Shuriken. Compared to ordinary shuriken, the skill of Wind Shuriken will be activated faster, and the damage effect and value will be improved. Gun Yin Xingqian changed bullets, slid to avoid the Wind Shuriken, and got close to Huiran Wuyan and kneed him. Huiran Wuyan did not move after making a seal on the spot. Gun Yin Xingqian stopped attacking, stepped on the stone wall, and then turned around and kicked behind him. Huiran Wuyan disappeared, and his real body raised his arm to block the roundhouse kick of Gun Yin Xingqian. Shadow Clone. Mo Fan wanted to use the Shadow Clone to confuse Gun Yin Xingqian, but Zhou Yichen also understood it very well. A roundhouse kick not only prevented Huiran Wuyan from being stabbed, but also caught him off guard. Li Jusher explained in real time. Huiran Wuyan retreated, and Gun Yin Xingqian fired with both guns, bang bang bang. Huiran Wuyan was hit by a bullet, and his head was shot. Mo Fan had no time to think, and threw a blade smoke jade to the ground. It exploded after hitting the ground, and purple smoke instantly filled the field. Huiran Wuyan was about to evacuate and get into the gully beside him, but was hit by Gun Yin Xingqian's sweeping gun. Seeing the strange blood flowers blooming, Gun Yin Xingqian immediately started to shoot violently. Huiran Bujuan threw out the smoke jade to save his life. He should want to sneak into the ravine on the side to ambush. This is a good plan. After all, he has the cover of Ziyin, Gun Yin Xingqian, right? Baizi widened his eyes. He saw with his own eyes that Gun Yin Xingqian on the other side of the smoke hit Huiran Bujuan, who was moving with 2 guns. There is perspective. Oh my god, it's on! If it's not turned off, it's on? There is a road on the left and a ravine on the right. With the cover of smoke, Zhou Yichen should be able to judge that Mo Fan's idea is to get into the ravine. Fang Rui said. Very conventional prediction. Su Muqing said. But why did this guy also shoot the head in the smoke? He wouldn't really lock it. Wei Chen pinched his chin and said. The sharpshooter's bullet is actually a little floating, so Zhou Yichen will habitually raise it when shooting, which will greatly increase the bullet's hit rate and headshot rate. Yishio explained. Really? Fang Rui turned to look at Yishio. How come he had never heard of this? You're not a sharpshooter, so of course you don't know. Yishio glanced at Fang Rui. Damn, you're not either. Although he was hit by several bullets, Mo Fan did not retreat. He still operated the destroyer to drill into the ravine. However, after entering, he looked at his health bar, and was a little speechless. It was because Zhou Yichen's physical critical hit rate was too high. Almost 1 critical hit came out of 2 shots. Mo Fan was really dumb. He couldn't say anything. Originally, Mo Fan planned to compete with Zhou Yichen in operation, but he found that Zhou Yichen's headshot rate seemed to be a bit exaggerated, so he retreated. Li Ju said with a smile. That's right, but Zhou Yichen's gun skills are indeed amazing, especially with the blessing of the sky-high attack speed. Sometimes after a headshot, there are several shots in a row, Cup said. Gun Xingchen was about to continue the attack, and suddenly there was a sound under his feet. Huh? Ninja tool scattering. It turned out that when Huiran Nguyen retreated, he deliberately dropped scattering on the ground, and scattering was highly concealed. Gun Xingchen stepped on the scattering, and suffered physical damage and slowing effect. Mo Fan heard the scattering trigger in the gully, and immediately turned around and rushed out of the gully. Huiran Nguyen rushed out. Mo Fan did not give up. He still chose to fight hard. This is the young man, Cup explained. Ninja method Sparrow fall. Huiran Nguyen jumped into the air, kicked out his feet, and stepped on Gun Xingchen's shoulders. Zhou Yichen's operation was not slow. Even though Gun Xingchen had been slowed down by the scattering, he still used the recoil of the angry shot to fly backwards. Then, Gun Xingchen stepped into the air with both feet, and the character was in a state of flying backwards, aiming his two guns at the falling Huiran Buju, and the muzzles of the guns sprayed red flames. Bang, 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 curved shot, the bullets shot at the opponent in an arc path. After Huiran Buju made a seal on the spot, he disappeared from the spot, and the bullets hit the stone wall. Ninjutsu shrinking the earth. Just as Gun Xingchen landed, Huiran Buju drilled out from the ground, made a seal quickly, and threw out the ninja sword. Several streams of water immediately gathered towards Gun Xingchen. Ninjutsu 100 flows slash. Gun Xingchen was hit by a stream of water with waves, and only suffered very low non-attribute magic damage, but the killer move of 100 flow slash was behind. The flowing water would split into streams, and condense into a water prison. Zhou Yichen slid the mouse, and Gun Xingchen rushed forward, shooting randomly to escape before the water prison was formed. At this stage, Mo Fan didn't want to retreat, so he quickly made seals with his hands, and then multiple shadow clones appeared on the holographic projection. This was obviously the 70-level ultimate move of the ninja. Ninja Shadow Dance. Compared with the shadow clone, the fake body released by the hidden dance not only has a higher health value, but also can move freely. However, each shadow clone needs to be controlled by the player, and they will be around a certain range of the determined benchmark. During the opening of the hidden dance, the clone controlled by the player is called the Shadow Dance Heart, which can be switched by the player. If the Shadow Dance Heart is killed by the enemy, the player's perspective will automatically be cast to the nearest shadow clone, and that shadow clone will become the new Shadow Dance Heart. Gun Xingchen didn't hide it anymore, and killed the nearest shadow clone with 1 or 2 shots. Huiran Bujuan seized the opportunity, and controlled his shadow clone to attack Gun Xingchen. At the same time, his real body appeared in front of him. Mofan was waiting for Gun Xingchen to turn around. Now! Mofan's eyes lit up. Mofan seized the opportunity when Gun Xingchen turned around to kill his shadow clone. With a super fast seal, Huiran Bujuan rushed forward and swung his sword to attack Gun Xingchen with magic waves. At this time, the ninja sword in Huiran Bujuan's hand turned into tiny fluttering cherry blossoms. Ninja level 75 high damage ultimate move. Ninja Sakura killing Broken Moon. Can it hit? Everyone held their breath. Can Mofan rely on this Sakura killing Broken Moon to turn the tables on Zhou Yichen? Ha! Zhou Yichen sneered. Gun Xingchen slid to the side. Mofan did not panic. He controlled Huiran Bujuan to seal again, and a wisp of green smoke came out of the blade. Ninja 75 level high damage ultimate move. Ninja Explosion Dragon. Huiran Bujuan swung out the flame wave on the ninja sword, and the flame wave exploded in a fan shape, but before the second section of the residual flame detonated, Huiran Bujuan was shot to the ground. This is the 70-level ultimate move of the sharpshooter, Barrett Sniper. And it's Instant Sniper, Li Ju said excitedly. Instant Sniper, this is the signature skill of Josukai, the captain of the Samsara team. Bei Bei said, thinking of Instant Sniper, the first character that comes to people's mind must be Gun piercing the clouds. But now, there is another one, that is Gun Xingchen. It stands to reason that Barrett Sniper has no knockdown effect, but when the distance is close enough and hits the opponent's head, it will not only trigger double damage, but also cause knockdown. Damn! Someone noticed Huiran Nguyen's health bar. Before Barrett Sniper, Huiran Nguyen still had 64% of his health. Gun Xingchen was damaged by the edge of the explosive flame dragon, and he still had 60% left. However, after this Barrett Sniper hit Huiran Nguyen's head, his health bar dropped sharply, leaving only 34% of his health. In other words, this shot took away 30% of Huiran Nguyen's health. Fuck, the Instant Sniper is over, this is not hanging me. Little greedy cat. Looking at the health bar of Bangdi, Mo Fan was a little speechless. Not only did the advantage disappear, but it also became an absolute disadvantage. This shot is deadly enough. If Mo Fan was still thinking about how to defeat Zhou Yichen just now, then now, he should think about how to reduce Gun Yinxingchen's health. But after this sniper, facing Huiran Huiyan, who fell to the ground, Zhou Yichen did not launch an offensive, but instead drilled into the ravine beside him. Stable. Chapter 529. When seeing Gun Yinxingchen enter the ravine, no one knew what Mo Fan was thinking. Now it's Mo Fan's turn to make a decision. Huiran Huiyan is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of health and terrain. The cup commented on Mo Fan's current situation. We have to fight, Yixiao said in the contestant's seat. Mo Fan has only one way to turn the tables, and that is to fight, but fighting is also the most risky choice. Huiran Huiyan's high damage skills are almost all on CD, which means it is difficult for him to take Gun Yinxingchen away in one wave. After Huiran Huiyan quickly formed seals with both hands, he immediately ran towards the ravine where Gun Yinxingchen was. Ninjutsu Chaos Charge. Huiran Huiyan's movement speed increased significantly, and at this time his speed was as fast as a meteor. Oh! Want to fight? In the perspective of Gun Yinxingchen, Huiran Huiyan suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Yichen's skillful little hand slipped, and Gun Yinxingchen rolled sideways to avoid the knife swung by Huiran Huiyan. Bang! Before Gun Yinxingchen could make a move, Huiran Huiyan made a seal again and disappeared on the spot. Oh, a little trick. Zhou Yichen smiled and controlled Gun Yinxingchen to rush out of the gully. When Huiran Huiyan drilled out of the ground and hung upside down, Gun Yinxingchen stepped on the stone wall on the other side and jumped up. Drawing a beautiful arc in the air, Gun Yinxingchen avoided Huiran Huiyan's slash. Ninjutsu Earth Core Beheading Technique. Mo Fan looked at the double guns on his forehead, and a drop of cold sweat on his forehead hit his keyboard. His actions were completely predicted. Bang bang bang. After 3 consecutive headshots, Gun Yinxingchen landed and turned to slide towards Huiran Huiyan. Mo Fan panted and controlled the character to make a seal on the spot to perform the substitute technique, leaving a substitute strawman on the spot to resist Gun Yinxingchen's attack. Substitute technique? Gun Yinxingchen smashed the strawman left on the spot with a kick, then shook his head left and right to look for Huiran Bujua's figure. Mo Fan was lucky. Huiran Bujua's real body was randomly teleported to a short ditch, not too far from Gun Yinxingchen's position. So Mo Fan took advantage of the cover to sneak behind Gun Yinxingchen. In order to avoid being discovered by Zhou Yichen's exaggerated induction, Huiran Bujua even activated the escape technique. During the activation of the escape technique, the ninja's movements will be silent, and the escape technique will not reduce the ninja's movement speed. During this period, other skills can also be used without being discovered by the enemy. Can Mo Fan seize this opportunity? Gun Yinxingchen glanced behind him. Wow! Zhou Yichen's induction is too strong. Fortunately, Mo Fan activated the escape technique. The heart of the commentator was tightened. Come on! The fans of Xingxin in the audience silently cheered for their own players in their hearts. Where is he? Zhou Yichen shook his camera. He was in a high position and could see the surroundings clearly, but he didn't see Huiran Huiyan after turning around for a long time. Has he entered the escape technique? Zhou Yichen quickly figured out Huiran Huiyan's status. From which direction will he attack me? Gun Yinxingchen looked back. Ah? The two commentators were stunned. Did Gun Yinxingchen see Huiran Huiyan? That doesn't make sense. Only a few seconds had passed, and judging from the CD above Huiran Huiyan's skill, this should be a full-level escape technique with a duration of 30 seconds. If Mo Fan didn't take the initiative to attack, Zhou Yichen shouldn't be able to see Huiran Huiyan. Is there really a cheat? Fang Rui muttered. What are you thinking about? Yixiao said with a smile. Mo Fan has already used several skills that can conceal his figure. Zhou Yichen should be able to judge that Huiran Bujuan used the escape technique, and his position is very good, which can be said to be in full view. Makes sense. What is Mo Fan doing? Is he scared? Qin Guo was puzzled. He's waiting, Yixiao said. Waiting for what? Waiting for the wind and sand? Ah? The people from Happy didn't understand. What wind and sand were they waiting for? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Yixiao said, there is actually wind in the 5-sided trench, and there are gullies everywhere, but there is a lot of wind and sand on the ground. After the ninja's escape technique is activated, the ninja's whereabouts become a mystery, and will not be discovered by the enemy. But if Huiran Bujuan walks rashly, it will drive the wind and sand on the ground. So Mo Fan wants to use the terrain to cover his raid. Su Mucheng quickly understood. Yes, he is waiting for the blowing sand to cover him, and then launch an attack at the next opportunity, Yixiao said. Happy's Mo Fan is a really good newcomer. Samsara was also discussing the game on the field. At first, several people didn't quite understand why Mo Fan didn't launch an attack, but when Zhang Jia saw the breeze gently brushing the skirt of Gun Yinxingchen, he understood. Here it comes! The players on the field sat up straight, and they were also curious whether Mo Fan's intention could be achieved. After all, his opponent was Zhou Yichen, who had extraordinary reaction speed, and was as talented as ordinary people. Huh? The breeze drove the sand on the ground, flying all over the sky. This was the signal for Mo Fan to act. Zhou Yichen couldn't judge the position of Hui and Yanwu based on the movement of the sand. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Are you going to attack? Li Ju asked. No, 2 steps, ninjutsu, back body binding head technique. Hui and Wu Yan attacked, holding the long rope attached to the handle of the ninja's sword and catching the Gun Yinxingchen in front of him. Gun Yinxingchen turned around and tried to escape with his flying spear, but the distance was too close, and even Zhou Yichen couldn't make it in 2 steps. The back body binding head technique hit, and Gun Yinxingchen's neck was caught. At this time, Hui and Wu Yan forced Gun Yinxingchen to his side, and then threw him over. Zhou Yichen wanted to take the attack, but the back binding head technique was ineffective, and it would also cause the ninja to add a sweeping attack. Gun Yinxingchen was kicked away, and Hui and Wu Yan formed seals with both hands. Ninja Fire Slash, Shuriken, Destruction. 3 consecutive moves to kill Gun Yinxingchen, but Zhou Yichen used left and right displacement to balance the character, then put his 2 guns back into the holsters, turned over and propped himself up, waiting for the destruction of the tireless to kill. Zhou Yichen dodged to the left, and the tireless ninja sword slashed into the air. 3 steps, dong dong dong, 1 punch, 2 punches. Gun Yinxingchen took the posture of a boxer and punched at the tireless. Mo Fan wanted to fight back, but the ninja sword in his hand was caught by the opponent. Gun Yinxingchen grabbed him, then raised his knee and hit him hard, took a step back, stood sideways and got ready, and kicked out. Spinning kick, kicked him back with 1 kick. Gun Yinxingchen turned around and pulled out 2 revolvers from the holsters. Bang bang bang, blood flowers exploded on the tireless. Perfect gun and artillery martial arts. Yi Xiu, who was watching in the contestant seat, couldn't help but stand up and applaud. As a special attacking skill for sharpshooters, gun martial arts combines gun shooting and fighting skills. There are 2 stages of physical damage. One is physical attack, and the other is gun shooting. Gun martial arts tests the physical skills of the sharpshooter. Shozakai commented that the 3 rifle physical skills have used this skill to the extreme, and now, they have seen a more perfect gun martial arts. Zhou Yichen may not be as skilled as Shozakai in shooting and skill connection, but Zhou Yichen is worse than Shozakai in gun martial arts. There is nothing he can do about it. After all, Zhou Yichen has the foundation of close combat of the battle mage. The physical skills of Gun Yinxingchen really have a taste of Yu Xingchen. The Cup commented. Gun martial arts are mainly physical attacks, but other sharpshooters, even Shozakai's 1 shot through the clouds, use gun shooting as their killer moves, because gun attacks are like sudden cold arrows, which are extremely difficult to defend against, so they are all mainly gun shooting, supplemented by physical skills. But Zhou Yichen is different. He almost gave up gun shooting and relied on pure physical skills, and fought more fiercely than boxers. Shouldn't Mo Fan be fighting? Why does it feel like he's being fought? Fang Rui opened his mouth wide. Because Zhou Yichen is a player who pursues excitement and operation, he is not afraid of fighting. On the contrary, fighting will only make him more excited. Yi Xiu explained. Is this a strange operation? Xiao Xiu, have you ever competed with Zhou Yichen in physical skills? Fang Minghua suddenly asked. He was very curious about who was better in physical skills between Shozakai and Zhou Yichen. He is better. Shozakai responded, Oh. But I won. Shozakai then said. Shozakai's words were very clear. In the competition of physical skills, he was not as good as Zhou Yichen, but the sharpshooter relied on the double guns in his hands. Zhou Yichen had a fatal flaw when playing the sharpshooter, that is, he did not like to use the sharpshooter's time-state skills. For example, double shot and rapid shot, these skills Zhou Yichen doesn't like to use. He thinks it's a pure waste of the character's mana. But whether it's double shot or rapid shot, it can help the sharpshooter turn defeat into victory under certain circumstances. When Zhou Yichen and Shozakai fought privately, Shozakai often won a wave of blood volume exchange. The only few times Zhou Yichen won were by fighting close to him. But whether Shozakai let him go or not, everyone knows. Fighting is Ah Chen's favorite thing. Shozakai said 3 sentences in a row. This situation is very rare. He plays the sharpshooter, and it seems that he really likes fighting. Zhang Jiala said. He naturally fought with Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter. Zhang Jiala even privately said that Yu Xingchen became Gun Yin Xingchen without a gun. The fighting style is exactly the same, but one is a battle mage and the other is a sharpshooter. The blood bar and defense are different. Compared with the Yu Xingchen, Gun Yin Xingchen is much more fragile. In the team's training match blacklist, Zhou Yichen's Gun Yin Xingchen ranked first among all the major teams. They called it Yin Zi. So much so that later, when some teams made training matches with Samsara, they would add a sentence, I hope Zhou Yichen can use a Yu Xingchen. But now, Zhou Yichen's Gun Yin Xingchen has become much better through Zhou Zakai's beating, torture, and grinding, killing, and the first game against Fang Rui is the best proof. If it was the previous Gun Yin Xingchen, he would have rushed in and fought against Hai Wuliang. The final outcome would of course be Gun Yin Xingchen's victory, but his health would definitely not remain at 80%, but around 20 to 30. Gun Yin Xingchen, he won't be in Samsara's team match lineup. Wei Chen was a little unbelievable. Xingchen had a training match with Samsara this season. In the single match, Zhou Yichen's Gun Yin Xingchen was still very threatening, but in the team match, 3 words to describe it, ghost seeing. From these 2 matches, his sharpshooter's play has changed a lot, and he even imitated it. Yi Xiao was also thinking about Samsara's intentions. At this time last year, Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter also appeared. But from the situation later, it was just a smoke bomb. So is it still a smoke bomb this time? The wolf has come so many times. Won't it come again? Ninjutsu Kanchan double kill. Huiren Wuyan was down, and Mo Fan made a final fight. After forming a seal on the spot, he held the ninja sword and scabbard to attack Gun Yin Xingchen. Zhou Yichen was not panicked at all. He stepped on Huiren Wuyan's shoulder, dodged the cross attack, and fired at him. At this time, Huiren Wuyan used inertia to chop Gun Yin Xingchen's leg with a knife, but unfortunately the blood volume was not enough to support Mo Fan to do more things. Bang, 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 glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for his success in defeating 2 opponents. This match between the 2 sides was very exciting. From the initial direct attack, to the subsequent probing, and then to the final fight, both sides contributed a great offensive drama for us. Li Ju said. Mo Fan, the player who accompanied Xingchen to complete the challenge, has become more mature after entering the professional league. He also successfully knocked down 60% of Gun Yin Xingchen's health. As a newcomer, he is proud enough. Bebe said. It's a pity. It would be better if the health was a little more. Mo Fan shook his head and walked towards the Xingchen player seat. Awesome Mo Fan, that's Zhou Yichen, who is ranked in the top 3 in the league. You can knock down 60% of his health, which is already amazing. Qin Guo looked at the somewhat disappointed Mo Fan and comforted him. But he didn't use a Yu Xingchen. Mo Fan looked up and said. This sentence directly choked Qin Guo. Even if he used a Yu Xingchen, I believe you can still do it. Yi Xiao patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. Mo Fan looked at Yi Xiao silently, but said nothing. Xiao Yifan handed over a bottle of water from the side. Mo Fan was slightly stunned, took it, and nodded to Xiao Yifan to show his gratitude. With this energy of Mo Fan, I think Li Hua will feel the crisis. Li Ju smiled. At this time, the 3rd player of Xingchen's ring match had stood up. Tang Rou, after the 1-on-3 incident, has been the defending general of Xingchen. However, even in Xingchen's home court, even if her data is still ranked first among newcomers, Tang Rou's popularity is still at a low point. She once again proved with facts that you should not set a flag for no reason. If it collapses, you will be honest. There is still Zhou Yichen with 20% health in the reincarnation field, and there are 2 full-blooded characters behind him, one of whom is Zhou Zakai in full state, and one of the Glory Twins has appeared. There is no fight. Everyone thinks so. The ring match of reincarnation is too unsolvable. Zhang Jiala is okay as a starter, basically. It's always 1 for 1, and if there are no mistakes, it can usually last until Zhou Zakai comes on the court. But Zhou Yichen is in the starting lineup, and Zhou Zakai sometimes doesn't even have the chance to play. There are too few players who can do 1 for 1 with Zhou Yichen. Basically, he is 1 person against 2 people. When he is in good form, it is not difficult for him to beat 3. Lu Buiyuan in the middle plays steadily, so there is no room for Zhou Zakai. Has Zhou Zakai ever done 1 for 3? He really did it. He won this honor in the 6th season. But now, let alone 1 for 3, sometimes he doesn't even have the chance to play. Unknowingly, he has become a substitute. Zhou Zakai, how about I play first, Zhou Yichen, to me. Chapter 530. Without much applause, Tang Rou stood up, accepted the blessings from her teammates, and walked towards the court firmly. Hearing the sparse applause from the sidelines, Tang Rou looked sideways, and found that there were fans of Samsara applauding her. This made Tang Rou feel a little emotional. The last time she went to Samsara's home court, she was not booed. Samsara fans don't quite understand. This kind of home atmosphere is really weird and depressing. Samsara fans are no longer surprised by setting flags, because Zhou Yichen often sets alternative flags on Weibo. For example, when he wakes up in the morning, he posts, "Set a flag today, go online and abuse Zhou Shen." In the evening, he will post on Weibo, "It's okay if I didn't abuse him, but I was abused in return. I'm depressed." Many people commented below, "God of Gold." Of course, not everyone is so optimistic. When Samsara players make bad moves on the court, they will also criticize them on Tiabao or Weibo, but these players ignore them. Which team doesn't have three pieces now? White, black, and mixed. She's a girl after all. It's not good to do this at home. Jiang Buitao was a little puzzled. If something like this happened to Samsara, he would definitely bring it up after the game. After all, not only Samsara's fans protect their shortcomings, but Jiang Buitao himself also protects his shortcomings. It's nothing to play professional crazy. The neighbor stood up and sprayed. Zhang Jiala waved his hand. He didn't understand what Happy's fans were doing. And this season, besides Tang Rou, are there any outstanding newcomers? Fang Minghua asked. Baitu's Baishu and Song Jiang are not bad, and Mo Fan who just played against Aiken is also good, but they are not as good as Tang Rou. Jiang Buitao said. Samsara studied Tang Rou's games, and understood Yu Xingchen's style of play at a glance. 8 words to summarize: aggressive and unstoppable. From the beginning of the season to now, Tang Rou's strength has been steadily improving. Among the rookies joining the league this season, she is undoubtedly the most outstanding one in terms of strength. This season's best rookie is either her or Baishu from Tyranny. Lu Buiyuan joined the group chat. But both of them are a bit older. Compared with Tang Rou, Baishu's advantage lies in team competitions. He is a stable starter, while Tang Rou is not fixed. Jiang Buitao began to analyze the advantages and disadvantages between the two. Tang Rou's advantage is that her data is very luxurious. Since she started to defend the grand prize, Xingqing's ring competitions have been undefeated like us, I remember, but popularity, lost. While chatting and laughing, Zhou Zikai reported the news that Zhou Yichen lost. Han Yanrou defeated Changyin Xingchen, but consumed 34% of her health. Zhou Yichen did not choose to beat around the bush with the other party, just do it. In a ring match, Zhou Yichen brushed 234% of the health data. If you snatch this season's defending star, you will be known as a brusher. Zhang Jiala shook his head and said. You should know that he only started in the individual competition in the 9th round, and Zhou Yichen rarely played in the previous few ring matches. However, from the 9th round to the 11th round, Zhou Yichen jumped from the top of the league's defending efficiency list to the top 2. The first place is Sun Xiang of Thunder, and the third place is Wang Jieshi of Tiny Herb. Cut, what's wrong with brushing? Brushing eats your rice? Everyone can brush, why not brush? Don't you like it? Zhou Yichen asked soul-searchingly. Leave it to you, Xiao Jiang. Zhou Yichen turned around and patted Jiang Buitao on the shoulder. Hey, you are disrespectful. Jiang Buitao pointed at Zhou Yichen. Jiang Buitao's appearance did not change Tang Rou's playing style. Looking at Tang Rou falling into the opponent's trap step by step on the court, Ishio couldn't help but sigh. What a player who doesn't look scary. Jiang Buitao, the vice-captain of Samsara, the great contributor to the 3 consecutive championships. But whenever people talk about Samsara, they always think of the almost unsolvable trident on the offensive end of Samsara first, and then Jiang Buitao's turn. Because in order to attract more attention, players must have unique and superb personal skills. But when it comes to personal technical level, he does not have distinctive characteristics like many players. His playing style is like talking to you about your parents, ordinary, not amazing, but not too low-key, and he ended the game naturally. Jiang Buitao plays differently from Shuang Zhou. Zhou Zikai usually takes away a lot of life from his opponent in one wave. Zhou Yichen, needless to say, is a man who wants to seize the initiative and attack from the beginning, even if it means sacrificing his life. Zhou Yichen is either attacking or on the way to attack. As for Jiang Buitao, he accumulates little advantages to win the final victory. Players who lose against him often feel that they are just a little bit behind in the game, whether they are leading or lagging behind, but they lose everything bit by bit. Jiang Buitao is such a careful player. This is true in the team and in the individual competition. Just like Tang Rou on the field, she seems to have full offensive power, but from the perspective of blood volume, Han Yanrou consumes more blood than Wu Lang. Xiao Tang should have noticed something was wrong, so he deliberately slowed down the pace of his attack. Fang Rui said. Yes, but it's a little late. Xiao Tang has already entered Jiang Buitao's rhythm. Su Mucheng said. Jiang Buitao's slow pace made Tang Rou very uncomfortable. Whether it was the flame wave array or the frost wave array, he used it to block her movement. Tang Rou actually kept her composure. Zhou Yichen, who was sitting in the player's seat watching the game, was a little surprised. Jiang Buitao's rhythm was too slow, but Tang Rou not only did not speed up, but instead fought against Jiang Buitao. Jiang Buitao on the court was also a little surprised. The opponent was not in a hurry, he didn't have any pressure, after all, there was a Zhouzikai behind him. But Tang Rou was the defending general of Xingxin, and she would naturally lose 2 points if she lost the ring match. Tang Rou did a good job in the blood volume exchange. Zhang Jiala suddenly said. Currently, Han Yinrou still has 42% of her health, while Wu Lang has 77%. In terms of the amount of health consumed, Han Yinrou consumed 24%, and Wu Lang consumed 20%, with a difference of only 4%. Tang Rou is stable, but her health bar is not stable, Fang Minghua said with a smile. If the blood exchange continues like this, Tang Rou will be the only one who loses. Wu Lang has 100% of her health when he comes on the field, while Han Yinrou was hit by Zhou Yichen's gun in Xingchen and lost 34%, which makes Wu Lang have 34% more health tolerance than Han Yinrou. Wu Lang did not live up to the foundation laid by Gun in Xingchen. In the end, even though Tang Rou counterattacked, the opponent's advantage was too great. In the end, Wu Lang used a lightning wave sword to paralyze her, and then a long hidden starlight wave sword blasted out, successfully taking Tang Rou away. Glory! Tang Rou has done her best in this match, but Jiang Buitao is still too experienced, said the cup. It's a pity. If she had consumed less HP against Zhou Yichen, she would still have a chance to win. Yi Xiu's words were not words of comfort. By the end of the match, Jiang Buitao's Wulong only had 12% of HP left. From the efficiency point of view, Tang Rou was higher than Jiang Buitao, but unfortunately, the team competition was a relay race. Zhouzikai sighed softly. It was not his turn to play again. Tang Rou fell, but when she left the court, she heard the long-lost applause, the applause for her. Huh? She is much stronger than at the beginning of the season. Jiang Buitao returned to the Samsara player's seat, and took the towel handed by Zhou Yichen. Fortunately, you have accumulated a lot of advantages, otherwise I might have overturned. Jiang Buitao smiled at Zhou Yichen. I think your style of play is really easy to overturn on her. Zhou Yichen was silent for a while, then spoke. Tang Rou's tough-hitting style is quite restraining to Jiang Buitao's consumption style. After all, you spent a long time, but the result was not as much health as Jiang Buitao's one wave. Isn't it you? Jiang Buitao said with a smile. Is Tang Rou strong? Very strong, but sorry, they have stronger ones in Samsara. That sounds good. The ring game ended with Samsara's victory. The two sides ended up with a score of 3-2 in the singles match. No matter what, it is impossible to have a score of 10-0 again. After being defeated 3 times in a row, Samsara fought back, and the morale was boosted after winning the ring game. Although Xingxin lost the ring game, it did not show any decadence. The intensity of Samsara's ring game, those who understand it will understand it. If Xingxin can win Samsara's ring game, it will definitely be the biggest hot topic in recent days. After all, Samsara has not lost the ring game for several seasons. In the team competition, other teams would be considered successful if they could hold on until Zhouzikai appeared, let alone win. The break between the singles and team competitions was relatively long. The home team would arrange some singing programs if they had programs. The players of the two teams gathered together with headphones to discuss matters related to the team competition. According to the rules, the teams are allowed to return to the preparation room to rest during this break, but usually the teams find it troublesome and few teams would go back to the preparation room at this time. Moreover, the peripherals are basically in the player seats. If they come back and find that the peripherals are missing, it would be a great pleasure. In the singles competition, both sides have won and lost. What do you think of the team competition, Mr. Li Ju? After the break, the TV broadcast had not ended before the commercials, and the commentator talked about the team competitions of both sides. Well, on paper, Samsara is definitely stronger, but Happy is not without a chance. After all, this is their home court, and they can choose some more complex maps to play tactics with Samsara. Li Ju analyzed. Indeed, everyone in the Samsara League knows about the offensive nature of the league, so if you can avoid some strong attack maps, don't choose them. The cup nodded. Then what do you think will be the key to victory or defeat? The cup asked again. Well, Li Ju really couldn't say this question, I think. It will still be in the treatment. It is no secret in the league that Xingxin's treatment is a shortcoming. Among the team treatments in the playoffs area, and Winnie should be relatively backward, but he is a newcomer and has a certain growth potential. Before, many teams have focused on attacking him. In the match between the two teams at the beginning of the season, if I remember correctly, Fang Minghua blew in Winnie, but now, Xingxin has grown a lot, so many things are hard to say. The Cup recalled. Yes, so far, the team that has done this accurately is Team 301. Yang Tsung sacrificed his life to accurately assassinate in Winnie. We can also see that even if the level of Happy's healer is not top-notch, when he is missing, Happy's team will not be able to function normally and will lose the game. Li Ju said immediately. So, Samsara's main attack point will still focus on Happy's healers. Hey, do you think they will also let the assassins sacrifice their lives to attack? Wu Qi's assassin is not bad. Cup suddenly had a good idea. Wu Qi. Li Ju thought for a while. In fact, Samsara's playing style is very varied. Whether it is a strong attack or a slow push, Samsara plays in an orderly manner. I think it is possible to kill with one blow or a strong attack. It depends on what Samsara chooses. Compared to Samsara, Happy is much simpler. They will make many tactical arrangements around this shortcoming, which are very novel to us. Cup smiled. Yes, after all, we can't ignore Yushio, he is a tactical master. While the two commentators were chatting, both teams were making final arrangements. Reincarnation, are you going to play Wu Qi? Zhou Yichen asked. But if you play, there will be no front row. Zhang Jiala said. It's okay, I'm in the front row. Zhou Yichen pointed at himself. If you still play the same way in the training game, believe it or not, I will kill you after the game. Fang Minghua glanced at Zhou Yichen. Oh! Zhou Yichen, I'm honest, please let me go. Okay, just play this way. Xingxin is a good test product. Jiang Buitao looked at Zhou Zikai. Yeah. Zhou Zikai responded after thinking for a moment. He thought he could give it a try. Happy, the opponent should still play normally. Even if Wu Qi appears, he will be the sixth player, so we don't have to worry too much about the life-threatening attack. Yishio said. Mu Cheng, Fang Rui, Yi Fan and Xiaoan will start, and Xiao Tang will be the sixth player. This is the lineup for today. After the break, the electronic screen above the stage also announced the list of players for the two teams' team competition. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Yi Chong Chuan Yun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Buitao, ID, Wu Lang Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen ID, Gun Yin Xing Chen Occupation, Sharpshooter. Zhang Jiala, ID, Bai Hua Liaoluan Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua, ID, Xiao Guzi Rua Occupation, Priest. The sixth player, Wu Qi, ID, Cruel Silence Occupation, Assassin. Happy, Yi Xiu, ID, Junim O Xiao Occupation, Full-time Loose Player. Su Macheng, ID, Muya Qingfeng Occupation, Gunner. Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuyang Occupation, Qigong Master. Xiao Yifan ID, Yikanhui Occupation, Go Swordsman. And Winnie, ID, Zaya Shubingliang Occupation, Priest. The sixth person, Tang Rou, ID, Hanyanru Occupation, Battle Mage. Map, Labor Mining Area. Ai Zhua can also play 3 shooters in the Glory game. Chapter 531. The lineup was revealed, and the two commentators were stunned. 3 shooters. In the past, when Gun Yin Xingchen came on the court, they would choose Zhang Jiala to play the 6th man and accept the team's endgame. But now, they simply stopped acting and put 3 shooters on the court. I can't comment. Li Ju saw this lineup for the first time, but he couldn't say anything, because the team playing this lineup was the Samsara team that had not lost a single game and established a new dynasty. Well, maybe they want to build more gun lines. Basie couldn't hold it anymore. It turns out that Honor can also play 3 shooters, so 3 shooters are right. An audience member said. Oh my. It's interesting to see it this way. Li Ju became interested, and he really wanted to know what the 3 shooters of Samsara could do. How dare you use this lineup? Fang Rui and Samsara said as they fist-bumped. They had seen this lineup in the training match. It was in that match that Zhou Yichen played the sharpshooter Go Seize Sorrow. Who knows if you don't try it? Jiang Buitao said with a smile. Awesome. Fang Rui gave a thumbs up. I admire you. Su Muching said. After a few words, the two teams greeted each other and entered the competition seats. The team match was about to begin, and the holographic projection began to show the roles of the two teams that were about to play. The visiting team was in front, and the home team was in the back. One team played at the same time on each side, alternating, and the electronic screen changed the data introduction of each role. "Oh my god, what the hell is this?" someone shouted with sharp eyes. Samsara, laughing and singing freely, Xingxin, with cold hands. "Is this still Little Hands Bingyong?" "Big Hands Bingyong," someone said in surprise. "This set of equipment, is this the same Little Hands Bingyong as before?" The two commentators also noticed the situation. "Little Hands Bingyong's equipment has changed a lot," Cup exclaimed. Li Ju nodded in agreement, and then the director also understood and magnified the data of Little Hands Bingyong. Li Ju was stunned. "Am I seeing it right? 1810 intelligence points. What is Xingxin going to do?" Li Ju took a breath, and then rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he was not seeing it wrong. Among the four-dimensional attributes of Little Hands Bingyong, intelligence, 1810. 1810 intelligence attribute, it's too exaggerated. Cup shouted without caring about his image. As a professional commentator, of course, he must have a considerable reserve of glory knowledge. Of course, he couldn't remember all the attributes of all professional characters, but he could recite some extreme data by heart. You know, Zhang Xinjia of Tyranny has the highest intelligence in the league, Shirbuzhuan, which is only 1570. How can Xia Shubingliang be so much ahead of Shirbuzhuan? The Cup opened his eyes wide and looked at Xia Shubingliang's data, and found that he was right, intelligence, 1810. This is a full set of silver equipment. Li Ju immediately took another breath. You know, many characters in the league only have a few pieces of silver equipment on their bodies, and some are even inferior silver equipment. You know, Xia Shubingliang, as a priest, actually has a full set of silver equipment of good quality. Xingxin's technical department is so terrifying. What about other attributes? The Cup noticed something wrong, and scanned Xia Shubingliang's other attributes, and found that they were obviously much lower. The intelligence is stacked to the extreme. No wonder the intelligence is so high. Xia Shubingliang can be called an intelligence pusher. Li Ju suddenly realized. It turns out that it is exchanged for other attributes. But is it really necessary to stack intelligence so high? It's unique in the league, said the Cup. Well, in my impression, no character's attributes are stacked so extreme. Li Ju thought about it, really not. In order to maximize the level of the players, professional characters generally balance their attributes. Even a Yu Xingxin, who has a relatively high attack speed bonus, does not exceed other attributes too much. There are many priests in online games who stack intelligence to the extreme like Xia Shubingliang. These priests have strong healing abilities, which can reduce the difficulty of dungeons in battles such as dungeons, and ensure the survival of players to the greatest extent. However, the professional league is a pure PvP field. Strong healing abilities are good, but other healing abilities must also be considered. After all, if you are killed instantly after stacking so high, what is the use of high intelligence? The upgrade attributes given by the system are the same for everyone. No one will have more or less than anyone else. So in the end, the character's surroundings are adjusted by equipment. The attributes of equipment are limited, so there must be trade-offs. Intelligence is indeed the priority attribute of the priest, but there is no need to be so extreme. Then Li Ju glanced at the critical hit of Xia Shubingliang and couldn't help saying, "This is completely a PvE standing priest. Ice resistance and dark resistance are stacked very high, the mental attribute is average, and the intelligence and critical hit are strengthened. How much milk can this mouthful of milk give?" Bebe couldn't imagine how much Xia Shubingliang's healing capacity was. In terms of healing, this can be considered the #1 priest in glory. Based on the healing amount of a single skill, Xia Shubingliang is probably far ahead of Zhang Xinjia's Shibuzuan and Fang Minghua's Xia Jizuruo, but his casting speed is also average. Considering factors such as casting speed and skill cooldown, it is hard to say how the healing performance will be within a certain period of time without calculation. Li Ju thought for a while, and said, "To be precise, Xia Shubingliang's single target healing amount is indeed very inflated, but if it is interrupted, what is the difference from before? Is Xingxin going to use healing to kill Samsara? But how will you deal with Samsara if it attacks?" Bebe asked. The 6 players of both sides, Han Yanru and Cruel Jingma, have already been shown, but everyone is still discussing Xia Shubingliang's character transformation and analyzing Xingxin's intentions. A full set of silver equipment, in the eyes of players, is a cool and awesome existence. Which of the masters they are familiar with is not full of silver equipment? With an intelligence of 1810, there are many players who can immediately tell that this is the highest intelligence priest in glory. After all, generally, priests with an intelligence of 1400 will start to brag. For someone like Xia Shubingliang, who has an intelligence of 1810, there is no need to brag, it is already very awesome. The entire Shaoshan venue was full of discussions about Xia Shubingliang for a while. This is the king of intelligence. Samsara was also discussing Xia Shubingliang's equipment. Changing the attributes of the equipment can improve the player's operation level? Can everything Xingxin has done change the status quo? You have to know that Xingxin's shortcoming is not actually Xia Shubingliang's equipment problem, but Enwini's own technical problem. To say whether Enwini has advantages, of course he does. Enwini has a very good grasp of the situation on the field, and he can always find the point where help is most needed. But his problem is that he knows how to give, but his skills are very bad, especially when it comes to the timing of releasing skills, and when he will hesitate. To put it bluntly, he does not believe in himself. Everyone generally believes that if Xingxin can find a better healer, everything will be much better. But now, Xingxin did not choose to change players, but strengthen the characters very sharply. Is this way of repairing shortcomings really useful? Why would Xingxin rather spend so much money to strengthen the characters than to find a stronger healer during the transfer period? What kind of magic does Enwini have that makes Xingxin willing to concentrate resources on him alone? This is a point that most people do not understand. Three-legged toads are not easy to find, but there are a lot of priests who can operate. In many people's eyes, priests only need to know how to operate and heal, but in fact, which of those top healers doesn't have his own ideas? Yishio has never given up on Enwini because of this. After all, in Yishio's opinion, operating skills can be acquired through training. 99%, 100%. Gun chanting stars, loading completed. One shot through the clouds, loading completed. Miyu Chung Feng, loading completed. 100 flowers are dazzling, loading completed. Laughing and singing freely, loading completed. Map, labor mining area, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, the game officially began, and the characters of both sides refreshed at the two corners of the map. The labor mine is not a new map. Samsara has chosen this map in the match against Blue Rain. As the name suggests, the labor mine is a mining area located at the foot of the mountain. The terrain structure is relatively complex. There is no wide position in the whole map that can allow the two teams of 10 to fight completely. The purpose of Xingxin choosing this map may be based on the fact that there are more long-range output professions on their side. Beiping analyzed. It should be. Miyu Chung Feng and Hai Wuliang are semi-long range. Yishio's Jun Mo Xiao can also switch to gun form, and EC Yuan Hui's ghost formation can also be released remotely. Li Ju said. But it seems that Samsara is also like this. Beiping laughed. Li Ju turned around and saw that it was true. The three shooters are all long-range professions. Jiang Buitao's Wu Lang is a magic swordsman, and his output means, the wave sword, is also a long-range attack. The two sides collided. At the beginning, Xingxin acted quickly without any hesitation and pointed his sword at the center of the map. Samsara was not left behind either. Their goal was also the top of the mining area in the center of the map. There was an elevator platform, and both sides had more long-range output. This position was a must-fight place for both sides to ensure the smoothness of the attack. Hey, do you think it's really useful for the Priest of Happy to have such a high intelligence stack? Zhou Yichen asked in the team voice during the march. You have to ask Lao Feng about this. He is an expert in this area. Jiang Buitao said. High intelligence, high crit, and strong recovery ability can make up for the shortcomings of Enwini of Happy to a certain extent. Fang Minghua said. Samsara has analyzed Enwini's problem very clearly, otherwise they would not have brought up Gun In Xingxin in this fight against Happy. It is to catch Xingxin off guard with the most violent attack. If Xingxin is in chaos, Enwini will be in chaos too. But aren't the attributes a little too unbalanced? Jiang Buitao said. A little extreme. The casting speed is too average. He needs more cover when healing, otherwise it is very easy to be interrupted. Fang Minghua said. That means he needs his teammates to help him bear more pressure. Zhang Jiala said it seriously. This challenge does look good for Xingxin, and it is also a good test product for us. Jiang Buitao smiled. Then keep the plan unchanged and continue to use their healing. Zhou Yichen said. Yeah. Shosakai nodded, he had the same idea. Okay. The others also agreed. Xingxin's healing has always been their shortcoming, and it has long become the core of the tactical attack of major teams. And in fact, even if there is no shortcoming in healing, strong attack healing is also a common manifestation of team tactics. After all, the saying that team fights can be lost, but healers must die is still very applicable in Glory. The commentators, and most people express doubts about whether the full silver suit can bring changes to Happy. In the eyes of the Samsara people, there is no difference, because you only strengthen the ice resistance and dark resistance, and sacrifice a part of the basic defense to improve intelligence, which also means that the damage I cause to you at the physical level is naturally increased a lot. Therefore, they think that Ziyashubingling is more fragile than before. The more critical point is that such a change also brings new problems. That is, doing so requires the whole team to help him share the pressure, which means that everyone should pay a little attention to Ziyashubingling. The risk was weakened and dispersed at the same time. What if someone didn't notice and didn't complete the cover mission he should have taken on? Then a series of chain reactions would be triggered, and Xingxing couldn't make up for it even if it wanted to. Strong Attack Priest. The core idea of the reincarnation tactics has not changed, but has become more determined. The characters of the two teams soon met in the center of the map, and Zhou Yichen's gun In Xingchen took the initiative to attack. The rest of the characters scattered and quickly seized favorable terrain. Zhou Yichen is attacking, said the cup. Although the role has changed, the style has not changed at all. Li Ju said. I heard from the grapevine that in the training match, Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter was called Go See Sorrow, which made all the players ashamed. I don't know if I can see it on the court today. The cup laughed. If Zhou Yichen could hear what the cup said, he would definitely refute it. What is the ghost? Zhou Yichen himself called it the happy sharpshooter. As the name suggests, it is a dying sharpshooter. Disperse. Yixiao gave an order, and Xingxing quickly scattered. Mu Cheng finds a position to attack. Yifan finds an opportunity to release the ghost array. Shaoan, you stay at the back. Yixiao directed everyone's work. What about me? Fang Rui asked. You? You sneak attack. Received, over, hee. The same thing happened on the other side of the Samsara, all looking for the most advantageous terrain for attack. Yiqian Chuanyun wants to occupy the commanding heights. Li Ju saw Yiqian Chuanyun's movements, and knew that he wanted to use the flying gun to climb onto the platform in the center of the map. Mu Cheng stopped him. With Yixiao's order, Mu Cheng Feng aimed the muzzle at Yiqian Chuanyun, who was climbing. Boom! 3 shells were fired at Yiqian Chuanyun from different directions. Anti-tank gun. When Mu Yuqingfeng aimed the gun at Yiqian Chuanyun, another gun was also aimed at her. Chapter 532. The moment Mu Yuqingfeng showed her head, the gun In Xingchen on the other side locked onto her position. And when gun In Xingchen showed his head, Jun Maxia locked onto his position again. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and gun In Xingchen hit Mu Yuqingfeng, but Jun Maxia's bullets that attacked gun In Xingchen were blocked by the boulder in front of the opponent. Zhou Yichen was very cautious, and he fired a few shots, and then retreated. Oh my god, he's really aiming at me. Zhou Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, the ghost is not a ghost anymore. Fang Rui was a little surprised. The training match and the game are really different. The 3 anti-tank guns failed to stop Yiqian Chuanyun's steps, and at this time Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang took action. Qi Guan Chanhong, Hai Wuliang shouted in the corner, and then blasted a huge air wave towards Yiqian Chuanyun. Fortunately, Zhou Zikai reacted quickly enough, and used the rope to swing away, and dodged the Qi Guan Chanhong with a penetrating effect. What a pity. Fang Rui hit immediately after seeing that Qi Guan Chanhong missed, and then interacted passionately in the public channel. Oh, it was just a little bit away, and it would have hit your little butt. I saw your little butt too. Zhou Yichen responded. Huh? Zhou Yichen's words made Fang Rui's anus tighten, and then he turned his head to look back and found nothing. But this action was captured by Zhou Zikai above. It seems to be Hai Wuliang. Oh, the little butt was really discovered. Zhou Yichen smiled slightly, and with the specific coordinates, he could go fishing. Bang! After finding that there was no danger, Mu Yuqingfeng continued to bombard the Yiqian Chuanyun above. A piercing shell drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed in front of Yiqian Chuanyun. There was another bang sound, like a firework blooming, and several piercing shells flew out from the exploded barrel. Boom boom boom. The piercing shell fell to the ground, and the place where it landed was exactly where Bai Hua Liaowan was hiding, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Damn! Helpless Zhang Jiala could only give up this point. The shell fell, and the successive explosions turned into a sea of fire. You're not dead, Lao Zhang. Fortunately my buddy's legs are fast, otherwise he would be trapped in it. Zhang Jiala said, Su Maicheng has learned to be bad, all because of Yixiao, who has no bottom line. Already in position. Taking advantage of Bai Hua Liaowan's suffering, Yiqiang Chuanyan climbed to the highest point. Attack! With Jiang Buitao's order, Bai Hua Liaowan rolled and appeared in the sight of everyone in Xingxin. Then, with a small hand, 8 grenades of various types flew out from his palm. Random thunder. In the not very spacious mine trench, this random thunder became the horn for the Samsara to launch an attack. Boom boom boom. Various grenades with different effects exploded in the mine trench, and the grenade special effects of different colors filled the holographic projection. Except for Mu Yuqingfeng, who was standing on the rock halfway up the hill, the other 4 people of Xingxin were almost all attacked by random thunder. Focus on Gun Yin Xingchen. Yixiao suddenly gave the order to focus fire. Gun Yin Xingchen jumped out again and directly interrupted Xia Shubingliang's healing chant for Jun Maxiu. Zhou Yichen wanted to go further, but before he could make a move, the gunshot had already landed beside him. But judging from the sound, it was obviously not from Mu Yuqingfeng. The only person on the Xingxin side who could still make a shooting attack was Yixiao's Jun Maxiu, a casual player. Jun Maxiu, using the mechanic's skill. The mechanical rotor took off and landed beside Gun Yin Xingchen, only 5 steps away from him. Zhou Yichen realized this, and immediately controlled Gun Yin Xingchen to retreat quickly. Gun physical skills were still not good enough in front of Sanren's fast attack. Sanren was much stronger in close combat in terms of the connection of small skills. Gun Yin Xingchen wanted to retreat, but Jun Maxiu obviously didn't want to let him go. Sliding, Jun Maxiu rushed up quickly, pointing his sword at Gun Yin Xingchen. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of him, Zhou Yichen didn't retreat, turned around and fired a gun at Jun Maxiu. Yixiao Zhou Yichen. Both of them are great gods, who are famous for their battle mages. The former is the undisputed #1 in glory, 3 champions and 1 runner-up, the king of the old era. The latter came out of nowhere, and attracted everyone's attention in the first game of the rookie. He is a child of destiny, and a favorite of God. In the end, neither side used a battle mage in this game. Yixiao used a casual player, while Zhou Yichen used a sharpshooter. There has always been a question in people's minds, that is, who is stronger between the two? Zhou Yichen, who once said in the media that it was Yixiao who gave him the idea of becoming a professional player. However, by the time Zhou Yichen stepped onto the stage of glory, both Excellent Era and Yixiao had already been on the decline. After winning the runner-up in the 4th season, Excellent Era's performance was getting worse year by year. In the 5th and 6th seasons, it was in the top 4, in the 7th season, it was in the top 8, and in the 8th season, it was even relegated to play in the Challenge Tournament. During this period, the league flourished, and Micro Herb and Blue Rain successively reached the top. Samsara also continued to grow during this period. When Yixiao was still in his prime, Samsara was just a small mid-level team in the league. Their goal every season was to enter the playoffs of the Glory Professional League. However, in the 5th season, after Samsara discovered Jozakai and established him as the absolute core, this taciturn newcomer led Samsara into the playoffs that season and achieved a breakthrough. Unfortunately, due to personality problems, the team's rhythm was somewhat uncoordinated, so in the first round of the playoffs, Samsara lost to Excellent Era led by Yixiao. The command problem that gave Samsara a headache was unexpectedly solved in the 6th season. Samsara's fiery eyes are well-deserved. They found a rookie among many players, Jiang Buitao, who was playing for the Hui team at the time. After a trial training, Samsara quickly determined that Jiang Buitao was what they needed, a player who could stand beside Jozakai and help the team. Therefore, in the winter transfer period of the 6th season of the Glory Professional League, Samsara made a decisive move. They couldn't wait to buy this newcomer from Hui. After half a season of running in, Jiang Buitao decisively became the best bridge to communicate between Jozakai and the whole team as they expected. During this period, Samsara had higher expectations for Jiang Buitao. They saw Jiang Buitao's talent for command, so after seeking Jozakai's consent, Jiang Buitao became Samsara's main commander and the main builder of tactics. However, in the playoffs of the 6th season, Samsara's lack of experience was completely exposed. They were 4th in the regular season, but lost to Bai Hua, which was 5th in the regular season. Zhang Jiala, who was now sitting next to Zhou Yichen, led Bai Hua at that time. He had decided that fate was playing tricks on him. In addition to the problem of lack of experience, Samsara also faced a very realistic problem, that is, they could not provide enough effective output on the offensive end. In the 6th season, Samsara has completed the rotation, and newcomers Lu Buiyuan, Du Ming, and Wu Qi have successively entered the starting lineup. But no matter how they are arranged, Samsara's efficiency on the offensive and defensive ends is not very high, except for Jozakai. Therefore, In the 6th season, Samsara formulated a 4-protect-1 lineup with Zhou Zikai as the core, and sent Du Ming to play the 6th man to play the endgame. But in the playoffs, facing the experienced Zhang Jiala and Bai Hua, after Zhou Zikai was restricted, Samsara withered. Therefore, the management learned from the pain, and they must find a player who can be highly efficient on both offense and defense. Samsara initially took a fancy to the best rookie of the 6th season, Yufeng, who was still in the Blue Rain team at the time, but then Blue Rain won the championship in the 6th season, and he naturally didn't want to leave. Just when the manager of Samsara was worried about losing his hair during the summer off-season, there was news from his own youth training camp. A child came to the Samsara training camp, and his battle mage flew in the sky. In the summer after the 6th season ended, Zhou Yichen started his life in the Samsara youth training camp after asking for his parents' consent. Zhou Yichen, my playing style is very aggressive, and I can usually pin the opponent to the ground. After a few days in the training camp, I found that no one was my opponent. After a small trial between Zhou Yichen and Jiang Guotao, he was promoted to the first team and immediately established a starting position. In the first half of the 7th season, Zhou Yichen had obvious shortcomings, that is, he relied on hand speed and was easily overwhelmed. But as the schedule progressed, Zhou Yichen's extraordinary learning ability and self-reflection ability gradually manifested. He had the biggest problem in the defeat against Wei Chao, but in the next game, he could correct many of his minor problems. Zhou Yichen has been controlling his hand speed and short-range burst since the 7th season, and he did it in just one regular season. Lu Shubia, a master of hand speed, started to control his hand speed in the 8th season, and has only become mature now. Zhou Yichen helped the team win the first championship in its first season. In the 8th season, Yi Xiu retired midway, and the number 1 player in Glory bid farewell to the stage, while Zhou Yichen shined in this season, not only breaking the individual winning streak record that had been sealed for many years, but also completing the personal honor Grand Slam within a year. Samsara became the second team to win consecutive championships after Excellent Era. The number 1 players in each stage before were controversial, including Han Wenqing in the 4th season, Wang Jieshi in the 5th season, and Huang Xiaotian in the 6th season. But after Samsara won the championship, they ended the era of one person. The twin stars formed by Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen resounded throughout the league and influenced many teams. No one plays the single-core game anymore. Personal heroism is no longer applicable in the current league. The skills and tactics of individuals and teams are becoming more mature. Honor is no longer a game that can be won by one person. Now the trend has turned to the inheritance of the team. Han Wenqing and Song Qiang of Tyranny, Wang Jieshi and Gao Yingjie of Wei Chao, Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen of Blue Rain, the well-known masters are preparing to fade out of the stage of honor. Compared with other teams, the Honor League is actually more afraid of Samsara winning the championship. Because the average age of Samsara is relatively low in the league, the only old man in the team is Zhang Jiala, who joined in the 9th season. In the eyes of insiders, the core of Samsara is Shuangzhou. As long as Shuangzhou remains unchanged, the basic base of Samsara will not be bad. To put it bluntly, in the next few years, as long as Shuangzhou does not retire and performs normally, Samsara will definitely be a strong contender for the championship. This is also the most troublesome problem for the league. If a large-scale event is dominated by one company, then its future will only be doomed. But in the summer off-season of the 9th season, Samsara signed a 4-year contract with Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen. It is obviously unrealistic for the league to separate the two through the contract. Let alone other things, there are few teams in the league that can afford the liquidated damages. So the league can only focus on Yi Xiu, the man who has repeatedly created miracles, and this season he led a group of newcomers to return to the league. It's a pity that neither of them is holding the battle mage now, otherwise it would be better, said the Cup. In fact, Yi Xiu's battle mage and Zhou Yichen's battle mage had fought against each other in the all-star game of the 7th season. At that time, Yi Xiu taught Zhou Yichen a hard lesson. Air Blade. Just when everyone was focused on Jun Mashu and Gun Yin Xingchen, Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang suddenly attacked from the side. It was not easy to detect the air blade without light and shadow effects, not to mention the side attack. Be careful of Hai Wuliang. Although Zhou Yichen didn't notice it, Xiuge Zirua, who was always on him, noticed it, so Fang Minghua quickly reminded him in the team voice. Fang Minghua, who has been serving as the healer of the Samsara team since his debut in the 4th season, is currently affectionately called Zhou Yichen's single pusher by people. Because of the team competition, Fang Minghua's view was locked on Zhou Yichen most of the time. You should know that even Zhou Zikai didn't get this treatment, of course. This also has a lot to do with the nature of their roles. Furious shooting. When Gun Yinxingchen's bullet flew out, the whole person also fell backwards, successfully avoiding the hidden giant blade. What a pity. Fang Rui shook his head. If this air blade could hit, it should be possible to hit Gun Yinxingchen with Jun Mashu. The two sides went to war, and the one who took the initiative was Samsara. Zhou Zikai's commanding height was too difficult for Xingxin to target, especially Su Muqing's Muyu Chung Feng. Zhou Zikai's perspective was almost locked on her. Gun Yinxingchen failed to charge the formation, and was left behind by Jun Mashu. On the side was Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang, but before the two of them could laugh at Gun Yinxingchen, Xingxin's rear was disturbed. Xia Shubingliang, assisted by Qiao Yifan Jikunhui, was attacked by Baiwa Liaowan and Wulong. Xia Shubingliang swung the cross forward, and the silver certificate of light was flowing with holy white light. The light of the holy commandment. His target was Gun Yinxingchen. Jun Mashu switched to the umbrella form, and killed Gun Yinxingchen. Hai Wuliang's hands were also moving constantly, and he did not forget to knead the air mass while moving. Unfortunately, when the two were about to meet, Xiao Zero saw the right time, and the certificate of light fell. The pale flame slid out from it, and a holy flame was in front of the two. Holy fire. Fang Minghua used this holy fire beautifully. Li Ju praised. However, the next second, Jun Mashu and Fang Rui were shocked. Steel bones. Chapter 533. Jun Mashu and Hai Wuliang opened their steel bones and forced their way through the sacred fire. Isn't this too strong? If Gun Yinxingchen just slipped away, what? Gun Yinxingchen went straight up to meet him. What is Zhou Yichen going to do? Baizi looked incredulous. Gun Yinxingchen did not retreat but advanced, looking like he was ready to die. Seeing this, Fang Rui was happy. Is the training match coming? Unfortunately, his smile did not last long and disappeared. Step and shoot, random shooting. Gun Yinxingchen made perfect use of the displacement nature of the two skills, stepped on Hai Wuliang's shoulders, and jumped high. Gun Yinxingchen just passed the encirclement of Jun Mashu and Hai Wuliang. Seeing this, Yi Xiao slid the perspective and turned around to throw a shrinking grenade at the opponent. Unfortunately, he was blown up by a gun from above the moment he shot. Not good, Shaoan, his target is you. Fang Rui quickly reminded in a team voice. Watch me. And Winnie is now full of confidence. Before the transfer period, he was worried every day whether he would be kicked out of the team. After all, he is the weak point of Xingxin, and his technical level is not enough. This is known to the entire Glory Circle. Some people even say that Winnie has lowered the overall level of the Xingxin team. And Winnie himself is a very rational person. He has always clearly known where he is lacking, and has always had a clear direction to improve. Therefore, he redoubled his efforts in online games during the off-season. If you don't have enough talent, you can make up for it with acquired efforts. Now that he knows that the team not only did not give up on him, but also specially upgraded the character silver equipment for him, and Winnie must let others know that he is not easy to mess with. Under the cover of 1 inch of gray, Little Hand's ice cold cast a recovery spell, and accurately hit Jun Mashu. With a critical hit, his lifeline immediately rose. This is why Zhou Yichen didn't want to fight Jun Mashu and Hai Wuliang head-on. Little Hand's ice cold didn't die, so no matter how he attacked, it would be ineffective. That's why Zhou Yichen made such a bold move, forcibly crossing the front line of Xingxin, cooperating with Wulong and Baiwa Liaowan on the side, and attacking Little Hand's ice cold. Retreat, Yishio said, but Winnie was full of confidence at this time. He was waiting for an opportunity. And Winnie had been looking forward to this scene. To turn the opponent's hard-earned attack into nothing, this is the special sense of attack for the healer, and it is the mental assassination of the healer to the opponent. It's so cool for a priest to see the opponent find that the consumed blood bar is immediately raised, but he can't do anything. Seeing Gun Yinxingchen coming, and Winnie did not choose to retreat. And Winnie, who has always been rational, couldn't help but get a little excited at this time. He had been holding it in for too long, waiting for this day, waiting for this moment, for too long. The other party was a great god at the title level, and Winnie was happy just thinking about it. Here, and Winnie locked his little hand cold view on the gun chanting star, and then prepared to chant and release hypnosis. When the gun chanting star came, the inch gray on the other side began to chant the ghost array. Plague array. Obviously Qiao Yifan wanted to trap the gun chanting star in the ghost array, and cooperate with his teammates to attack from the front and back to form a stranglehold. But he ignored the cooperation of the reincarnation, Wulong and Baiwa Liaowan on the left and right. The situation Qiao Yifan expected to see was unrealistic. The 3-2 position of the reincarnation, then Xiao Zero's point is not protected by anyone, Then where is Xiaoda The cup opened his eyes wide, trying to find Xiaoda's figure. Eh? Did the priest of Samsara disappear? Some sharp-eyed viewers also discovered this problem. Oh no, they changed players. Yishio felt bad. Just now, everyone in Happy's attention was almost on Zhou Yichen's gun in Xingchen. However, from the beginning to now, Xiao Guziru only used a sacred fire to block the way. After releasing the sacred fire, Xiao Guziru used the terrain to run towards the substitution area. In fact, from the perspective of God, only Mu Yuqingfeng, who was at a high altitude, could observe Xiao Guziru's actions. But Yichang Chuanyun, who was higher than him, had been fiercely attacking Mu Yuqingfeng's highest point, causing Su Mucheng to have no time to stretch his head out to observe the situation of Samsara. Xiao Shubingliang was about to release hypnosis, when he was interrupted by a fast lightweight sword of the physical body. Seeing that the gun in Xingchen was getting closer and closer, and Winnie did not panic. When the two sides were only 4 body positions away, Xiao Shubingliang chanted and threw a burning holy flame on the place where the gun in Xingchen must pass. Holy fire! And Winnie's timing of releasing this move was extremely tight. The next moment, when the pale flame rose, Gun in Xingchen was about to step on it, but unexpectedly, the opponent jumped up at this moment, and used the air-staying effect of the whirlwind kick to jump over the holy fire. Extraordinary reaction and super limit operation, all of which were exactly what Winnie lacked, but at this moment, in Zhou Yichen's hands, it was as simple as basic operation. Ah! And Winnie was stunned. He didn't expect that the carefully prepared attack was dodged by the opponent. In such a critical moment, he actually reacted and operated it. Is he still human? The enemy in front of him didn't give him time to think too much. Little hands Bing Yang started to chant, but the next second Gun in Xingchen slid and moved to his face. Do you want to dance too? And when he saw the text Zhou Yichen posted on the public channel, bang! He need him. And when he was thinking at this time that he would have the same reaction speed as Zhou Yichen, but unfortunately, he didn't. Although Qiao Yifen's inch of gray was very close to Little Hands Bing Yang, Jiang Buotao's waveless frost wave array had already finished chanting. If he went in rashly, he would not only fail to save Little Hands Bing Yang, but would also lose himself. Buy one get one free. Little Hands Bing Yang was floated in the air by Gun in Xingchen. Xingchen must quickly support him, because Little Hands Bing Yang's physical defense is very low. If Samsara is determined, there is a chance to kill Little Hands Bing Yang in one wave. The cup explained. The problem of Little Hands Bing Yang's unbalanced attributes was exposed. Although his ice resistance and dark resistance were very high, his physical resistance was much lower than that of other priests. This also means that Zai Shubingliang is more likely to be killed by a wave of concentrated fire. On the other side, Muya Chengfeng didn't care about the bullets of the cloud-piercing gun. After retreating to the back point, Su Mucheng immediately activated the 75-level ultimate skill of the gunner. Stabilize the gun mount. Target, Gun in Xingchen. A single move can affect the whole body. Xingchen rushed back to help, but Jun Mashio and Hai Wuliang were blocked by Baiwa Liuan. Before Hai Wuliang could make a move, several bullets came with the wind and interrupted Fang Rui's thoughts. Bang bang bang. After seeing that Gun in Xingchen succeeded, Zhou Zikai's cloud-piercing gun returned to the ground with a few jumps. His task also changed from restraining Muya Chengfeng to preventing others from supporting. In this narrow mining trench, Jun Mashio and Hai Wuliang were caught in the middle by Baiwa Liuan and Yichang Chuanyun. This is to blossom on both sides. Yishou laughed. Now the right time, right place and right people are all on the side of Samsara. Although Zhang Jiala and Zhou Zikai mainly want to intercept their return defense, if there is a chance to pursue them, they will surely not let it go. The initiative on the field is now completely in the hands of Samsara. Xingchen is a bit uncomfortable. Li Ju explained. Although Mu Yuqingfeng can provide effective support for Zai Shubingliang, it cannot completely help it out. This is a gun-holding skill. Zhou Yichen can even do this. The glass was surprised again. And it seems that Zhou Yichen's gun-holding is very stable. Compared with the skills shown, Li Ju pays more attention to the stability of Gun in Xingchen's gun-holding. Oh my god, he can even do this! And Winnie was dumbfounded. This talent that overflowed the screen made Winnie feel sour in his heart. Stop thinking about it, shrink the formation. Yishio commanded in the team voice channel. Now he and Hai Wuliang can't protect themselves. One is Zhang Jiala, the other is Zhou Zikai. These two are not easy to deal with. Whether Zai Shubingliang can survive depends on the cooperation of the three of them. Mucheng, cover with firepower. Yifen, pay attention to your position. Be careful of the three of them. Wait. Yishio was shocked. 3 people? Qianin Xingchen, Wulong, who is the other one? Oh no, Cruel Silence is here. Sure enough, just as Yi Xiu thought of it, the other party appeared. Cruel Silence, Fang Minghua Shiga Zirua, had already been replaced by Wu Qi's Cruel Silence. Wu Qi did not show up when he arrived at the scene, but lay in the broken ditch on the left. His target was not the healer Xia Xiaobingling, but the firepower player Muya Qingfeng of Xingxin. As soon as she saw Cruel Silence, Su Maicheng controlled Muya Qingfeng to cancel the stable gun mount. After all, the character could not move during the gun mount time. But she still underestimated the determination of Samsara. Cruel Silence's attack was a life-threatening blow. When she saw the burning flame attached to the dagger, Su Maicheng knew it was too late. The cancellation of the stable gun mount had a backswing. Puff, the red knife went in, and the red knife came out. With one knife, both of them were gone. Cruel Silence killed Muya Qingfeng, out. Cruel Silence, suicide out. Everyone at the scene was stunned, just because this moment happened too fast. They finally found the figure of Cruel Silence, the fifth person on the Samsara field, with Su Muqing's reminder. Then Cruel Silence ran towards Muya Qingfeng, who had not yet finished stabilizing the gun mount. He attacked with force. They both fell to the ground. Cruel Silence was like a man as fast as the wind, coming and going quickly. The most painful thing for the characters on the field was Little Hands Bingyang. Xiao Yifen's inch of gray was caught by Wulong's wave breaker, and Muya Qingfeng fell. Zhou Yichen's gun in Xingchen became even more unscrupulous. Guns and martial arts. Facing Gun in Xingchen's close elbow attack, Little Hands Bingyang had no power to fight back. Little Hands Bingyang's health is still decreasing. If Xingchen cannot provide support in time, even if the sixth person arrives, Samsara can forcibly take Little Hands Bingyang away. Cup quickly analyzed the situation on the field. Yes, even if Xingchen did a one-for-one trade, it would still be a loss, because the priest of the Samsara team is still on the field. Li Ju nodded, and he agreed with the analysis of the cup. But now everyone on the field of Xingxin is in danger. Samsara has strangled the lifeblood of Xingxin. Although Xingxin has made a series of defenses around Xia Shubingliang, the six-man tactics of Samsara are obviously beyond Xingxin's expectations. In fact, when the sixth man of the Samsara team competition roster was replaced by Wu Qi from Lu Buiyuan, Xingxin should have been in high spirits. Although according to the information Xingxin has, Samsara does not like to play the life-threatening attack, and the last time Wu Qi used this trick can be traced back to a long time ago. But that is because Samsara has enough hard power, and does not need to establish its advantage through a one-for-one trade. You must know that Samsara is not only a very offensive team, but also a team with rich tactics. They are already far ahead of other teams in terms of personal strength and team cooperation. After all, except Zhang Jiala, the other few have been paired for a long time. Whether it is the team's main commander Jiang Buitao, or Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen, their tactical minds are very clear, not to mention that there is also an old player Zhang Jiala in the team, who is the man who led Baihua to the finals alone. Zhang Jiala may now reflect that his hard power is not as good as before, but his mind and experience are richer. Cruel Silence disappeared for too long, and Yi Xiu also needed to deal with a shot through the clouds, so there was no space in his mind to think about where the fifth person on the field of Samsara went. I found that Samsara's assassins don't seem to be used to assassinate priests. Li Ju suddenly said. Really? After Li Ju's reminder, Bebe found that Samsara or Wu Qi rarely assassinated priests. On the contrary, his targets were mostly concentrated on the opponent's firepower points. This is a different point. Why? Maybe it's because I'm confident enough. No matter what, the current situation on the field is absolutely disadvantageous for Xingxin. Xiao Yifan also knew it very well, so after he used the inch of gray in his hand to use the afterimage to avoid Wulong's fiery wave sword, he immediately chanted without hesitation and launched the Ghost Swordsman's ultimate move. Ghost Feast. Captain! Zhou Yichen shouted. Zhou Zikai's eyes lit up, and he slid away from Jun Mashu's attack range. Yi Xiu saw Yi Qian Chuanyan retreating, and immediately knew what he wanted to do. So he switched the 1,000-machine umbrella in his hand from the spear form to the shield form, and rushed towards Yi Qian Chuanyan. Charge! However, Zhou Zikai ignored Jun Mashu, who rushed over with an umbrella, jumped onto the boulder, and set up a sniper, the target, Xia Shubingliang. No, he wants to snipe for treatment. Fang Rui rubbed the air mass with both hands, and Hai Wuliang wanted to use his luck to open the mine shield, but he was interrupted before the shield was put on Xia Shubingliang's body. Explosive grenade? Is Jun Mashu in time? Everyone's heart was in their throat. When Jun Mashu rushed in front of Yiqiang Chuanyun, Zhou Zikai pulled the trigger. Bang! A beautiful blood flower bloomed on Xia Xubingliang's body. Chapter 534. And Winnie's face was no longer confident, but full of panic. The Feast of Ghosts and Gods successfully forced back Gun Yinshingshan, but failed to prevent a shot from far away. Shaoan, there is one more shot. Yifan shouted. What? And Winnie's hand trembled, and the view slid over. It was Gun Yinshingshan's Barrett sniper that was facing him. Bang! This shot successfully penetrated Xiao Xubingliang's head. A beautiful shot. This shot directly hit the head and caused double damage. Xiao Xubingliang's blood is already red. If he is eliminated, then Xingxin's hope of a comeback will be even slimmer. Beibei looked more anxious than the Xingxin players on the field. Xiao Tang, can you save him? I try my best. Xingxin's sixth player Tang Rose Han Yinro has already rushed to the front battlefield. At this time, the one with the least blood on the Samsara side was Zhou Yichen's Gun Yinshingshan. As a sharpshooter, he completed a front row alive. Many people privately criticized, since Zhou Yichen played the sharpshooter like this, why didn't he use a Yixingshan? But what they overlooked was that if Zhou Yichen used the battle mage Yixingshan on the field, could he have easily passed Yishio's Jun Mashu and Fang Rui's Hai Wilyang and cut into an Winnie's Xia Xubingliang? Although there were no Samsara people around Xia Xubingliang now. The penetrating power of the Barrett sniper headshot directly knocked him to the ground. Seeing this, Yukunhui didn't care about Wulong's attack and wanted to stand in front of Xia Xubingliang to force him to survive. Just when Wulong was about to take Xia Xubingliang away with a lightning wave sword, a holy light appeared on his body, and Xia Xubingliang's health rose slightly. It was Jun Mashu. Jun Mashu's treatment saved Xia Xubingliang. Can Xia Xubingliang add blood? Li Ju said excitedly. Originally, he thought Xia Xubingliang was going to die, but Jun Mashu used a small healing spell to forcibly save him. But can Jun Mashu's small healing spell really turn the situation around? And Winnie didn't hesitate and fired a shot at himself. Holy word healing. This healing amount can be said to be unparalleled. I'm alive. And Winnie was happy, but the next second he found that the holy light on his body was still continuing. The light of the holy commandment. At this time, and Winnie noticed that the priest Xiaga Zirua of the reincarnation had joined the battlefield and turned on the angel wings to stay in the air and look down at the overall situation. No, it's Xiaga Zirua's holy commandment light. 30% additional damage bonus. Xia Xubingliang can't bear it. Gun Yinshingshan took out a machine gun from his cloak and began to shoot wildly at Xia Xubingliang. Gatling machine gun, Han Yinro rushed over, spinning the spear in her hand to block all the bullets shot at Xia Xubingliang. Force kill. Jiang Guotao pronounced Xia Xubingliang's death in the team voice channel. As long as Xingxin's treatment is taken away during the duration of the Holy Commandment light, then Xingxin will have no hope of turning the tables in this game. Xingxin is naturally aware of this. One wants to kill, the other wants to protect. Both sides made a series of moves around Xia Xubingliang. The lowest HP on Xingxin's side is Yukunhui, who helps Xia Xubingliang absorb a lot of damage, but under the illumination of the Holy Commandment light, Xia Xubingliang is very likely to die. The most important thing is that Xia Xubingliang's vision is also exposed, so this wave of fierce attacks from Samsara depends on whether Winnie can withstand it. On the other side, Jun Mashu, who was originally in an advantageous position in the battle, was caught by Yiqian Chuanyun because of a small healing spell. Helpless, Yishou had to continue to maintain the umbrella form to block the damage from Yiqian Chuanyun. Fang Rui's Hai Wilyang used the cloud body and wind body to follow the Qigong blast to force back Zhang Jiala's by Hua Liaoluan. Fang Rui's heart was bleeding at this time. These were two level 70 big moves. He had no choice. Zhang Jiala's purpose was written on his face, just to delay him back to defense. He and Jun Mashu were stopped, and the suspended Xiaga Zirua was almost invincible, because neither Han Yinro nor Itsuinhui could touch each other. With Xiaga Zirua behind him, Zhou Yichen's gun Yinshingshan didn't even act, and directly transformed into a battle mage, and got close to Winnie's little hand Bing Liang. And Winnie said, "Don't come over here. This is the top level of physical skills." Gun Yinshingshan uses the recoil of his two guns to constantly adjust his position. It's so gorgeous. The cup couldn't help but say. The cup seemed to be in the scene. In his eyes, it was a real pleasure to watch Gun Yinshingshan's position selection and movement. But in the eyes of everyone in Xingxin, Gun Yinshingshan was like a sticky candy that couldn't be thrown away. Xingxin fell into a full passive situation. From the moment Gun Yinshingshan forcibly approached and grabbed Xiao Xubingliang, Xingxin fell into a passive situation. But at that time, they still had a choice. Now, With Su Muqing's Mu Yucheng Feng being taken away by Wu Qi's cruel and silent life-threatening blow, Xingxin lost the firepower cover from the side, and was completely messed up. Now Xingxin's weakness is being attacked by Samsara. Is there no one next to Xia Xubingliang? Yes, Ye Kunhui and Han Yanru are by his side, but they can't deal with Gun Yingxingchen because behind him, there is Xia Zhiru, who has been locking his eyes on him. For Xingxin, this Xia Zhiru is more difficult to deal with than Gun Yingxingchen, Li Ju said in the broadcast. Xingxin spent a lot of effort to improve Xia Xubingliang's equipment, but it seems to be of little use. Beiping still didn't quite understand Xingxin's approach. Xia Xubingliang's equipment was indeed very violent, but like now, he was completely strangled. What's the use of the equipment? Can Winnie's personal level control such a violent Xia Xubingliang? So far in this game, they can't see it. What they see is still Winnie's shortcoming of slow reaction, which was seized by Zhou Yichen and pursued relentlessly. The Xingxin team's team lineup needs to rely on the assistance and control of the formation Ghost ECU and Hui to strengthen the team's combat effectiveness. So after the battle begins, they must let the formation Ghost take shape as soon as possible. Mu Yucheng Feng, the gunner, is far away from the core battlefield, which means that only Jun Mo Xiao and Hai Wu Liang are truly in control of the situation. This requires the team's priest to provide a certain degree of support. However, the formation Ghost, who was supposed to have an overview of the overall situation, now has to help Xiao Shou Bing Liang out of the siege, and Mu Yucheng Feng, who was providing fire support, was also taken away by the assassin. It can be said that this series of chain reactions are all caused by Wen Yi. In addition to the two commentators on the broadcast, there are also many people in the audience analyzing Xingxin's problems, and Wen Yi is the core of these problems. In short, the final conclusion is that if a priest player is replaced, it is not clear what the final result will be, but it will definitely not be as big as the disadvantage on the field now. The formation of Xingxin has been completely broken up by Samsara. The two at the front, Yixiu's Jun Maxiu and Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang, were restrained by Zhou Zikai's Yi Chang Chuan Yun and Zhang Jiala's by Hua Liaoluan, with Wu Lang and Chang Yinxingchen in between. If Xingxin's rear could exert force, Jun Maxiu and Hai Wuliang could actually turn around and attack the two from Samsara, but they couldn't do it. If they turned around, they would be greeted by the baptism of gunfire from Yi Chang Chuan Yun and by Hua Liaoluan. Now ECU and Hui's ghost formation was not set up, and the ghost feast that was hastily set up was just to force Chang Yinxingchen to move. When Chang Yinxingchen and Han Yanro were fighting, the healer was like a roadside being bullied by Wu Lang and Chang Yinxingchen in relay. Saved. Hai Wuliang used two big moves to get rid of Bai Hua Liaoluan, so Jun Maxiu could only use more displacement skills to dodge Yi Chang Chuan Yun's bullets while returning to help. But the next second, Gun Yinxingchen stepped on the gun and slid to escape from Han Yanro's attack range. Reincarnation needs to switch fire. Wulang and Gun Yinxingchen turned back at the same time, and Xiaode hypnotized Han Yanro, who wanted to chase him into a deep sleep. Help me remove the negative effects, Tang Rose said. Oh! And when he was already a little flustered at this time, Gun Yinxingchen turned back and directly left Xiaoshou Bingyang and Han Yanro. With a flip of his little hand, he threw a grenade at Jun Maxiu and Hai Wuliang. Each young Chuanyun slid and then shot randomly. The two displacements were like Gun Yinxingchen, passing Jun Maxiu and Hai Wuliang again and landed in front of Xiaoshou Bingyang. Why does it feel like Xingxin's defense is like paper? Not only the commentator, but also the audience watching this game had this feeling. Xingxin's defense was too fragile. One Gun Yinxingchen and one Gun Chuanyun, they could go in and out as they wanted. Because Mu Yucheng Feng is gone. Yes, Mu Yucheng Feng's elimination has caused Xing Xian's firepower to be seriously insufficient. Although Jun Mo Xiao has many skills, his shortcomings as a casual player are also exposed, that is, he has no high damage ultimate move, and Auron when he is happy to get floating again. Reincarnation used an alternative inside-outside tactic. As one of the basic tactics of Glory, the inside-outside tactic refers to a battle in which melee and ranged attacks are exchanged and output continuously. This is also a tactic that Reincarnation used in team competitions before. Relying on this tactic, Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai, the two top attackers in the league, with Yi Xingchen and Yi Qian Chuanyun, the power can be imagined. Relying on this tactic as a basis, they also successfully won the championship of the 7th and 8th seasons. After Zhang Jiala joined in the 9th season, Reincarnation completely blossomed in multiple places, and was not limited to a single offensive method. And now, Reincarnation has played this tactic again, but the difference is that this time they are done by two ranged characters, two characters of the same profession. Now Xingxin couldn't care about either side. With Baiwa Liuwan's grenade bombing, Gunin Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyan's fire output, Wulong's blocking, and Shiga Zirua treating him from above, everything was in order. A worse situation appeared below. Xia Shubingliang was forcibly taken away by Yiqiang Chuanyan. Yiqiang Chuanyan killed Xia Shubingliang, out. With the priest out, Jun Maxia's meager treatment was obviously not enough to support the entire Xingxin's comeback. Following closely was Qiao Yifan's Yakunhui, who was headshot by Gunin Xingchen. In the end, Xingxin lost, but no one really thought they could lose so quickly. When seeing Xingxin take a 3 o'clock lead, many Xingxin fans in the audience still had some expectations. But when they came to the ring match and team match where Samsara had no solution, they found that the gap between the two teams was too big. In the ring match, Zhou Yichen almost defeated 3 of them. The team match was even worse, 11 minutes and 58 seconds, which was the final time of the team match, which was almost 3/5 less than the average time of 25 minutes and 47 seconds. You should know that as the fastest legend in the team match, Samsara is the team with the least time in the team match this season, but their average time is also 19 minutes and 56 seconds. In fact, it was okay in the beginning, but when Gunin Xingchen caught Xiaoshuo Bingyang, the overall rhythm of the team match accelerated. Li Ju said. Yes, after Xia Shubingliang died, Xingxin couldn't even hold on for 2 minutes, and was defeated by Samsara. The Cup said, Priest, it was too crucial. I think Xingxin really needs to consider their treatment problem. Li Ju said it very bluntly during the broadcast. Everyone could see that Xingxin's level was not bad, but it was this treatment that dragged everyone down. In the first game of the second half of the season, and when he disappointed everyone who had expectations of him. Improving the strength of the characters, this is simply not feasible. Characters are dead, but people are alive, and people should be the first. This was a Weibo post by Guest Libo after watching the game between Xingxin and Samsara. Samsara played away, and defeated Xingxin 7-3. In the eyes of the outside world, 3 points are relatively good for Xingxin. You should know that when facing Samsara, very few other teams can score 3 points. At the post-match press conference, it was not only Wing of Happy who was at the center of the storm, but also Lu Buiyuan of Samsara. As a former all-star player, Lu Buiyuan actually lost to a newcomer who had just debuted, and this newcomer was in a state of fear most of the time. I will win back. Lu Buiyuan said to the camera with a firm look, we also believe in Buiyuan. He has been in a bad state before, but after adjustments, he will bring a surprise to the team. Jiang Buitao took the microphone and said. After the 20th round of the game, the changes in the standings were very small, and only the rankings of 4 teams changed. The Royal Wind team, which lost Tianjin, did not lose the chain against the weak team. They defeated Xiaohua 7-3 away, and Xinqi lost to Tyranny 1-9 at home, so the two teams swapped positions in the standings. Currently, Royal Wind is 12th and Xinqi is 13th. In addition, there are 301 Degrees and Void team. The two teams had a direct confrontation in the 20th round, and the 301 team finally defeated the Void team 8-2. Void's chances of making the playoffs this season are even slimmer. Tianjin, who had just joined Thunder, also performed very well. He helped Thunder get a point in the individual competition, but Tianjin's position in the team competition was obviously a bit vague, which required Xiao Shiqin to worry about. In the 21st round, Samsara visited the Mingqing team. In this game, the 1-on-3 that Gunin Xingchen failed to achieve on Xingxin was achieved on Mingqing. Gunin Xingchen, why is he still here? Chapter 535. In the 22nd round of the Glory Professional League, Samsara faced the Hou team at home. After losing to Yishio, Zhang Jiala did not return to the ring match, but still started in the individual match. In addition to Zhang Jiala, LV Buiyuan, who had been stable in the ring match, appeared in the individual match. The ring match changed from the original trio, Zhang Jiala, LV Buiyuan, and Zhou Zikai to Zhou Yichen, Jiang Buitao, and Zhou Zikai. With such a fine-tuning, Zhou Zikai may be the most comfortable, because with Zhou Yichen, his chances of playing are greatly reduced. Compared with Samsara versus Hou, the focus of this round should be the duel between old enemies, Blue Rain versus Tiny Herb. In addition, there is also Misty Rain versus Thunder, which is also a strong duel. After a lot of hesitation, the broadcaster chose the match between Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. Not only because the two teams are old rivals, but more importantly, Vici Gaming currently ranks 2nd in the regular season, while Blue Rain ranks 3rd. The points between the two teams are only 2 points apart after the 21st round. Therefore, whoever wins this match will have the initiative in the fight for the second place in the regular season. In this way, even in the playoffs, assuming that both Blue Rain and Vici Gaming enter the second round of the playoffs, the team ranked second in the regular season will have the right to choose the side in the next two BO3 games. This game is more critical for Blue Rain, because their opponent in the 23rd round is Samsara. If they fail to win this game, then when they go to Samsara's home court, Blue Rain may face a situation of 2 consecutive losses. According to Samsara's current momentum, they are likely to achieve a record of undefeated regular season games again. Judging from the current points of Samsara, they have left other teams far behind. But the points of teams like Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, Tyranny, and Misty Rain are very close. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to describe the situation of this season as one super and many strong. What people are looking forward to now is to see a warrior stand up to break the dominance of Samsara, not only the audience, but also the league. But judging from the current performance of other teams, it is a bit difficult. Samsara, so terrifying, after the 22nd round of the regular season of the Glory Professional League, there was a small fluctuation in the standings. Facing Hiwu, Samsara did not show any mercy, and played the first zero seal in the second half of the season since the new year. In the focused battle between Blue Rain and Tiny Herb, Blue Rain finally succeeded in revenge, defeating its old rival Tiny Herb 7-3 at home. In the strong duel between Thunder and Misty Rain, Thunder once took a 4-point lead in the previous singles match, and they won 2 points in the singles match and the team ring match. However, when it comes to the team competition that Thunder is best at, Tianxin's position is still in the process of exploration. In the last game, Tianxin was assigned to form a double card with Sun Xiang's one Autumn Leaf, but in this game, Tianxin became a supporter. Tianxin is still a little uncomfortable with this change. After all, in the new environment, he is more on the front in Royal Wind, sweeping the floor and burning incense. Compared with Thunder, which has personnel adjustments, Yanyu is much more stable. The addition of Du Ming has solved the problem of Yanyu's lack of frontal defense to a certain extent. Du Ming's current position in Yanyu is different from that in Samsara. He played an offensive swordsman in Samsara, but in Yanyu, he is more inclined to play defensive counterattacks, a bit similar to Lu Shubia. But Du Ming's burst is not stable compared to Lu Shubia, and Lu Shubia is already very good at controlling short-range burst. Du Ming may be used to playing as an offensive swordsman. After all, he has been playing this way since his debut in the 6th season. Therefore, the change of style is also a big challenge for Du Ming. At least for now, Du Ming has adapted well. After all, if Du Ming cannot actively adapt to Yanyu, he will have to return to the bench in Samsara. Although the treatment in Samsara is indeed good, Du Ming still prefers to sit on the court to watch. After losing to Yanyu in the focus game, Thunder's ranking also dropped from 6th to 7th, while Yanyu continued to maintain the 5th position. Compared with the 4th place Tyranny, they are only 4 small field points behind. Tyranny's use of old and new this season can be said to be very successful. Compared with Song Qiang, the successor of Damo Guyan, what surprised Tyranny fans more was the Cavaliers' rookie Bai Shu. This Chinese player who once played in the English Glory Super League in Europe performed well in the first half of the season. In addition to his extremely high Glory skills, Bai Shu's extremely rich game experience is even more appreciated. Although at the beginning of the season, Bai Shu was in the groping stage due to the lack of integration of styles. But under Zhang Xinjia's guidance, after Bai Shu adapted to the domestic league style, he finally showed his fangs. Love fighting. The professional league style in England, Europe is different from that in Xiagua, and it can even be said that there is a big difference. Zhang Xinjia learned about the main style of Europe after Bai Shu joined, and the rhythm is very slow. The teams there like to use some large and complex maps, and then slowly operate and push forward. Their team matches have an average duration of 30 to 40 minutes. You should know that the average duration of domestic team matches is more than 20 minutes per season, and the 10th season is 25 minutes and 47 seconds. The difference in style made Bai Shu dizzy in the first game he came to Tyranny. Brothers play so fast. After seeing the assassin widely use the life-threatening attack, Bai Shu was even more surprised. You should know that this is a niche alternative play in Europe, because their priests are not in the starting lineup, but in the 6th position. Zhang Xinjia may still remember that when watching the European England finals, Bai Yanfei and Song Qiang fell asleep on the table. Han Wenqing frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such a slow play in the Professional League of Glory. Han Wenqing disagreed but understood. After all, the Glory season is certainly not exclusive to the country. This popular game has gradually formed a professional league in many countries in the world. There are also many videos about foreign competitions on the internet. The current situation of the Korean competition area next door is somewhat similar to that of the domestic professional league, with one superpower and many strong teams. Their number one player in Honor has won the championship for 5 seasons. You should know that Honor has only been held for 7 seasons in country, 2 years later than Sia country. They are currently holding the 8th season. However, so far, each country has its own way of playing, and there is no unified competition system. For example, the playoffs in Europe are completely different from ours. They are not divided into 2 half zones, but into the winner group and the loser group. According to gossip, the league adopted this system in the playoffs of the Glory Professional League Season 10 Challenge this season. Bai Shu, the Chinese player who returned from England, did not cause a big stir. After all, for England, they had more contact with players from Ingwa, and there were many Ingwa players from other game leagues in China. But Bai Shu, or Tyranny, did formally break the barrier of no communication. In addition to these 2 games, Xingxin, who lost to Baihua in the 21st round of the regular season of the Glory Professional League Season 10, lost 3 games in a row, and regained the ground against Zhaohua in the 22nd round. Xingxin can be said to be very distressed. The biggest problem for them at present is to treat Winnie, who seems to have lost confidence in himself again. Facing Baihua, Yishio still has no choice for the individual competition. Baihua only sent a member of the second team, who looked like he was willing to die. Xingxin got 2 points in the individual competition. The only point lost was when Baozi was hit by the opponent's grenade against So Yuan, and turned into a muggle. After watching this duel, LV Boyuan was like an old man in the subway. In the ring match, Tang Rou's performance was still very good. She defeated Yu Feng and successfully won 2 points. Renlin came to the most critical team match, and Xingxin lost again, because Winnie's little hand was cold, and was taken away by Zhou Guangyi's Ji Lung's fatal blow not long after. After the game, the 3 words and Winnie were even topped the hot search, and was rated by players as the dream lover in the hearts of assassin players. No matter how Xingxin fans found out, it was useless, because the transfer period had ended, and no matter how bad Winnie was, Xingxin had to bite the bullet and play him. Unless Xingxin doesn't want the priest and plays all offense, but Xingxin with the Ghost Swordsman is not good at offense, unless Xingxin doesn't want the Ghost Swordsman either. Then Xingxin is too broken. Compared with the old man Wei Chen and Bao Rongxing who doesn't know what to do in the team competition, Xiao Yifan, who has ideas and operations is much better than them. Perhaps influenced by the recent publication of Bai Shu by Esports Home, many people went to the internet to collect a large number of treatment game videos in foreign professional leagues. One of them caught Yishio's attention. European, Zeus, my god, this name is so arrogant. Fang Rui complained. This guy's priest is really good, whether it's positioning or timing control. In my opinion, he is not inferior to Fang Shiqian. Yishio's accessories are already very high. After all, Fang Shiqian is recognized as the god of healing in China. Even Fang Minghua, who holds 3 championship rings, no one thinks he is better than Fang Shiqian. The champion of last year's European Cup treatment is amazing. Wei Chen said. You know, Europe is different from them. In addition to domestic competitions, they also have intercontinental competitions. The team that can win the championship in the intercontinental competition will become the king of Europe. I saw that the team over there in Germany is also very strong. It won the intercontinental competition 3 times in a row, but unfortunately it lost last year. I don't know if it was influenced by gossip. Samsara also discussed foreign glory teams in his spare time. Do you think we will have an Asian intercontinental competition in the future? Zhang Jiala began to look forward to the future. What's the intercontinental competition? Maybe there will be a world invitational competition. Zhou Yichen said with his hands folded on his chest. The world invitational competition is too far away. Jiang Buda shook his head. Let's not talk about these for now. Let's play well first. If they fail to achieve 4 consecutive championships, then let's get the first 4 consecutive championships in the world. Fang Minghua clenched his fist. Let's get excited, brothers. Regarding the priest, in addition to Winnie, another team is also struggling with this issue, that is Howling. Howling, known as a weakling, suffered a lot in the first half of the season in front of strong teams. They were shut out by the new team Happy, who had just entered the league, and the dominant team Samsara, and were 9-1 by Tiny Herb. In the winter transfer window, they made a big offer to Tyranny's Zhang Xinjie, but the deal was not reached in the end, and the outside world was left with the impression that they were eager to adjust the team. Howling was very eager, but they didn't think of being a sucker for the league. In their view, Zhang Xinjie was a player who could really solve their problems. He was a great player, and had popularity. They accepted the sky-high price. As for the other priest players, who are you? Now, for no apparent reason, everyone is asking for 10 million. This is simply taking advantage of the situation. Unwilling to be ripped off, the player exchange transfer could not find a suitable candidate. In the end, the transfer window was closed, and Wind Howl achieved nothing. In the end, it could only issue a statement to express its belief in the team, and its belief that the existing strength is enough to win everything. During this winter transfer period, Wind Howl was a pure clown. However, the schedule of the second half of the season gave Wind Howl a chance to breathe. In front of Xiaohua, Weiyun, Chikai, and soft-footed Shrimp, Wind Howl was still quite aggressive. The current ranking of Wind Howl is still 8th in the regular season, and Baiwa, ranked 9th, is chasing closely behind. What's next? In the 23rd round, Wind Howl's opponent will be Mingqin Team, which has been locked out of the competition with Linhai this season. Wind Howl can still take a breath. However, few people should pay attention to Wind Howl in the 23rd round, because there are many strong matches to choose from in the 23rd round. The first one to bear the brunt is Samsara versus Blue Rain. The second place in the regular season will face the first place in the regular season. Blue Rain's second place may be taken away by Tiny Herb before it can even warm up. Because Tiny Herb's opponent is Linhai, if nothing unexpected happens, they can win with a clean sheet. In addition, Tyranny versus Happy is also very show-like. After all, Baishu has performed very well recently. His comprehensive data evaluation has rushed to the second place in the newcomer list, and the one who ranks first is Happy's Tangro. The Thunder, who lost to Yanyu, will face the Void at home. If the Void loses again in this game, they will be further away from the playoffs, because they are already ranked 11th in the regular season, and Baiwa and 301 Degrees are still eyeing them. As for the broadcast, after some hesitation, the TV broadcaster finally gave up the match between Samsara and Blue Rain, which is the second and first in the standings. There is no way, Happy and Tyranny, Yishio and Han Winching, Baishu and Tangro, there are too many highlights. And the gap between Samsara and Blue Rain is too big. At present, Samsara, which is in the first place, leads Blue Rain by as many as 34 points. How can Blue Rain catch up? Even if Blue Rain shuts out Samsara, it cannot shake Samsara's leading position. Samsara's first place in the regular season is already a foregone conclusion in the eyes of most people. On the other hand, although Tyranny ranked 4th and Happy ranked 6th, there was only a 4-point difference between the two teams. This time, whoever wins will go one step further, and the loser will be stepped on. Exciting, of course, the one who hopes Happy wins the most is Yanyu, who is ranked 5th. Their opponent in this round is Yijan. If Happy and Tyranny are evenly matched, then Yanyu will get the 4th place in the regular season. The broadcast of the 23rd round of the game finally selected the game where Happy challenges Tyranny away. But all this has little to do with Samsara. What they need to do now is to adjust themselves and enter the state of the playoffs first. Chapter 536. February 21st. The Samsara team played against the Blue Rain team at home. When the Blue Rain team arrived at the Samsara stadium and saw the 3 shining stars under the Samsara team flag, it would be a lie to say that they were not envious. Let's do our best this season. Yu Wenzhou saw what everyone was thinking and said, "Yeah." Before the game started, the Blue Rain team also came to the visiting team lounge at the Samsara home stadium. Samsara is really rich and powerful. The visiting team lounge has been expanded. This central air conditioning is so cool. Zhang Xian lay directly on the sofa. Real leather sofa, wow, the visiting team is so luxurious, I dare not even think about the home team. Huang Xiaoyan smacked his lips. If you want to see it, I take you there now. Zhou Yichen pushed the door open and walked in. Hey, what are you doing here? Huang Xiaoyan stood up and asked. Come and say hello to our opponent tonight. Behind Zhou Yichen was Zhou Zikai, who didn't say anything but had a polite smile on his face, which was in line with the market's business standards. No, we came to say hello, Captain Yu. Jiang Buitao appeared from the side, bent down, and extended his hand to Yu Wenzhou. Captain Jiang, you're too polite. This guest team's lounge is too comfortable. You Samsara are really rich. If you don't win the championship, it will all be in vain. Huang Xiaoyan asked casually. It's good to be comfortable. This guest team's lounge was renovated during the off-season after the 8th season finals. It seems that you like it very much. Zhou Yichen smiled. After these words came out, Blue Rain was completely silent. Once broken, the sleeping dragon came out of the mountain. I seem to hear the sound of heartbreak. Leave. Zhou Yichen waved his hand and left the Blue Rain lounge. Double connection, one battle to become famous. This brat is getting more and more arrogant. After all the Samsara players left, Huang Xiaotian sat down and complained. Mr. Huang, make the best of it. Zheng Xian was still lying on the sofa, waving his hand at Huang Xiaotian. Look at how lazy you are. What kind of person you are. Huang Xiaotian walked to Zheng Xian and pulled him up. What are you doing? Get up, I'm lying down, cool. Huang Xiaotian was lying on the sofa, his feet still kicking in the air. Zheng Xian was under great pressure, as he watched his treasure land being occupied by Huang Xiaotian. In the 23rd round of the Glory Professional League, the players of both sides of the Samsara home court against Blue Rain had already started to enter the field. As usual, the players entered the field, and the holographic projection on the scene demonstrated the rhythm of the characters. The players of both sides met on the field. Both sides were old friends, and they walked through the scene skillfully. The Samsara side left the stage one after another, and only Zhang Jiala stayed on the stage. The Samsara fans in the audience cheered for him. Zhang Jiala was not an ordinary player. He was a player with merit. Blue Rain sent out Zheng Xian, who was in the same profession. Why am I the starter again? I am under a lot of pressure. Zheng Xian dragged his heavy body towards the competition seat. Come on, try to kill him. Huang Xiaotian encouraged. I try my best, hey? Whether it was Huang Xiaotian or Zheng Xian, they were both veteran players. They debuted in Blue Rain in the 4th season, and have been teammates for such a long time. There was no need to disguise their mentality. Zheng Xian still looked lazy, but the other people in Blue Rain had long been used to it. Although Zheng Xian looked like he had no desires, and was less passionate and enthusiastic, when his teammates entrusted their backs to him, he would also be 100 times more energetic. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, 100 Flowers, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Blue Rain, Zheng Xian, ID, Gunlin Danyu, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Both Zhang Jiala and Zheng Xian are familiar to each other. Although Zheng Xian debuted in the 4th season, but was not in the Golden Generation, he can still be ranked in the top among the ammunition experts. And Zhang Jiala has been the undisputed first ammunition expert of Glory, since he entered the league with Baiwa in the 2nd season. His self-created 100 Flowers style and original melee fighting style are still imitated by many ammunition expert players. After signaling to each other, the two players on the field entered their respective battle seats. Go on the field, load the character, and enter the map. At the beginning of the game, Gunlin Danyu did not choose to rush straight at the beginning, but tactically moved around the middle. The chat channel was empty. Zheng Xian was not a person who liked to chat actively, and Zhang Jiala was the same. In addition, the two were not very familiar with each other. Unlike Yishio, who was thick-skinned and had no bottom line, there was no need to send text bubbles to harass each other. At the same time, Xingxin and Tyranny were also in the first individual match, and Yishio played against Lin Jingyan. Chu. Yishio dodged Lin Jingyan's attack. Are any of you saying bad things about me behind my back? Yishio typed it directly in the public channel. The two commentators were numb, and they could interact with each other. Behind? I want to beep in front of you, I beep. On this day, Tyranny fans curse very dirty. Fuck. Even Lin Jingyan, who was wearing noise-isolating headphones, heard it. Yishio, what the hell do you want to do? While they were still interacting passionately with the audience, the two on the other side had already met. Gunlin Danyu took the lead, and the basic shooter of the automatic rifle was faster than that of the automatic pistol. Baiwa Liaowan rolled over and threw a grenade at Gunlin Danyu, while using the cover to dodge the bullets fired by Gunlin Danyu. Just as Gunlin Danyu fired a shot to knock down the grenade, Baiwa Liaowan came out from behind the tree. Whoosh! Flash bomb. This flash bomb perfectly demonstrated 3 words: fast, accurate, and ruthless. At this moment, Zheng Xian's screen flashed as if it had been welded. But as an ammunition expert, he did not panic at all, and threw a smoke bomb in his backhand. Just as Gunlin Danyu's figure was about to disappear in the smoke, Baiwa Liaowan threw a grenade with his right hand, and various grenades with different effects flew out. Random thunder, boom boom boom. The powerful air wave generated by the collision of the grenade directly shook off the smoke. Oh my god, it can be like this. Huang Xiaotian jumped up from his position. Learn math, physics and chemistry well, and you won't be afraid of going anywhere. Does this also apply to Glory? Song Xiao thought. Oh my god, if it really applies, then what the hell is Yishio's Lord Grimm? Huang Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Lord Grimm's main problem is that the myriad chance umbrella in his hand has a bug. Yuanzhou said. Captain, can you play the myriad chance umbrella? asked Blue Rain's guardian angel Su Jingxi. Do you think I can play it with my hand speed? Yu Wenzhou said self-deprecatingly. That's right. Su Jingxi nodded. With the captain's hand speed, the casual players would have to play slowly. That's a pervert. From the person to the character, they are all perverted. Wang Xiaoyan said. Yishan, he's not bad. Lu Hanlin thought Yishio was quite normal. You can't tell a person's heart by his appearance, I tell you. Huang Xiaoyan began to slander Yishio crazily behind his back. Chu. What's going on? Yishio sneezed wildly on the way back to the player seat. Before Zhang Jiala and Zheng Xian had decided the winner, Yishio's Jun Maxiu had already seized an opportunity to take away Lin Jingyan's Lun Anlei. For Lin Jingyan, the Sanren thing is really too buggy. In addition to the switching of 24 low-level professional skills, there is also the possibility of using several skills on weapons. To magnify this, Jun Maxiu has a chance to use all professional skills except for the transfer skills and awakening skills, as long as Xingxin has enough skill scrolls. In half a season, it is impossible to fully understand Jun Maxiu's Sanren profession. In the team competition, almost no team will focus on Jun Maxiu, because it is too difficult to restrict him. Samsara can effectively contain Jun Maxiu in the team competition. Don't you see who it is? Zhou Zikai, the chief sharpshooter of Glory, is the top in the entire league. Instead of restricting Jun Maxiu, it is better to catch the flaw of Happy and heal. Guaranteed to hit 1 by 1, 301 degrees, Samsara and Baiwa all gave it 5-star praise. Look at Yishio, ha ha ha, sneezing wildly, it's retribution. Tyranny fans mocked. Don't stop sneezing, why don't you kill him? Forget it, it's too cruel for him, let's drown him with a mouthful of spit. Tyranny's strength at home is reassuring. On the other side, Baiwa Liaowan and Gun Lindanyu have also entered the most critical period. The field is absolutely disadvantageous for Zheng Xian. Now his only chance to turn the tables is a wave of flow. After all, Gun Lindanyu still has the ultimate move of Chaos Thunder in his hand. When it comes to Random Thunder, we have to mention the difference between the playing styles of other ammunition experts and Zhang Jiala's ammunition expert. Ammunition expert players, like Zheng Xian, like to use Random Thunder as a bottom-line skill, and they will not use it until the critical moment. Although the cooling time of Random Thunder is very long, it is basically difficult to use it a second time for a single unit, but there is no need to be so strict. Zhang Jiala is different. His Random Thunder is basically used to establish advantages and master the offensive rhythm. In short, Zhang Jiala will use Random Thunder as a starter. As long as he takes action, he must master the right to fire. This is why Zhang Jiala's ammunition expert looks fiercer than other ammunition experts. Other players do not use 100 Flowers in addition to being difficult to control. Although the 100 Flower style is gorgeous, it will produce many invalid operations. It looks very handsome at first glance, but the benefits are not very high. Zhang Jiala's 100 Flowers is used in combination with his original long-range close combat style. Therefore, it is not that Zheng Xian does not play 100 Flowers, but that he cannot play the long-range close combat style. An ammunition expert with an automatic rifle, what kind of close combat is this? Do you think he is Lung Feng? Goodbye. With Baiwa Liaowan's close-range shot, this individual competition also came to an end. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning this competition between the same professions. Still can't do it? Zheng Xian lay on the esports chair. As the players of both sides stepped down, the list of players for the second individual competition was also announced, with Wu Qi of Samsara facing Li Yuan of Blue Rain. A duel between an assassin and a summoner. Li Yuan, a player who debuted in Blue Rain in the 8th season, is a summoner. If we roughly count which profession is the most common among the players in the league, some people may think it is the battle mage, and some people will vote for the swordsman and the sharpshooter. After all, these are very popular professions at present, and there are many famous players. But if we mention which profession has the least players, it must be the summoner. You should know that among the 20 teams in the league, there is no summoner as the core, because this profession is too difficult. There are still many summoner players in online games, but most of them are for PvE, that is, to play dungeon levels. Li Yuan has always been stable in single-player competitions in Blue Rain, and sometimes he will appear in the ring competition. As a summoner player, Li Yuan rarely appears in team competitions, one because of his profession, and the other because Blue Rain's team competition formation is too deformed. Summoner is a profession that needs protection, unless you let him fend for himself. As for Blue Rain, the most important thing is to protect Yu Wenzhou's Soxer, so even Su Jingxi's guardian angel will die in front of Soxer. The second game didn't last too long. Wu Qi, who had the advantage of choosing the map, chose a very complicated dual map. This gave Li Yuan a headache. First, he was not familiar with the terrain, and second, Wu Qi's cruel silence kept beating around him. It was not until he got close to him from the small road and used the 8 notes that Wu Qi finally showed his fangs. A set of silky small combos crippled Li Yuan before he used the position change. The rest basically entered garbage time. This kind of big map is simply torture for summoners. The commentator commented. They all felt uncomfortable watching it, not to mention Li Yuan, who was playing on the field. Finally, after using the displacement of Arc Flash to get close to the 8 notes again, Shadow 5 Styles was successfully launched to take away the opponent. Samsara took a 2 o'clock lead. This is a bit uncomfortable for Blue Rain. Lost 2 points in the individual competition. If this point is lost again, then Blue Rain will most likely be shut out. Next, Blue Rain will appear on the field. Last season's best rookie, the youngest professional player in the Glory Professional League, Lu Hanwen, while Samsara will play in the 3rd individual competition after losing to the rookie. This game was also very exciting. Lu Buiyuan's state has been adjusted very well, but Lu Hanwen's state is even more explosive. In this game, Lu Buiyuan deliberately chose a maze-like map. As a result, Lu Hanwen's back-to-back sneak attacks were avoided by Lu Hanwen's super-fast reactions several times. So Lu Buiyuan, who had finally won 2 consecutive victories, and whom we had high hopes for, once again fell in the individual competition. When it came to the team competition, Zhou Yichen, who had played 3 games of sharpshooter, took out his old partner Yu Xingchen this time. What is the idea of Samsara? Yuan Zhou, who was sitting in the audience, didn't quite understand Samsara's intention. It can't be that if you want to play sharpshooter in this game, you can use sharpshooter, and if you want to play battle mage in that game, you can play battle mage. Playing? Is it that you use Gun Yin Xingchen when playing against a weak team? Zheng Xian guessed. Is Xingchen weak? Yuan Zhou asked back. Zheng Xian stopped talking. Excluding Anwini, Xingchen's lineup is really good. The 3 all-star level veterans are experienced, and the newcomers are also good. But the key is that he can't exclude Anwini, he is a priest. Humph. In my opinion, it's just that Zhou Yichen is idle. I think you look idle. Chapter 537. In the team competition, although Wang Xiaoyan played well and persisted until the appearance of Zhou Zikai, the defending general of Samsara. However, Yu Xingfan's health was too much, only 23% was left. It is harder for Wang Xiaoyan to complete a 1-on-3 victory than to ascend to heaven. In fact, I think it would be better for Wang Xiaoyan to go to the individual competition, like Happy to get stable points when facing Samsara. Yes, compared with the competition and team competition, the intensity of Samsara's individual competition is not that high, and Happy's playing style is actually quite smart. The commentator talked about Happy's tactics. Happy's stable players in the individual competition are Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng. Yi Xiu is a person who can get a point steadily, and Su Mucheng's strength is not bad either, and he can fight with top players. Happy's plan is to get 1 or 2 points in the individual competition steadily. The 3rd place is one of Bao Rongxing, Mo Fan, and Xiao Yifan, and these 3 people also have a chance to defeat the opponent. In the ring match, Fang Rui, Tang Rou and one of the 3 players are in the middle. This lineup is not bad. Many media outside believe that Xingchen's strategy of getting 2 points in the individual match is really good. After all, the 3 players in the team ring match will fight in a round-robin manner, and the final score is also 2 points. It is said that the league is currently holding a meeting to modify the competition system. The content discussed in the meeting is mainly about the team ring match and the team match. In the team ring match, as long as the strength gap between the 2 sides is not large, they can fight to the end in most cases. That is to say, the team ring match will have 5 rounds of interactive battles, but the final score is only 2 points. The team match accounts for too large a proportion. Even if all the previous individual matches are lost, as long as the team match is won, the situation can be tied. The most typical example is the Thunder in the 6th season, which created the most draws in a single season in the history of Glory. You know, the Glory Professional League may not have 2 or 3 draws in a whole season. After all, if all the previous individual events are lost, the team competition is basically declared dead. But in the 6th season, the Thunder led by Xiao Shiqin actually played 5 draws, including many strong teams. This is why Xiao Shiqin has not won a championship, but is still called a tactical master. Now the league has to think about reforming the competition system. Now the playoff system is very perfect, points equals number of heads. Many league leaders recommend introducing this season into the regular season. Now they have begun to vote on whether the playoffs in the 10th season should be reformed into the European system, a double elimination system with a winner group and a loser group. If this new rule is adopted, then starting from the 10th season, there will no longer be 2 semifinals, but 3rd place and 4th place, and the number of playoff seats will increase to 10. The 1st to 4th place in the regular season enter the winner group and have a resurrection armor. The 5th and 6th place teams in the regular season enter the 2nd round of the loser group, and the 7th to 10th place teams enter the 1st round of the loser group. Some people support this system, while others do not. Those who support it believe that the number of playoff games will increase, which means that revenue will also increase. Those who do not support it believe that this system will lead to the strong getting stronger, greatly reducing the number of upsets. If the reform is carried out, the 1st round of the playoffs will be changed to Winners Group, Regular Season Number 1 versus Regular Season Number 4, Regular Season Number 2 versus Regular Season Number 3. Loser Group, Regular Season 7th vs Regular Season 10th, Regular Season 8th vs Regular Season 9th. The winners of the 7th and 10th places in the loser group will play against the 5th place in the regular season, and the winners of the 8th and 9th places in the loser group will play against the 6th place in the regular season. Chairman Fong, do we really want to use this new competition system? You know, we have only used the new competition system for the playoffs for 2 seasons since the 8th season. But the International League has confirmed that the World Invitational will adopt the Swiss round and double elimination system. If we don't change, then it will not be a team that will be embarrassed, but a country. Fong Xianjun said with a firm look in his eyes. Besides, we are reforming the competition system, not the points rules. There is no conflict between the two. It seems so. After this round, call the main leaders of each team and let's have a meeting. Fong Xianjun did not make a judgment at once. He also wanted to hear the opinions of each team. Glory. Let's congratulate Zhou Zikai for defeating Huang Xiaoyan and defending the ring match for Samsara. There's no way. Yi Yuxinfan's health is too low. At the end of the singles match, Samsara leads Blue Rain 4:1. If Blue Rain wants to turn the tables, they must win the team match. Although the commentator also wants to see Blue Rain defeat Samsara, after all, they prefer to see the collapse of a dynasty rather than the continuation of the dynasty, just like Excellent Era. However, the reason why Samsara's home court is called the Devil's home court is because no one can break their 100% winning rate that has continued for several seasons. Since the 7th season when Tiny Herb defeated Samsara, their home court has remained undefeated. This season is so difficult. Yu Wanzhou sighed. With this big defeat, they were pushed to the 3rd place in the regular season. Wei Chao was also very ruthless. They defeated Linhai 10-0. Linhai's current score is not even close to that of Wei Chao, let alone Samsara. As the focus of the 23rd round of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League, Tyranny and Happy were naturally inseparable. In the singles competition, Happy once again took the advantage. Happy won all 3 individual competitions. Even in the team competition, Tang Rou did not underestimate Han Wenqing at all. Unfortunately, she consumed too much blood in the battle against Bai Yanfei, otherwise there would be a chance of winning the competition. Happy led Tyranny 3:2, but when it came to the team competition, Happy's shortcomings were exposed again. In the direct comparison of the technical statistics of the 2 priests, and Winnie was defeated miserably. Even though Xingxin's subsequent fire switching was very beautiful, and successfully took away Bai Shu's tide, Zhang Xingjia's tactics were perfectly implemented. In the end, Tyranny relied on the advantage of Sherbujuan to successfully wear out Xingxin. Tyranny defeated Xingxin 7:3 and continued to maintain its 4th place in the regular season, while Yanyu behind them was chasing closely. They defeated Xiaohua 10 o'clock and were only 1 point away from Tyranny. The 2 teams will face off in the 32nd round, and this game was also selected as the focus of the 32nd round by the TV broadcaster. Thunder, who was avenged by Yanyu, finally got back on the ground against the Void this time, and the Void continued to be sluggish. 9:1, Guide Saijia's first point in the individual competition became the only point that the Void got in the entire game. Before the 24th round began, the league held a meeting, and the captains and vice-captains of each team attended. This is our idea for the new competition system for the 10th season playoffs. Captains can take a look. Fong Xianjun said, asking the staff to send the sortie competition system to the captains and vice-captains of each team. Hey old Fong, isn't this the competition system used by foreign teams? Yi Xiu flipped it open and said, we are quite familiar with this. Zhang Xingjia said. As a player who has played in the European English Professional League, Bai Shu talked to them about foreign competition systems in tyranny. Yeah. Han Wenqing nodded, and he flipped through it. It was similar to what Bai Shu had told them before. Seeing the surprised looks on the faces of some team captains, Zhang Xinjie wanted to laugh a little. Thinking back to when Bai Shu talked about it, Bai Yanfei and the others had the same expression. The number of playoff spots has increased to 10. Li Xian, who was not interested at first, was amazed when he saw this. Void has now dropped to 12th in the regular season. If it was based on the past, they had almost no hope of entering the playoffs. But if it is a new competition system, Void will be alive again. Hey! Both Yang Song and Yufeng were happy. 301 and Baiwa are currently ranked 9th and 10th in the regular season. If the playoffs are changed to a new competition system, then they will enter the playoffs. Is the league out of money? Yuan Zhou asked. He just did a rough calculation and found that the number of playoff games increased to 12. What is this concept? You have to know that there were only 7 big games from the first round of the playoffs to the finals. If the small game does not count the BO3 and the final game, the entire playoffs will have to play 24 games. It's a double elimination, but only the winner group has the resurrection armor. Tang Hao took a look. This new competition system has greatly reduced the pressure on the Howling team to advance to the playoffs, but there is no resurrection armor. Yes, only the top 4 in the regular season have the resurrection armor, and the 5th and 6th in the regular season will directly enter the second round of the loser group. Feng Xianjun said with a smile. Looking at it this way, the top 4 in the regular season are the top 6 in the playoffs. Chu Yunqiu said. Yes, the playoffs will also be divided according to the specific ranking of the teams. Feng Xianjun waved his hand and handed the specific amount table to the captains. Oh my god! The champion prize is 12 million. Wang Xiaoyan jumped up from his seat. The runner-up is 4 million, Lao Feng. This time the league is serious. Yi Xiu was a little surprised, there was no such high prize money in each season before. As long as you enter the playoffs, you will get a guaranteed 1 million. Yang Song's eyes lit up. Can I ask why? Xiao Shiqin adjusted his glasses and looked at Feng Xianjun. Well, since you are all here, I won't hide it. The International League will hold the Glory World Invitational this summer. Feng Xianjun said loudly. What? Everyone was restless, even Zhou Zikai stood up. This surprise was too big. This should be a selection. Zhang Xinjie asked. Yes, we will decide based on the performance of each member of each team this season. Feng Xianjun said. So the World Invitational is this format? Yi Xiu smiled. Well, after all, they are the organizers, and not only Europe, but also Asia, that is, our neighbor, they are also using this competition system. Feng Xianjun took a sip of tea and said. Okay. Who agrees with this new competition system, and who opposes it? We agree with it at Samsara. We agree with it too. The first to express their opinions were Samsara, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain and Tyranny. Just kidding, they are currently the top 4 in the regular season. If nothing unexpected happens, they will probably be able to maintain their position at the end of the season. Who doesn't like a resurrection armor? We agree with it too. Then Yang Song, Tang Hao, and Yufeng expressed their opinions. Howling, 100 Blossoms, and 301 Degrees are currently ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th in the regular season. They definitely hope to enter the playoffs. After all, it was written in black and white that the team that enters the playoffs will be guaranteed a minimum of 1 million. Then we agree with it too. With the statements of Misty Rain and Happy, half of the teams are now in favor of the double elimination system. Although several teams at the bottom disagreed, Feng Xianjun did not say anything. After all, in his eyes, the opinions of the top teams in the regular season are the most important. In that case, we will announce the reform of the new playoff system tomorrow. Feng Xianjun waved his hand. Okay. We have no objection. Okay, in addition to this, let's give the captains a big one at the end. Feng Xianjun smiled slightly. What? Everyone was puzzled. Is there anything bigger than the World Invitational? Next summer, the Saudi Glory Asia Invitational will be held. Feng Xianjun announced. The Asian Invitational, this is not as big as the World Invitational. Hey, it's not the national team that's going, but the championship of the 11th season of the Honor Professional League. Feng Xianjun said. What? Wang Xiaotian, don't be so surprised. You're still talking about me, old Yi. Look, Xiao Shiqin's hands are shaking. I'm not, you're seeing things. Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao looked at each other. This is the best opportunity for the team to go global. Okay, let's disband. Feng Xianjun said, and left the meeting room. Let's go! Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaoyan exchanged glances, and then locked onto Yang Song. Yang Song suddenly felt a chill on his back. Hey, Yang Song. Brother Kong. Huang Xiaoyan pulled Yang Song. Ah? Yang Song was puzzled. What did Huang Xiaoyan want to do? He even called him Brother Song. Hey, do you want to participate in the Saudi Honor Asia Invitational? Huang Xiaoyan looked around cautiously. Of course I want to, but only the champion can go. It's a bit difficult for our team. Yang Song sighed. We have a chance for Blue Rain. Huang Xiaotian's eyes brightened a lot. Wouldn't it be better if you come to our Blue Rain? The truth is revealed. I won't leave 301 degrees. Yang Song said. Hey stupid, you can rent it, just like Du Ming. Huang Xiaotian patted Yang Song. Let's talk about it later. As expected of old rivals and old friends, the other side of the tiny herb also blocked a person. What do you two want to do? Xiao Shiqin was a little confused about the intentions of Wang Jieshi and Su Bin. In the 11th season, come to Tiny Herb. Let's fight in the Asian Invitational together. I'm going to Tiny Herb? Is it true? Chapter 538. What? Such a big deal, I would have gone earlier. Zhou Yichen jumped up from his seat. Originally, after receiving the news from the Alliance, Jiang Buitao planned to let Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen go together. The Alliance's requirement was that at least one captain and vice-captain should be present, so Jiang Buitao planned to stay in the club. After all, he still had to study the latest videos of other teams, as well as some points that needed to be reviewed after playing against Blue Rain yesterday. As a result, Zhou Yichen had no interest in this, and concentrated on developing his new battle mage moves. The one who accompanied him to practice moves was naturally the poor Lu Buiyuan. Originally, Zhou Yichen planned to find Zhang Jiala, but what the hell is that? Oh, come practice with me. Get lost, it's disgusting. Oh my, the prize money is 12 million, small money, hee hee hee. Wei Chen saw the prize amount, and his eyes turned green, metaphorically. Looking at it this way, next year is the most critical time for the club. Chen Guo listened to Yi Xiu's introduction to the Asian Invitational. Well, the world champion sounds better than the glory champion. Fang Rui's words were rough but true. World champion. Xiao Yifan and Winnie, who were younger, also had aspirations. Oh my god, I was planning to retire after this year. Zhang Jiala looked at the news compiled by Jiang Buitao. Originally, he planned to retire after winning the championship of the 10th season with Samsara. After all, after winning the championship in the 9th season, he wanted to retire, but was persuaded by Samsara to stay for another year. But now, with this year's World Invitational, and next year's Glory Saudi Arabia Asian Invitational, Zhang Jiala suddenly didn't want to retire. World champions, it's very prestigious to say it out loud. How is the national team selected? Training camp? Fang Minghua asked. It's based on the performance in the playoffs of the 10th season, Jiang Buitao said. Did they say how many spots there will be for the national team? LV Buiyuan was most concerned about this issue. If all the professions of Honor 24 were included, then he would still have a chance. If not, his hope would be very slim. For example, Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen are definitely in the team, 100% sure to be selected. Double Zhou is the face of the league, and there is no reason for the upper echelons not to let this best combination in history go. No one said, but I don't think there will be too many. After all, the national team needs to be disrupted and reorganized, and they all need to cooperate at that time. It's not easy to allocate too many people. Jiang Buitao replied. The selection of the 6 major league titles is a sure thing, unless the person himself does not want to go. Jiang Buitao said immediately. It's too early to say anything. The regular season hasn't even ended yet. Let's wait until we win the 10th season championship, and win 4 consecutive championships, before we talk about winning glory for the country. Fang Minghua clapped her hands and said. Yes, Fang's mother is right. Our biggest goal at the moment is to win 4 consecutive championships. Zhou Yichen nodded. Although he felt excited now, he still needed to calm down. Win the 4 consecutive championships first, then talk about the World Championship. It's the 24th round of the regular season of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League. The team match between Samsara and Tiny Herb is currently underway. After the singles match, Samsara led Tiny Herb 3-2. In the individual match, Tiny Herb successfully won 2 points thanks to the outstanding performance of Gao Yingjia and Lu Shubia. In the team competition, Vici Gaming also suffered its second defeat. Interestingly, Vici Gaming's 22 wins and 2 losses in the team competition this season are second only to Samsara's 24 wins. And Vici Gaming's 2 losses in the competition were both caused by Samsara. If Blue Rain is Vici Gaming's old enemy, then Samsara can be regarded as Vici Gaming's victim. In the regular season of Season 7, Vici Gaming won 2 games against Samsara, but was defeated in the finals. In Season 8, Vici Gaming was excluded from the finals, and in Season 9, Vici Gaming lost 2 games in a row in the regular season, and failed to meet Samsara in the finals and the playoffs. Since the finals of Season 7, Vici Gaming has lost 8 games in a row against Samsara. Samsara's team competition lineup: Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Jiang Guotao, Wu Qi and Fang Minghua, and the 6th person is LD Boyuan. Zhang Jiala did not appear in the list of this team competition. Although Zhang Jiala is full of energy, Samsara is still afraid that Zhang Jiala will have physical problems. After all, Zhang Jiala is not young anymore. He had a rest in the 9th season. Samsara will also increase Zhang Jiala's rest time from now on. After all, the playoffs are not far away. Samsara's winner group is now a foregone conclusion, so there is no need to spend too much energy on the regular season. What's more, even if Zhang Jiala is not there, Samsara's team competition is not weak at all. The 7th and 8th seasons are the best proof. As long as the core of Samsara is there for 2 weeks, Samsara's front will not be weak. Of course, in order to ensure that Zhang Jiala does not lose his touch, he is still a stable starter in the first game of the individual competition. It's not just Samsara's Zhang Jiala who is resting, but also Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan of Tyranny. After all, as they get older, the energy of old players is definitely not as abundant as that of young people, so taking more rest is the best way for them to maintain their condition. Originally, Yi Xiao of Xingxin was also going to take a rest, but Xingxin had a difficult time during this period. In addition to the reform of the competition system, Xingxin still has some prospects for the winner group. After the halftime break, the roles of the 2 teams' team competition lineups were also displayed on the electronic screen above the stage. The lineup of Wei Chao has basically not changed. The starting 5 of Wang Jieshi, Su Bin, Gao Yingjie, Lu Xiubia and Yuan Baiqing plus the 6th player Liang Feng. Don't feel burdened, this is just a regular season game, which just happens to test the results of our training during this period. Before entering the game, Wang Jieshi encouraged the players around him. The update of the competition system is beneficial to us, so don't have too much pressure. Yes, Captain. 3, 2, 1, fight! For Weizhou's home court, they chose a map with different styles. Fantasy World. 3 roads, with different terrain distribution. The middle road is a canyon, the left road is a forest, and the right road is a sandy land. The 3 roads are connected by magic. A special passage is formed between the magic, which is specifically presented in color. The end of the passage is the refresh point, so the fantasy world is also called the backstab world. Because you need to be on guard against assassins, who steal your healer's buttocks at all times. Of course, some teams will also take a different approach, that is, they will directly squat after seeing that the other side has an assassin. When the assassin came out of the passage, he saw 5 big men surrounding him. That was a big surprise. After this tactic of surrounding the point came out, this map also became a game map. This is not the first time that Vici Gaming has chosen this map. Their playing style is relatively conventional. Wang Jieshi thought clearly that it was not the time to go head-to-head with Samsara. Even if they lost this time, Vici Gaming would still be in the 2nd place in the regular season. Blue Rain lost to Samsara 1:9, and they have already got 2 points. And Blue Rain's opponent in the 24th round of the regular season is 301 degrees, which has been in good form recently. At the end of the singles match, Blue Rain led 3:2. They can get a maximum of 8 points in this game. Compared with Blue Rain, Vici Gaming should be more wary of the 4th place Tyranny, which has a very strong momentum in the second half. Baishu has been fully integrated into Tyranny's system. Han Wenqing can attack boldly with confidence. Baishu's work of protection has greatly impressed Zhang Xinjie, who is a detail-oriented person. Although Tyranny is now ranked 4th in the regular season, before the 24th round, they are only 4 points away from the 3rd place Blue Rain. It was the 5th place Tianyu, who felt a little uncomfortable. They were the most anxious, and in the most awkward position. The 6th place Xingxi was at least 1 big field away from Yanyu, and Yanyu was another big field away from Tyranny. You should know that at the end of the 22nd round, Yanyu was only 4 points away from Tyranny. Looking at the schedule, Yanyu didn't have many defeats, but why was it getting further and further away from Tyranny? The problem was in the 23rd round. They actually lost to Yijan, Although this game was not broadcast by the TV station, Yinyu's 4-6 loss to Ijan still became a hot topic. The result of this match was definitely a big upset. Because Ijan is currently ranked 14th and Yinyu is ranked 5th, no one thought Yinyu would lose or win before the game. In the single-player competition, Yinyu got 4 points, and the only point was won by Sun Jiping in the individual competition. Just when Yinyu fans cheered and prepared to advance to the 4th place in the regular season with the Resurrection Armor, their home team played a big joke. Ijan was able to defeat Yinyu in the team competition. On the one hand, they did a very good job of targeting and focusing fire, and on the other hand, Yinyu did not give priority to protecting the priest. In this game, Sun Jiping's sleep for another summer had the shadow of the past. This season, Sun Jiping also proposed to Lu Guaning that he would not play team games again. Boss Lu was very understanding. After all, Sun Jiping's hand injury was still there, so he waved his hand and directly let Sun Jiping take paid leave and asked a professional team to diagnose him. Sun Jiping understood at this moment. It's great to have money, although this game won't make Yinyu feel pressured about not being able to enter the playoffs. After all, they have enough points, and now the playoff seats have been expanded to 10. However, the reforms in the new season make the top 4 in the regular season too similar. What team doesn't like a Resurrection Armor? The Resurrection Armor means that the team has room for error, and can find their shortcomings through a failure in the tense and exciting playoffs. Compared to the celebration of Ijan, all the members of Yinyu's face are not very good. This game should not be lost. If they are short of these 5 points, and can't enter the winner group in the end, they will regret it. Back to the team match between Luinhui and Wei Chao. Wei Chao chose 5 people to go straight to the middle lane after coming out of the refresh point. Wang Jieshi's Wang Bulixing followed the team, and Gao Yingjia's Mu Infei was at the front to scout the enemy situation. On the Samsara side, the 4 players huddled together, while Wuqi's Cruel Silence chose to walk alone. We can see Cruel Silence separated from the main group and walk towards the windy sand land on the right. It seems that he intends to use the wind to quickly shuttle through the channel and reach the back of Tiny Herb. Today's commentators are Li Ju and Bebe. Yes, this is also a common way of playing for teams with assassins in this map. However, since the magic passage opening time is 5 minutes, players should think carefully about whether it is people or things waiting for them after passing through. Li Ju said. That's right. So now basically you need to wait for the teammates in front to report the opponent's information before you choose whether to enter the magic channel. Bebe said. We see that Wuqi has taken the lead in entering the windy sand land on the right. Today the wind is blowing from the northeast, so Cruel Silence or Samsara is a bit uncomfortable. Li Ju explained. Samsara randomly refreshed in the lower right corner of the map, and the windy sand land was just in their northeast direction. Now the wind is blowing from the northeast, so Wuqi's Cruel Silence can only go against the wind, which is a bit unlucky. Oh my god, today's start is a bit unlucky. Wuqi complained in the team voice channel. What's wrong? You won't encounter the northeast wind? Joey Chen asked. Yep. It's okay that there is a northeast wind in B City today, and it's also blowing in the game. Wuqi was speechless. What is this called, when the game shines into reality? The atmosphere in the team on the Samsara side is very relaxed. Joey Chen looked at the endless plain, and had the idea of singing a song. I saw everyone in Samsara. Gao Yingjia said with some excitement. How many people? Have you seen the assassin? This is the question that Wang Jieshi is most concerned about. He wants to know whether Samsara is a 5-man group like them, or a 4-1, and whether Wuqi's Cruel Silence is in front. For people, I didn't see the assassin captain. Gao Yingjia responded. Then, they should go around behind us, Shibuya, go and look for us, and return to focus on the assassin immediately after finding us. Wang Jieshi commanded. Yes. Lu Shibuya turned around without hesitation, and used the 3-stage slash to move towards the end of the magic channel. Hey, there's a big mosquito in the air. Mage Scholar, it seems we have been discovered. Wuqi, be careful over there, they may come over to ambush you. Fang Minghua reminded. Ambush me? I haven't even touched the entrance yet. Wuqi shook his head. Originally, he planned to withdraw from the windy sand and enter the magic channel from the forest on the left, but Jiang Guotao calculated that it would be faster to start running against the wind. Furthermore, Samsara had no intention of letting Wuqi's Cruel Silence enter the magic channel immediately. If it was led after passing it, Samsara could only shrink its formation, and wait for Lu Buiyuan's Yun Shanluan to rush to the front to form a double front row. Then you can slowly touch it, and hang on to the Wei Chao for a while. Jiang Guotao said. Now that we see a large army, do you want to attack it? Fang Minghua asked. Zhou and Zhou Zikai looked at each other, and Zhou Zikai nodded. We must attack it, Zhou said, and rushed out with his spear. Attack it, and strengthen their vigilance against assassins. Jiang Butao commanded. Received. Captain and the others are coming. Su Bin was at the forefront of the team. Be careful behind you. Chapter 539. When Gao Yingjie reported that there were only 4 people in front of the Samsara, and the assassin was not there, Wang Jieshi was a little sure that the Samsara was going to use the assassin's teleport to go around. Seeing the action of the Samsara, Wang Jieshi was more determined in his thoughts. But the next second, Lu Xiubia's words made him frown. Captain, I don't see anyone. Lu Xiubia shook his perspective intensively, looking left and right, up and down, but could not find any trace of cruel silence. Strange, where can it go if it's not in the front? Wang Jieshi didn't have time to think about where cruel silence went, because Yu Xingchen, the reckless man, had already killed him. Xiubia, we can fight in the front. You go back to the refresh point, and go to the wind and sand to find cruel silence. Wang Jieshi commanded. In his opinion, cruel silence is more likely to appear in the wind and sand than in the forest. The flying knife is not there, it should be looking for you. Zhou Yichen reported the key information, and then stabbed Duhua in the front. Wang Bulixing threw out a lava flask to cut off the formation of the Samsara team, and took off while the momentum was there, slapping Yu Xingchen with a broom. The purpose of the Weichao team was already obvious, focusing on Yu Xingchen. Duhua made a contemptuous gesture towards Yu Xingchen, raised his middle finger, and then put up a shield to block the attack. Provocation, shield wall. Focus, hit the status first. Wang Jieshi commanded. It was obviously unrealistic to want to take Yu Xingchen away in one wave. After all, Xiuda Ziruo was behind him. The purpose of the Weichao team was to force out cruel silence, the 5th person hidden in the Samsara team. Mu En accelerated and took off on the spot, throwing his left hand forward, and the flask filled with magma flew out, and the hot magma in the bottle was almost uncontrollable. After releasing the lava flask, the Magic Scholar player can continuously click this skill key to speed up the explosion of the magma. When Yiqiang Chuanyun shoots out and explodes the lava flask, the curved shot is turned on, and the bullet in the arc path rushes out. Perfect curved shot, although the arc of the bullet is the system default angle, but Zhou Zikai's control is too exquisite. The Cup who was explaining the scene couldn't help but applaud when he saw this scene. In his opinion, no one can surpass his mastery of the sharpshooter. You said Zhou Yichen, is that a sharpshooter? Have you ever seen a sharpshooter rushing to the front of the team, with an exaggeratedly high damage? Even Zhou Zikai, who played a single core in the 5th and 6th seasons, was locked in the front, but Lu Buyu and Jun Chanluan was also in front of him. Who is in front of Gan Yinxingchen? It's the opponent. In the main game, Zhou Yichen played relatively methodically. In the training game, his Gan Yinxingchen was really a nightmare. This action is called no training with a gun, which means that there is no training match with Gan Yinxingchen. In the eyes of many people, Gan Yinxingchen has too much of the flavor of Yu Xingchen. Rather than playing against Gan Yinxingchen, it is better to play against his superior Yu Xingchen. Gan Yinxingchen, damn, I was the first one to come. After Wang Bulixing used acceleration to repel Yu Xingchen, he turned back to the sky and took out the dispersing powder on his body and sprinkled it on Yu Xingchen. Dispersing powder. Yu Xingchen has no positive effect blessing, so this dispersing powder is mainly used to reduce his attack power, skill release speed, and movement speed. Seeing that Yu Xingchen wanted to retreat, the cross on the chest of Cordyceps sinensis bloomed with dazzling light, and then a flame flew towards him. Holy fire! We all know that Tiny Herb has 2 ways of playing. One is to use the Priest Cordyceps as the main attack, and the other is to use the Guardian Angel Windproof as the main defense. For this map, Tiny Herb used the Guardian Angel Windproof before. After all, they didn't have an assassin and couldn't kill with one hit through the magic channel. But today, they took the initiative to choose this map, but they didn't use the Guardian Angel, but the Priest. You should know that Samsara has an assassin, but Samsara can't predict which map Tiny Herb will choose before the game. The reason why Samsara mentioned Wu Qi to the starting lineup today is that Zhang Jiala happened to be taking a rest, and 301 degrees was in good shape recently, and Yang Tsung's life-threatening attack had a great effect. So Samsara also decided to try it. They also wanted to understand the playstyle of 301 degrees. After watching several games of 301 degrees, Samsara finally found the problem. The playstyle of 301 degrees is very European. After understanding this, Samsara made a lot of arrangements. In this way, when they face the main force later, they will do a better job. The reason why they chose Tiny Herb was that they would play 301 degrees in the 26th round, and they didn't have much time left. The opponent in the 25th round was Wind Howl. Although Wind Howl was also in the playoff zone and currently ranked 8th, Wind Howl had too many problems at the moment. Jiang Buitao even thought that Wind Howl might be stuck in the playoffs. Of course, the most important thing was that Wind Howl's priest was too wretched. Therefore, compared to Wind Howl, Tiny Herb was the best test product for them. Of course, if Tiny Herb didn't choose Cordyceps but Fa Feng, it didn't matter, they could just play their own set. As for Wang Jieshi's Wang Liuxing, let alone Wu Qi, even Yang Song would not have any idea about him. It's so funny that the assassin wants to sacrifice his life to attack the magic scholar. Unless the magic scholar wants to fight the assassin in close combat, isn't that crazy? Wu Qi, have you entered his? Jiang Buitao asked. In their tactics, Wu Qi's cruel silence accounts for a very large proportion. I have seen the edge of the magic channel. Wu Qi responded. Xubia, have you seen the assassin? Wang Jieshi asked in the team voice channel while dealing with the Yu Xingchen. No, Captain. Lu Xubia shook his head and shook his head. He had already walked to the front of the magic channel. Due to the wind and sand, Bai Daojin did not see cruel silence. Wait, what kind of wind is blowing in the wind and sand? Wang Jieshi suddenly thought of something. It's Captain Northeast Wind. Lu Xubia said. Go back, be careful of the passage on the other side of the forest. Samsara also knows that it is against the wind, and may change direction. Wang Jieshi said. Okay, Captain. Lu Xubia had no doubt about Wang Jieshi's words, and turned around and walked towards the refresh area. Cruel Jingma, who came against the wind, just saw the flying knife sword that was leaving with sword light. Oh my god, I saw the sword light. It should be the flying knife sword. Wu Qi said excitedly. What? He found you? Jiang Buitao asked. Didn't he run away? Wu Qi shook his head and said. Why did he run? It should be because they didn't find your trace. They thought you would enter the magic passage on the other side of the forest. Yu Xingchen knocked Duhua, who was charging, away with a falling flower palm. Then you will take the magic channel later. The longer you delay, the more anxious they will be. Fang Minghua said. Sure enough, although Tiny Herb was fighting back and forth with Samsara, the Captain Wang Jieshi was getting more and more nervous. This was the result of the information gap. Samsara already knew the location of Lu Xubia's flying sword, so they didn't have to worry about being stolen. But Tiny Herb sent people to look for him, but they never found any trace of Cruel Silence. They knew Cruel Silence must be behind them, because the visibility of the magic scholar in the air was very high, and the middle road was a plain. Except for a small part of the obstruction, it was flat. In fact, the most nervous person was not Wang Jieshi, but Yuan Baiqing. He knew in his heart that he must be the target of the opponent's assassin. But often the invisible is the most frightening. You know he is behind you, but you don't know how far he is from you. Now, Vici Gaming cannot turn around and look for Cruel Silence. The front of Samsara is not a soft persimmon, but a lion. Although Zhang Jiala is not there, the front of Samsara is also not bad. It can even be exaggerated to say that with Zhou Yichen, a skilled reckless man, the front of Samsara will not collapse. Therefore, if Vici Gaming does not concentrate on the battle, it will be easily torn apart by the opponent. Stabilize the front first. Baiqing, pay more attention to the back, their target must be you. Wang Jieshi could not expect too much in a short time. Wang Bulixing was beaten back by Yu Xingchen. Beizi was a little surprised. He admitted that Zhou Yichen's personal strength was indeed one of the best in the league, but Wang Jieshi was not bad either. Could it be that Wang Jieshi is old? This topic is also a classic topic recently, brought up by Blue Rain's fanatical fans. After Blue Rain defeated Tiny Herb, they posted a message to celebrate, in which they said Wang Jieshi is old. Then the fans of the two clubs started a war of words again, which was comparable to the Second World War. Some people even listed the win-loss relationship between Tiny Herb and Blue Rain in recent years. So Triple X is old suddenly became a hot topic. Seeing that Happy lost because of the treatment, no matter what, post a video and add the text, Yishio is old, crying emoticon. Similar ones include Han Wenqing is old, Lin Jingyan is old, etc. Cough. Li Ju quickly interrupted the commentary of the cup. He didn't want to be bullied online. What the hell is this commentary? Li Ju is old. I think Wang Jieshi should be distracted by Cruel Silence. Although we can see from the god's perspective that he is already standing next to the magic channel, the people of Weichao don't know. Li Ju analyzed. The CD of the magic channel in the captain's forest is good, and has not changed. As a swordsman, Lu Shibia became an information soldier in this game. It is very easy to distinguish whether the magic channel has been opened or not. Just look at the color. If the channel door is colored, it means it has not been opened, and if the channel door is red, it means it has entered the CD. Shibia, come back first, Wang Jieshi said. He felt that this way of looking was not a solution, so he should wait for him to show up. It's the captain. Flying Knife Sword didn't notice that when he turned around and ran away, the color of the magic channel door turned red. This is the timing. Soon after Lu Shibia's flying sword turned and left, Wu Qi's cruel silence entered the magic channel. I'm so angry. The fans of Tiny Herb at the scene were excited. There is perspective. It can only be said that this timing is too coincidental, because the wind direction of the Windy Sand Land has changed at this time, from northeast wind to southwest wind, so Wu Qi must hurry in. After getting permission, Cruel Silence also got in as soon as possible. The two magic scholars of Tiny Herb dominated the sky in front, and there was no large bunker to block it, so Xiaga Zirua had a hard time playing. Because Wang Bulixing and Mu and kept using long-range attacks to tut him. This timing is too good, Bazi and Li Ju said at the same time. The director finally did something human, cutting a close-up of Cruel Silence entering the magic channel, and a small window of the flying sword going away. This time Tiny Herb's feet is gone. Be careful behind you. Tiny Herb fans in the audience shouted desperately. Unfortunately, the quality of the soundproof headphones for esports events co-branded with Honor is too good. The players of Weichao stared at their own screens, and no one paid attention to the impatient fans in the audience. At this time, Yuan Baiqing suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he dragged the mouse to look behind him. He found that there was no one behind him. Oh, I scared myself. Yuan Baiqing thought in his heart. Captain, everything is fine, Yuan Baiqing said confidently. Damn, I was almost discovered. Wu Qi hurriedly felt his heart pounding. The turn of Cordyceps sinensis just now was really beyond his expectation. Fortunately, Cruel Silence was very slow, and he just laid down behind the boulder to cover his body. When the audience saw Cruel Silence cautiously poking his head out from behind the boulder, a small number of Tiny Herb fans were also amused. Why hasn't Flying Knife Sword come yet? Most of the anxious Tiny Herb fans pinned their hopes on Flying Knife Sword. Because only when Flying Knife Sword arrived could he see Cruel Silence. Wu Qi naturally knew that Flying Knife Sword must be behind him, so after making sure that Dongkong Xiekeo didn't look back, he started running straight towards him. What is Yu Xingchen planning to do? Hey! How come Cruel Silence is almost behind Dongkong Xiekeo? Baiqing, be careful behind you. Lu Shibia shouted with all his might. As soon as he returned to the middle lane, he saw Cruel Silence, who was stealing, light, and, openly, and, rightly, and, big, killing his own priest. What? Everyone in the front of the Weichao was shocked. Wasn't he here just now? Gaoingjie even glanced at Yuan Baiqing. Gaoingjie, no, buddy, Yuan Baiqing's face turned red. But now is not the time for him to blush, because Cruel Silence has already killed him. Arc Flash. Wang Bulixing wanted to save him, but Yu Xingchen had already charged up the Battle Mage's ultimate move, Fulong Xiangtian. Target, Wang Bulixing. Wang Jieshi opened his eyes slightly, locked his eyes tightly, and tried to make the two eyes look the same size. The blue dragon soared into the air, and bit towards Wang Bulixing with his fangs and claws. Injia cover. Wang Jieshi easily avoided Yu Xingchen's Fulong Xiangtian with AU flight. Zhou Yichen did not choose to control the trend of Fulong Xiangtian, and let go of it at the first moment of release. This can reduce the stiffness effect of Fulong Xiangtian to a certain extent, a little-known fact about battle mages. No, I can't save him. Gaoingjie was stunned. At this distance, it was difficult to shoot with gravity acceleration. Goodbye, Wei Chao's treatment. When the flaming dagger flashed in front of Dongkong Xiekeo, Yuan Baiqing already knew his fate in advance. This knife will be very cool. Chapter 540. Cordyceps sinensis fell. Samsara's assassin, Cruel Silence, completed the assassination of Cordyceps sinensis, which was used to treat microherb. Glorious sacrifice. Cruel Silence killed Cordyceps sinensis. Cordyceps sinensis, out. Cruel Silence, burning blood essence. Cruel Silence, out. The ultimate one-for-one exchange is definitely a win for Samsara. Lu Shibia should be the most shocked by this assassination result. He clearly searched both roads, and when he left, the magic channel was not opened. Why? Shibia, don't think about it, get back to the front. Wang Jieshi glanced at Lu Shibia sideways, reminding him that now is not the time to be confused. Oh! Lu Shubia came back to his senses, and the game was not over yet. But when seeing Wu Qi's cruel silence's fatal blow, Samsara directly shrank its formation. Yu Xingchen retreated the fastest, fearing that he would be entangled by Su Bin's duhua. Wang Jieshi felt his trigeminal nerve hurt after seeing this scene. The side without the priest attacked desperately, while the side with the priest defended all the way. The next game was another painful one. And from the time cruel silence killed Cordyceps, the rest of the time until the end of the game was considered garbage time in Wang Jieshi's eyes. But he couldn't just rush up and ask for Samsara to kill him, which didn't suit his character. Samsara's tactics are so 301 degrees. The cup said that Samsara's playing style looked more and more familiar. Samsara feels like joining the game. After all, they will face 301 degrees in the 26th round. Li Ju said. Why didn't they choose to test it in the 25th round? The cup asked in confusion. First, the time is too short. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult to adjust. Second, the opponent in the 25th round of the reincarnation is Howling, the priest of Howling. Li Ju did not finish his words, but it was self-evident. Howling's priest still carried out the wretched style. It was easy to stab him, but the question was, can you find him? Some people even think that Happy's priest and Howling's priest are completely two extremes. One died too many and too early, and the other died too few and too late. Originally, the latter requirement was a high evaluation of the priest, but it was speechless when it was applied to Howling's priest, because as a priest, he was not as helpful to the team as a mage. A large part of the reason why Howling could not beat the strong team in the team competition was that Tang Hao and his men were in the front, and the priest was shrinking in the back. He wanted to treat, but he could not. Several times, Tang Hao wanted to kill him after the fight. Even Lu Hao thought that among the clubs he had been in, Howling's treatment was the worst he had ever seen. In the ongoing match between Howl and Magic, Howl's situation seems not good. Back to the team match between Tiny Herb and Samsara. After Dongkong Xiakeo was killed by a fatal blow, Samsara retreated to the front until Lu Buiyuan's Yun Shanluan rushed to the front. Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan were the double front row, and there was a priest in the back to provide treatment. Even though Tiny Herb's two magic scholars cooperated with the swordsman and the wild swordsman to charge, they were still blocked by Samsara. Today, Samsara really fought a defensive battle for the first time in a long time, which shocked many people. After all, Samsara's offense has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. In their impression, Samsara is all about offense. But in fact, in many teams' analysis of Samsara, their defense is also good. Because their lineup is very solid, with battle mages who can resist and attack, sharpshooters and ammunition experts who provide stable firepower, magic swordsmen who protect priests and assist the overall situation, and the second front row Yun Shanluan. It can be said that Samsara is a very standard offensive and defensive lineup. Many clubs' second teams are selecting talents according to the professional composition of Samsara. Although the fierce attack of Wei Chao forcibly tore open the gap of Samsara, they did not know that this was also the tactic of Samsara. Wei Chao rushed into the encirclement of Samsara, even though they tried their best to take away the priest of Samsara, Xiaodaziruo. But the price paid was heavy. Su Bin's duhua and Liang Fang's Zhuli were eliminated one after another. Finally, with Wang Bulixing falling, this team game also came to an end. Glory! Let's congratulate Samsara for winning the team match, defeating the regular season second place Tiny Herb 8:2 away from home. Now Samsara can be said to be the best in the league. The MVP of this game was awarded to Wu Qi without any surprise. Although Wu Qi's cruel silence came and went quickly, this is the charm of the assassin. One-hit kill. Currently, the leader of the regular season MVP list is Yi Xiu of Happy, followed by Huang Xiaoyan of Blue Rain and Sun Xiang of Thunder. There are many tied for third place, such as Samsara's Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen, Chu Yunxiu of Misty Rain and Wang Jieshi of Tiny Herb. Samsara's MVPs are distributed more evenly than other teams. In addition to Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen, Zhang Jiala, Jiang Buitao, Fang Minghua, and Wu Qi also won the overall MVP. Lu Buiyuan, the world isolates me, and I let him ridicule me. It's a pity that the focus match between Samsara and Tiny Herb today did not get hot discussion. Instead, Enwinnie of Happy and Ruan Yongbin of Howling rushed to the hot search. Everyone is used to Enwinnie. Since being taken away by Yang Tsung of 301, Enwinnie has been criticized. Enwinnie said that I have been criticized 3 times, first by fans from outside, second by priest players, and third by my own fans. But this time, Enwinnie disappointed the trolls. in the match between Happy and He-Woo, and Winnie performed very well, and the Holy Fire blocked the enemy's key attack. This and Winnie, who almost made the entire Glory Circle feel that he was a drag, suddenly became the team MVP. You know, in the previous Happy games, the global MVP was awarded to Yishio without exception, only in the game at the beginning of the season when Tang Rou performed well. Of course, the league deliberately wanted to promote Tang Rou. After all, a beautiful woman, good at playing, and with temperament, she is a star of tomorrow at a glance. As a result, Tang Rou gave them a big one. You should know that not many people paid attention to this game. The focus must be on the match between Samsara and Vici Gaming, and Tyranny and Blue Rain. The former won 8-2 away, while the latter was that Tyranny stabilized the home court and defeated Blue Rain 7-3. Blue Rain was depressed. They were squeezed to the 4th place in the regular season, while Tyranny was promoted to the 3rd place in the regular season, only 1 point away from Vici Gaming. This was something no one had thought of. After all, Zhao Yang retired on the eve of the season, Hai Will-yang left, and Tyranny embarked on the road of old and new. Now, the end of this road is bright. Song Qiang, the successor of de Mo Guyan, performed well. The former English professional player, Bai Shu, returned to China. After a short period of pain, he no longer looks like a newcomer. You won't know until you see it. It's shocking to see that Tyranny has quietly climbed to the 3rd place. Tyranny's presence this season seems to be too low, however, Tyranny really doesn't like marketing. When Qin Muyun appeared in the 9th season, many media didn't know that Tyranny had such a newcomer. Song Qiang and Bai Shu in the 10th season were more or less exposed, but Tyranny didn't even promote Bai Shu's impressive resume. I can only say that this is very Tyranny. If it were any other team, Bai Shu would have been blown up. This also shows that Tyranny is the type that plays steadily, and does not do fancy things. In this round, Tiny Herb failed to break the undefeated record of the Samsara Arena and team competitions, and He-Woo failed to break Yishio's winning streak in the individual competitions. At first glance, these two records are not at the same level. Yishio's winning streak is limited to this season, while Samsara's winning streak has spanned an entire season. The only game that can be called an upset is the match between Howling and Magic. Some people are curious about why and when he was on the hot search because he won the global MVP, but why did Wan Yongbin of Howling win? Is it because of his good performance? Of course not. Howling, which has always been known for bullying the weak and showing off its strength against weak teams, lost to an opponent that is definitely not a strong team in the 24th round of the regular season. Amazing! This season's new team successfully defeated Howling with a score of 7-3 in their home court. This is a confrontation between former Excellent Era players, Lu Hao of Howling and the Magical Excellent Era trio. In the end, it was the Magical trio who looked more miserable and originally went to the new team to retire that one. After the game, not to mention Tang Hao, even Lu Hao's face turned blue. Losing to Samsara, Blue Rain accepted it. After all, it was a recognized strong team. But what kind of stuff is Shinchi? They ranked 12th in the regular season, and even the hope of the playoffs is very slim. What about themselves? Although Wind Howl is currently ranked 8th in the regular season, their wish is to enter the 5th or 6th place in the regular season, so that they can enter the second round of the loser group at least. But it was such a team that overturned them. The reason is that the Wind Howl team did not complete the transfer that they thought could solve the team's problems in the winter transfer window, and thus began their second half of the season. Wan Yongbin and the team not only did not work hard like in Winnie of Happy, and knew shame and then courage, but became more decadent. In the first half of the season, although they repeatedly failed to win against strong teams, the strength of the Wind Howl team was still very strong in front of the mid and lower level teams. But in front of this mid-level team, Wind Howl lost. This was tantamount to tearing off their last fig leaf. After the game, Tang Hao was even more angry, and said that he would rectify the team's recent laziness. He even singled out Wan Yongbin, and said that he would always supervise him. It can be said that Wan Yongbin's rush to the hot search was partly due to Tang Hao. However, can the problem of the Howling team really be solved by making the team's atmosphere more diligent and positive? Glory, it's not that simple. The current Howling team lacks not hard work, not the belief in winning, but the method to win. Especially in team competitions. Howling single-player competitions have always been good, but the team competition is really a headache. The original Howling team, their key to victory was the dirty style. Now they threw away this key, but did not get a new key to continue to open the lock. A group of young and energetic locksmiths were messing around there, trying to use brute force to break open the door with the seal of victory. But without a purpose and without growing up, they would only end up with bloody heads. Howling, who had defeated weak teams and pretended to be strong, lost this game, and could only be stepped on by the teams that came up later in the standings. For example, Baiwa, after the points were counted, they were directly overtaken by Baiwa, ranking 9th with 147 points, while Baiwa took advantage of the situation and ranked 8th with 148 points. Ranked 10th was 301 degrees, which was in great form in the second half of the season. After defeating Royal Wind at home with a score of 8-2, they were only 5 points away from Howling. Now Howling, let alone advancing to the 5th or 6th place in the regular season, even whether it can keep a place in the playoffs is a big problem. The 11th place in the regular season, Void, finally stabilized. Fortunately, they had enough points at the beginning of the season. In this round, they defeated Linhai 10-0 and stabilized the decline. However, they are a bit far from the 10th place in the regular season, 301 degrees, and the points difference is 15 points. Now they can only pray that Hal will continue to be confused, so that they still have a chance to squeeze into the playoffs. Now the general trend of the regular season has been determined, and the elimination of Linhai and Mingqing is a foregone conclusion. The first place, Samsara, is only 10 points away from locking in the playoffs. Locking in a playoff spot in the first 13 rounds is unprecedented in the history of Glory. And they only need to score 32 points to lock in a place in the winner group of the playoffs and get a resurrection armor. The in-game personnel predicted that Samsara would most likely break the historical record in the 30th round of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League, becoming the first team to determine the regular season champion in the first 8 rounds. Samsara, the Great Devil, is so terrifying. The teams at the back of the schedule all breathed a sigh of relief. After getting the resurrection armor, or winning the regular season championship, Samsara will definitely try more ways to play. Let's see if they can steal the chicken at that time. Where should Hal go? After this round, Hal suddenly made the headlines of the Esports Weekly with such a big headline. Their next round opponent is Samsara. The original focus of the topic was whether Xingxin's healer and Winnie was the worst priest in the league. But in this round, and Winnie proved with hard work that he was not, and he would improve. So the focus of the topic became the problem of Hal's team competition. The Hal team itself has also received protests from fans one after another. The Hal team urgently needs a convincing victory. So their chance came. In the 25th round, the Howling team faced the Samsara team at home. This match was so convincing. Let alone winning, now every team can be considered successful if they can get 3 points from Samsara. When playing against Samsara, the best way for professionals to evaluate is to send the right strong players to play individual matches to get points. Because the intensity of Samsara's team competition is too high. In the competition, Zhou Yichen is the starter and Zhou Zakai is the defender. The strength of these two people is not something that ordinary people can compete with. For the Howling side, let alone the competition and team competition, it is a question whether they can get points in the individual competition. Except Tang Hao, leaving Zhang Jiala aside, who has the confidence to say that he can eat Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan. Lu Hao me. Chapter 541. This is the best opportunity. Their captain Tang Hao was full of energy. He did not ask to defeat Samsara, which was unrealistic. But he hoped that his team could show their fighting spirit and let Samsara see that they were not soft persimmons. What could be more convincing than defeating the Samsara team? Tang Hao was still trying hard. However, the only one who responded to him was Lu Hao, the vice-captain. The captain is right. Samsara is not a god. They are also human, and they will make mistakes. At this moment, looking at Lu Hao who responded to him, Tang Hao had never had such a wonderful feeling. Lu Hao is right. Everyone cheer up. Use this battle to let everyone see what our Howling team is like. In the preparation room before the game, Tang Hao was doing mobilization work. He now found that Wang Jieshi's pre-match routine was still necessary, and he fell in love with this feeling of seemingly giving a speech. But although Tang Hao and Lu Hao set up this stage, the other Howling team members still had no reaction on their faces. The players of the Howling team have really become numb to hearing such words. They still lose every time they say it. Samsara is much more relaxed. After defeating Tiny Herb in the last game, they went back to review a lot. The tactical disadvantages of 301 degrees are actually quite large. After all, even Yang Song cannot guarantee a 100% success in assassination. Jiang Wutao said. It was obviously a battle with Howling, but Samsara was discussing 301 degrees. Obviously, Samsara didn't take Howling seriously at all. That's right. And without Yang Song's command, the remaining few can't stop our attack. Zhou Yichen said confidently. I say, maybe we should talk about Wind Howl. After all, this is their home court, so we should respect them anyway. Fong Minghua interrupted. Wind Howl, they should be in a mess now. Zhang Jiala said. Wind Howl's problems have been exposed since the beginning of the season, and they have not been solved yet. If they continue, even if the number of playoff seats increases to 10, Wind Howl still cannot enter the playoffs. Jiang Butao analyzed. The outside world knows the problems of Wind Howl, not to mention other teams. The club's event analysis team has already analyzed the data of everyone in each game of Wind Howl. Captain, how do you arrange the personnel for the individual competition? Lu Hao looked at Tang Hao. He personally prefers Tang Hao, and he and Zhao Yujie will play in the individual competition to get points. After all, they really can't beat the ring competition and team competition of Samsara, but Tang Hao obviously convinced himself as he talked. He felt that he was now extremely strong. I have my own arrangements for the individual competition. Looking at Tang Hao's confident look, Lu Hao wanted to punch him in his heart. How could he not know the current strength of the team? In Lu Hao's opinion, he and Zhao Yujie might not be able to defeat Wu Qi or Lu Boyuan. Only Tang Hao has a high probability of winning, but looking at Tang Hao's look, Lu Hao knew that he wanted to go to the ring match to challenge Zhou Yichen. Can you beat him? Then go and challenge him. Just the 3 all-star configuration of the reincarnation ring match, and 2 top league forces. Howling, go and fight with others with your head. How cheap. Okay, we will all listen to the captain's arrangements. Lu Hao smiled on the surface, but he was already MVP in his heart. This is Howling. Tang Hao is the absolute core of Howling. Lu Hao knows very well that if he refutes Tang Hao, then he, an outlier, will be liquidated. In the first individual match, Zhang Jiala of Samsara will face Lu Hao of Howling. Tang Hao patted his shoulder, looking very optimistic about him. Lu Hao cursed in his heart. I'm so stupid. If I can beat Zhang Jiala, I don't need to be humiliated here. Captain, look at me! On the surface, Lu Hao still looked smiling. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, 100 Flowers, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Howling, Lu Hao, ID, Darkness, Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Senior, long time no see, please show mercy. Lu Hao rubbed his hands, and smiled slightly cautiously. Well, I will be gentler. Zhang Jiala glanced at Lu Hao, and turned to walk towards the competition seat. Zhang Jiala had heard about Lu Hao. After all, he was still in contact with Yi Xiao and Huang Xiaoyan in private. After winning the championship, Zhang Jiala was very confident when talking to them. Lu Hao looked like a wolf, and it was clear that he was not a good guy. Lu Hao looked at Zhang Jiala's back as he turned and left, and his face turned black. This was the home court of the Howling Wind, but the opponent didn't give him any face at all, which was a great shame. God? What's so great about it? The only championship was won by luck. Lu Hao said in contempt. 99%, 100%. 100 flowers are in disarray, loading completed. Darkness, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game officially started, and Lu Hao chose a forest map with many cover objects. It can be seen that Lu Hao had made some preparations before the game. The characters of both sides refreshed symmetrically from north to south, with 100 flowers refreshing in the south and darkness refreshing in the north. After entering the forest, Zhang Jiala first carefully threw a tracking grenade forward. The grenade with its own spiral wings explored aimlessly forward. If it found a target, it would automatically lock and fly in its direction. Tracking grenades are very useful for getting information. Lu Hao also knew it well. After rushing to the middle road, he hid behind the tree and waited for the effect of the grenade to disappear. I can't show my head now. He must be holding me outside. Lu Hao thought to himself. Zhang Jiala saw that the tracking grenade did not lock the target, so he carefully moved forward step by step. The automatic pistol in his hand turned on the aiming mode, and Zhang Jiala quickly slid the mouse to observe whether there was any movement around. Do you want to go out and take a look? Lu Hao glanced at the public channel, and the other party did not send any text. What is Lu Hao doing? This scene puzzled the commentators Pan Lin and Li Bo. Why wasn't Wu Tianri hiding behind the tree without moving? Hey Lu Hao! Are you AFK? The fans in the audience asked cordially. Lu Hao, is he dead? Strange, where are the people? Zhang Jiala felt very strange. The middle lane in this map was relatively sparse. Generally speaking, this is also the place for the decisive battle, but where are the other people? Zhang Jiala glanced at the woods on both sides, and did not find any trace of an Wu Tianri. AFK? At this time, Zhang Jiala's eyes were on a big tree in the distance. The tree was very strong and the situation behind the tree could not be seen at all. Lu Hao wouldn't be hiding there stupidly. Principal Zhang Jiala shook his head. He must have thought too much. Although Lu Hao's intentions were not right, he still had strength. The big tree was still some distance away from the middle road, and hiding behind the tree would not benefit him at all. Because he was not a melee character, he was a long-range output, and he only needed to control the middle area. Hey, why hasn't he come over yet? As long as he comes over, I can get close to the wave of cracking and float him in the air, and then he. Lu Hao was still waiting for Zhang Jiala's 100 flowers to come over. Obviously he thought too much. Go out and take a look. Lu Hao nodded, and then operated the dark to stick out his head. The director was also very good at playing at this time, and cut 100 flowers perspective. In the scope, a head slowly popped out from behind the tree. Puff. Cough cough. Some of the audience, who were drinking water, couldn't hold it anymore. Aizhua, what are you doing? It's raining? This? The commentator Li Ju awkwardly scratched his head. He found that the head of an Wu Tianri, combined with a green tree, looked like a turtle. What are you laughing at? Jiang Buitao found that Zhou Yichen was about to fall down with laughter. Is it so funny? Didn't you find that an Wu Tianri's head looks like a turtle's head? Zhou Yichen's face was red from laughing. On the other side, Tang Hao's face was also red, but I don't know if it was from laughing. Bang! And Wu Tianri, who had just ejected the turtle head, was shot again. Sure enough, he was aiming at me. How hateful. Lu Hao complained. Senior, let me change places. Lu Hao typed on the public channel, and then secretly charged the wave's sword. Okay. Zhang Jiala responded. Ah? Lu Hao was stunned for a moment, and actually agreed. Is this true? Before he could think about it, several grenades were thrown at him. I help you change your position, kind-hearted emoticon. Damn! Lu Hao was furious. And Wu Tianri was blown away by the shock wave of the grenade, and by Hua Liaowan took the time to change the ice bomb while throwing the grenade. Bang bang bang. After the ice bomb hit and Wu Tianri, a blue freezing effect appeared on his body. And Wu Tianri's speed of getting up and releasing skills was obviously much slower. This idiot, what is he doing? Tang Hao held his head in his hands in the audience. What kind of godly operation is Lu Hao? Swoosh, split wave slash. And Wu Tianri replayed the split wave slash with the negative blessing of freezing. But the speed was too slow, and Bai Hua Liaowan easily avoided it. Hey buddy, you are here to make fun of me. Some radical fans of Wind Howl in the audience have already started to criticize. Although Lu Hao's performance was good before in their impression. But the past is the past, and the present is now. You can't always compare the past with the present. If you don't play well now, you will be criticized. Lu Hao, if you are not good, practice more. Oh my god, Wind Howl fans are really like this. Even Zhou Yichen in the away area heard the insults. It is probably because some operations of the club during the winter transfer period made the fans of Wind Howl very dissatisfied. Jiang Buitao guessed. It should be, the enthusiasm and passion were all mobilized, but in the end it was found that it was all in vain, and Wind Howl didn't change anything. Fang Minghua said. It is a very outrageous thing for Wind Howl to pursue Zhang Xinjie during the transfer period. Zhou Yichen waved his hand and said, whether from the perspective of the club or the individual, Zhang Xinjie will not leave tyranny. The lineup of Howling really needs a Zhang Xinjie. Jiang Buitao said. While the few people were talking, the victory and defeat on the field had already been decided. Although Lu Hao was not chased and hammered by Zhang Jiala, he was also crushed. The several resistances in the later period were simply weak. It's so despicable. Lu Hao was still muttering when he fell down. So much so that the staff behind him took a step back. There are too many dishes. Don't play if you can't afford to lose. The seniors' playing style is really amazing. I have no power to resist. Lu Hao said after the game. Seeing the smile on Lu Hao's face, Zhang Jiala really wanted to punch him. TSK TSK TSK, it's the 10th season. Lu Hao, you are still so naive. Zhang Jiala squinted at Lu Hao. What do you mean? Lu Hao didn't quite understand what Zhang Jiala said. Guess what Yishio said about you in private. Zhang Jiala smiled. What? The smile on Lu Hao's face completely disappeared, and his fists clenched. Ha, I won't tell you. Zhang Jiala said, and walked off the stage. You? Lu Hao was furious. He hated two kinds of people the most in his life. One was people who told riddles, and the other was people who didn't let him tell riddles. You played well. Zhou Yichen stepped forward and handed Zhang Jiala a towel and a water bottle. Well, it's just SOSO boring. Zhang Jiala shrugged. What did you say to Lu Hao? I saw him staring at you when he left the stage. Zhou Yichen asked curiously. Nothing, I just mentioned Yishio. Zhang Jiala spread his hands. Ah? That's it? Lu Buiyuan thought Zhang Jiala was talking nonsense. Lu Hao has such a big problem with Yishin. Fang Minghua was a little surprised. Weren't they teammates before? Not every team is like ours, Fang Ma. Zhou Yichen said. Well, that has nothing to do with us. Will I still play in the next game? Wu Qi asked. Do you want to play? I want to experience the ring match. Wu Qi said it directly without any embarrassment. Okay, then I will switch with Wu Qi. Jiang Buitao said, and stood up to get the battle list handed over by the staff. Are you sure you can beat Wu Qi? Tang Hao asked Zhao Yujie. Tang Hao was very dissatisfied with Lu Hao's disastrous defeat in the first game. Seeing Lu Hao smiling before the game, and not saying a word after the game, Tang Hao was angry. Believe me, his life-threatening attack is definitely not as fast as my instant movement. Zhao Yujie also looked confident. However, when the two teams' battle list was announced on the electronic screen above, Zhao Yujie was dumbfounded. Reincarnation, Jiang Buitao, ID, Wulong, Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Why is it Jiang Buitao? Zhao Yujie looked at Tang Hao in surprise. They changed their formation. Tang Hao felt something was wrong. Why don't you play the third game yourself, Captain? Lu Hao suggested. Well, Tang Hao began to think about the pros and cons. No, I win the first game. Zhao Yujie pounded his chest and walked towards the competition seat. No, just follow our pre-match arrangement. Tang Hao shook his head. But, Lu Hao wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Tang Hao. I know what you are worried about. I understand your desire to score points for the team, but you also have to trust your teammates. Damn! At this moment, Lu Hao's mentality completely exploded. Chapter 542. Hearing Tang Hao's comfort, Lu Hao's heart erupted like a volcano. Who doesn't trust his teammates? Why are you so proud at this time? Wait for being shut out. Of course, Lu Hao only dared to say these words in his heart. The captain said that we should trust our teammates. Lu Hao said with a smile. Yeah. Tang Hao looked at Lu Hao's eyes, as if saying, a young man can be taught. Lu Hao stopped talking and consciously sat in the corner of the player's seat. He felt that staying with Tang Hao again might affect his brain. Yes, Lu Hao felt at ease and threw his loss to Zhang Jiala on Tang Hao's head. Chu. Tang Hao wiped his nose. Who is scolding me? Tang Hao consciously glanced at Lu Hao, and Lu Hao responded with a polite smile. Zhao Yujie said that he won the first victory, but he was actually a little panicked in his heart. Although compared with Jiang Buitao's style, he would rather play against Wu Qi. Zhao Yujie is impatient, and his playing style is a bit impatient. And what about Jiang Buitao? 8 words to sum it up. Not fast, not slow, steady and long-lasting. As expected, Zhao Yujie had a very uncomfortable time playing against Jiang Buitao. This discomfort was not in the game, but after Zhao Yujie finished a smooth offensive, he found that he had lost more blood than the opponent. When did he lose blood? Zhao Yujie didn't have time to think so much, and operated Shaoguang to change the chanting spell to continue to deal with Jiang Buitao's Wulong. Zhao Yujie started to get impatient again. Tang Hao shook his head. If Zhao Yujie's personality was still so impatient, then his career would end here in his life. Glory. Damn, just a little bit. Zhao Yujie hammered the table in frustration after the game. The staff behind him stepped back very skillfully, expressionless. I'm used to it. Wulong obviously only had a little blood left. How come he fell first? You're lucky. Zhao Yujie said to Jiang Buitao somewhat unconvinced after the game. Then your luck is a bit bad. You're going to be shut out. Jiang Buitao smiled. You? Zhao Yujie clenched his fist and looked at Jiang Buitao. Jiang Buitao ignored him and turned to walk towards the Samsara player seat. Sniff, you never get 4 dishes in your life. Captain, how about the third game? Lu Hao wanted to say something, but Tang Hao filled in Lin Feng's name and role on the battle list without hesitation. What's wrong? Tang Hao looked at Lu Hao in confusion. It's okay, come on. Samsara sent out LV Buiyuan, who was determined to prove that he had no problem since losing to Bao Rongxing. In this match against Lin Feng, he proved that there was nothing wrong with him. Old Lu. In the individual competition, 3 matches, all lost. Tang Hao's face darkened again, and the whole audience booed. Is this the Howling team that we have high hopes for? I really want to laugh. Why are you covering your mouth and laughing? Laugh at me, ha ha ha. This weird atmosphere made everyone in the Samsara team feel uneasy. Howling fans, are they crazy? LV Boyuan, who had just returned to the player's seat after the game, felt that his hair stood up. You can't scold us after scolding them. It seems that Howling fans are very dissatisfied with the current situation of the club. Jiang Buotao laughed. If I remember correctly, Howling dropped to 9th place in the regular season after losing to Shinchi. The opponent of 301 degrees this round is He-Woo. If they win, Howling will be squeezed to 10th place. Fang Minghua said. Howling, I hope you can't even make it to the playoffs. Zhou Yichen said. Fang Rui will be so happy. Jiang Buotao said with a smile. Now Xingxin has slowly got on the right track. As long as they don't mess up, they will definitely make it to the playoffs. Fang Rui, before I left, we were in the lousy quarterfinals. After I left, you are not even in the lousy quarterfinals. I go first. Zhou Yichen waved his hand and walked towards the battle seat. Today Zhou Yichen did not use Yu Xingchen, but took out his team battle ghost Gun In Xingchen again. Seeing the appearance of Gun In Xingchen, Tang Hao's face darkened again. It can be said that Tang Hao's face did not look good throughout the game. Tang Hao probably also read the outside world's analysis of Zhou Yichen's Gun In Xingchen and Yu Xingchen. Team competitions have different focuses, but the ring competition is different. Only when fighting against noobs will they use Gun In Xingchen. Of course, this is all amateur analysis of Zhou Yichen. The more professional Huang Xiaotian's analysis is correct. He is just idle. Samsara looks down on us Howl. It's a pity that Zhou Yichen didn't understand this sentence. If he heard it, Zhou Yichen would just smile faintly. Hey, I'm not saying you are trash, I'm saying everyone here is trash. The lineup of Samsara's team competition is Zhou Yichen, Wu Qi and Zhou Zikai. Originally, Wu Qi wanted to start the competition, but Zhou Yichen said that such a cruel thing should be done by him. After getting along for so long, Wu Qi still didn't know what Zhou Yichen was talking about. On the output list of the competition, he was getting closer and closer to Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang was also puzzled. He took 1 on average, and sometimes it was very powerful to knock down 1.5. But what about Zhou Yichen? This guy consumes 214% of his HP per game in the arena, while Sun Xiang only consumes 121%. This means that Zhou Yichen kills more than 2 people per game in the arena. How can we play with him? Moreover, he has played against teams like Tiny Herb and Blue Rain, which are relatively strong in the arena. Sun Xiang has no doubt that he can defeat 3 teams with 1. After all, Zhou Yichen is the player who has defeated 3 teams with the most times in the history of Glory. The number of times he has achieved in 3 seasons has far exceeded his entire career. This guy is so good at dealing damage, he is simply a congenitally good damage-dealing saint. In the arena, seeing a substitute player who played in the first game being beaten by Zhou Yichen as if he were a roadside stalk, the audience was not only booing, but some audience members had already left the field in advance. These are the fans who have already given up. They don't even want to watch the highlight of the team competition. They give the team the strongest protest by leaving the field. After the single-player competition, the Samsara team leads 5-0, and the Howling team has not scored a single point. What's even more exaggerated is that the Howling team was defeated 3 times in the ring match again. Last time it was by old teammate Fang Rui, and this time it was by old rival Zhou Yichen. Tang Hao, who was defending the ring, failed to beat Zhou Yichen, who was the starting player, which made many Howling fans unacceptable. Zhou Yichen is indeed strong, and they can accept that he can't beat them with full health and full mana, but he is not. Tang Hao, your heart is in turmoil. Zhou Yichen patted Tang Hao on the shoulder after the game. Tang Hao wanted to say something, but Zhou Yichen shook his head. Change is not a good thing, but sometimes it is not a bad thing. For the players who debuted at the same time, Zhou Yichen still gave Tang Hao a lot of help, and the two would also keep in touch privately. Although Tang Hao is arrogant, he will respect and learn from other players who are better than him. Thank you. Tang Hao thanked Zhou Yichen and turned to walk towards the player's seat. Looking at Tang Hao's back, Zhou Yichen sighed, hoping that Tang Hao could understand what he meant. The players who debuted in the 7th season still communicated a lot in private, and they even had a group. Mainly because Zhou Yichen was also very easygoing. He would not be proud and complacent because of his high performance and slander others. On the contrary, if you come to ask for advice humbly, he would even give you good advice. Of course, if you are weird, he also knows a little about boxing. 500, the fans of Howling who can stay in the middle to watch the team game are all gods. This is also the second time that Howling has faced a situation of 5-0 after the game with Xingxin. They are going to be swept 10-0 again. In their current state, If Wind Hao wants to challenge Samsara in the team match, it is simply nonsense. But being swept 10-0 by Happy was at least in Happy's home court. What about this time? This time, they were swept by someone who came to their doorstep, and if they lose, they will lose face and be criticized. The team match has not started yet, but when the roles of the players on both sides were announced, the cheers from Samsara were louder than Wind Hao. Many fans of Samsara who went to the away game were stunned, because they found that part of the cheers for Samsara came from the fans of the opposing Wind Hao team. Seeing the other side shouting so hard, the fans of Samsara couldn't stand it, and they were NTRing in front of them, right? So, the cheers from the fans of Samsara became louder. The most embarrassing thing about all this is the players of the Wind Hao team. Some fans of Wind Hao even held signs that said "Go Wind Hao" and shouted "Go Samsara." It is conceivable how disappointed and angry this is for the fans of Howling. For the players of Howling, who can bear this? So in the team match, Howling lost, playing in a mess, without any rules. The few people who had worked together to unlock the game seemed to have different intentions. This team match ended very quickly, and the minds of the players of Howling were obviously no longer on the game. Ruan Yongbin, as a priest, actually walked in the face of Samsara, not to mention the fans of Howling. Even the fans of Samsara couldn't bear to watch. There are even healers worse than Enwinnie in the playoffs area. I thought Enwinnie's priest was good enough, but I didn't expect that there would be someone worse than him. Whose general is this? 10-0. Howling was shut out at home, and Tang Hao stood up in a trance, waiting for the players of Samsara to come over and shake hands. Almost all the fans of Howling had left the stage, and they were still muttering, "Zhua." I was really crazy to support this lousy team, mad Zhua. What the hell is this? When Howling goes to the key store, the store manager will ask how many keys to buy. Tang Hao panicked. If this goes on, let alone the second round of the loser group, he might not even make it to the playoffs. Because 301, which was only 5 points behind Howling, was still hot in this round, Yang Tsung seemed to have a second spring for the team, and he no longer rejected the romantic skill of sacrificing life and death, which was exclusively for assassins. 301 was still a big win. They defeated Hu team 10-0, and successfully squeezed out Howling to rank 9th, with 150 points. Baiwa defeated Qingkai with a score of 8-2, and continued to stay in the 8th place. Sorry everyone, this game was my problem. Tang Hao took the initiative to take responsibility after the game. This surprised Lu Hao and the others. They knew that Tang Hao's character was so arrogant. But this time, Tang Hao would take the initiative to take the blame, which was really unexpected. Lu Hao, I didn't listen to you this time, which led to the team being shut out. I'm sorry, Tang Hao said. This scene obviously made Lu Hao a little flustered. He had never seen such a scene since his debut. It's okay, Captain. Let's cheer for the playoffs together. Yes, Captain, we haven't fallen out yet. Seeing everyone cheer up again, Tang Hao clenched his fist and said, Everyone, let's rank in the playoffs and fight again. It's not that Wind Hao has reversed and advanced to the playoffs before. For example, in the 8th season, Tang Hao led Wind Hao in the first season and finally reversed and advanced to the playoffs. Once there is a first, there will be a second. Tang Hao believes that a temporary failure can't prove anything. Hey, why haven't Happy and Blue Rain finished the game yet? Samsara has finished the game, not to mention that the post-match press conference has been held. Ah? So anxious? Zhang Jiala stretched his head over. Zhou Yichen took out his phone to watch, but was stopped by Jiang Buotao. It's too troublesome to watch on the phone, master. Please turn on the car TV. Everyone stretched their necks to enjoy the show, but as soon as they entered, they saw Huang Xiaotian's Yi Yusheng fan chasing Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao. What are they doing? Fang Minghua was a little puzzled. One person from Blue Rain was out, and all 5 were still there. And in Happy, only Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao and Mo fans Huiren and Buwan were left. What are they still fighting for? Wu Qi didn't understand. This was a losing situation. Oh my god, this public channel is too much to watch. Zhang Jiala glanced at it and moved away. It was nothing, all messages from Huang Xiaotian. It seems they have been dragging on for more than 10 minutes. Jiang Buotao glanced at the kill information. So what are they doing? Lu Buiyuan asked. Checking their WeChat steps. Zhou Zikai interrupted. Captain, you are so humorous. Thank you. What are you doing? Can you die quickly? Everyone is waiting. Huang Xiaotian typed and asked. Look, you are in a hurry again. Be careful of getting another yellow card. You, hiding from here and there is nothing you can do. How about we have a one-on-one duel? Huang Xiaotian turned a swear word into an ellipsis. One-on-one duel? I'm not saying anything bad about you, Huang Xiaotian. Your ideological awareness needs to be improved. This is a competition, a one-on-one duel? Is this the way a team competition should be played? Ah! Huang Xiaotian blushed. Captain, I'm going to kill him! Huang Xiaotian shouted. Then you have to catch him too. He was a little helpless, and he didn't know what Yi Xiao was after. Look at Huang Xiaotian's face. It's red, ha ha. Zhou Yichen laughed mercilessly, and even took out his phone to take a picture of him. There's really no point for Yishin to do this, except to count the steps on WeChat as the captain said. Which he said? Maybe he's familiarizing himself with the map? Wouldn't it be better to have a training race map? In the end, the two of Xingxin extended this team match by more than 20 minutes. Samsara was shut down halfway, and they were worried that they would get high blood pressure if they watched too much. In the end, when the bodies of Jun Mashu and Huiran Buju had not yet dissipated, Huang Xiaotian's Yushen Fan and Zheng Xian's guns and bullets carried out an inhumane whipping of their corpses. Then, the two were fined and had to post an apology on Weibo for their bad behavior. But those who knew the whole process would only say one thing to Huang Xiaotian and Zheng Xian. Well done. Chapter 543. Finally, with the Blue Rain team defeating the Happy team, the 25th round of the regular season of the Glory Professional League officially came to an end. At the press conference after the game, Yi Xiao gave a detailed explanation, but unfortunately no reporter believed his words. The Blue Rain team originally won a big victory of 8-2, but because of the 23 minutes of dragging at the end, the collective mood was not high. And looking at Huang Xiaotian's appearance, he really wanted to spend the same time to condemn Happy's behavior, but unfortunately, he was stopped by the reporters and Blue Rain's own people. Originally, Huang Xiaotian wanted to say something else, but when he took out his mobile phone and saw the picture, his face turned red. Now Huang Xiaotian just wanted to end this press conference quickly, he couldn't hold it back. Finally, the reporters asked the captain Yu Wenzhou to talk about his views on this game. But even Yu Wenzhou, the king of analysis, could not predict what Xingxin was after, so he shook his head honestly and said, Actually, I have been thinking about it, but I still can't figure out what his purpose is. Then let's end this press conference here. Huang Xiaotian rushed out as soon as Yu Wenzhou finished. Is Huang Xiaotian unable to hold it back? A question mark popped up in the minds of the reporters. No wonder he didn't say a word afterwards, which was not like Huang Xiaotian's style at all. Huang Xiaotian rushed to the toilet, and did not go to the toilet at the first time, but took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhou Yichen's mobile phone number. Then, Zhou Yichen, I'm beeping. Zhou Yichen immediately moved away from the phone. What's wrong? Jiang Buitao asked beside him. There is a fool venting his emotions. Oh, you are also a fool. Hey! The 25th round of the regular season of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League has ended. Judging from the points, Samsara is still leading the entire league, and the points gap with the teams behind is getting bigger and bigger. Samsara, the first echelon, has already exceeded 200 points, and the second echelon is 180 points. The second-ranked Weiqiao, the third-ranked Tyranny, and the fourth-ranked Blue Rain are all at this level. After that, Misty Rain is at 170 points. Originally, Misty Rain had a chance to squeeze into the 180-point bracket, but unfortunately, they lost to Yizhan in the 23rd round, and were pulled away all of a sudden. Happy and Thunder are both at 160 points, and the next lowest Baiwa and 301 are at 150 points, which can be regarded as the same as the 160-point bracket. The 10th-ranked Howling is very dangerous. Although they also have 150 points, their last digit is 9, and is 3. The 11th place in the regular season is Void. The two ghosts of Void finally found their form. Although their opponents in the past few rounds were not too strong, they won them steadily. There is still a chance. Li Xian rubbed his hands. The reform of the competition system is definitely a good thing for Void. The seats for the playoffs have basically been determined. The top 4 are likely to be stable. Unless they collectively lose their heads, there is a 0.1% chance of falling out of the playoffs. However, the situation of 6 to 10 suddenly became complicated again. The points difference between these teams is not big, sometimes one game may change the position. Among them, although Xingxin lost to Team 301 in the 19th round, Xingxin lost a total of 5 games in the 7 rounds since then. But they lost to strong teams, such as Samsara, Tyranny, and Blue Rain. They have already played for 3 of the top 4. Therefore, Happy's 6th place is somewhat stable to some extent. After all, Thunder in 7th place, Baiwa in 8th place, and 301 in 9th place did not play Samsara. Among them, 301 was unexpected by everyone. Yang Song seemed to have suddenly opened up his Ren and Du meridians. 301 rose strongly in the second half of the season, intensifying the competition. At present, many teams have also studied 301's playing style, mainly after Yang Song used the life-threatening one-for-one attack. 301's layout, they found it very familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere, but they could not remember it. At present, only Samsara and Tyranny should know the specific playing style of 301. The Howling team has temporarily become a victim of the rise of the 301 team, and was squeezed to the 10th place in the regular season by Baiwa and 301. Of course, their own problems are the main reason for the collapse of the Howling team. Thunder, 100 Flowers and 301 Degrees. These three teams have no chance at all in the face of the full-powered Samsara. Thunder is still in the process of running in, but the good news is that Tian Sin's position has finally been determined, that is, standing beside Ye Jiqiu to supplement the firepower and serve as the front row. However, the current score difference is not big for the time being, and the Howling team will definitely not give up. Although their current state is so bad that the home fans can cheer for the visiting team, they have the strength of individual players as a guarantee. Even if the team competition can never find a suitable system, playing well in the individual competition and grabbing points from those weak teams, the Howling team can secure a place in the playoffs. In a blink of an eye, the 26th round of the game is about to start. The teams in the 8th to 10th place have become the targets of major media reports. Among them, Wind Howl, which was dropped to 10th in the 25th round, now urgently needs to return to its position. Tang Hao has not woken up too late. But Wind Howl's good luck in the schedule has almost been used up some time ago. Next, they will face, in the 26th round, the old and new, steady Tyranny. In the 27th round, the tactics are abundant, and the anger is still not gone. In the 28th round, the sudden rise of the Assassin King 301, BGM sounded. Among these three rounds, the most concerned should be the 26th round. After all, Wind Howl's former captain Lin Jingyan is in Tyranny. However, the broadcaster finally gave the broadcasting rights to the match between Samsara and 301. This is a war between the rich and the common people. Samsara was once a civilian team, but when they took Zhou Zikai as the core in the 5th season and drew Zhou Yichen in the 7th season, Samsara rose rapidly. Relying on the commercial value brought by Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen, they entered the ranks of the rich. Samsara has 6 all-stars in one team, which is something other teams dare not even think about. For example, 301 Degrees, as a representative of civilian teams, there is no big group behind the 301 Degrees club, and the boss is also a senior honor player. They have been struggling on the edge of the playoffs, and the best record of 301 Degrees is the first round of the playoffs. But this year is different. With the reform of the competition system, they are bound to enter the playoffs and break the best record in team history. Brothers, this game is difficult, but as long as we work together, 301 Degrees can also overcome the difficulty of Samsara. Yang Song gathered the players together before the game. Well, the captain is right. We 301 Degrees are not easy to bully. After the 3 individual games, Samsara led 2-1. Yang Song is very smart, as his name suggests. He did not stubbornly defend the ring game like Tang Hao. After weighing the pros and cons, he played in the second individual game. In the first game, 301 Degrees sent this year's young players, but unfortunately they failed to get an advantage over the experienced Zhang Jiala. In the second game, Samsara sent Wu Qi. The moment he saw the list of names announced, Wu Qi's hands tightened. He knew that if he wanted to become the chief assassin of glory, Yang Song was the boss he had to conquer. Although Wu Qi would most likely be hailed as the chief assassin of glory after Yang Song retired, that was not what Wu Qi wanted. Because this chief was not pure. Only by defeating Yang Song squarely can he be qualified to take over the title of the chief assassin. But unfortunately, Wu Qi lost this game. I lost again. Wu Qi looked at the word glory on the computer screen and fell into deep thought. Every time he played against 301 Degrees, he wanted to fight with Yang Song, but since his debut, his record against Yang Song in singles was 0%. He has never defeated Yang Song head-on. Wu Qi won't have a problem with his mentality. Zhou Yichen was a little worried. No, he will just practice silently and wait for the next opportunity to come. Fang Minghua shook his head and said, "Do you know what Wu Qi is most afraid of now?" Zhang Jiala asked. "What is it?" It was Yang Song who announced his retirement after the 10th season. Jiang Buotao responded. "Yeah. Zhou Zikai said nothing, just nodded. I will win next time. Wu Qi looked at Yang Tsung with a firm look, and Yang Tsung was stunned. At this moment, Wu Qi looked so much like him when he debuted, he now had an idea. He wanted to pry into the corner of Samsara. You are patient and ruthless, but if you want to become the chief assassin, you can't just have a life-threatening blow in your hand. Come on, the future is yours. Yang Tsung patted Wu Qi on the shoulder, and then walked off the stage. In the third game, 301 Degrees did not hide it, and sent out Li Hui, the former chief judoka of Glory. Samsara was not soft either, and Lu Buiyuan chose to fight hard. In the end, Lu Buiyuan defeated Li Hui with a slight advantage, and kept his title as the chief judoka of Glory. There is no need to watch the team competition. Zhou Yichen made his debut, and completed a 1-on-3 against 301 Degrees. But Yang Tsung was not concerned about the 1-on-3 issue, but that Zhou Yichen used Gun In Xingchen. Could it be that the team competition is also Gun In Xingchen? Yang Tsung thought. Now no team thinks that Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter is a ghost. Two completely different playstyles. Samsara can actually integrate them. They even see the shadow of Fang Shiqian in Zhou Yichen. However, Fang Shiqian is at least a priest healer. Whether it is Cordyceps or Fang Feng, Zhou Yichen is much more abnormal, a battle mage, a sharpshooter. Fang Shiqian. I feel like I have always lived under Zhou Yichen's shadow. When it came to the team competition, Yang Tsung was completely panicked. Our tactics were seen through by Samsara. This was the first time Yang Tsung had sweated since the second half of the season. There were 3 lanes, Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala. Yang Tsung could not get past these 3 to assassinate Xiaoga Ziruo. But he could not use his life-threatening attack on one of the tridents, because it would be disastrous for 301 Degrees. Any one of these 3 people is a top-notch existence. Samsara's offensive firepower is not weaker without one person. Samsara's 6th person is not LD Buiyuan, but Wu Qi, which means that if Yang Tsung chooses a 1-for-1 exchange, then after Wu Qi reaches the front, he has a chance to assassinate 301 Degrees priest Ling Lingqi. In this way, 301 Degrees invincible team competition in the second half of the season was broken by Samsara. In their home court, they were strongly defeated by Samsara, 9-1. It turns out that the gap between us is so big, Yang Tsung said with a smile. Team Yang's tactics are borrowed from England's Sprout. Jiang Buitao smiled after the game. Captain Jiang saw it. Yang Tsung touched his head awkwardly. Well, I'm curious whether Bai Shu of Tyranny knew about this? Jiang Buitao asked. To be honest, after we found that Sprout's playing style was very compatible with ours, we specifically asked Bai Shu of Tyranny. Yang Tsung said honestly, he also guided us. Oh, Tyranny has a good idea. Zhou Yichen smiled at the side. As soon as Yang Tsung said this, Zhou Yichen knew why Tyranny was so kind. The current 301 Degrees is equivalent to a knife in Tyranny's hand. I just don't know if this knife will be inserted into their own chest in the opposite direction. Actually, I have also contacted the player Bai Shu in private. Captain Yang is great. Poach players from Tyranny. Zhou Yichen gave Yang Tsung a thumbs up. You have guts. Yang Tsung smiled. Actually, I want to poach players from Samsara. Wu Qi shrugged his shoulders. He felt someone was thinking about him. Who was it? But I heard that Sprout's performance in the Europa League this year was not very good. Fang Minghua said. Well, Zeus is still strong in the Europa League. It seems that this year's World Invitational will be difficult to play. Yang Tsung said. It's still early. Zhou Yichen smiled. Let's finish the 10th season first, and then talk about the World Invitational. I hope we can play again in the playoffs, and then we can see 301 Degrees with more mature tactics. Jiang Buitao shook hands with Yang Tsung and said. I hope so. Yang Tsung sighed. It would be too difficult to meet Samsara in the playoffs. Samsara is undoubtedly a member of the winner group, and they have a very high chance of breaking through the winner group. If 301 Degrees wants to fight Samsara in the playoffs, it will probably have to wait until the finals. Then 301 Degrees must defeat 5 teams in the first round. At the press conference after the game, a reporter asked Jiang Buitao, we found that Samsara did a very good job of suppressing 301 Degrees in the team competition. How did they do it, including why 301 Degrees tactics could not be used? Jiang Buitao smiled. No, it's just because our Samsara's front is too strong, which makes Team Yang have no room to play. Samsara does not intend to tell others about 301 Degrees tactics. He can be a knife for Tyranny, and naturally he can also be a knife for Samsara. And Samsara is not worried about backlash, because they will not even have a chance to meet each other later. Tang Hao lost to Lin Jingyan. After the press conference, the Samsara team watched the battles of other teams in this round as usual. Oh, the fans of Howling must explode. Joey-chan looked like a funny person. Understand aha, become aha, and surpass aha. Praise aha. Chapter 544. Starting from the 27th round of the regular season of the Glory Professional League, the competition between the major teams has become more intense. Samsara is still invincible, but their opponents in these rounds are indeed a bit weak. In the 27th round, they played against the last place Chi-Kai. In the 28th round, they played against Lehigh, which has already been eliminated, and in the 29th round, they played against the new Army Shinchi. Only the 30th round was a little interesting, the duel between the host and the in-laws, Samsara versus Yenyu, that is the annual domestic violence drama. In the 27th round of the regular season, Samsara's game did not become the focus. After all, their opponent was Chi-Kai, and the game was predictable. The game broadcasted in this round was the match between Tiny Herb and Happy at Home. Samsara is undoubtedly the king of efficiency. Among the 10 games, it finished the game the fastest, and then went back to watch other teams' games happily. Tiny Herb is in trouble. Since the 27th round was played at home, Samsara was not in a hurry to return to the club, but watched the broadcast of Tiny Herb versus Happy in the lounge. With Wang Jieshi gone, Vici Gaming is gone too, Joey-chan said. Since defeating Vici Gaming in the 7th season finals, Samsara has become Vici Gaming's nemesis. And in Samsara's tactics against Vici Gaming, 5 big words are clearly written, targeting Wang Jieshi. Vici Gaming relies too much on Wang Jieshi, especially this season. Gaoingjia is not a newcomer anymore, Zhang Jiala said. If he remembered correctly, Gaoingjia should have debuted in the season when he retired. This kid still lacks self-confidence. Jiang Buitao saw Gaoingjia's problem at a glance. But this problem has existed since Gaoingjia debuted. For this reason, Wang Jieshi even lost to Gaoingjia in the All-Star game at that time by adding fewer skill points. But now it seems that the effect is minimal. Hey! This kid has performed well, Joey-chan shouted. Oh my god, is this still in Winnie? Samsara did sit-ups, and Fang Minghua even rubbed his eyes. Xingxin's criticized healer, Xiao Bingshu, actually sealed Wang Dilyuxing and Duhua successively, and both were prejudged attacks made under such high-speed movement. And Winnie's control of timing is getting more and more sophisticated, Jiang Buitao said. Yeah. It seems that we have to study Xingxin in advance, Joey-chan said. This is a habit of Samsara, a habit that started in the 7th season, that is, they will list the main targets of this season, and the teams listed are what they think are the biggest obstacles on the road to winning the championship. Wei Chao and Blue Rain in the 7th and 8th seasons, Tyranny and Blue Rain in the 9th season. It turns out that they did a very good job of research in advance. They played against Tiny Herb in the 7th season finals, Blue Rain in the 8th season finals, and Tyranny in the 9th season finals. All opponents have been studied. So, you think Happy has a chance to enter the finals? Looking at their points, they should be ranked 5th or 6th in the regular season, which means they will start from the second round of the loser group. To enter the finals, they must win 4 games in a row, Zhang Jiala said. This season, the only teams worth studying are Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, and Tyranny. Adding Happy is also okay. Jiang Buitao pinched his chin. We should have won the championships of the 4th, 5th, and 6th seasons. Although Excellent Era is gone in the first 3 seasons, Yishin is still here. When Joey-chan said this, everyone in Samsara felt strange. Having defeated Tyranny, the champion of the 4th season, Tiny Herb, the champion of the 5th season, and Blue Rain, the champion of the 6th season, it would be a bit unreasonable not to defeat Excellent Era. Now that Excellent Era is gone, they can only defeat Happy led by Yishio. Then it depends on whether they can enter the finals. Zhang Jiala shrugged. He was very confident that he could beat the winners. Old Zhang must want to defeat Yishio in the finals. Everyone in Samsara looked at Zhang Jiala. Of course, losing to this shameless guy in the 3rd season is really a pain in my life. Speaking of this, Zhang Jiala's voice became much louder. Now Zhang Jiala finally knew why he still felt a little lost after winning the championship in the 9th season. It turns out that they didn't play against Yishio. Xingxin, you must enter the finals. Zhang Jiala gritted his teeth and said. During the chat in the round, Xingxin successfully strangled Tiny Herb in the team competition. Although Gaoingjia made a wonderful move at the end, Xingxin's side obviously performed better. In the end, Xingxin defeated Tiny Herb 8-2 away. Xingxin's away victory over Tiny Herb was quite unexpected. There were 2 hot searches in this game. One was that Xingxin defeated Tiny Herb by defeating the weak, and the other was that the commentator Wan Chung blatantly favored Tiny Herb and belittled Xingxin. Wan Chung became a clown on the internet because of this move. The Tiny Herb official also sent a message after the game saying that they were not familiar with Wan Chung. This is a real clown. Another match was between the Howling team. After being weak for who knows how many rounds, they suddenly showed strength at home in the 27th round and defeated the Blue Rain team 8-2. What helped them defeat the Blue Rain was the new all-attack style of the Howling team. After losing to Samsara, Tang Hao went back to think carefully, and suddenly an absurd but reasonable idea came to his mind. Since the priest is not sociable, why not just not have the priest? This style of play has been used before. Samsara and Misty Rain have played it. Even Misty Rain was the mainstream last season, and their attack rate was higher than Samsara. If it weren't for the Blue Rain team's home map selection advantage in the playoffs, they would have been beaten by Misty Rain. This season, whether it is Samsara or Misty Rain, they have used the all-attack lineup much less, and Samsara has never used it once. The reason is very simple. It is still the old-fashioned problem of map selection. Misty Rain played all-attack in just 1 or 2 maps last season. But this season, a map can only be used twice at most. With the addition of Du Ming, the firepower of the support is sufficient, so Yin Yu naturally gave up this somewhat extreme style of play. But Hal can do it. Anyway, they are already bad. So what's the big deal if they get worse? No matter what map it is, just charge and it's done. For this reason, Tang Hao even held an internal communication meeting. Both Zhao Yujie and Lu Hao thought that this style of play was feasible. There is no way. They are already desperate. If they continue to mess around, they will not be able to enter the playoffs. How about you ask Zhou Yichen? Lu Hao suggested carefully. Although he knew that Zhou Yichen and Tang Hao had a good relationship, Tang Hao had never won against him since his debut. He must be quite inferior in his heart. Well, I go ask. Tang Hao nodded. Lu Hao was a little surprised. Could it be that Tang Hao really changed? What? You guys are going to play a full offensive lineup? Zhou Yichen was a little surprised. First, Wind Hao wanted to play a full offensive lineup, and second, Tang Hao was so proud that he actually came to ask about his situation. Please. Hearing Tang Hao's request on the phone, Zhou Yichen told Tang Hao how to play a full offensive lineup. He also kept a hand. The full offensive lineup obviously has disadvantages, but Zhou Yichen didn't say it. Little Fox, after determining the new playstyle, the Wind Howl team decisively took the Blue Rain team by surprise in the 27th round. In the team match, Tang Hao listened to Zhou Yichen's opinion. After the 5 players started the game, the 6th player immediately replaced the priest to form a full offensive professional lineup without treatment. Then, a one-on-one man-to-man play was launched against Blue Rain. This kind of play is extremely rare in the professional circle, where tactics are becoming more and more diverse and high-end. After the one-on-one man-to-man arrangement was completed by Howling in an instant, Blue Rain's team was immediately chopped into pieces. Howling's move was obviously beyond Yu Wenzhou's expectations. In the end, when Huang Xiaoyan's Night Rain was marked to death, Blue Rain had no hope of a comeback. The Howling team's attack tonight was very strong, and our performance on the defensive end was not satisfactory. Blue Rain team captain Yu Wenzhou talked about this game at the post-match press conference. Howling, please rest assured, fans, we will not fall out of the playoffs. At the post-match press conference, all members of Howling bowed to the camera. This scene made the frustrated fans return to their home court. Come on, Wind Howl! When all the Wind Howl players left the home court, the fans who stayed outside encouraged them. Thank you. Tang Hao bowed to the fans again, waved his hand, and boarded the bus, and the other players did the same. At this moment, a warm current surged in the hearts of Wind Howl fans, and their team was finally on the right track. Before, Tang Hao didn't even respond to his bows, let alone waved his hand, just nodded. But now, it's different. In the 28th and 9th rounds of the Glory regular season, Samsara faced Lin Hai and Shinchi at home. There was no mercy, and they won twice with 10-0. In the 30th round, Du Ming was going to settle accounts with Samsara. You ignored me in Samsara, but you couldn't reach me in Misty Rain. It was really a reversal of the Tian gang. In the first game of the individual competition, Samsara was still Zhang Jiala, and Misty Rain was Chu Yunxiu. Zhang Jiala, whose winning streak was interrupted by Yi Xiu, lost to Chu Yunxiu again before he could continue for several games. In the single-player map with many obstructions, and with the elemental mage whose skills were released in a large range, Zhang Jiala lost his temper. Your wife, really? What? Do you have any objection? It seems that Yin Yu is still focusing on the individual competition as before. Fang Minghua said. So do we need to adjust our strategy? Zhang Jiala said, not looking at Zhou Zikai and Jiang Butao, who were making the decision, but Zhou Yichen. I don't think it's necessary. We don't lack these 2 points, right? Zhou Yichen spread his hands and said, well, yes, we don't lack these 2 points, not to mention that the opponent is. In the second individual game, Wu Qi from Samsara faced Du Ming from Yinyu. Wait for the liquidation, Du Ming. Wu Qi said viciously before the game. Humph, you are the one who will be liquidated. Du Ming showed no weakness. Let's have some bets. Du Ming was very confident in his own strength. What's the point? You bet on this, and that every day like a child. Wu Qi glanced at Du Ming. You are not scared, are you? Hey, I also know that it is normal that you can't beat me. Come on. What are you betting on? 10 minutes later. Glory. Damn it. Wu Qi slammed the table heavily. What he couldn't accept was not losing to Du Ming, but losing to Du Ming with a bet. He couldn't accept that his good brother ran farther than him. You know? Du Ming looked at Wu Qi meaningfully when he stepped down. Zhao. This plot looks familiar. We won't be defeated 3-0 again. Jiang Butao looked at LV Buiyuan. I am no longer the same LV Buiyuan as before. I have surpassed him. LV Buiyuan patted his chest confidently and said, LV Chaohui. Can you surpass Li Hua? I can transcend him. After seeing Chu Yunxiu and Du Ming appear on the stage, everyone in the Samsara team had no doubt that the third player of Yinyu was Li Hua. Can we win? Looking at LV Buiyuan's confident steps, Jiang Butao turned to look at Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai said nothing. He didn't say anything, but he seemed to say it again. Heh, it's guaranteed to kill me. Li Hua chose the jungle map as always. This was the map he was most confident in. However, due to the change in the map selection rules, this was the first time Li Hua chose this map this season. Although they haven't played for a long time, Li Hua's operation is still as smooth as dove. Our invincible LV Buiyuan fell in the individual competition again. He still couldn't surpass his former self. At the end of the individual competition, Yinyu led Samsara 3-0. However, when it came to the team competition, without Chu Yunxiu and Li Hua, Yinyu's competition was like paper for Samsara. This time Zhou Yichen played Yu Xingchen. Before this, many media asked Samsara when they would use Yu Xingchen, and when they would use Gun Yin Xingchen. Zhou Yichen smiled slightly, and said 2 words, which made a group of reporters furious. Guess. Unable to get the answer to this question from the real owner, the reporters had to seek other teams to see how their analysis was. Yu1 Zhou of Blue Rain, Yu Xingchen and Gun Yin Xingchen are similar but different, but the latter is obviously more offensive than the former. Therefore, when the opponent has fewer frontline players and weak frontal capabilities, Samsara's 3 shooters have a high probability of directly destroying the opponent. Huang Xiaotian of Blue Rain, he is just idle. 3,000 words omitted here. Zhang Xinjie of Tyranny. Obviously, Yu Xingchen is both offensive and defensive, while Gun Yin Xingchen is more inclined to attack. Xiao Shirqin of Thunder. It depends on the opponent. If the offensive capability is sufficient, like Tyranny, Wei Chao Samsara will use Yu Xingchen. If the offensive capability is insufficient, they will use Gun Yin Xingchen for strong attack. Yi Xiu of Happy. Yes, in the single-player competition, Yinyu leads Samsara 3-2, but the team competition is extremely fierce, which makes Yinyu fans in the audience feel puzzled. How did our Yinyu lose to Yijan? Yijan. How did we win Yinyu? Although the final outcome did not change, Yinyu's resilience was recognized by fans. 7-3, Samsara defeated Yinyu at home and continued its winning streak. Esports Home said, at present, the only one who can defeat Samsara is themselves. Chapter 545. The 30th round of the regular season has ended, and there are only 8 rounds left before the end of the regular season. The playoff situation, which was gradually becoming clear, has now become confusing. The first echelon is still Samsara. They have already confirmed their promotion to the playoffs and the winners group. Samsara has already started preparing for the playoffs. Zhang Jiala will no longer participate in the team competition during this period, but will only play the starting game of the individual competition. Although Zhang Jiala said that his body is very good, and he is not afraid of being tired even if he plays all the games. But for the sake of the 4 consecutive championships, he was still pressed on the bench. Not only Samsara, but also Tyranny, even though they once rushed to the 2nd place in the regular season, still let Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan take turns to rest. As for Tiny Herb, it is not that Wang Jieshi does not rest, but that he dares not rest, which is also a headache for Wang Jieshi. When he retires in the future, where will Tiny Herb go? In addition to Samsara, the second echelon Tyranny, Tiny Herb and Blue Rain have not yet determined their seats in the winners group. Among them, Tyranny is in a relatively good situation, but Tiny Herb and Blue Rain are in a bit of a tough spot. After losing to Yijan, the 5th-placed Yinyu was likely to miss the winners group, but Blue Rain was actually penetrated by the full attack of Wind Howl, and Yinyu defeated the Hwu team 10-0 at home to further narrow the gap between the two teams. However, whether Yinyu can enter the winners group depends on the 33rd round, when they will go to Blue Rain's away game. Yinyu defeated Blue Rain in the first half, so can Yinyu do it this time? Wind Howl helped Yinyu win a place in the winners group with Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. Whether they succeed or not depends on themselves. Time has come to the 32nd round of the regular season of the Glory Professional League. This match, which is supported by the broadcaster, is a duel between Samsara and Thunder. Thunder's positioning of Tiansen has finally been determined, that is, to form a double front row with Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf. In the team game, seeing One Autumn Leaf and Sweeping Incense standing together can't help but make people have some reverie. The two characters who met in the first season finals are now teammates. Thunder's current points are still relatively stable, especially since they defeated Baiwa, who ranked 8th in the regular season, in the 31st round. At present, their points are relatively close to Happy, who ranked 6th in the regular season, but they are a little far from Yinyu, who ranked 5th. However, Xiao Shirqin's goal is also very simple, which is to be 6th in the regular season, because this will ensure that they can enter the second round of the loser group. Happy, who ranked 6th in the regular season, is fearless. They even started to rest in the 28th round of the regular season. Yishio did not appear in Happy's team game list, but a newcomer Luo Ji joined instead. This move by Happy caused a lot of discussion from the outside world. Happy obviously entered the rhythm of the playoffs and took a rest. Fans are not really worried about whether Happy can enter the playoffs, because they have basically defeated all the strong enemies. But the question is, if Yishio is not in the team competition, can Happy guarantee to enter the playoffs with the 6th place in the regular season? You should know that this year's competition system is different from the past. Although the new competition system was announced during the competition, this competition system has only advantages and no disadvantages. The top 4 have a resurrection armor, the 5th and 6th are guaranteed to enter the second round, the 7th and 8th do not have to worry about falling out of the playoffs at any time, and the 9th and 10th were originally a miserable ranking, but now they can enter the playoffs. As for the last 10 teams, whether they change or not makes no difference to them. The teams that were originally unlikely to make the playoffs in the 11th and 12th places in the regular season now have a chance, just like Void. If it was the previous competition system, they would have to prepare for the next season. At present, all teams have begun the exciting preparation phase. In fact, in the 30th round of the regular season, the teams ranked higher played much more cautiously and entered the playoff state in advance. Especially Tyranny, Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan's rest ended completely in this round. Facing the Misty Rain led by Chu Yunxiu, Tyranny showed no mercy and suppressed them 7-3. Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjia, Bai Shu, Lin Jingyan and Qin Muyun are undoubtedly their starting 5 in the playoffs. The young player Song Jiang is more often used as the 6th man or substitute. Among Tyranny's starting lineup, it seems that only Bai Shu debuted this season, but in fact Bai Shu is not a rookie. Bai Shu's identity is also a point that makes the league very entangled. Is he a rookie? The competition for the best rookie of the 10th season of Glory has entered a white-hot stage. Tang Rou versus Bai Shu. Tang Rou has better data and a strong sense of picture, but her reputation is a bit bad. Bai Shu has comprehensive ability, strong stability, solid basic skills, but fewer eye-catching operations. Batu has also begun to work hard for the playoffs. As the first team to prepare for the playoffs, Samsara naturally knows why these changes to Batu are for. Even if Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan are still insisting on training, the decline in energy brought by age is inevitable. The energy of the veterans is not enough to cope with the entire season, not to mention that after the regular season, there are more tense, exciting, and intensive playoffs to play. Last season, Tyranny was able to enter the finals purely because of the perseverance of several old people. Han Wenqing, Zhao Yang and Lin Jingyan were all present in the regular season, and they entered the playoffs with the second place in the regular season. As a result, Tyranny had a hard time playing against Void in the first round and against Vici Gaming in the second round. Especially in the second round against Vici Gaming, if they had not adjusted their strategy in time, they might have been overturned by their opponents. By the time they reached the finals, perhaps they had already felt tired, but they were only supported by the faith in their hearts. One game, and another. In this way, Tyranny broke into the finals, but what greeted them was the unprecedented 38-game winning streak in the regular season, and the Samsara team was in great shape. Their determination to establish a three-peat dynasty was unstoppable. At that time, Samsara was in full swing in the finals, especially Joichin, who was in great shape. So, the elderly kayak was ruthlessly pierced by the sharp blade of Samsara. They could only watch their opponents hold up the Glory Championship trophy. At that moment, Zhao Yang's mentality completely collapsed, so he chose to retire. So in the new season, after picking up by Shu, Tyranny took steady steps in the early stage to help him adapt to the rhythm of the domestic league, and then began to adjust his rest. Facts have proved that Tyranny's adjustment is not a problem, and it is the best protection for the veteran's career. You know, even Wang Jieshi, a model worker, has a rare look of fatigue on his face after his full attendance this season. Even the fans can feel this, let alone the club and the players. The dark circles under his eyes are much bigger than before, and many Wei Chao fans are calling for the captain to take a rest. But Wang Jieshi didn't dare to rest, because the winner group of Tiny Herb was unstable, and the 31st round also confirmed this conjecture. In the 31st round of the Glory Professional League, Chu Yunxiu led Yanyu to beat Xingxin at home with a score of 9-1. Except for the master-disciple battle in the individual competition, where Yixiu defeated Qiu Fei and got a point, Xingxin lost very easily in both the team arena and the team competition. Awesome. Lady. Yixiu applauded after the game. Humph, it's not easy to defeat you. It's simple and pure. Chu Yunxiu was a little proud. Yunxiu, why are you talking like Joichin now? Su Muching said. Yes, if you can beat Ijan, you would be third now. Yixiu said the most vicious words in the calmest tone. Real damage. Chu Yunxiu's face turned black after this. Open up in front of him. Fang Rui couldn't help but give Yixiu a thumbs up. Straight man of steel. Humph, see you in the playoffs. Don't even lose your 6th place in the regular season. Mucheng will contact you later. Bye. Chu Yunxiu glanced at Yixiu, waved to Su Mucheng, and led the team away. Yenyu's big win narrowed the gap between them and Vici Gaming, with a difference of 1 point. However, Vici Gaming and Yenyu will face off in the 38th round, which is the last round. At that time, it may be whoever wins will enter the winner's group. Originally, Wang Jieshi was prepared to attend the regular season, but after the big battle with Happy, Yixiu's words made him loosen up. If they regard you as a role model, not a backer. Maybe, Yixiu is right, I really should let it go. Seeing the persuasion of the players and the management, Wang Jieshi agreed. He will rest in the first few rounds of the match against Yenyu. Su Bin, I leave it to you. Wang Jieshi patted Su Bin on the shoulder. Captain, aren't you still here? Yes, but how long will it be? Wang Jieshi, what a ruthless man. Zhang Jiala couldn't help but sigh that Wang Jieshi had paid too much for Wei Chao. Zhang Jiala had to say that his mental state was much better after the rest. In fact, it's not just a rest, it also means that those old players will slowly withdraw from the historical stage of glory. Regarding the situation of many teams taking rest, a media commented like this. Yes, the Glory Professional League has been around for 10 years now. Even Zhou Yichin, who emerged in the 7th season, is already a veteran of the league, not to mention the golden generation of the 4th season, or even earlier players. Why are they still insisting? Everything, for the championship. Get ready. At the press conference after the game, Han Wenqing announced that his rest was over. It started. All the major teams are about to start. Those who have not yet secured a seat will start the final battle in these 8 rounds. Those who have entered the playoffs, and those who have not yet determined their final rankings need to adjust their rhythm to enter the playoffs, while scrambling for points. All the veterans of Tyranny are on the field. Zhang Jiala of Samsara is still taking a rest, and Wang Jieshi of Vici Gaming will also take a rest in the first few rounds according to gossip. Yixiu of Happy is also taking a rest, and Luo Ji and Wei Chen's playing time has increased significantly. And some teams that seem to have little hope have also begun to change their strategies at this time. Some have begun to give it a go, while others no longer care about the results and begin to make more bold attempts. Each team, due to their different situations, will enter their own different rhythms in the last 8 rounds. The 32nd round of the Glory Professional League officially begins. This battle is to test whether we are qualified to touch the championship trophy, so everyone must double their concentration. Before the game, Xiao Shiqing gathered the players together to encourage them. Come on, 3, 2, 1, Thunder! Must win. In the first match of the individual competition, the Samsara team still had Zhang Jiala, who was the clear card. After shaking hands before the game, Zhang Jiala stayed on the stage openly. Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala. The fans of Samsara cheered. No need to hide, this is their Samsara confidence. How will the Thunder team respond? Let me do it. Tianxin stood up from the player seat. I haven't played against him for a long time, and I feel a little itchy. Tianxin loosened his fingers. Are you going to play a game or to fight? It's no wonder that Xiao Shiqin fantasized. Tianxin is 191 centimeters tall and looks strong. He looks like he is not easy to mess with. If he dyed his hair yellow, he would be invincible. Although Zhang Jiala is not short, 178 centimeters tall, he is still a little shy in front of Tianxin. TSK, I'm not used to seeing you wearing the Thunder uniform. Zhang Jiala said to Tianxin. People always get used to it, Tianxin said with a smile. In fact, he was a little uncomfortable when he first wore the Thunder uniform. The main colors of the Royal Wind uniform are black and yellow, which are more serious, while the main colors of the Thunder uniform are blue and white, which look more refreshing. You are not still thinking about Royal Wind in your heart, are you? You are in Thunder, but your heart is in Wind. Zhang Jiala teased. When did you start to play the game of attacking the heart? Tianxin asked. Whatever his tricks are, just tell me if it works. You know if it works later. After shaking hands, the two sides walked towards their respective battle seats. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, 100 Flowers, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Thunder, Tianxin ID, Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense, Occupation, Exorcist. Map, Central Square. 99%, 100%. 100 Flowers, Loading completed. Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense, Loading completed. Map, Central Square, Loading completed. Zhang Jiala did not choose a particularly complex map. As the name suggests, Central Square is a square map with fewer cover, which is very suitable for ammunition experts to perform. This game is destined to be an all-star level contest, although Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense has not entered the all-star for 2 consecutive sessions. But everyone has no doubt whether Tianxin's strength is at the all-star level. As the golden generation of the 4th season, Tianxin can be said to have witnessed the decline of the royal style. Especially since the management has already planned to withdraw from the Glory Alliance, they no longer have any thoughts about Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense. For these businessmen, Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense is a commodity with a decreasing value. Tianxin dare not imagine what the future of Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense will be like. So, he chose to accept the olive branch offered by the Thunder during the winter transfer period. Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense cannot be ruined in his hands. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown of the game ended, both sides rushed out of the refresh area together. This battle is not for others, but only for themselves. Chapter 546. The map of the central square is not big, and the two sides refresh symmetrically from north to south. 100 Flowers refreshes in the north, and Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense refreshes in the south. There is no complicated strategy in this map. In one word, do it, that's it. This map is enough to show how confident Zhang Jiala is. Before, he would have some concerns, especially after Baihua's son Zhiping retired. Zhang Jiala was very afraid that if he lost, what would happen to the team. But now, everything is gone with the wind. For him, his career has entered the end, and it is the best ending for him to retire with a few championships. Especially this year there is the World Invitational, and next year there is the Glory Saudi Arabia Asian Invitational, which he can't miss. Zhang Jiala has thought about it. Next year, he will accompany the Samsara to win the 5th championship, and go to the Asian Invitational with the team to win the first Club World Championship trophy, and then retire gloriously. He knows very well that his retirement will not cause much trouble to Samsara, and the basic situation of his own team has been determined. On the contrary, what Samsara should consider is whether the league will intervene in Shuangzhou's contract next year. The penalty is indeed very large, but if the league intervenes, it is not a problem. None of the other 19 teams of Glory dare to stand up and say that they are not interested in either Zhou Zikai or Zhou Yichen. Even Zhou Yichen's priority is higher than Zhou Zikai. After all, this guy can play 2 positions. And they have all heard the internal communication of Samsara. Zhou Yichen has command ability. He can command, has operation, looks handsome, has demeanor, and has no big black material. This is the player that all club owners dream of. It can be said that if the league intervenes in the 11th season, no team will not be tempted. After all, the league chairman Feng Xianjun has already revealed in advance that the team going to the Glory Saudi Arabia Asia Invitational next year is the champion of the 11th season. No club will refuse this honor of going to the expedition. After all, this is a big step towards the world. Back to the game. Sweeping the ground and burning incense swung the war sickle, and at the moment when Bai Hua Liaowan appeared, sweeping the ground and burning incense swung out the war sickle. Soul control. Bai Hua Liaowan rolled to dodge the attack, half crouched with a gun against sweeping the ground and burning incense. Bang! Floating bullet. Bai Hua Liaowan used the floating bullet in the first shot, which is a bit rare. The commentator of this duel is still the tragedy combination with a relatively high audience in the league. This floating bullet is to interrupt the sweeping ground and burning incense to connect the talisman below. Li Ju said. This is a common combo of the exorcist. After throwing out the war sickle, the talisman is connected, and the flying sickle is used to effectively improve the hit rate of the skill. Zhang Jiala used the ammunition expert's floating bomb as a fire-clearing skill, interrupting the subsequent combo of sweeping incense. Seeing that sweeping incense did not recall the war sickle immediately, Bai Hua Liaowan flipped her hand and threw a flaming grenade at the opponent. Taking advantage of the gap between the grenade, sweeping incense did not retreat but advanced. With her left hand, she pinched out an empty spell and waited for the golden spell to flash. Sweeping incense decisively slapped herself. Swish! Sweeping incense's speed increased, and with her right hand, she grasped the war sickle behind Bai Hua Liaowan and flew towards him. Sweeping incense launched an attack. Can he get close to Bai Hua Liaowan? This is very critical for the exorcist. Cup explained passionately. Most of the skills of the exorcist are in the form of spells, so you must get close to the enemy to have a chance to deal high combo damage. Especially the ultimate move, the sealing talisman, which is known as the absolute nemesis of Sanren, but whether it is Guide Saijia of the Void or Tiansen of the Royal Wind in the first half of the season, both lost to Yishio's Lord Grimm in the first match of the individual competition. Let the nemesis become a joke. The sealing talisman does restrain Lord Grimm to a certain extent. After all, it can seal the Thousand Machine Umbrella to the greatest extent. But Yishio also gave the best solution to deal with the sealing talisman, which is to prepare two weapons. However, only Yishio dared to play this way. After all, the difference between level 1 and level 75 weapons is too big. After seeing through the intention of sweeping the ground and burning incense, Bai Hua Liaowan did not hesitate and shot a smoke bomb on the ground. The smoke suddenly became confused and covered half of the square. The flying sickle did not hook Bai Hua Liaowan, and sweeping the ground and burning incense lost its target for a while. Tiansen looked at the gray smoke and did not retreat. Instead, he pinched out a spell and slowly moved deeper. Hey, Tiansen did not choose to evacuate the smoke but went deep into it. This is too bold. Beiping felt that Tiansen was a bit reckless. This is the best choice, because once the distance is pulled away, it will be very difficult for sweeping the ground and burning incense to get close to Bai Hua Liaowan. Li Ju analyzed. Is Tiansen a little anxious? His war sickle is too big. At the same time, the opponent will find him first. Sun Xiang, who was concentrating on the game, said. Although the field was filled with smoke, the visibility was not zero. Compared with Bai Hua Liaowan's hunting, sweeping the ground and burning incense's silver weapon death realization was too big. Yes, but this is the best choice at the moment. After all, the opponent still has various skills that can break the fire. It should not be defeated in one wave, especially the sealed talisman, which cannot be used rashly. Xiao Shurqin adjusted his glasses and analyzed. Looking at the bright side, if Deputy Captain Tian finds an opportunity, then the probability of winning this game will be greatly increased. Dai Yanqi said. Tiansen was given the title of Deputy Captain the day after he came to Thunder, but Thunder retired without canceling Fang Xuecai's Deputy Captain, which is equivalent to Thunder having 2 Deputy Captains, which is rare. However, for Tiansen, several people in Thunder are more recognized. Both his strength and his professional attitude are worth learning from them. As for Sun Xiang, when Xiao Shurqin brought him to Thunder, Fang Xuecai took the initiative to propose to hand over the Deputy Captain to Sun Xiang, who has more potential and more strength. But before others could speak, Sun Xiang rejected it. He knew what Fang Xuecai meant by wanting to hand over the Deputy Captain to him, which was undoubtedly to attract the fans who followed Sun Xiang and Yi Zhiqiu to Thunder. But Sun Xiang didn't need it. He said he was not qualified. When Fang Xuecai was about to give an example to refute, he was immediately choked by Sun Xiang's words. Zhou Yichen, is he the captain or vice-captain? Yes, even Zhou Yichen, who is now in the heyday of the league, is not the captain or vice-captain. Of course, Samsara asked Zhou Yichen, but Zhou Yichen refused. Because the captain and vice-captain of Samsara must attend the press conference after the game. Others may not be fixed, but the captain and vice-captain must be there. Zhou Yichen doesn't like to deal with reporters, and of course, reporters don't like to deal with him either. Whenever Zhou Yichen is there, his questions are always the simplest. This is the result of the practice of reporters in the previous seasons. The previous question asked, Question Zhou Yichen, do you think your battle mage is stronger now, or Yi Xiao and Sun Xiang's battle mage is stronger? Answer, my sharpshooter is stronger than their scatterers and wild swordsmen. Q. Zhou Yichen, why did you choose to use two different professions, battle mage and sharpshooter? Answer, because I am awesome. The question asked now, Question Zhou Yichen performed very well today, can you tell us why? Answer, because we are eating Chicken King tonight. In fact, if there is a club that really wants to bid for Zhou Yichen, they have to match him with a player who can speak politely, otherwise those reporters will go crazy. Strange, why do I feel like someone is talking about me? Zhou Yichen sneezed. The smoke is going to dissipate. Jiang Guotao reminded. The breeze blew, and the smoke dissipated. Before Sweeping Incense could make a spell, a volley of bullets flew towards him. Sure enough, it was Bai Liaowan who found Sweeping Incense first. Cup said. There's no way I could see the handle of the scythe before the smoke cleared. It's hard to ignore it. Li Ju laughed. Tianxin reacted quickly and turned around to swing the scythe to shoot the flying bullets, but when he swung it, the attack speed was obviously much slower. Oh no, it's an ice bullet. Tianxin's heart tightened, and he quickly made a spell and slapped it on himself. Calming spell. It can help the character get rid of abnormal status during the spell. While Sweeping Incense rotated the scythe with his right hand to create a powerful whirlwind, his left hand pinched the air. After the spell was finished, sweeping the floor and burning incense threw a spell at Bai Liaowan, and then several lightning bolts fell. Exorcist level 60 range attack skill. Thunderbolt. Compared with other spells, the Thunderbolt does not need to be attached to the opponent to use. The attack time interval of each lightning bolt is fixed. Enemies within the summoning range will suffer light attribute magic damage, and there is a certain probability of paralysis. When the lightning fell, sweeping the floor and burning incense pinched out another spell, and then attached it to himself. Hard Body Talisman, Exorcist level 55 intermediate skill, can be attached to oneself or teammates, during which time it can increase the character's magic and physical defense. Hard Body Talisman, it seems that Tianxin is planning to launch a general attack. This is a good opportunity, because the Thunderbolt effectively restricts Bai Liaowan's movement. Li Ju's mouth quickly explained the situation on the field. Tianxin's timing is indeed good, but is he going to use the Hard Body Talisman to force his way into the attack circle of Bai Liaowan? Jiang Guotao was a little confused. Ammunition experts are not so easy to get close to. Swoosh, random thunder. Zhang Jiala did not hesitate at all. The moment he saw the Sweeping Incense rushing over, he used a sliding shovel to avoid the falling lightning and threw out 8 grenades with different effects. Hiss hiss hiss. Boom boom boom. With the blessing of the Hard Body Talisman, the Sweeping Incense did not choose to retreat and directly broke into the bombing area of random thunder. Tianxin is a little too bold, relying on the Hard Body Talisman to force himself into the ultimate move of Bai Liaowan. Li Ju was a little dumbfounded. He thought Tianxin would be reckless, but he didn't expect Tianxin to be so reckless. The grenade bombarded the Sweeping Incense, but from Tianxin's eyes, he did not waver at all. When the distance was close, Sweeping Incense swung his sickle and spun to attack the enemy, aiming directly at Bai Liaowan's throat. Whirlwind, soul-stealing. Sweeping Incense's attack was fierce, but Bai Liaowan dealt with it very well. He is indeed Zhang Jiala, who pioneered the long-range close combat style. The commentator praised. Zhang Jiala's style is really unique to ammunition experts. Do you want to get close? Zhang Jiala had the energy to type on the public screen while dodging. Of course, let me stick to him once. Tianxin saw the other party speak, so he replied. He really is, I'm crying. He hooked his sickle with his right hand, and although he didn't hit, the distance between them was shortened again. Opportunity. Tianxin's glasses lit up, and while sticking to him, his left hand shook in the air, and a talisman was caught between his fingers. Then, regardless of the bullet baptism of Bai Liaowan, he forcefully stuck it on his shoulder, the ice talisman. This was the first time that Bai Liaowan was hit by the talisman, but the ice magic damage he suffered was a small matter. The more important thing was the deceleration effect brought by the ice talisman. No, I'm going to be stuck. Zhang Jiala felt bad. Tianxin was too determined. Even though Bai Liaowan's bullet had pierced his shoulder, he still didn't retreat. Bai Liaowan retreated, but his speed was obviously affected by the ice talisman. Sweeping the floor, and Fan Xiang calmly pinched a blazing talisman, and the red talisman was stuck on Bai Hua Liuwan's chest. Bang! The powerful magic blasted Bai Hua Liuwan away, and sweeping the floor, and Fan Xiang followed. Just as he was about to cast the flying fire meteor to completely bomb Bai Hua Liuwan, the timer sounded in his ears. Not good, Tianxin suddenly thought of something, but he had no time to retreat. Sweeping incense approached Bai Hua Liuwan, and at the moment the talisman was posted, Bai Hua Liuwan turned over, and shot the flash bomb that was comparable to the effect of electric welding. Director cut to Bai Hua Liuwan's perspective. At this moment, the director's reaction backstage was faster than anyone else. On the electronic screen above the stage, the first-person perspective of Sweeping Incense suddenly changed to Bai Hua Liuwan. Just before the audience reacted, a big light bulb was already on the head of Sweeping Incense on the holographic projection. This is the effect after being successfully blinded by the flash. Director, you are my god! Many audiences shouted. The director believed me and shed tears. Finally someone praised me instead of scolding me. The blinded Sweeping Incense suddenly lost his direction. Tianxin could only rely on the impression before the blinding to force a move, but Bai Hua Liuwan had already rolled away from the spot. With a bang, Sweeping Incense was directly blown to the ground. Time grenade. Damn! Tianxin, who was always calm, also looked a little irritated at this time. Just 1 centimeter away, if the talisman was attached, the high damage of the flying fire meteors and the subsequent starfall would definitely turn the tide. A slight mistake can lead to a great difference. It was when the Sweeping Incense was close to him just now that Bai Hua Liuwan stuck the grenade on the trouser leg of the Sweeping Incense. Li Ju reacted quickly. The offensive and defensive situation has instantly changed. Bai Hua Liuwan stood up and fired a pyrotechnic bomb, which hit the Sweeping Incense in a blinding state. Flame suddenly appeared on his body, and the Sweeping Incense entered a negative state of burning. In this state, the Sweeping Incense will continue to lose blood. Zhang Jiala did not miss this opportunity, and the stiffening bomb successfully hit the Sweeping Incense. Tianxin watched the character exit the blinding state and enter the stiffening state. Helpless, how he wished the exorcist's hand could be longer, just this 1 centimeter. Chapter 547. Sweeping the floor and burning incense suffered 3 negative effects in an instant, and Zhang Jiala did not make any mistakes. It seems that this game is about to end. Li Ju explained. Yes. The cup nodded in agreement. Originally, the chance of a comeback was in front of Tianxin, but it was just a little short. This little bit brought a small score. Bang bang bang, glory. Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning this individual game. This win was not easy. The cup laughed. Although the blood volume of Bai Hua Liuwan was fixed at 30% in the end, everyone who watched this game knew that this 30% could be instantly wiped out in front of Fei Hua Liuxing. Huh, I was scared to death. Zhang Jiala wiped the cold sweat from his head after the fight. When he fired the flash bomb and saw Fei Hua Liuxing coming, Zhang Jiala admitted that he was a little panicked. It seems that although Royal Wind has declined, Tianxin's strength is still online. Fang Minghua said. Thunder's problem is more about running in. When Tianxin was in Royal Wind, he played in the front row to resist pressure, but Thunder already has Sun Xiang's 1 autumn leaf. The benefits of 2 front rows are not high, so for Thunder, Tianxin's best position should be support. His calming talisman and hard body talisman can bring great help to 1 autumn leaf on the defensive end. Jiang Buitao's analysis was very thorough. Xiao Shiqin should have thought of this. Zhou Yichen said. Well, so in this team game, Tianxin may be determined to be in the support position. Jiang Buitao guessed. Then I go first. Seeing the staff handing over the guarantee letter, which he stood up and signed his name. This is a must-do for every game, whether it is the regular season or the playoffs. After the captain fills out the battle form, the participating players will personally fill out the guarantee. There are a series of regulations that players need to abide by, from not being allowed to use cheats and insert USB flash drives to not being allowed to take off shoes and smoke in the battle seat. Some players are fined and given yellow cards because they violate the above rules and regulations. Therefore, in order to avoid disputes between players and referees, players will be asked to sign a guarantee in person before the game, so that if there are any doubts, they can verify it in black and white. In the second game, the Thunder sent Captain Xiao Shiqin. It seems that the Thunder does not intend to fight us in the team ring match. Jiang Buitao laughed. Smart. Then the third game is Sun Xiang. Zhou Yichen said. What? You want to fight him again? Fang Minghua looked at Zhou Yichen. Not interested. It would be great if Sun Xiang was in the third game. The defending star would be mine, ha ha ha. Zhou Yichen suddenly laughed like a lunatic. Oh my god, how shameless. Zhang Jiala applauded. In his opinion, Zhou Yichen's face was comparable to Yi Xiu's. Are all battle mages like this? In this way, Sun Xiang is still an outlier, but it's okay, after all, he debuted as a berserker. He has indeed caught up. Jiang Buotao took a look at the data of this season's team competition. Zhou Yichen is about to surpass Sun Xiang. Are you sure you want to play in the individual competition? Before the game, when Xiao Shiqin was thinking about the arrangement of the game, Sun Xiang said that he could play in the individual competition. I can guarantee to get a point. Sun Xiang said carefully. Of course I believe you, but if that's the case, Zhou Yichen's data in the ring match will surpass yours. Xiao Shiqin looked at Sun Xiang meaningfully. So what? Apart from the champion, he is nothing. Sun Xiang said domineeringly. Well said. Dai Yanqi applauded. Okay, Sun Xiang, the individual competition depends on you. Captain, you won't play? Oh, sorry, I forgot. TSK, you look so proud. It's not confirmed yet. Besides, do you lack this one in your honor? Zhang Jiala simply couldn't bear to look at Zhou Yichen. Do you have it? Aishwa? Don't say Zhang Jiala can't say anything about honors. Except for Yi Xiu, who in the entire league has a higher honor than him. Xiao Shiqin won the second game of the individual competition as expected. Although Wu Qi chose a map that was conducive to the performance of assassins, Xiao Shiqin was too experienced. After successfully capturing Cruel Silence's trail with mechanical tracking, they did not launch a full-scale attack, but stabilized the situation. Xiao Shiqin wore down Wu Qi's patience step by step, and finally, after Xingling relied on the mechanical rotor to avoid Cruel Silence's life-threatening attack, the game was no longer suspenseful. Glory! Xiao Shiqin helped Thunder win the first point, and the two sides tied 1:1. In the third game of the individual competition, Thunder also sent out the General Sun Xiang, and Lu Buiyuan, who was originally stable in the third game of the individual competition, was replaced by Jiang Buotao today. Unfortunately, the temporary substitution of the reincarnation did not bring much change. Jiang Buotao could not use his tactics at all when facing Sun Xiang. Wulong met Ye Zhiqiu head-on, and was forcibly pierced by the opponent. Sun Xiang has become more mature and stable. Xiao Shiqin said, adjusting his glasses. Well, it's really different from before. Tianxin sighed. Although he met Sun Xiang in the first half, when he got along with him in person, he found that this kid had changed a lot. He grew up a lot in Jiashi. Xiao Shiqin said. Sun Xiang's change is obvious. After all, the benchmark is already there. Now Sun Xiang is not only not proud and complacent, but on the contrary, he is a little inferior. He always feels that he lives under the shadow of Zhou Yichen. He could comfort himself in his heart that he was a battle mage who changed from a mad swordsman, and it was normal that he was not as specialized as him. But then, it was revealed that Zhou Yichen was a battle mage who changed from a sharpshooter, and Sun Xiang felt that he was completely defeated. The mad swordsman and the battle mage are at least somewhat related, but the sharpshooter and the battle mage are two completely different professions. It can be said that the change in Sun Xiang's mentality, in addition to his experience in Jiashi, was greatly influenced by Zhou Yichen. They debuted in the same season, but he reached the peak right after debut. In the 8th season, he won the Grand Slam, but he led his team to relegation. The gap is too big. Sun Xiang has no doubt that if he and Zhou Yichen switched positions, he would definitely do better than him. At least Excellent Era would not be relegated. You are very strong. Jiang Buotao said to Sun Xiang after the game. Thank you. Sun Xiang nodded, and then returned to the Thunder player seat. Jiang Buotao smiled as he watched Sun Xiang leave. If Ah Chen was not here, Sun Xiang would indeed be a good choice, and it seems that he is still good now. Jiang Buotao turned his head and thought. But the league should not agree. Good fight. Xiao Shiqin praised when he saw Sun Xiang coming back, and Tianxin on the side also handed Sun Xiang a towel and a water bottle. Sun Xiang was stunned for a moment. Thank you. It doesn't matter, we are teammates. The individual competition ended, and Thunder temporarily led 2-1. Xuecai, don't be too stressed in the ring match, just play our own things. Xiao Shiqin patted him on the shoulder and said. The players in Thunder's ring match this time are Fang Xuecai, Cheng Tai and Dai Yanqi. Look at us beheading Samsara. Dai Yanqi is still so optimistic and cheerful. Right, Lao Tai. Thank you. Cheng Tai said that he was so worthy of defeating the powerful Samsara with Thunder's little devil. Samsara still has 2 Zhous plus Lu Buiyuan, who did not attend the individual competition. Zhou Yichen's starting lineup was expected by people, and they were curious about whether Zhou Yichen would use Yu Xingchen or Gun Yinxingchen. After a short break, the official gave the answer. Reincarnation, Zhou Yichen ID, Gun Yinxingchen, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Thunder, Fang Xuecai ID, Ghost Talent, Occupation, Assassin. Map, Bright Avenue. Today, Zhou Yichen used his first love Gun Yinxingchen, and did not use Yu Xingchen. What do you think, Li Ju? Bei asked. I think after knowing the players, who will compete in the Thunder individual competition, it is a very correct choice to use Gun Yinxingchen. Li Ju answered the question. Oh! I heard all about it. After the individual competition, it was easy to judge the players in Thunder's ring competition. Logically, the same goes for Samsara. Li Ju said, so when the opponents in the ring competition are known, it is easy to predict which profession to use. On Thunder's side, except for Dai Yanqi's Luan Luo Yin Chen, the other two are melee fighters. So with the advantage of home field map selection, it is definitely the most profitable to use a sharpshooter. After all, although we all call Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter a ghost, that is only because of his performance in the training game. In the official game, Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter is still very threatening. Li Ju said with a smile. Very well said, then both sides are ready. Let's enter today's team competition. 99%, 100%. Gun Yinxingchen loaded. Ghost Talent loaded. Map, Bright Avenue loaded. Zhou Yichen chose a very targeted map, which is almost the same as the central square chosen by Zhang Jiala in the individual competition. It's just that the time of this map is fixed, the sun never sets, the avenue is surrounded by green belts, and there is a sun disk in the center for decoration. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out of the refresh point together. This map is a little different from the usual one. Although it is in the north-south direction, it is not refreshed symmetrically. The north is closer to the middle road, and the south has more green belts. Fang Xuecai was lucky. He was randomly refreshed in the south, so he could use the cover of the green belt to find an opportunity to assassinate Zhou Yichen's Gun Yinxingchen. It seems that Fang Xuecai is not without a chance. Cup explained. Everyone knows that the gap between Fang Xuecai and Zhou Yichen is huge, but does Fang Xuecai have no chance at all? Yes, because he is an assassin, and the life-threatening attack is his chance. A full-level life-threatening attack, as long as it hits, it will be a one-shot kill. 1-for-1 is definitely not a bad treatment for Fang Xuecai, you know. So far no assassin has successfully assassinated Zhou Yichen's Gun Yinxingchen. This guy's reaction is too fast, and with the sharpshooter's flexible displacement, I don't know how many assassins died under his gun. Fang Xuecai, after making his debut in Thunder in the 5th season, has been the vice-captain of Thunder. Although his assassin level is not the best in the league, and there is still a big gap between him and Yang Song, his assassin basic skills are still very solid, including his accurate judgment of timing. Zhou Yichen came to the middle first, then made a big jump, climbed with both hands, and the whole moon drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then Gun Yinxingchen pulled out the double guns hidden in the holsters, and fired machine guns at the ground. Bang bang bang. Taking advantage of the recoil, Gun Yinxingchen actually landed on the top of the sun disk. Zhou Yichen's small combo is too smooth. Many viewers sighed. No, this sun disk can be directly climbed like this. Yes, did you know it today? I know. Then what are you asking? I mean, can he climb up in one go? Apparently many viewers, who watched the Glory Professional League knew that the sun disk in the center of the Bright Avenue map can be climbed. But many people on the internet have tried it, and they all failed the first time. Some people changed roles, and tried many times before they could barely stand on it. But now, Zhou Yichen did it in one go, and none of his operations were redundant. Zhou Yichen's sky has overflowed the screen, and the fans watching in the audience want to get a little bit of it. What? After the Gun Yinxingchen, who stood at the highest point, set up the Gatling machine gun, the muzzle was aimed at Gui Meikai who was still on the road. Beep beep. The muzzle spewed out sinful flames, and Gui Meikai wanted to use the green belt as a cover, but the bullet directly smashed it into pieces. There is no way to hide from this, said Zhang Jiaxing, the pastor of Thunder. Occupy the best point, it is indeed impossible to hit. Xiao Shiqi nodded, and at this moment he understood the purpose of Zhou Yichen's Gun Yinxingchen. Standing on the sun disk, watching Gui Meikai fleeing in panic underground, this is no different from shooting. Now Fang Xuecai has no time to think of countermeasures, because the bullet has caught up with him. This is totally unplayable, said Beizi after watching for a while. Gui Meikai didn't even have a chance to fight back, because he couldn't touch the opponent. Fortunately, as a Dark Knight assassin, he could use the low-level skill of the ninja, the Smoke Jade, and Fang Xiucai happened to be equipped with it. So Gui Meikai threw the Smoke Jade to the ground, and the purple smoke spread immediately. Seeing this, Gun Yinshinchen directly threw away the machine gun and pulled out the 2 revolvers in the holster, opened the scope, and aimed at the edge of the smoke. Gun Yinshinchen aimed at the left side of the purple smoke, while Gui Meikai attacked in the opposite direction. Just when everyone in Lei Ting was glad that Gui Meikai had escaped. Bang! Blood bloomed on Gui Meikai's shoulder. What? Li Ju couldn't sit still at all. Even Xiao Shiqin, who was always calm, shook his hands unconsciously, and looked at the holographic projection with wide eyes. Sun Xiang, who was sitting in the player's seat, was dumbfounded. What is this? Chapter 548. Zhou Yichen's operation completely set off the entire venue. Oh my god! Zhou Yichen, you are my god! What kind of operation is this? Everyone in the reincarnation looked at Zhou Zikai. Well, it's innate. Zhou Zikai thought for a long time, and said these 5 words. It's really innate reaction ability. Jiang Guotao doesn't need to think that tomorrow's hot search has been booked by him. This shot was too fast. Originally, Gun Yinshinchen was on the left side of Ji Zian, and Gui Meikai chose to drill out from the right side. In everyone's opinion, this is a very good opportunity for Fang Xiucai. But at the moment, when Gui Meikai smoked, the aiming Gun Yinshinchen lens was locked on Gui Meikai's body, like automatic aiming. This bullet seemed to be attached. If this was an arena, Fang Xiucai could click on the opponent's information in the upper left corner and report it. It's not a cheat, I eat it, but now it is a professional competition, and the peripheral account cards have been tested layer by layer, which shows that Gun Yinshinchen is absolutely no problem. Then there is only one explanation left, that is Zhou Yichen, there is a system. Ugh! Zhou Yichen's reaction speed and hand speed are really amazing. Li Ju had to admire this reaction speed and hand speed. For this reason, the director played a replay of Zhou Yichen and Gun Yinshinchen on the electronic screen above the stage. Everyone found that the moment the ghost appeared in the perspective of Gun Yinshinchen, Zhou Yichen's eyes lit up, and the muzzle of the gun was locked directly. What kind of reaction is this? Everyone sighed. This reaction, is it innate? Can we learn it? You are learning chicken feathers. Although this shot was not fatal, it was cool enough. It is no surprise that this shot will become one of the highlights of this season. Is the opponent I am fighting still a human? Fang Xiucai couldn't help but have such a question in his heart. After being discovered, Gui Meikai had to flee in panic, and wanted to hide in the purple smoke again. But he was equipped with low-level purple smoke, which did not last long. When he wanted to return again, the smoke had gradually dissipated. Fang Xiucai had no choice but to use the green belt to cover up his ears and steal the bell. His operation was clearly visible in the eyes of Gun Yinshinchen. Bang bang bang, indirect shot. If this goes on, Gui Meikai will be consumed to death by Gun Yinshinchen, Li Ju said. At this time, after a round of consumption, Gui Meikai had lost 30% of his health, while Gun Yinshinchen still had 100%. From the beginning of the game to now, Gui Meikai has not even touched the corner of Gun Yinshinchen's clothes. If he continued to waste time like this, even though Gui Meikai had a life-threatening attack in his hand, he couldn't take Gun Yinshinchen away even if he burned all his blood. No, even if we can't win, we have to consume some blood, otherwise he will kill 3 of us again. Fang Xiucai unconsciously tightened his hand holding the mouse. After making up his mind, Gui Meikai rushed directly towards Gun Yinshinchen. Well, are you trying to fight to the death? Zhou Yichen frowned slightly. Gui Meikai flashed with an arc and then jumped in the air, moving twice in a row, then locked onto Gun Yinshinchen, and used the throat cut to forcibly flash behind him. Gun Yinshinchen turned around and squatted, dodging the throat cut, and the muzzle of the gun was against Gui Meikai's waist. Bang bang bang. The powerful recoil made Gun Yinshinchen fly backwards and shoot violently. Seeing that Gun Yinshinchen was about to leave him, Gui Meikai used the mother and child stab, and the faded part of the sword tip flew towards Gun Yinshinchen in an arc. Although Zhou Yichen's hand speed was very fast, and he wanted to hit the target with his gun, the speed of the mother and child stab was too fast, and the target was very small. If Gun Yinshinchen could hit it, then Fang Xiucai would really suspect that Zhou Yichen had opened the lock and hung up. Both parties landed in the air, and Gui Meikai kicked his back foot and rushed towards Gun Yinshinchen impatiently. Flash stab. Gui Meikai turned into a residual shadow and quickly stabbed the opponent. Zhou Yichen calmly operated Gun Yinshinchen to slide away and turned around to throw a grenade. Then he shot Fang Xiucai when he didn't react. Seeing that Gui Meicai's body was unstable, Gun Xingchen put his 2 guns back into the holsters and ran towards him. What does Gun Xingchen want to do? A sharpshooter takes the initiative to get close to the assassin. Isn't this too bold? Cup didn't understand Zhou Yichen's operation. Isn't it better to stand steadily at a distance and output? Too confident, Xiao Shiqin said. When a sharpshooter attempts to get close to the assassin, it means that the sharpshooter has unparalleled confidence. He believes that his gun and body skills can blow up the assassin on the opposite side, so that the opponent can't even make a life-threatening attack. Cup, don't forget that although he is a sharpshooter, he became famous because of the battle mage. Li Ju laughed. Yes, every time I see a sharpshooter, my attention is unconsciously attracted by his accuracy, but I ignore his close-range gun and body skills, which can be compared with Zhou Zikai and the team. Cup suddenly realized. As he spoke, Gun Xingchen had successfully approached Gui Meicai. 3 steps away, is it too close? Fang Minghua was a little worried. No. Zhou Zikai shook his head. Enough. Zhou Zikai's eyes lit up, and everyone followed Zhou Zikai's gaze. After Gun Xingchen punched out and hit Gui Meicai, he immediately turned around and pulled out his double guns. Bang, 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 the bullets tilted towards Gui Meicai. After a round of gunfire, Gun Xingchen did not choose to change the bullets, but slid and followed the whirlwind kick to successfully kick Gui Meicai down. This set of close-range combos, the deputy captain was completely defeated. Dai Yanqi opened her eyes wide. Too strong. Chung Tai pursed his lips, and then swallowed his saliva. This is the most radical gun and body technique I have ever seen. Xiao Shiqin adjusted his glasses, and said, Captain, do you think his gun and body technique is better, or Zhou Zikai's gun and body technique is better? Dai Yanqi was very curious about this question. In fact, their gun and physical skills are completely different types. Xiao Shiqin said after thinking for a while. What do you mean? Sun Xiang looked at Xiao Shiqin. In the introduction of the gun and physical skills of the sharpshooter, gun skills account for a large part. After all, the damage caused by silver weapons will be higher, and physical skills are more of a cover for them. The most typical example is Zhou Zikai. Xiao Shiqin explained, there is another type. At present, I have only seen Zhou Yichen play this way. His gun and physical skills account for a lot of physical skills, but the gun is rarely used. Basically, it is used for cold shooting. So which idea is better? Dai Yanqi asked. You are not a sharpshooter, why do you care about this? Xiao Shiqin looked at Dai Yanqi in confusion. I will go up soon. Our ancestors said that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Well, Xiao Shiqin didn't know what to say. He felt that even if he laid out Zhou Yichen's detailed information in front of Dai Yanqi, she would still be defeated. Zhou Zikai's gun and body skills have better damage, right? Sun Xiang replied. Yeah. Xiao Shiqin nodded. What is Zhou Yichen's intention in playing like this? Zhang Jiaxing didn't understand. Pressure. Xiao Shiqin smiled slightly, and said these 2 words. What pressure? Pressure on whom? Everyone in Thunder was confused. Zhou Yichen's style of play, to put it bluntly, is extreme self-confidence, and this kind of self-confidence often creates high pressure on the opponent. Look at Xuetzai's expression now. Xiao Shiqin pointed over. Everyone realized that their deputy captain was already sweating profusely, and his breathing frequency was much higher than usual. This is mental pressure. When the gap between the 2 sides is too big, if the mentality is not good, it is easy to be quickly passed by Zhou Yichen. Xiao Shiqin also explained why Zhou Yichen played against weak teams so smoothly. Because when you face him, the pressure is overwhelming. If you are not careful and Zhou Yichen finds an opportunity, you can't even counterattack. Is there no way to restrain Zhou Yichen's style of play? Zhang Jiaxing asked. Yes, everyone knows how to restrain his style of play. Xiao Shiqin smiled. Just be better than him. Sun Xiang said. Sun Xiang's words made others ashamed. It's simple to say, but how many people in the league can really suppress Zhou Yichen at the operational and technical and tactical level? Don't look at me. If I can do it, I won't have a 0 win rate against him. Sun Xiang shrugged and said. In the past, he might have been fussy about the win-loss relationship between himself and Zhou Yichen, but now Sun Xiang has let it go. He is not the only one who has a 0 win rate against him. Xiao Shiqin beside him is different. Sun Xiang quickly glanced at Xiao Shiqin, and Xiao Shiqin looked sideways, and the 2 of them exchanged glances. Sun Xiang, damn, he found out. Xiao Shiqin, is there something on my face? As the Thunderbolt exchange ended, the first match of the ring competition was decided. Fang Xuecai's last wave of life and death attack was also dodged by Zhou Yichen's gun Yin Xingchen using the displacement of random shooting, and he was taken away with a few shots. Glory. Wow, huh? Seeing the failure interface pop up, Fang Xuecai's tightly pulled heart finally let go. This guy's gun and body skills put too much pressure on him. An assassin couldn't beat a sharpshooter in close combat. It was a bit embarrassing to say it out in an online game, but when you think about the sharpshooter being Zhou Yichen, oh, that's fine. In the end, Fang Xuecai tried his best and successfully knocked off 20% of gun Yin Xingchen's health. If Zhou Yichen continued to distance himself and fight Gui Meigai, this amount of health might be consumed less, but this is Zhou Yichen's style. With Fang Xuecai out, the second player to play for Thunder was Cheng Tai. Since Sun Xiang came, Cheng Tai was moved to the 6-man position. Sometimes he might start and form a double front row with Sun Xiang's Yi Chiu, but with the winter transfer period, Thunder found Tian Sun, so Cheng Tai was completely optimized by Thunder from the team competition. Although Cheng Tai had some small setbacks in his heart, he had no choice, because both Sun Xiang and Tian Sun were much stronger than him. The strong rise, the weak fall, the survival of the fittest, this principle applies not only to the biological world, but also to the honor esports industry. Let me help you get more health, Cheng Tai said to Dai Yanqi. What are you talking about? Wouldn't it be better if you just take him down? Dai Yanqi encouraged him. Thank you. Cheng Tai rolled his eyes. If he could beat Zhou Yichen, he wouldn't be looking at the water dispenser. Come on. Fang Xuecai drank water in big gulps and panted after returning to the Thunder player seat. Those who didn't know would think he had done strenuous exercise. I found that our Thunder also have to start physical training. Xiao Shiqin looked at Fang Xuecai's embarrassed look and shook his head. Ah? No, Captain, Dai Yanqi said with a bitter face. It doesn't matter if the regular season is not over. I don't want our Thunder to lie directly on the competition stage before the playoffs are over. Xiao Shiqin said very seriously. The intensity of this playoffs is very high, especially since the Thunder have probably lost the chance to enter the winners group, which means that if they want to pursue the Glory Championship, they must beat the winners group. This intensity is incomparable to the previous playoffs, so physical fitness must keep up. Look at your brother Xuecai, he is so weak after one game. I am a little worried about whether you can keep up in the team competition. Xiao Shiqin helped Fang Xuecai straighten his already messy collar. I agree with the captain, Fang Xuecai said firmly. No. Dai Yanqi covered her face with both hands, unable to save the situation. At this time, a familiar BGM sounded in her mind. Sun Xiang and Tian Sun on the side had no feeling. In addition to being training madmen, they also exercise regularly. After all, both of them pay some attention to their image. On the court, Cheng Tai's Suifeng had the same experience as the last game. Gun Yin Xingchen occupied the sun disk of the central avenue. Compared with the assassin, the profession of judoka is much more cumbersome. Yanqi, you have to defend our Thunder's ring match, Xiao Shiqin said to Dai Yanqi. Yes. Dai Yanqi nodded heavily. The defense here is naturally not to defeat the ring match of Samsara, but not to be broken through by Zhou Yichen, because so far there are only a few teams that have not been broken through by Zhou Yichen, and Thunder is one of them. In fact, if the playoffs are counted, Thunder is still the first team to be broken through by Zhou Yichen since the reform of the competition system. It seems that Thunder's ring match will also be broken by Aiken, Jiang Guotao said with a smile. All of this originated from a Glory player who specializes in collecting data on the internet. He sorted out a series of league data and ranked them. He also made a lot of interesting data for certain players. Zhou Yichen's 1-on-3 against the entire league is one of them. The player's well-known ranking of individual honors in the league history also came from this player. He ranked Xiao Chiu first, Zhou Yichen second, and Zhou Zikai third. He even said that if the Reincarnation won the championship this season, they would join the #1 club in history, and the #1 player in Glory would become Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai, the battle between the best combination in history. Of course, all this is a story for later. Chapter 549. Cheng Tai's appearance did not give Dai Yanqi much advantage, and even if Dai Yanqi tried her best, she still could not stop Zhou Yichen's 1-on-3. In this way, in the regular season, the team that Zhou Yichen beat 3 times was named Thunder. Captain, I tried my best, Dai Yanqi said with her hands spread out when she came back. She and Yin Xingchen and Yu Xingchen are really a headache. Xiao Shiqin covered his forehead. In the past, it was very easy to make tactical restrictions on other teams, because in the case of a known lineup, you just need to fill it in. But Samsara is different. There are 2 lineups, EU Xingchen single front row and 3 shooters are 2 completely different systems. This caused a lot of trouble for other teams. How to deal with this situation? Zhang Jiaxing was a little helpless. It's very simple, just let the alliance take action. Xiao Shiqin said. How to take action and prevent Zhou Yichen from using one of them? Cheng Tai asked. Wouldn't it be enough for the league to stipulate that at noon, the club must announce the players and their role cards for the day's game? Xiao Shiqin said. Yes. The Thunder suddenly realized why they hadn't thought of such a simple thing. This rule is actually beneficial for both sides to prepare in advance. After all, the lineup is fixed, but I don't think either Samsara or Tiny Herb will agree. Xiao Shiqin then said. You know, not only Samsara has dual role cards, Tiny Herb also has them. If Samsara wins the championship this season, they will probably be punished next season. Dai Yanqi said with her arms around her chest. Not necessarily. Xiao Shiqin shook his head. If there is a sanction, it will be in the 12th season. Why? Fang Shuisai asked. Because there will be the Honor Asia Invitational next year, which is not only the best opportunity for domestic clubs to go international, but also the best opportunity for our region to go international. Therefore, the league will not break up the double-week pair of honor facades, and may even strengthen the next year's reincarnation. Xiao Shiqin said. If they still need to strengthen, then what's the point? Just give them the championship. Zhang Jiaxing rolled his eyes and said. The league should still stop it. Sun Xiang said that if a league wants to have a good future development prospect, it must not dominate by one company. It depends on the league's intention. I guess Zhang Jiala and Fang Minghua will also retire after the 11th season. Xiao Shiqin guessed. After the halftime break, the staff went to the player seats of the 2 teams, handed over the battle list, and handed the guarantee to the vice-captains. 6 copies must be signed. After both parties completed the form and confirmed that it was correct, the electronic screen above the stage announced the starting rosters of the 2 teams in the team competition. The rosters of both teams were basically the same as before, and they were all their most common lineups. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Ichiang Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Butao, ID, Wulong Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua, ID, Shioga Ziruo Occupation, Priest. The 6th person, LV Buiyuan, ID, Yunshan Luan Occupation, Judoka. Thunder, Xiao Shiqin, ID, Life and Death Occupation, Mechanic. Sun Xiang, ID, One Awesome Leaf Occupation, Battle Mage. Tiansun, ID, Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense Occupation, Exorcist. Dai Yanqi, ID, Wan Lu Yin Chen Occupation, Elemental Mage. Zhang Jiaxing, ID, Weaving Shadow Occupation, Priest. The 6th person, Fang Shuisai, ID, Ghostly Talent Occupation, Assassin. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. What? Samsara actually chose their king map in the game against Thunder. Cup said in surprise. The winning rate of Samsara on this map is too exaggerated, but this is the first time they have chosen this map this season. Originally, I thought they would hide this map until the playoffs. Li Ju laughed. It seems that Thunder's team game is very difficult for them. Cup said. Yes, after all, the current Thunder lineup is really luxurious, and all 3 players have entered the All-Star stage. Li Ju nodded. It's been a long time since I saw Samsara play this map. Li Ju began to recall when Samsara last played this map. This season, it has never been played once. The Cup searched in his mind and found that Samsara had indeed never played this map this season, whether at home or away. Now when Thunder loses, no one will watch their lineup for them. If it were in the past, they would criticize the club for not doing anything. But now, whether it is Sun Xiang or Tiansun, Thunder's lineup is actually very complete. Samsara really thinks highly of us. Xiao Shiqin said with a wry smile. He really didn't expect this map before the game. In his preparation, the probability of other maps would be higher. Although Xiao Shiqin is a recognized tactical master, he actually has a bit of inferiority complex in his heart, because the other 3 have won the Glory Championship, but he has not. Although he has led the Thunder to defeat many giants, it is undeniable that the Thunder's playoff record has always been a one-round tour. Although the outside world says that the Thunder's failure to enter the second round of the playoffs is not Xiao Shiqin's problem, but the overall strength of the team is weak and cannot give Xiao Shiqin more help. Xiao Shiqin used to think so, But after going to Excellent Era, he found that he was wrong. Excellent Era's overall strength should be stronger than that of the Thunder period, with Sun Xiang, Su Macheng, and himself, and the strength of the rest of the people is not weak. You know, they were aiming for the Glory Championship at the beginning, but what was the result? They didn't even make it out of the challenge tournament. Was Xiao Shiqing's tactical arrangement not in place? In place, but the team's cooperation could not keep up. As early as when the challenge match started, Xiao Shiqing noticed that the team was not united at all. How could they play like this? It can be said that this experience in Jiashi made Xiao Shiqing realize a lot. It is useless to have strong personal strength, because Glory is not a one-person game. Now facing the tactical master mentioned by the reporter, Xiao Shiqing humbly said that he was not good enough, or that Thunder's record was not good enough. Esports competition, results speak. Now Xiao Shiqing is not lacking in strength, but in results. Zhou Yichen also used to use Stardust, and did not choose to use the Gun-In star that shined in the ring match and penetrated 3 people. Bebe explained. Because it is the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum, this map must be played with a strong attack, and you can't be timid. If you use Gun-In star, although the firepower is sufficient, and I feel it will overflow, the front row may not be able to withstand the opponent. After all, Thunder has an elemental mage. Li Ju analyzed. We will also use this map in the playoffs. Today, we just happened to borrow Samsara, the Lord of the Ancient Rome, to test the effectiveness of our training. Xiao Shiqing said. Yes, Captain. On the stage, I didn't expect that our Thunder would have the honor to compete with Samsara on this map. Xiao Shiqing smiled and stretched out his hand. Look at what Captain Xiao said. Didn't we beat him in the 7th season? Zhou Yichen smiled. Hearing Zhou Yichen's words, except for Sun Xiang and Tian Sun, everyone from Samsara and Thunder looked at him with strange eyes. Especially Xiao Shiqing, his eyes almost popped out. Xiao Shiqing, no buddy, open your mouth in front of me. In the 7th season, the season when Zhou Yichen debuted, Samsara entered the playoffs with the first place in the regular season, and their opponent was the Thunder, who was right across from them. At that time, the map of the team competition was the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The result can be seen from the expressions of the Thunder. 1 word, miserable. 2 words, miserable defeat. You are really... Xiao Shiqing really didn't know what to say. Hey! Zhou Yichen grinned. Sometimes Xiao Shiqing envied Zhou Yichen, not because of his talent, nor because he had such a group of like-minded and cooperative partners. What he envied was Zhou Yichen's mentality, always optimistic, positive, and cheerful. Zhou Yichen is now really a successful person. If he wants results, he has them. If he wants good looks, he has good looks. If he wants a wife, he has a wife. If he wants endurance, well, you have to ask Chu Yunxiu. The truth will be revealed on the court. Sun Xiang said to Zhou Yichen. Xiang, you are in good shape today. Zhou Yichen said heartlessly. Of course, I am fully prepared. Sun Xiang said confidently. What preparations have you made? Zhou Yichen asked. Humph, of course. Seeing that Sun Xiang was about to tell the team's plan, Xiao Shiqing stepped forward and covered Sun Xiang's mouth. Sun Xiang was stunned for a moment. Captain, what are you doing? I'm covering it slowly. You are about to say it. Xiao Shiqing said in his ear. Fuck. Sun Xiang took a step back, then thought of something, and then looked at Zhou Yichen angrily. Hey Xiang, what's that look in your eyes? Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes at him. Despicable. Sun Xiang had already cursed Zhou Yichen 10,000 times in his heart. Okay, let's go. Jiang Guodao pushed Zhou Yichen towards the battle seat. He was worried that if this continued, Lei Ting would not be able to bear it. Sun Xiang and Zhou Yichen seemed to have a good relationship. Dai Yanqi suddenly appeared from behind Sun Xiang. What's good about them? Sun Xiang was a little confused. How could this show that he and Zhou Yichen had a good relationship? Because I rarely see Zhou Yichen take the initiative to say these things. I heard from Senior Yunxiu that Zhou Yichen would not joke with people he didn't know well. Dai Yanqi explained. Oh, then should I thank him? Sun Xiang said. Okay, if we continue to talk like this, will we still play the team game? Xiao Shiqing waved his hand, and then led the team to the battle seat. After the 12 team players on both sides were ready, and after the staff behind them confirmed it, the players on the field inserted their cards and entered the map together. Oh. While waiting, the fans at the scene began to cheer for their own teams. Reincarnation, invincible. Thunder, must win. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen loaded. Yiqiang piercing the clouds loaded. Ye Jiqiu loaded. Sweeping the floor and burning incense loaded. By Walielua loaded. Map. Ancient Roman Colosseum ruins loaded. 10 blue lights were injected and brushed down, and the panoramic view of ancient Rome slowly appeared in front of the audience. Since the 8th season of holographic projection was put into use, it has been developed more and more perfect. The technology of 2D to 3D is now very mature in the league. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown for the opening ended, and both sides rushed out of the refresh area in unison. Reincarnation was still fighting for one. At the exit area, Zhou Zakai's Ichiang piercing the clouds went to the audience seats on the second floor to put pressure on the opponent from the side. The other 4 people rushed out of the entrance area below and entered the arena. Thunder's side was a group of 5 people. Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf rushed to the front of the team. On one side was Xiao Shirqin's life and death, and on the other side was Tian Xin sweeping the floor and burning incense. Daiyanqi's Luan Lu Yinshan hugged Zhang Jiaxing's Jing. The lineups of both teams are clear at a glance. Samsara's side is their favorite 4-1, and Thunder actually chose to give up the second floor spectator seats and enter the arena with a 3-2 formation. Cup analyzed the formations of the 2 teams. From this point of view, Thunder wants to play a strong attack. Li Ju said. Strong attack Samsara? Cup couldn't help but ask a question. Among the 19 teams in the league, which team dares to say that their strong attack is better than Samsara? It looks like Lei Ting wants to attack. Jiang Guotao, who had already seen Lei Ting's formation, said. Then come on, Captain, remember to support me. Zhou Yichen shouted, and then rushed out in a hurry. The formation of Samsara changed from a 4-character formation to Yu Xingchen alone in the front. By Hua Liaowan supporting, Wu Lang and Xia De Zirua hugged each other. Give me a speed-up spell, I stick to him. Sun Xiang saw Yu Xingchen rushing over, and said to Tian Xin in the team voice channel. Okay, Tian Xin then operated the sweeping and burning incense to draw the spell. Do you want a hard body spell? Tian Xin asked. No, I won't fight. Sun Xiang's mind was unusually calm at this time. Be careful, we may not be able to keep up. Xiao Shirqin said to Sun Xiang. He did not stop Sun Xiang from going forward. This map itself is for attacking, so seizing the offensive rhythm is very critical to winning or losing. Yeah, Sun Xiang responded. Sweeping the ground and burning incense attached the acceleration spell to Ye Zhiqiu, and Ye Zhiqiu's speed increased significantly. Hey, sweeping the ground and burning incense attached an acceleration spell to Ye Zhiqiu, and Ye Zhiqiu rushed out. Isn't it a bit too hasty? Li Ju said. Come on. Yu Xingchen and Ye Zhiqiu in front have already fought together, and Yiqiang Chuanyun on the second floor is already in place. With Long An and Chuexia intersecting, this team game officially kicked off the prelude to the offensive. Chapter 550. The 2 battle mages of both sides have already engaged each other. The battle between Yu Xingchen and Yi Zhiqiu. The friction between the god of war and the god of fighting. After Zhou Yichen was crowned as a god in the finals of the 8th season, and Yu Xingchen was crowned as the god of war, a question has been flashing in people's minds. That is, Yu Xingchen and Yi Zhiqiu, 2 titles of battle mages, which one is the strongest? At this time, another problem will arise, that is, the owner of Yi Zhiqiu is not Yi Qiu, who established the triple crown for him, and the crown of god of fighting, but Sun Xiang. Therefore, some people think that there should be 2 situations to discuss, that is, Zhou Yichen's Yi Xingchen is not as good as Yi Qiu's Yi Zhiqiu, but stronger than Sun Xiang's Yi Zhiqiu. But after the 9th season of Samsara was crowned, as the triple crown and shouldered with excellent era, this question was completely dispelled. Battle mage, fighting first, fighting last, god of war always comes before god of fighting. The silver-white dragon gallbladder and the dark black Chuexia collided with each other. Just when the 2 were immersed in a one-on-one, Zhang Jiala's 100 Flowers disturbance broke the harmonious atmosphere. Stiff bullet, 100 Flowers disturbance aimed at one autumn leaf. Bang! Sun Xiang reacted quickly, and while operating one autumn leaf to retreat with his spear horizontally to avoid the stiff bullet, he turned around and stabbed Yu Xingchen with a spear. Technique backhand shot. What? Sun Xiang actually used the technique backhand shot developed by Zhou Yichen, and hit the founder. This is tantamount to. Beiping didn't dare to say anything more, he was afraid of being banned. Use my trick to hit me? Zhou Yichen sneered, and while turning sideways and pressing the crouch key to avoid the shot, he stabbed one autumn leaf with a spear. Not good. Sun Xiang was secretly worried. He had used this back-to-back spear, so he naturally knew what the shortcomings of this technique were. That is because the back-to-back spear posture is sideways, so if the character wants to adjust his position, he needs to forcibly move, but the position of his feet is fixed, so Zhou Yichen usually uses the back-to-back spear with the dragon tooth. In this way, even if it is not possible to hit 100%, it can still force the enemy back. After all, the back-to-back spear is very fast, and with the special effects attached to the dragon tooth, it looks very lethal. And now, Sun Xiang obviously did not study this move in depth, but when the time came, he subconsciously used it, because he had practiced it many times in private. Not good. Xiao Shiqin knew that he was in trouble after seeing the blue special effects on Yi Yuxingchen's silver weapon Dragon Gallbladder. Puff, Dragon Tooth, the enhanced general attack stabbed Yi Yiqiu's waist, causing physical attack and applying stiffness effect to it, and also a little mental attack. Help! Xiao Shiqin shouted. One autumn leaf was frozen in place. If they gave up, Samsara would definitely focus their fire and might even kill him. One autumn leaf was frozen. Now Sun Xiang is out of touch with the team. Thunder must make a decision. Cup explained. What's the point of making a decision? He must be saved. Li Ju interrupted. Dai Yanqi's Wan Lu Yinshan took the lead and raised her staff to use her skills, but her chanting was interrupted the next second. It was a shot through the clouds. It turned out that Zhou Zikai didn't attack one autumn leaf just now on purpose. His target was Dai Yanqi's Wan Lu Yinshan in the back. Cup said. At the same time, Yi Yiqiu had been lifted up by Yi Yuxingchen's dragon tooth. In the first round of the contest between God of War and God of Fighting, God of War won a complete victory, while God of Fighting was played around with. Whoosh! Sheng Lingmia used the mechanical box to release magnetic waves to increase Yi Yuxingchen's load. Xiao Shiqin knew that if Yi Yuxingchen continued to attack safely, he would not have to play with him later. After all, he knew that Long Dan's phantom effect was too overbearing, and the fighter's will was stacking very fast, so he had to interrupt it quickly. Xiao Shiqin even thought that apart from Jun Mo Zhao's 1000 machine umbrella, Yi Yuxingchen's Long Dan was the most exaggerated, with an extreme attack speed. Mechanic level 35 skill. Magnetic field coil, sweeping the floor and burning incense, he rushed up and threw out the war sickle to hook out Yi Yuxingchen. But before the scythe could hit the opponent, it was knocked down by a wave sword from a distance. Wu Lang. Old Zhang, open your big move, get ready. Zhou Yichen controlled Yi Yuxingchen to use a dragon-breaking army to knock Yi Yiqiu out of the air. No problem. Bai Hua Liaoluan rolled to the side of Yi Yuxingchen, flipped his hands, and several grenades were sent to the thunder. Boom boom boom, Luan Lei. Disperse. Xiao Shiqin shouted in the team channel, and the thunder dispersed. Sweeping the ground and burning incense ran towards the direction where Yi Yiqiu landed, while retrieving the scythe. Wu Lang used the full-screen special effect of Luan Lei to blast a flaming wave sword in the direction of Yi Yiqiu. Their target is Yi Yiqiu. Not only Xiao Shiqin, but also the two commentators on the field thought so. Even Yi Chuanyun, who had been restricting Wan Lu Yinshan, set up a Gatling machine gun and kept shooting at Yi Yiqiu. Fortunately, the sweeper arrived in time, and with a pinch of his left hand, a talisman was attached to Yi Yiqiu's shoulder. Hard-body talisman. After knowing the intention of the reincarnation, Xiao Shiqin controlled the life and soul to release the self-made mechanical dog. After locking on Yi Chuanyun, the mechanical dog ran towards Yi Chuanyun. Hunter, Yi Yuxingchen rotated the war spear and killed Yi Yiqiu again. At this speed, has the fighters will reach the third level? Xiao Shiqin thought he had to find a way to interrupt Yi Yuxingchen's combo. Just when Yi Yuxingchen was about to get close to Yi Yiqiu, a roadblock appeared in front of him. Holy fire! After hearing Xiao Shiqin's order, Zhang Jiaxin controlled Jing to throw out the holy fire and directly stop Yi Yuxingchen. The best way to interrupt his combo is to prevent him from continuing the combo. Although Yi Yuxingchen's combo stopped, the effect bonus still exists, but the third level is at least within their controllable range. As for why he didn't try to make Yi Yuxingchen's combo disappear, Xiao Shiqin said it was too difficult. Zhou Yichen was undoubtedly an expert in this area. Even in terms of battle mages fighting the will of fighters, Zhou Yichen was second to none. Unless when he was swinging his gun, the team's control skills were thrown on him, but the benefits were not high. After all, the conditions for winning were not to interrupt his combo or kill Yi Yuxingchen. After all, he was only the third level of the will of fighters, not the seventh level. To put it bluntly, it was a bit of a headache, but not much. Yi Chuanyun threw away the Gatling machine gun, and then kept shooting with two guns to shoot down the chasing mechanical dog. While Yi Chuanyun was being dragged, Wan Lu Yinshan raised his staff and chanted, and the temperature of the whole audience instantly rose 100 times. After the chanting was finished, A bird-shaped flame flew towards Yu Xingchen. Fire, Bird, Thunder also showed their target. Since Samsara focused on their battle mages, Thunder also had to focus on Samsara's battle mages. This was to show their tough attitude and to complete their plan. In Xiao Shichin's plan, Zhou Yichen was the most difficult to deal with, but it was also necessary to deal with it. But was Samsara's target really Yi Zhiqiu? Even though Zhou Yichen's reaction was fast enough, the attack speed of the fire bird was beyond his imagination. Boom! The flame exploded in front of Yu Xingchen's eyes, and the powerful shock wave knocked Yu Xingchen away, causing him to burn and smoke all over. Seeing this, Xiao Guziruo hit him with a recovery spell. Charge! As Xiao Shichin gave the order to attack in the team voice channel, Thunder and his group rushed over directly. Samsara's lineup is a single front row. Now Yu Xingchen is in poor condition, and it is the best time for them to attack with Thunder. Ye Zhiqiu and Saudi Fenxiang rushed to the front, and Bai Liaowan fired a smoke bomb at the ground. The smoke spread immediately, and a natural barrier was formed between the two sides because of the smoke. Wait! Xiao Shichin suddenly stopped. Although this smoke bomb is normal, in the face of a charge, ammunition experts will choose to fire smoke bombs in front of themselves to affect the opponent's vision. Because of the cover of the smoke bomb, the opponent dare not go directly through the smoke, because you don't know what is waiting for you on the other side of the smoke. But this situation is still very easy to solve for a team with a priest, because the priest can stay in the air. Xiao Shichin was surprised by the style of Samsara. It was not that Samsara was imitating the play style of other teams, just like the previous 301 degrees. But even if they copied the play style of others, they had their own flavor. But today, this play style was a bit too un-Samsara, especially for Zhou Yichen. You should know that Samsara's help and care for Zhou Yichen in the team competition was the most exaggerated. Even their captain Zhou Zikai had never enjoyed a one-on-one situation with a priest. But what about just now? Yu Xingchen rushed up, not to mention the one shot piercing the cloud. He couldn't help in the spectator seat. Shang Lingmi also used the ranger, and cooperated with a jumping mine to limit the one shot piercing the cloud. Then what about Bai Liaowan? Why did Bai Liaowan hide behind and watch the show when Yu Xingchen rushed up? Protect the priest. The lineup of Samsara is very clear. The task of protecting the priest has always been done by Jiang Buotao's Wulong. Two people protect the priest. Although they have assassins in Thunder, they are not in the starting lineup. Therefore, thinking about this, Xiao Shichin feels that Samsara plays very strangely. What's wrong, Captain? Tiansen asked. Why did they suddenly stop in front of the smoke? Although it is known that there may be an ambush on the other side of the smoke, as long as the priest activates the angel wings to stay in the air, can't he observe the enemy's situation? Samsara's play is a bit strange. Everyone be careful. Xiao Shichin stared at the smoke. Why did Thunder stop? This is the best time to attack. Bazi was a little puzzled. Yiqiang Chuanyun was restricted by the mechanics patroller. Samsara had no support. Isn't it the best time for Thunder to attack now? Wait, look at Yu Xingchen's position. What does he want to do? Li Ju suddenly discovered something. Yu Xingchen, who was being treated, walked directly into the smoke. Isn't he afraid that Lei Ting has an ambush in the smoke? This is too bold. Bazi was confused. Why did he feel that he didn't understand both sides? Is this still glory? Do you have to wait for the smoke to clear? Sun Xiang asked. If it was before, he would definitely rush into the smoke without a trace of doubt. Don't wait, just rush over. Xiao Shichin shook his head and decided to fight once. Okay. After this, Sun Xiang was ecstatic. Offense was his main theme. Before Zhang Jiaxing's Jing stayed in the air, Fang Minghua Shida flew into the air first and scouted the position of Lei Ting and his men. Aiken, hide over there and prepare to form a double team with the captain. Don't make a mistake in our target. Jiang Buotao commanded. Don't worry, I'm just an old actor. Zhou Yichen smiled. There is no movement on the Samsara side. Bai Liaowan is attacking me. Zhang Jiaxing quickly reported his news in the team voice channel. Okay. Xiao Shichin received the message and rushed out of the smoke together. If someone could hear Lei Ting's team voice at this time, they would definitely have a question in their mind. Zhang Jiaxing, did you ignore someone? Yes. After being attacked by Bai Liaowan, Zhang Jiaxing hurriedly released the air suspension. He didn't even see Yu Xingchen's face, and he reported it directly when he heard the captain asking. After Lei Ting rushed out of the smoke, wait a minute, Captain, I didn't see Yu Xingchen. Zhang Jiaxing only then realized what he had overlooked, but it was too late. Yu Xingchen rushed out of the smoke and came shoulder to shoulder with Lei Ting. Where is it? Xiao Shichin asked. Captain, he's on my face! Zhang Jiaxing shouted. Ah? Not only Xiao Shiqin, but also Sun Xiang and others had a question mark in their minds. What the hell? What? Yu Xingchen rushed out of the smoke directly. Didn't Lei Ting see him? Li Ju held his head with both hands to express confusion. Ah? The cup was speechless. Oh my god! What are you guys doing? The Thunder fans in the away area were about to jump up. This one missed, it might be 5 points. What made Zhang Jiaxing even more desperate was that Yiqiang Chuanyun had quietly solved the Ranger throne by shingling me and double-teamed from another direction. He subconsciously pressed the angel wings, but the skill did not respond. The target of the reincarnation has never been Yi Zhiqiu. He is just a bait. Their real target is Lei Ting's priest Ji Ying. Obviously someone has guessed this. Xiao Shiqin also guessed it, but the smoke disappeared, and Xiao Guzi Ruo threw a sacred fire to block them from Ji Ying. At the same time, Wu Lang chanted and released the frost wave array, and Lei Ting could only retreat to avoid being frozen by it. Lei Ting, chaos. Help! Xiao Shiqin slapped his head, obviously regretting that he didn't think of this. But, is it too late to save now? Chapter 551. Now Lei Ting's full attention is on his own priest, and their first target, Yu Xingchen. Now the characters they need to protect, and the characters they need to focus on are intertwined, and Xiao Shiqin feels overwhelmed. Although losing to Samsara is not a shameful thing, it is difficult for Xiao Shiqin to accept being played to death like this. He would rather be wiped out by Samsara in one wave than be defeated by tactics. Because tactics are everything to Xiao Shiqin. At this time, Xiao Shiqin's mind once again popped up such a well-known discussion. Xiao Shiqin is not worthy of the title of tactical master. Is it true that I am not worthy of this tactical master? Xiao Shiqin was a little tormented in his heart, but before he could think, Sun Xiang on the side interrupted his thinking. Captain, do you want to go? Sun Xiang glanced at Xiao Shiqin. The same is true for the other team members. In their eyes, Xiao Shiqin saw trust. It feels so good to be trusted. Xiao Shiqin smiled. Go. Xiao Shiqin said firmly, Thunder, don't be afraid of failure. The rabbit has grown fat, it's time to harvest it. Jian Buotao laughed. Shooting. A bullet from piercing the clouds hit Jiying accurately, and Yu Xingchen's angry dragon pierced through her heart and knocked her away, and then began to accumulate power on the spot. Fu Long Xiang Tian. The blue halong flew towards Jiying. Although Zhang Jiaxing desperately pressed the direction keys and slid the mouse to adjust his body shape, in Zhou Yichen's eyes, it was just a dying struggle before being eliminated. Fu Long Xiang Tian, all hits. With the word all hits from the cup, Jiying became the first character to be eliminated in this game. Yu Xingchen killed Jiying out, Thunder, still failed to save their priest. Focus on Yu Xingchen. Xiao Shiqin set his sights on Yu Xingchen. They still had a chance. After all, Lei Ting's sixth man was Fang Xuecai. As long as they killed Yu Xingchen and waited for Fang Xuecai to arrive and find an opportunity to kill Fang Minghua Xiaodaziruo, the balance of victory would fall to their side. Xiao Shiqin had a very beautiful idea, but there was a problem in the first step. Yiqian Chuanyun was already standing next to Yu Xingchen. Lei Ting couldn't get rid of the two people at once, not to mention that Xiaodaziruo, who opened the angel wings, injected life energy into Yu Xingchen. Lei Ting was really in a big head now. They needed to solve too many things. Yu Xingchen in front of them, and Xiaodaziruo in the sky were both urgent things they needed to solve. Fang Xuecai's Gui Meikai was detected by Luan Hui the moment he entered the arena. After all, the map of the ancient Roman arena was not too big, and Xiao Guziruo, who was suspended in the air, had a very wide field of vision. Xiao Guziruo was not only a healer, but also a scout for Luan Hui. Lei Ting could naturally let Xiao Guziruo return to the ground. After all, both Sheng Lingye and Luan Lu Yinshen could cause damage to him. But the problem facing Lei Ting now was that they were caught. In front of them were Yu Xingchen and Yiqian Chuanyun, the best combination in history. Behind them were Wu Lang and Bai Hua Liaowan, and above them was Xiao Guziruo. No matter how you look at it, Lei Ting's defeat has become a foregone conclusion. Even though Fang Xuecai's Gui Meikai had joined the battlefield, he could not help the team turn the tide. In the desperate situation, Gui Meicai's assassination of Xiao Guziruo became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Thunder. Gui Meicai's assassination failed, but he was the first to be eliminated. Thunder is going to lose. Li Ju sighed. He could predict what would happen next. Samsara shrank its formation, and after the priest adjusted his state, he could just push Thunder away. As he expected, Samsara played in an orderly manner, But Thunder was somewhat beyond Li Ju's expectations. Although it was in a slump, it was very tenacious. Thunder is still resisting. This touched the commentator Cup. You know, in the past, his impression of Thunder was that they were particularly fierce when they were fierce, but they could not sustain this anger. And a big problem for Thunder is that they can't stand the pressure, not only the players, but also Xiao Shurqin. This is why Thunder's regular season results were pretty good in previous years, although the team configuration was average, and sometimes they could defeat strong enemies with an underdog. But when it came to the playoffs, Thunder was silent. But now, the Cup sees something different. Thunder's ability to withstand pressure is increasing. This is the change brought by Sun Xiang and Tian Senator. Both of them are good at withstanding pressure. One was in the most popular Excellent era before, and the other was in the old club Royal Wind, but now they are both in Thunder. Thunder is changing. Glory. Although Thunder lost, in the eyes of everyone, they lost standing. This game also allowed the outside media to see that Thunder is getting better. I believe you will create better results in the playoffs, Jiang Buitao said to Xiao Shurqin. I also believe that you will become a tactical master one day in the future. Xiao Shurqin responded with a smile. Thank you. The focus of the 32nd round of the Glory Professional League, the match between Samsara and Thunder came to an end, and Samsara finally won the Thunder 8-2 at home. In addition, Yinyu defeated Void 7-3 at home, continuing to consolidate their 5th place in the regular season. Void, on the other hand, may be over this season. Even if they rushed to the 11th place in the regular season, they still had Samsara to play. This game, they must lose, whether it is Void itself or the outside world. In addition to these two games, the results of other teams' games have also been released. Team 301 won Mingqin 10-0, Tyranny won Jiahua 9-1, and Happy won Yueyun 8-2. The Cup quickly reported the results of the games that had come out. Xingxin lost 2 points against Yueyun. Li Ju was puzzled. After Sun Xiang left Yueyun, Yueyun has been lacking stamina, especially after their commander retired in the 8th season. In the past 2 years, they have been getting worse and worse, and are getting further and further away from the playoffs. It is said that the club owner wants to transfer it. Glory has been developing so well for 10 years. There must be a lot of jealous capital from the outside world. It is understood that Weibo, DY and HY all want to get a piece of the pie. For these capitals, these small teams are the best transition. It's individual competition. Cup turned over the detailed battle table. Luo Ji, Wei Chen, each lost a game. Wei Chen? Li Ju was a little dazed. He had been on the commentary seat since the beginning of the season. The name Wei Chen was really a long time ago for him. Still not admitting old age. Li Ju smiled. Huh? Another match result is out. The cup was refreshed, and another match result was released. Who's against whom? Li Ju picked up the water cup and drank slowly. Howling team. 10-0 win over Baiwa at home. The cup read out the result in amazement, and he now suspected that the form was broken. Puff. Cough cough cough. Li Ju put down the water cup. What? Li Ju was a little unbelievable. Howling and Baiwa were very close, although Howling had played badly some time ago, and the points were also a little apart. But now Howling actually scored 10 points on Baiwa. Baiwa is not a weak team now. They just defeated the resting Wei Chao in the last round. Such a strong team was beaten by Howling. Howling's all-out offensive play actually paid off. Tang Hao, the captain of Howling, was very happy about this. After he had dinner with the players in the team, he called and praised Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen, who was eating, was stunned and hung up the phone. Whose call? Jiang Buitao asked. Tang Hao. Why did he call you? Oh well. He was praising me. A liar. Oh, there are liars in WeChat voice. The last 3 teams in the loser group of the first round are so tight. Bebe called up the regular season points table. 301 and Howling each won a 10-0 victory. 301 surpassed Baiwa and became the 8th in the regular season, while Baiwa, which was beaten by Howling, dropped to 9th with 199 points. Baiwa was originally 5 points ahead of 301, but at the end of this round, they were 5 points behind 301, which was 8th. With Hal behind them, their points reached 197, and the points between Hal and Baiwa were close. Baiwa, it's hard. If I remember correctly, the next schedule of Baiwa team is quite difficult. Li Ju went over the next schedule of Baiwa in his mind. Yes. Bebe took out the schedule and clicked on the schedule of Baiwa team. The opponents of Baiwa team in the next 6 rounds are Yinyu, Shukong, Wanfeng, Lei Ting, Batu Samsara. This Baiwa team needs some good luck now. Li Ju laughed. Among the 6 opponents, there are 4 teams ranked in the top 8 in the regular season, not to mention the Big Devil Samsara, the Steady Batu and Yenyu who are striving for the winner group, even Lei Ting who lost to Samsara in this round. Baiwa may not be able to get through. Fortunately, the 11th place in the regular season, Void, is still a little far away from them. If Baiwa hopes to secure a place in the loser group of the playoffs, then Baiwa must win the 34th round against Void. I didn't expect such a change to happen at this time. As expected, no one can relax until the last moment. Cup said with a smile. Yes, but the rankings in the front of the regular season have probably been determined. Cup said. That's right. Okay, this broadcast ends here. See you next week, audience friends. Cup finally announced the end of the broadcast, and the 32nd round of the game was also over later. The standings, which had been calm for a long time, really changed suddenly after this round. The changes were mainly in the second half. Among the top 8, Blue Rain rose to the 3rd place in the regular season, while Tiny Herb fell to the 4th place in the regular season, being stepped on by their good friends. During this period, Blue Rain fans had to step on Tiny Herb fans to output. This season, Tyranny has become the black spot in the Black Spots basketball. It has received very little attention. Except for Baishu's revelation that he is a professional player in China, there is nothing else. Without anyone paying attention, Tyranny has steadily risen to the 2nd place in the regular season by bringing the old and the new, taking turns to rest in good health. Yenyu and Happy continue to be stable in the 5th and 6th places. For Yenyu, the hope of the winner group is once again in front of them. This made Chu Yunxiu regret that they lost to Ijan, otherwise the 4th place in the regular season would have belonged to them. Fortunately, they were lucky. Wei Chao started to rest, which was the best opportunity for Yenyu to enter the winner group. However, according to Wang Jieshi's habit, Wang Jieshi would not miss the team competition against Yenyu. Happy team ranked 6th. In fact, they still had hope of hitting the top 4 in the regular season, but they were rejected by Yishio. In Yishio's opinion, the most important thing in the second half of the regular season is to stabilize the rest after the playoffs. If Xingxin wants to be in the top 4, Yishio will have no rest time. What's the point of dragging a tired state into the playoffs? Even if there is a resurrection armor, they are also playing against the regular season number 1 Samsara, which is a losing situation no matter how you look at it. After falling into the 3rd round of the loser group, they may face another team in full condition. Should they reconcile at that time? Yishio had already communicated with Xinguo and the others. This resurrection armor only greatly reduced the probability of an upset. An extra resurrection armor may even distract the players. Therefore, in Yishio's opinion, there is nothing wrong with starting the 2nd round of the loser group. It can be said that the 5th placed Yenyu and the 6th placed Xingxin have completely different ideas at this time. Yenyu wants to impact the winners group, while Xingxin wants to stabilize the 2nd round of the losers group. The 7th place Thunder wants to impact the 6th position. After all, the 7th place team in the regular season will start from the 1st round of the losers group in the playoffs, and the pressure of the schedule will definitely be particularly great at that time. The 8th place 301 degrees is the same. They also want to impact the 6th place in the regular season, but their points are still far from Xingxin. The 9th place Baiwa and Howling are much more realistic. Let alone the 2nd round of the winners group and the losers group, the most important thing is to keep the playoff seat first. From the 10th to the 12th, except for the Void, there is still some hope. The season of Royal Wind and Magic is likely to end. In the 32nd round, the teams with lower points rankings have ended their seasons one after another, and the subsequent 6 rounds of games are garbage time for them. Even if they win all, they will not be qualified for the playoffs, let alone, they can't win. Some teams like Linhai and Mingqing have already started trading club seats with outside capital. The 11th season is definitely the hottest season for capital to enter the league. Howling defeated Baiwa, which ended the competition for the playoffs to a certain extent. As long as Baiwa can win the Void in the 34th round, then Void can take a holiday in advance. Now each team has its own goal, and what they should do is to keep working hard for this goal. The regular season is not over yet. Chapter 552. There are still 6 rounds left in the 10th season, and the rounds for the playoffs have suddenly become stricter. Some people had prepared videos introducing the teams in the regular season rankings, but now they have all been broken. Howling is undoubtedly the most watched team during this period. After losing to Samsara in the 25th round of the regular season, Howling suddenly woke up and found the most suitable style for themselves. Since the priest is unreliable, I don't want it, just play offense. Howling's current tactics are even more extreme than Samsara and Misty Rain's all-attack, because in the latter, at least the priest is still in the 6th position, while Howling simply eliminated the priest. The outside world's evaluation of Howling's new style of play is only 8 words. Either you die or I die. This self-destructive style of play has given many Howling fans hope. After defeating Blue Rain in the 26th round, Wind Howl defeated 301 Degrees, Void, and 100 Blossoms, which happened to be neighbors with Wind Howl in the regular season standings at the time. Although Wind Howl has temporarily found a style of play that suits it, their subsequent schedule is not easy. Wind Howl's opponents in the last 6 rounds are Thunderbolt, Royal Wind, Righteous Slash, He Woo, Happy, and Tiny Herb. Among the 6 teams, the 3 top 8 teams are very difficult to play. Whether it is Tiny Herb, which is 4th, or Happy and Thunder, which are 6th and 7th, they are all tough for Wind Howl. Compared with 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl, the more devilish schedule should be 301 Degrees. Their opponents in the last 6 rounds are Magic, Misty Rain, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, Seaside, and Happy. 301 finally managed to squeeze into the 8th place in the regular season, but in the next 6 rounds, they will play against 4 teams ahead of them. In the matchup list of these 2 teams, there are 2 teams that appear repeatedly, Tiny Herb and Happy. There is good news for Wind Howl and 301, that is, the core players of these 2 teams are taking turns to rest. The bad news is that these 2 teams will play relatively late, and it is possible that by then, both Wang Jieshi and Yishio will have finished their rest, and they will still play against Tiny Herb and Happy in full condition. Tiny Herb currently has 224 points, and the gap between them and Wind Howl and 301 is more than 30 points, which is close to 4 big games, and the lead is still relatively stable. Happy, ranked 6th, currently has 212 points, which is more than 20 points ahead of the regular season 90, which is close to 3 big games, so the 2 teams don't have to worry too much about being caught up by the teams at the end. Compared with these 2 teams, the opponents of Xingxin in the next few rounds are much less stressful. Apart from Wind Howl and 301, there are Void, Light Cutting, Mingxing and Thunder. Among them, the one they really need to pay attention to is Thunder, and Thunder's subsequent schedule is also very struggling. After finally passing the reincarnation in the 32nd round, they will soon play against Wind Howl, Blue Rain, Happy, 100 Flowers, Righteous Slash, Magic. It is another very harsh schedule. After analyzing the situation in the last 6 rounds, people found that none of the 5 teams in the playoff area, Happy, Thunder, Wind Howl, 301 and 100 Flowers, had an easy schedule, and there were many confrontations between them. I can only say that the person who arranged this schedule is really a genius. Compared with these 5 teams, the subsequent schedule of Samsara is much easier, including Yijan, Jiahua, Shukong, Yueyun, Tyranny, and Baiwa. For Samsara, the most intense match is the second to last round, which is the 37th round of the regular season. The more interesting match in the 33rd round is the Thunder versus Howling, and of course the match between Happy and Void is also very interesting. The Void team is still ranked 11th in the regular season. They have been left behind by the top 8 by more than 30 points. If calculated according to the previous playoffs, Void can already arrange a holiday and prepare for the next season. But now, the playoff seats have been expanded to the top 10, which gives Void a glimmer of hope, but they are still a little distance away from the 10th Howling, not to mention that the momentum of Howling is still quite strong. However, the competition for the top 8 is a quagmire, and who knows how many teams will be completely defeated, so they targeted a team that was slowly declining, that is, Baiwa. Void didn't want to give up. In the last 6 rounds, they still had to play against Happy, 100 Blossoms, Samsara, Royal Wind, Blue Rain, Tyranny. The seemingly devilish schedule had Void's enthusiastic fans drawing a particularly wonderful blueprint for them. That is, Void used the power of 2 consecutive home games to beautifully solve the 2 direct opponents in front of them, Happy and 100 Blossoms, and then Howl and Cheer to kill Thunder and Royal Wind. 301 was killed by Misty Rain, so that they had the opportunity to enter the game. Then, they grabbed as many points as possible from Royal Wind. After all, even if Royal Wind is still ranked 12th in the regular season, they will definitely be in a bad state without Tian Sin's decision to reorganize. Samsara has already secured the first place in the regular season and the winners group, so they will definitely choose to rest. What Void needs to do is to get as many points as possible. Then, after 4 rounds, the situation may have become clearer, and by then, Blue Rain and Tyranny, who have already stabilized in the winners group, may have to let their main players rest appropriately to prepare for the playoffs. It may be easy for Void to get points from these two teams. This post called Void's counterattack returns to the rhythm of the playoffs was then hyped up, with some people mocking it, but also some supporting it. Because Void's schedule seems to be a devil, but the last 4 rounds may not be too difficult to play, because in the final stage, the focus of the team that stabilizes the winner group will definitely be on the playoffs, and the arrangement at this time cannot be said to be a letdown. After a whole season of hard fighting, when the overall situation has been determined, it is a very scientific arrangement to give the main players more opportunities to rest and wait for the playoffs to explode again. For Han Winching, it is because he has rested for a period of time in the previous period, so the main reason for Han Winching to play now is to find the rhythm point. If they want to complete the plan in the post, they must defeat Xingxin and Baiwa in the 33rd and 34th rounds of the regular season. This post was also commented on by the official of Void, and they also shouted a slogan that they must win the next 2 home games to leave a glimmer of hope for the playoffs. Does Void still have a chance? It is May 1st, and the 33rd round of the professional league finally starts. Although Void has become a recent hot topic with an article The Rhythm of Counterattack, this kind of analysis that contains the fans' earnest expectations is more about expectation. Despite the high popularity of Void, the TD station finally chose to broadcast the match between Hal and Thunder. Almost all fans of Void arrived at the home court, and the flags and slogans almost covered the home court of Void. For the Void team, this was simply the finals that came early. If they lost this game, the season would end here. If they won, they would still have a chance. On the other side, Samsara also ushered in the challenge of Yijan. In the first individual match, Samsara still sent Zhang Jiala, while Yijan sent Sun Jiping. When Zhang Jiala saw Sun Jiping appear in front of him wearing Yijan's golden team uniform, his nose was still sour. The duo that originally formed Baiwa are now fighting on their own. One is in Samsara, and the other is in Yijan. Don't look at me so affectionately, I'm not gay. Sun Jiping said humorously with a serious expression. Zhang Jiala wiped his nose. You think too much, don't blame me for bullying the old man. You are also an old man. Sun Jiping waved his hand. Although we were partners in the activities during the new year, we are opponents now, and I will not let you win. Zhang Jiala said to Sun Jiping with a firm look in his eyes. Neither will I. Sun Jiping said, and walked towards the competition seat at one end. It's really a duel between fate. Zhou Yichen sighed when he saw the two people on the stage fighting each other. You are so young, and you still know the story of Xuanhua. Jian Buotao laughed. Of course, the first glory game I watched was the finals of the 3rd season. Zhou Yichen said proudly. You are stabbing old Zhang's heart. Fang Minghua said. The first game of the individual competition, Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, 100 Flowers, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Yijan, Sun Jiping, ID, Sleep Again, Occupation, Mad Swordsman. This game really makes me feel a little emotional. Li Ju took off his glasses and wiped his eyes. As the first-generation commentator, he watched Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala, the Western Double Flower, come to what they are now. Yeah. Bebe couldn't help but think of the first time, in the 2nd season, when Baiwa first entered the league and the shock brought to them by the flower blood scene. Just when they thought that Baiwa could become the 2nd generation of the new king, they were defeated by Tyranny in the first round of the playoffs. In the 3rd season, they finally made it to the finals as the first in the regular season, but in the end, Yi Qiu, now Yi Xiu, shattered Baiwa's beautiful dream with a shot at Xuexia. Now, both of them have come back after retirement. Zhang Jiala still uses the familiar Baiwa, while Sun Jiping is holding the new Sleep Again. In the annals of glory, the bloody scene of flowers is destined to be a strong stroke. Although they failed to win the championship in the end, the arena cannot judge heroes only by success or failure. 99%, 100%. 100 flowers are in disarray, loading completed. Sleep for a while, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game started, and the two rushed out of the refresh area together. This is the home court of Yijan. Sun Jiping did not choose a particularly complicated map. He chose a single-player map with a Western style. This map is not much different from the one we met at that time. Let's decide the winner on this map. Sun Jiping typed in the public channel after entering the game. Okay. Zhang Jiala responded. Back then, Zhang Jiala was controlling the character by Hua Liaowan before his debut, and met the character Luohua Longzi controlled by Sun Jiping in the Western Wilderness map. He was invited by Sun Jiping to co-found the Baiwa team. Now, let's use this similar yet different map to have a game that completely bids farewell to the past. The two met soon, and Sun Jiping was as tough as ever, controlling Zai Shui Xia to rush straight towards Bai Hua Liaowan. Collision and stab. Sun Jiping's style is still so simple and rough. Li Ju laughed. Indeed, compared to Yufeng, Sun Jiping's style is still very tough. Bei Ping nodded. Bai Hua Liaowan dodged Zai Shui Xia's sprint collision with a side flip, and before Sun Jiping swiped the mouse to change the perspective, a grenade exploded behind him. Remote control grenade. Although the power is smaller than that of impact grenade, the skill is relatively accurate because the ammunition expert controls the detonation time by himself, which makes it very suitable for interrupting the opponent's offensive rhythm. Zhang Jiala is very familiar with Sun Jiping's style of play. He buried the remote-controlled grenade early, Bei Bei said. After all, they are former teammates and old partners. Li Ju said. Sun Jiping ignored the debris produced by the grenade explosion. For him, this little damage was harmless, and even for the berserker, this little damage was not enough for him to increase his physical attack. Bai Hua Liaowan took advantage of the opportunity when Zai Shui Xia had not turned around, flipped his little hand, threw out an impact grenade, locked Zai Shui Xia, and began to replace the ice bomb. Sun Jiping's operation was very fast. While turning and rolling to escape the grenade explosion range, he stood up and swung his sword to perform a horizontal chop and a vertical chop in a cross shape flying towards Bai Hua Liaowan. Cross slash. Is it really okay for Senior Sun to have such a fast hand? Lu Guaning, who is both the boss and captain of Yijan, was a little worried. After all, he knew that Sun Jiping's hand injury had not yet fully recovered. Originally, Lu Guaning wanted to go up by himself, but Sun Jiping took the initiative to ask for a fight with Zhang Jiala, and Lu Guaning was embarrassed to refuse. He also knew about the past between Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala. It feels like Senior Sun is suppressed. When Bei said beside Lu Guaning, the ammunition expert has too many skills. Once interrupted, it is easy to enter the opponent's offensive rhythm. Lu Guaning said. Everyone in Yijan thought that Sun Jiping was at a disadvantage, but the opposite was true for the Samsara side. Senior Sun Jiping, are you deliberately lowering your health? Zhou Yichen said. It seems to be true. There were a few waves of damage that could be avoided, but he didn't dodge during the summer sleep. Instead, he used his sword energy to forcibly chop Bai Hua Liaowan with a knife. Fang Minghua said. In the short term, such a blood exchange is definitely a loss for Zai Shui Xia, but don't forget, this is an individual competition, and he is still a berserker. Jiang Guotao said. The lower the berserker's blood volume, the greater the threat to the enemy, especially when the berserker's blood volume is below 50%. According to his passive blood awakening, the berserker will increase his strength attribute, but the minimum blood volume is limited to 5% of the maximum health value. Old Zhang obviously also saw through the intention of Senior Sun Jiping and began to deliberately bypass it. If it was before, Old Zhang should have thrown random mines here. Zhou Yichen pointed to the position of Bai Hua Liaowan on the holographic projection. Both of them are old foxes. Jiang Guotao laughed. Yeah. Zhou Zikai spoke appropriately to prove that he was a real person, not a robot. The rhythm has slowed down. Li Ju was surprised to find that the two people on the field did not like to play a slow rhythm. Why is it not consuming blood? Zhang Jiala asked on the public channel. Why don't you lose face? Sun Jiping asked back. Both sides knew that this was destined to be an open battle. Chapter 553. The situation is open. Whether it is Zhang Jiala or Sun Jiping, this game will eventually come to an end. In the subsequent stalemate, no one expected that the first one to lose his temper was not Sun Jiping, who liked to attack, but Zhang Jiala, who was keen on playing rhythm. Bai Hua Liaowan threw out the big move of the ammunition expert, Chaos Thunder, and Zai Shui Xia did not choose to evade, but forced out of the explosion circle. Sun Jiping is still selling blood, isn't it a bit too much? Said the cup. Now Zai Shui Xia's health has dropped below 50%, and the passive skill of the Berserker's Job Transfer, Blood Awakening, has been automatically activated. When the health dropped to 30%, Sun Jiping found an opportunity and started to fight back with bloodthirsty fighting. Sun Jiping's grasp of timing is still so experienced. Can Zhang Jiala's Bai Hua Liaowan dodge this knife? Li Ju's heart couldn't help but rise as he explained. At that time, many people were discussing who was the strongest flower among the 100 flowers. Some people say it was Sun Jiping. After all, he was the captain, and the captain's strength was generally the strongest at that time. Some people say it was Zhang Jiala, and his ammunition expert shocked people at that time. Mountain collapse. Zai Shui Xia suddenly jumped towards Bai Hua Liaowan and launched a slash at her. Bai Hua Liaowan slid to avoid it and turned back to fight back, but Zai Shui Xia had already accumulated enough power. Swish, destruction slash. The attack speed was extremely fast, and Zhang Jiala had no time to react to this slash. Puff. Zai Shui Xia successfully slashed by Hua Liaowan's shoulder, and while suffering physical damage, his defense power would be destroyed by up to 70% in the next 5 seconds. The situation is completely different now. Could it be that Zai Shui Xia is going to turn the tables? Swish, swish, swish. Zai Shui Xia waved his sword energy, blowing towards Bai Hua Liaowan like a whirlwind. Whirlwind slash. Bai Hua Liaowan was hit by the sword energy and blew away. Old Zhang. Can't he avoid this? Zhou Yichen had such a question in his mind. Seeing the opponent being blown away, Zai Shui Xia stepped forward and grabbed him in the air with his right hand, and a blood-red special effect appeared on the holographic projection. The Berserker's level 60 grabbing skill. Soul Eating Blood Hand. This move is not a directional skill, but a range control skill. No matter how Bai Hua Liaowan adjusted his body shape, he still couldn't escape the grab of the blood hand. This is uncomfortable. Fang Minghua's face sank. If he was caught by the Berserker, he might have to take a full set of skills, and this was a Berserker with 30% health and physical attack. Is Senior Sun going to win? Lu Guaning's eyes glowed with gold. They certainly didn't think they could beat Samsara before the game. After all, Samsara had already created an undefeated myth for a season and a half. They were more concerned about whether they could get a point against Samsara. As we all know, only strong teams can get points against Samsara. If they, Yijan, also did it, would they be considered a strong team? Lu Guaning had already started to fantasize. Old Zhang, you're not going to lose, are you? Wu Qi was obviously a little anxious. Look, you're anxious again. Zhou Yichen glanced at Wu Qi. Old Zhang looks very calm. Everyone in Samsara looked at the player's camera on the electronic screen, and found that Zhang Jiala had no expression on his face, and was unusually calm. When will you fight back? Jiang Buitao asked everyone. Stiff bullet. Zhou Zikai spoke up at this time. The captain is right. Zhang Jiala should be looking for an opportunity for Senior Sun Shiping to relax, and use the stiff bullet to counterattack. Senior Sun Shiping is now in a tense state, and is always on guard against Bai Hua Liaowan. Zhou Yichen analyzed. After the soul-eating blood hand of Zai Shui Xia grabbed Bai Hua Liaowan, it forced it to move to its side, and then absorb the enemy's blood to increase its own strength. Bai Hua Liaowan must be shaken off as soon as possible. Although Zai Shui Xia's health is only 30% at present, during the duration of the soul-eating blood hand, the Berserker will cause double physical damage to enemies in the bleeding state, and can extend the duration of the strength gain effect. The later it is, the harder it will be to fight. Li Ju was waiting for Bai Hua Liaowan to counterattack. He didn't think Zhang Jiala would surrender. But will Sun Jiping give Zhang Jiala a chance to counterattack? The cup couldn't help but ask. You have to know that both sides are old foxes, and they know each other very well. Sun Jiping should have noticed Zhang Jiala's counterattack in advance. Huh? Sun Jiping suddenly felt something was wrong. It turned out that Bai Hua Liaowan's automatic pistol was against Zai Shui Xia's chest. Bang! Zai Shui Xia, who was originally absorbing blood and energy, suddenly stopped moving and stiffened. Big Sun, you still like to forcibly absorb the enemy's blood and energy, but the hegemony effect of bloodthirsty fighting has ended. Zhang Jiala typed on the public channel. During the soul-eating blood hand, the Berserker can only control the enemy's movement, not the enemy's actions. Obviously, Sun Jiping did not expect the shot. Sun Jiping is still the same Sun Jiping, neither his fighting style nor his personality has changed, but Zhang Jiala is no longer the same Zhang Jiala. Bai Hua Liaowan kicked Zai Shui Xia away, who was stiff, and then connected the floating bomb to successfully float him up. Explosive bomb. Sensitive grenade. Originally, Zai Shui Xia had only 30% of his health left, and after being caught, he had no hope of a comeback. Goodbye, son. Zhang Jiala's hand trembled, and he pressed the left mouse button, then controlled Bai Hua Liaowan to aim the gun at Zai Shui Xia's head. Bang! The gun went off, and the person died. Glory! The final victory belongs to Bai Hua Liaowan and Zhang Jiala. The cup announced the result of the first game of the individual competition. Huh? Zhang Jiala looked at the gloried broadcast of the victory, but there was no joy in his heart. When he first joined Bai Hua, Zhang Jiala thought that he could have a fierce battle with Sun Jiping on the field, and it would be very refreshing to defeat him. But now, everything has come true, but he doesn't feel that way. Sun Jiping on the other side was not as sentimental as Zhang Jiala. After tidying up his peripherals, he walked towards the Yijan player's seat. Sun Jiping went against the light and embraced the darkness. This stage no longer stopped for him. The two flowers in the west were destined to take different paths. Samsara temporarily led by 1 o'clock. In the subsequent two individual matches and team competitions, Samsara did not surprise anyone and took all 5 points of the single-player event at Ijan's home court. Ijan did not choose to send Sun Jiping to play in the team competition, and Samsara also chose to rest Zhang Jiala. That individual competition became the last confrontation between the first generation of the two flowers in the 10th season. Although Ijan carefully chose a team competition map that was not suitable for long-range professional output, the two sides were too far apart in terms of experience and personal strength. Therefore, Samsara defeated Ijan without any surprise, and Ijan also held on to Samsara for 18 minutes, handing in a good answer sheet. Samsara, it's still as fast as ever. Li Ju laughed. Samsara finished the game the fastest in the league this season, which also reflects a problem, that is, the gap between other teams and Samsara is getting bigger and bigger. However, when Samsara was preparing for the press conference, the other games were also decided. The first step of the fantasy of Void fans was extinguished by Happy. Even though Void defeated Happy with Wu Yuse's wonderful operation in the single-player event, leading 3-2, but when it came to the team competition, Void's problem was still not solved. They were defeated 1 by Happy, and in the end only the two ghosts of Void were still standing strong, while Happy still had a 5-man army and the priest was still there, so Void had no chance of turning the tables. When the ghost formation disappeared and a gap was revealed, the characters of Happy rushed forward, and the two ghosts of Void finally fell in the ghost formation position that they had been guarding for a long time. In the 33rd round of the regular season of the Glory Professional League, Happy finally won 7-3 away. The Void team only got 3 points, and the hope of entering the playoffs this season is very slim. Although Baiwa lost to Yenyu 6-4 at home, they were not panicked. Yenyu was a little uncomfortable because the 4th place in the regular season, Wei Chao, won a big victory in this round. Oh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have adjusted the strategy. I should have just followed the original strategy, Chu Yunxiu said. Before the game, she thought that Baiwa would send the main players to the individual competition to score points. In the first two individual competitions, as she expected, Baiwa sent Zhou Yuan and Zhou Guangyi. Because of this, Chu Yunxiu played in the third game of the individual competition, but the opponent turned out to be a substitute from the first team. At the moment of seeing the list, Chu Yunxiu was not worried, because they also had Xiao Fei and Du Ming in the team competition, in order to ensure that the intensity of the competition would not be too low. As a result, Yu Feng, the captain of the Baiwa team, performed very well. He appeared in the competition and directly defeated two opponents. My problem is that I have never played this before. Du Ming was a little annoyed. He appeared as the defending general for the first time, but he failed to help the team defend the competition. It's okay, we still have a chance in the winners group, as long as we kill Wei Chao. Li Hua adjusted the atmosphere of the team on the side. That's right, as long as we kill Wei Chao. Chu Yunxiu clenched his fist and said, Wei Chao and Yenyu have not been defeated before, so they don't underestimate them at all. 301 also ended their 33rd round of the game. They won 10-0 and continued to be in the 8th place in the regular season. In the 33rd round, the result was 9 out of 10. There is one more game, and it is still being played. It is the most watched game of this round, and it is also the game that was broadcast on TV. The Thunder team is playing against the Howling team. Howling started with the individual competition of Tang Hao, Lu Hao and Zhao Yujie, but Thunder did not choose to fight hard, but avoided their edge. In the team competition, the Thunder team of Sun Xiang, Tian Sun, and Xiao Shiqing directly crushed the Howling team, and Sun Xiang almost completed a 1-on-3 match. In the singles competition, Thunder fell behind 2-3, and both sides got their due points. At this time, the two sides are in a fierce confrontation in the team competition. Howling's recent team competition is very fierce, and the man-to-man tearing style of play has shaken many strong teams. Both sides urgently need 5 points in the team competition. Howling wants to go one step further and ensure that they have no pressure to advance to the playoffs. Thunder also wants to go one step further. After all, in Xiao Shiqing's view, the 7th place in the regular season is too miserable. However, in the team competition, Thunder performed teamwork to the peak. After Tiansen found his position, the strength of Thunder's lineup increased all of a sudden. In fact, when playing Samsara, Xiao Shiqing found that their strength was not weak. And whether it is the current Sun Xiang, after coming to Thunder, in addition to training his personal operation, Sun Xiang will also go online to find some tactical teachings to read, and will ask Xiao Shurqin if he doesn't understand. All this shows that Sun Xiang is developing towards a comprehensive player. And Tianxin, who is the commander of Royal Wind, his tactical level is very high in itself, otherwise such a weak Royal Wind would not have been in the middle of the 20 teams. Others, such as Fang Xuesai and Dai Yanqi, their ideas are completely cultivated by Xiao Shurqin, so such Thunder not only has a high lineup strength, but also has very strong teamwork. On the other hand, the new style of play of Wind Howl is simply the opposite of Thunder. Their cooperation is ultimately to achieve non-cooperation. Their approach is ultimately to turn the team game into a one-on-one game. This is completely different from the all-out offense of Samsara and Misty Rain. They organize the offense in a methodical way, and there are main attackers and assists in the team. And Wind Howl is man-to-man, one-on-one. Although Wind Howl has broken up several strong teams with the newly reformed tactics, they have met their nemesis when they meet Thunder. Tang Hao met Sun Xiang, who was not afraid of him. Lu Hao was useless against Xiao Shurqin, and Zhao Yujie, the best newcomer of the 8th season, was played by Tianxin. In the end, the tactics of Howling completely collapsed. Although they had tried their best, Thunder still won. 7-3, Thunder got the score they expected. After this round of games, the playoff spot is basically set in stone, because the hope of the Void, which is most likely to disrupt the game, is very, very small. Now, the competition is the ranking of the regular season, which is very critical. Because the high ranking means that your team has 2 home advantages in BO3, which is very exaggerated. At present, Baiwa and Howling have 208 points each. Because of the win-loss relationship, Howling ranks 9th and Baiwa ranks 10th. After playing against Thunder, Howling really doesn't want to stay in the 10th position in the regular season. Because the Thunder is likely to be 7th in the regular season, if the Howling is 10th, then the 2 teams will meet in the first round of the loser group in the playoffs. The Howling said that they can't play. Next, on May 8th, the 34th round of the game will start. The teams that have stabilized the playoffs have entered the rhythm of practicing for the playoffs. The Samsara team, facing Xiaohua, also played a full offensive lineup. Fang Minghua and Zhang Jiala were both pressed on the bench to rest. Without Zhang Jiala, the ammunition expert, to disrupt the game, Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen's damage can be said to be refreshing. Xiaohua, no buddy, I am this the weight in your eyes, Samsara, what else? Chapter 554. Except for the Samsara team who rested Fang Minghua and Zhang Jiala, the Blue Rain team kept changing their team lineup. The Weichao team rested Wang Jieshi in this round, and they were also trying to try a team style that was not too dependent on Wang Jieshi. The Tyranny team stopped rotating, and played all single and team matches in each round. The moment they won the team match, the applause and cheers reached the peak of the regular season this season. In fact, as early as the 33rd round after the Thunder, they were the regular season champions of this season, because they were too far ahead of Tyranny, who was the second in the regular season. But it was at the home court of Yijan, and Samsara was embarrassed to celebrate at someone else's home court. So the celebration had to be left in the 34th round, and it happened that their opponent was Zhao Hua, so there was no problem in winning. Therefore, the Samsara official arranged a small celebration ceremony in advance. Of course, the scale of the ceremony was not large, just enough. After all, the season has not ended yet, and it is really a bit disregarding the feelings of other teams to start a large-scale celebration now. In the remaining rounds, the battle for the regular season rankings continued. Howling defeated the Royal Wind without Tianxin 8-2. The Thunder, who had just defeated Howling in the last round, also defeated Yenyu at home with a score of 7-3. Damn, why do I feel that we are getting further and further away from the winner group? Du Ming said with his hands on his head. In fact, 5th place in the regular season is also good. Li Hua thought for a while and said, "What's good about it?" Everyone in Yenyu looked at Li Hua puzzledly. Fortunately, we don't have to go into the playoffs and be abused by the reincarnation. Li Hua said. That's right. Du Ming turned his head and thought, it's true. Although the pressure is not small in the second round of the loser group, we can quickly enter the state of the playoffs and observe the situation in the first round of the loser group. Li Hua became more and more excited, and he was about to convince himself. The deputy captain said so, and the psychological pressure is indeed not that great. Qiu Fei thought for a while and said, the excitement of the 35th round of the regular season continues. Samsara will face Void at home. Thunder will face Happy at home, a contest between the 6th and 7th in the regular season. If Thunder wants to advance to the second round of the loser group, then they must win this game to have a chance. The other 3 teams, Howling will challenge Yijan away this round, Baiwa will play against Huanfeng away, and 301 will face strong enemies at home after the last round. If Howling and Baiwa both defeat their opponents by a large score, and Void loses by a large score, then the alliance will usher in the finale. Although the schedule of 301st is very difficult, they will play against Tiny Herb in this round, Blue Rain in the next round, and Happy in the last round, but as long as Void is eliminated, 301st will have nothing to worry about. After all, even if they win in the future, they cannot rise to the 5th and 6th place in the regular season. Unless Yinyu and Happy are all shut out in the next 3 games. But this is obviously unrealistic. For the TV broadcast of the 35th round, should it be Thunder and Happy, or 301st and Tiny Herb? Some people even want to broadcast the match between Samsara and Void, and there are different opinions. In the end, the live broadcaster still broadcasted the match between 301st and Tiny Herb. First, Tiny Herb officially confirmed that Wang Jieshi will return to the game, and second, if Tiny Herb loses this game, then they will face Yinyu in the next round. As long as Yinyu does not lose in this round, the result of the next round will be whoever wins will enter the winner group. Although the match between Thunder and Happy is also very interesting, Thunder, which had been high at the beginning and low at the end of this season, suddenly got better at the end of this season. After playing against Samsara, it was as if the Ren and Du meridians were opened. If the previous Thunder lineup was not strong enough, then this season with Sun Xiang and Tianxin joining them, they are not afraid of any team star ball. The reason for not broadcasting this game is that the match between the two teams has been broadcast once in the 16th round of the regular season, so this time it was chosen to be put aside, and in the last round Happy will face 301 degrees, so the broadcaster will be more biased in this game. As for the match between Samsara and Void, the broadcaster said that it would be better to let Void fans bear their own pain. On May 15th, the 35th round of the Glory League started. Samsara team welcomed Void team at their home court. As the team with the largest fan base in the current league, Samsara's home court has always been full. As for the away zone, there were relatively few fans of Void. It was not that they had given up, but they did not want to travel thousands of miles to a city to see their home team being beaten. Isn't that asking for trouble? On the other side, the home stadium of 301 degrees was also full. After all, in the first half of the season, the fans of 301 degrees did not have much hope for their own team. As a result, in the second half, their team had a big one. According to gossip, 301 degrees has officially communicated with the English Glory team Sprout. It is reported that they may come to China to observe in the transfer market next summer. After all, there are Zeus and Devon Chariot in the intercontinental competition in Europe, and it is too difficult for Sprout to win. Therefore, the players in the team set their sights on Asia. Baishu happened to be doing well in China, so they connected with domestic teams through Baishu. As for why it was 301 degrees instead of Tyranny, Han Wenqing said that Tyranny has not yet fallen to the point where it has to rely on foreigners to win the championship. There are 2 major problems for foreign players to come to China. One is the language problem. They need to learn Chinese, and the other is the competition system. However, the league has gradually caught up with the international competition rules, that is, the double elimination system. In recent years, Honor Games has been working hard to promote the synchronization of global version progress. Last season's 75-level version update finally basically achieved global synchronization. After that, the content game update in each season will only be 1 hour faster than the various competition areas in China, instead of 1 to 2 months faster as before. Back to the game between Samsara and Void, Void knew that the strength of his team ring match could not be compared with Samsara, so Li Xian, Wu Yuz, and Guide Saijia went to the individual competition. As expected, Samsara started to rest the main players. Zhang Jiala did not choose to play in the first game of the individual competition, and was forced to take a vacation again. Samsara chose a substitute from the first team, Yunyan, who debuted in the 8th season and is a professional sharpshooter. Unfortunately, facing Li Xian, the captain of the Void Glory, Yunyan was still a little immature. Just when the fans of the Void thought that Samsara was going to start a big training, the second and third games poured cold water on them. In the second game of the individual competition, the Battle of Vice Captains, Jiang Guotao successfully defended his honor as the strongest vice captain and defeated Wu Yuz of the Void. In the third game, Guide Saijia, who was rated by the media as having the style of a great general, failed to maintain his advantage and lost to LV Boyuan. In the individual competition, Void was behind by 1:2. Some fans of Void who searched online had already quit the second channel. They could already predict the result of the game. As they expected, In the ring competition, neither Li Sun, Yang Haoxuan nor Gu Zhaoan could stop Zhou Yichen's 1-on-3 pace. Void, facing the eve of the holiday, was still pinned on the background board of 1-on-3 by Zhou Yichen. In the team competition, Samsara still played with the trident. At the end of the game, Yang Haoxuan's hands began to shake unconsciously. Void lost. This was something that everyone expected, and everyone thought the result was already determined. We received news that Samsara defeated Void 9:1 at home. This means that if Howl and 100 Flowers defeat their respective opponents, the competition for the playoffs this season will come to an end. Pan Lin, who was broadcasting the game between 301 and Tiny Herb, interrupted. Now 301 and Tiny Herb have entered the 10th team competition stage. As expected before the game, Tiny Herb chose to use the defensive Guardian Angel to prevent the wind. This made Yang Song very uncomfortable, because the profit from assassinating the Guardian Angel was definitely not as good as that from the priest. And the opponent's core, Wang Buliuxing, Yang Song's scenery kill could not touch it at all. The results of the other games have also come out. When Samsara was preparing for the post-match press conference, the results of the other games were also released one after another. First, there were 2 games related to the ending. Howling 1-9-1 away against Yijian, and Baiwa 1-10-0 away against Wang Feng. Due to the win-loss relationship between Void and the 2 teams, when Howling and Baiwa lost all and Void won all, with the same points, Howling and Baiwa ranked higher. Therefore, Void was completely eliminated. Li Xiang closed his eyes completely after hearing the news in the reception room. Void's journey this season ended just like that, and the others were silent. They did not do a single step of the strategy formulated by the fans. They failed to enter the playoffs this year. Do they still have a chance next year? I think we need to recruit players. After a long silence, Li Xian said to everyone. Recruit players? Yes, foreign players like Tyranny by Shu. The rest of the games are also out. Howling 1-9-1 against Yijian, and Baiwa shut out Huang Feng. The regular season is over. Panlin smiled, and looked at Li Ba on the side. I didn't expect the finale to be 3 rounds in advance. Li Ba smiled. The rest is about the ranking. The ranking in the regular season is still very important, because it is related to the home court situation in the playoffs. Panlin said. Yes, the teams with higher rankings will have the home court advantage in the next 2 games in the BO3 of the playoffs. If they lose the first game, they can return to their home court in the second game to adjust their condition. Li Ba nodded. There is also a team match going on between Happy and Thunder. As early as the halftime break of the match between 301 and Tiny Herb, Li Ba and Panlin noticed Happy's team match list. Yixiu is not playing again? Panlin was a little surprised. Everyone could understand that Yixiu did not play in the last round of team matches. After all, the light team is not strong, and it is necessary for Yixiu, as the core player, to take a break. The veterans of Team Tyranny have been rotating for a whole season, but Yixiu, who is about the same age as them, is almost always present. Even Zhang Jiala has been rested more often than Yixiu. In fact, when several veterans of Team Tyranny went to the individual competition to score points in the second half, everyone began to realize that veterans are not really suitable for the team competition. After all, sometimes you have to face more than one opponent in the competition, and after the competition, you have to play the team competition, which is of course far less than the rest after the individual competition. The reason why Samsara did not do this is that their starting general Zhou Yichen in the competition is very young, and is now at the peak of his career. There is no reason to let him rest, and secondly, Zhou Zekai's appearances in the competition are too few, and most of the time he sits down and watches Zhou Yichen's wonderful operations. Fortunately, although Zhou Zekai plays aggressively, his personality is not aggressive, and he did not make such a bold move as switching positions with Zhou Yichen. It is understandable that Xingxin rested Yixiu, but that was a light punishment. The team that ranked last in the regular season faced Thunder, which was led by tactical master Xiao Shiqin, and the individual strength of Thunder this season was not weak. Is this a bit arrogant? Li Ba really didn't know how to comment. Xingxin's team competition put out a lineup of Fang Rui, Tang Rou, Su Macheng, Qiao Yifan, and Winnie and Wei Chen. Xiao Shiqin was a little stunned after seeing Xingxin's lineup. Xingxin plays such a big game, although Xingxin is temporarily leading Thunder 3-2 in the singles competition, isn't the highlight the team competition? Show them some color. Thunder's Dai Yanqi obviously belongs to the group that feels despised. If Yixiu doesn't play, then our Sun Xiang will be in trouble. Tiansen joked. At this time, he is already integrated into the atmosphere of Thunder. Thank you. Half an hour later, The result was not unexpected. When the healers of both sides died earlier, Thunder managed to hold on. 7-3, Thunder defeated Happy at home, which made the players on and off the court of Thunder and all the audience at the scene breathe a sigh of relief. If Ishio didn't play, then their Thunder would be over. This girl is getting stronger and stronger. Tionsen frowned after the game. Yeah. Xiao Shichin nodded. Happy without Ishio could fight with them for half an hour, and even in the middle of several waves, Thunder was still at a disadvantage. It's really strong. Sun Xiang recognized Tang Rou's strength. At the moment when the game between Thunder and Happy ended, the game that was being broadcast on TV finally ended at this time. 301 Degrees still failed to defeat the Weichao team with Wang Jieshi in the team competition. Weichao defeated 301 Degrees 7-3. The 35th round of the game ended, and the battle for the playoff spot in the league officially ended. Although 301 Degrees lost, both Howling and Baiwa were still a little far away from them, so after this round, the rankings on the standings remained unchanged without any change. There are only 3 rounds left in the game. Although the playoff seats have been stabilized, no team has secured a stable position except Samsara. Next, each team will adjust their status and prepare to enter the playoffs. Chapter 555. The playoff spots are finalized after the 35th round of the regular season. The teams competing in the playoffs of the 10th season of the regular season of the Honor Professional League are Samsara, Tyranny, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, Misty Rain, Happy, Thunder, 301 Degrees, 100 Flowers, Howling. The positions of the teams behind may change, and the corresponding matchups will also change. However, one matchup has been determined, that is, the first round of the winners group matchup, Tyranny versus Blue Rain. The two teams have locked the second and third places in the regular season, so no matter what happens in the next 3 rounds, they will compete in the first round of the winners group of the playoffs. Therefore, in the next 3 rounds of the regular season, teams that have entered the playoffs and have no worries about ranking can organize players to take turns to adjust their status, or change the team's tactics, etc. The teams that have not yet determined their rankings need to go further, and the teams that have been eliminated and have no ambition can go home and find their own mothers. Teams that are determined to do well in the next season should play well in the remaining 3 rounds, and give an explanation to their fans and themselves. After a week of rest, the 36th round of the regular season of the 10th season of the Honor Professional League officially started. Samsara played against Yueyun at home. In this game, Samsara still rested Zhang Jiala and Fong Minghua. Although Yueyun felt humiliated, it had no strength. Reality is so cruel. Fortunately, the captain of Yueyun defeated Yun Yin, who came on as a substitute, in the individual competition and saved Yueyun's fig leaf. In the subsequent team competition and team competition, Samsara was simply a slaughter against Yueyun. Yueyun is obviously a team that has no hope and has decided to play badly. The boss doesn't manage the club much anymore. There are even rumors that Yueyun's club manager has run away. But at least the league has signed contracts with 20 teams, which means that if the result is set, you can play badly, but you can't owe the players wages. This is why even though the league is a bit saturated now, there are still many players who aspire to become a professional player of honor, rather than other professions. It is reported that many professional players of other games will switch to the league next season. Samsara defeated Yueyun 9-1 and led the standings, but it will be a bit difficult for them to break the regular season points record they created last season. Samsara still has 2 rounds of opponents left, Tyranny and Baiwa. Even if all the players of Samsara are on the field, it is still difficult to shut out these 2 teams that are still in the playoffs area, not to mention that Samsara is currently resting. Even Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen and Jiang Butao, who are all hard workers, have had a rest. They have secured the first place in the regular season, and now their goal is to be in the winners group of the playoffs. After Vici Gaming defeated Misty Rain, the 4 seats in the winners group were officially determined: Samsara, Tyranny, Blue Rain and Vici Gaming. Even though Misty Rain still had expectations about whether Wang Jieshi would take a rest before the game, when Wang Jieshi's name actually appeared on the roster for the team competition, they knew that Vici Gaming would not give in. After taking a rest, Wang Jieshi's condition and command were obviously much better than before, and although Misty Rain said that they had no pressure, in fact, in their hearts, they had already put a layer of shackles on themselves. In this situation, the defeat of Yinyu is inevitable. At the same time, Windhowl also won 9-1 against the weak Hou in this round. In the fierce competition between Baiwa and Thunder, Baiwa led 3-2 in the singles competition, but was overturned by Thunder in the team competition. In the end, Thunder surpassed Baiwa 7-3. Xingxin won 10-0 against Mingqing, which was clearly in the last place in the regular season. It provided a strong insurance for its team when the competition was the most intense. And 301 lost 3-7 to Blue Rain in the away game. Although Yang Tsung had used a life-threatening attack to assassinate the sole speaker of Su Jingxi, the guardian angel of Blue Rain, in the team competition, Yuan Zhou's calm command later helped Blue Rain stabilize the decline and successfully turn the tables on 301. At the end of the game, Yang Tsung also found that the strong teams had noticed the play style of 301. After all, their core was inspired by Sprout. Samsara and Tyranny all knew it. Blue Rain had Yuan Zhou, the analysis emperor, so it was very easy to find it. This gave Yang Tsung a headache. Although this tactic transitioned 301 from the middle of the first half to the 8th in the second half, they certainly didn't want to stop there. In addition, the reform of the playoffs this season, there is a bonus of 1 million for entering the playoffs. For a civilian team like 301, the temptation is still relatively large, not to mention that the bonus is increasing with every step forward. Although 301 lost, they will not have too much pressure, because in the 37th round, 301 will face the last place of this season, Linhai team, at home, while Baiwa will welcome Ijan at this time. The veteran powerhouse Tyranny defeated Linhai 10-0 in the 36th round of the regular season, which also allowed Tyranny to stabilize the second place in the regular season. Blue Rain will most likely be the third place until the end of the regular season. The second and third places in the regular season will meet in the first round of the winners group of the playoffs. For example, Zhang Xinjie of Tyranny has already begun to study Blue Rain's lineup changes. There are only 2 rounds left. On May 29th, the 37th round of the regular season will start. Samsara will face Tyranny at home and become the live broadcast of this round. The Samsara scene was packed with people, and every game was full, which also made the league officials very entangled. However, the two teams have now stabilized the winners group. Although they will not let the water go, they will definitely play more relaxed than usual. And Zhang Jiala continued to start in the first game of the individual competition after the rotation. Zhang Jiala is at this point, and I guess he will start in the playoffs. Lin Jingyan said, adjusting his frameless glasses. Not necessarily. Zhang Xinjie shook his head. The match between Zhang Jiala and Bai Shu was going on. Zhang Jiala was very interested in this player from another region. At least Bai Shu's playing style was very much to Zhang Jiala's liking. He was not as slow as Su Bin. In the head-on match between Tyranny and Tiny Herb, Bai Shu and Su Bin faced off. At that time, Su Bin was uncharacteristically aggressive, as if he wanted to prove that he could also play like Bai Shu. But things did not go as planned. Su Bin was more suitable for wearing down the opponent's patience and hitting the opponent with a fatal blow. In the middle of the match between Samsara and Tyranny, we have a message. Xingxin Jixio currently has 36 consecutive wins. It seems that he is heading for a record-breaking 37 consecutive wins. Panlin said with a smile. Yes, Yixio really refuses to admit his age. Li Ba said. Here, Bai Shu is going to lose. Panlin said, well, he is still a little bit behind in experience. I think Bai Shu has never met an ammunition expert who plays like this in England. Li Ju said with a smile. Li Ju and his friends have naturally watched the games in Europe and the United States. After all, the World Invitational needs commentators, so as professional commentators of glory, they need to prepare in advance. The use of ammunition experts in Europe is actually very low. They prefer gun-related professions such as gunners and sharpshooters. Even if they are selected, they will go directly to the substitution area to replace them after a set of attacks, which is equivalent to a temporary firepower point. And Zhang Jiala's special long-range close combat style is unprecedented for them. Just like Bai Shu now, although he has fought with Samsara before, he feels very fresh every time he fights. Last time he saw a battle mage with superb personal skills and almost no weaknesses. This time he saw an ammunition expert who could play long range and close combat. Newcomer, you still have to learn. Bang, glory, 100 flowers, win. Woohoo, how many consecutive wins have I had? Zhang Jiala smiled and returned to the Samsara player seat. I don't know, anyway, it was broken by my Yunxiu. Zhou Chen smiled. You beep beep. Zhang Jiala cursed very dirty. You haven't seen this kind of ammunition expert. Lin Jingyan smiled and looked at Bai Shu, who walked back with his hands in his pockets. I really haven't seen it, an ammunition expert playing close combat. Bai Shu took the towel and water bottle handed by Lin Jingyan. I've seen it, and it feels different from fighting with your own hands. In the past, Bai Shu thought that the ammunition expert was just messing around. If he was found to have a chance in close combat, it would be the end of him. But when he faced Zhang Jiala's 100 Flowers, he found that every flaw was a false illusion deliberately created by his opponent. Just like the previous wave, Bai Shu sat down and thought about it, and found that many of his attacks were induced by the opponent. Master, Bai Shu nodded and said, do you think that the chief ammunition expert of glory from the second season to now is just a boast? Bai Yanfei said with a smile. The second game of the individual competition is currently underway. Samsara continued to send out the substitute Yunyan, while Tyranny sent out Song Jing. Yunyan, he played much better than before. Zhou Yichen said. Well, it's still effective to practice with competition. We only have this one substitute in the first team now, Jiang Guotao said. In fact, Samsara's youth training camp still has some good seedlings, but because Samsara does not need to change the lineup now, there will only be one substitute in the first team of Samsara. In such a situation, the competition is very fierce, because although the substitutes are unlikely to play in the game, they usually practice with the first team in the training games, and they can definitely learn more than in the second team or the youth training camp. In the youth training camp, the kid played the knight very well, Fang Minghua suddenly said. I've seen it, and his style is a bit similar to Bai Shu, but the kid is only 16 years old. Zhou Yichen asked. Yeah. Jiang Guotao nodded. The quality of the youth training camp of Samsara is still relatively high among the 20 teams. After all, Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen are both from the youth training camp of Samsara, and they were promoted to the first team starting lineup less than a season into the season. This shows that Samsara is a team that values strength. If you have strength, then you come up. If you don't have strength, then go down and adjust. The individual competition ended, and Tyranny temporarily led 2-1. It's a pity that Yufeng didn't play against Sun Zhiping in the match between Baiwa and Yijan, Panlin suddenly said at the end of the individual competition. In fact, they really wanted to see the battle between the former number 1 Wild Swordsman of Glory and the current number 1 Wild Swordsman of Glory, but on Yijan's side, Sun Zhiping spent most of his time in the individual competition and even rarely appeared in the team competition. On Yufeng's side, he did not choose to appear in the individual competition, but continued to sit in the ring competition of Baiwa. Han Wenqing, you are very hard-working. Panlin sighed. Li Ba moved his mouth, but did not say anything. Seeing that the old captain of the past was still fighting on the front line, but he retired to enjoy his life after winning the championship, to be honest, Li Ba felt that he owed Tyranny a little bit, so whenever he commented on Tyranny's game, he would subconsciously favor his old club. Now the ring match between Samsara and Tyranny has reached the last match. Zhou Zikai's one shot through the clouds versus Han Wenqing's desert smoke. So far, Zhou Yichen has not been able to complete a 1-on-3 victory in Tyranny's ring match. This time, after defeating Qin Miyun and Bai Yanfei, he fell to Han Wenqing's desert smoke again. Han Wenqing is really the last pillar of Tyranny. His health is too low. Panlin shook his head. Han Wenqing, who has been fighting for 10 years, has now completed a 1-on-2 victory against Samsara, but it is too difficult to defeat Zhou Zikai, who is full of health, mana and status. Both of the core players of Samsara are at the peak of their careers. If it was Han Wenqing before. Li Ba suddenly stopped talking. Even if Han Wenqing was at his peak, could he really defeat Samsara's 2 players? Glory. The single-player competition ended, and Samsara temporarily led 3-2. Captain, you still can't do it? Bai Yanfei felt a little regretful. If we can do better, maybe there will be hope. At this time, Bai Yanfei and Qin Miyun hated their lack of strength. If the two of them could stop Zhou Yichen, maybe they would have a chance to break Samsara's dominance in the ring competition. You think too simply of Zhou Zikai. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, he just has few opportunities to play. Zhou Zikai's strength is still among the top ones in the league. There is no doubt that Zhou Yichen was able to play so well in the team competition, because Zhou Zikai made sacrifices to a certain extent. Yes, but Zhou Zikai's position is indeed the position that the sharpshooter most wants to reach. Lin Jingyan nodded. Well, the sharpshooters in our league all play like him, but not as fierce as him. Bai Shu continued. So who do you think is fiercer, Zhou Zikai's sharpshooter or Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter? Qin Miyun, who is also a sharpshooter, really wants to know what Bai Shu thinks. Zhou Zikai. Bai Shu said without hesitation, as for Zhou Yichen, he is a lunatic. Zhou Yichen, blame me. Chapter 556. In the team competition, both Samsara and Tyranny played their most common systems. Although the two teams did not meet in the first round of the playoffs, if they wanted to compete for the championship, the double elimination system would make it impossible to avoid meeting each other. In the end, Samsara was better and defeated Tyranny. However, after the game, Zhang Xinjie frowned. He was not concerned about losing to Samsara in this round. This was not the first time. In the 9th season, from the regular season to the finals, Tyranny failed to defeat Samsara in 3 encounters. Zhang Xinjie was puzzled as to why Samsara did not use their 3 shooters in the next few rounds. Although Zhou Yichen's gun In Xingchen was jokingly called the sharpshooter ghost on the internet, he actually put a lot of pressure on the opponent in the face. However, whether playing against the eliminated team or the strong team, Samsara never took out gun In Xingchen, not even once. Samsara, hiding again? Lin Jingyan was a little confused by Samsara. Fortunately, they did not play Samsara in the first round of the playoffs. Just like Baiwa last season, the first round of the playoffs was simply led by Samsara. The 37th round of the game has ended one after another, and various comments from all parties have begun to emerge after the game. In the absence of Yishio in the team competition on the Happy side, the newcomer Luo Ji performed well, and Happy defeated Howling 6-4. Although in the individual competition, Howling fell behind by 1 point, and then caught up with 4 points, the performance was still quite strong. However, in the team competition, both Su Maicheng and Luo Ji performed very well, but Lu Hao's condition was a bit bad today. He became the only player with a bad performance in the key battle of the 37th round, and became the only target of criticism from all parties. However, as the captain, Tang Hao did not blame Lu Hao, but encouraged him in an uncharacteristic way. Tang Hao also knew that the playoffs were coming soon, and internal strife at this time would be tantamount to self-destruction. It's okay, the playoffs are our stage. Tang Hao patted Lu Hao on the shoulder and said, "Yeah." Lu Hao nodded. On June 5th, the Glory League's 10th season finally ushered in the final battle. For half of the teams, this is the end of a season, but 10 teams will embark on a new journey after this. They have only one goal, that is, the Glory Championship. There are 3 most watched events in this round, namely, Samsara vs 100 Blossoms at home, Happy vs 301 at home, and Tiny Herb vs Howling at home. In the 3 games, except for Samsara, Happy, and Tiny Herb, which have stable rankings, the rankings of 100 Blossoms, Howling, and 301 will fluctuate. In addition to these teams, the most concerned should be Thunder, because they can no longer surpass Happy, and the regular season ranking is set at 7th place. Therefore, this round they need to see who will be their opponent in the first round of the playoffs among Baiwa, Howling, and 301 degrees. Xiao Shiqin prefers Howling more, because Thunder's play is very restrained to a certain extent by Howling's full output lineup without priests. It's the last game. Although we have won the first place in the regular season many times, we can't relax in this playoffs, because we will achieve an unprecedented achievement. The Samsara team gathered together. The first 4 consecutive championships in the history of Glory. It's exciting to think about it. Zhou Yichen said excitedly. That's right, we can't relax. Jiang Guodao clenched his fist. In addition to the first team of Samsara, their technical research and development department is also making the final sprint for the playoffs. For equipment replacement, everyone hopes to get everything ready before the start of the playoffs. Although they have a resurrection armor in Samsara, once they fall into the loser group, a mistake may lead to a complete loss. Therefore, the final plan of Samsara is to advance to the finals in 2 rounds, and wait for the other finals team in the loser group to come up. They are more exposed, so there will naturally be more things to study. In a sense, the playoffs are about who makes fewer mistakes. The 38th round of the league is approaching vigorously. As the final battle, it is inevitable to have more publicity. After this round, the various awards of the season will begin to be selected. These are all based on the performance of the regular season, and some have already been determined. And the playoffs have their own playoff awards. The most valuable ones are definitely the selection of the finals FMEP and the most valuable player. Among the regular season awards, the most eye-catching one must be the regular season MVP. There are many nominated players. After all, each team has a record of the overall MVP after the game. Currently, Yishio of Happy ranks first. In almost every game Happy won, Yishio won the overall MVP. Samsara is more evenly distributed, whether it is Zhou Yichen or Zhou Zikai. Even the other member of the Trident, Zhang Jiala, has won many MVPs. Of course, other teams such as Huang Xiaotian of Blue Rain, Wang Jieshi of Tiny Herb, Han Wenqing of Tyranny, etc. are all among them, and in the overall output list of the regular season, the highest output record is created by Chu Yunxiu of Misty Rain. For example, the king of singles, An award from the individual competition will be won by Yixiu, who won 36 consecutive singles matches without any pressure. It can be said that after Zhang Jiala lost to Yixiu in the second half, this award was no longer a suspense. One hit kill, this award is based on the number of fatal strikes completed in the team competition. According to current statistics, Zhou Yichen has already won this award one round in advance. Whether he uses the Yuxingchen or Gun Yingxingchen, he is a good K-head. The star of defending, this award comes from the ring competition. The statistics are the life ratio of the opponents killed by the players. As the last round approaches, this award has a clear winner. The leader before was Sun Xiang of Thunder, but since Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala swapped positions, the situation is completely different. Zhou Yichen's 224 life ratio is much higher than Sun Xiang's 165. It can be said that Zhou Yichen is leading in this aspect. This guy can stably exchange for two heads. Who can resist this? In addition, the best combination, best newcomer, best six-man and the like the regular season MVP, are not only considered from the data, but need to be evaluated from the performance of the players after the 38 rounds of games are completely over. For the best combination, the league is definitely more inclined to double the week, and the best newcomer is still entangled between Bai Shu of Tyranny and Tang Rou of Xingxin. As for the best six-man, this depends on the six-man data of each team. On the evening of June 5th, the 20 teams of the league gathered at the home courts of 10 teams respectively to start the 38th round of the game. The TV live broadcast finally chose the match between Samsara and Baiwa. After Zhang Jiala returned to the team and transferred to Samsara, the match between him and Baiwa has always been a big attraction. To this day, there are still many old Baiwa fans who cannot understand Zhang Jiala's group. In their opinion, it is shameful for Zhang Jiala to go to Samsara. In the last round, all the major home stadiums were full, including the home stadiums of Linhai and Mingqing, the two eliminated teams. They will not be able to fight in this arena next season. Going to the challenge tournament is more likely to be dangerous. Fans came to accompany the team to fight until the last moment with sadness, even if this can't change anything at all. At 8:30 p.m., 10 stadiums started the final battle on time. In the first game of the individual competition, Samsara will undoubtedly start with Zhang Jiala, and on the Baiwa side, Yu Feng glanced at Zhou Yuan. Yeah. Zhou Yuan nodded. If he wants to do better, he must overcome the difficulty of Zhang Jiala. Even if he is torn to pieces, he can't retreat. Zhou Yuan is in much better shape this season than last season. Zhang Wei, a veteran of Baiwa, said with emotion. Well, he played better after he was free from such a heavy burden. Yu Feng, the current captain of Baiwa, nodded. He doesn't seem to be so afraid of Zhang Jiala anymore. Zhou Guangyi, who had just transferred to Baiwa, had seen Zhou Yuan play against Zhang Jiala before. It was a few minutes before his psychological defense was overcome by the opponent. Zhou Yuan's performance is good. Samsara was also a little surprised. They thought Baiwa would not send Zhou Yuan to play. He doesn't collapse so easily. Zhou Yichen smiled. In his opinion, Zhou Yuan's problem was not in terms of skills and tactics, but in his psychological level. Just like the playoffs between Samsara and Baiwa last year, Zhou Yuan and Yu Feng finally got along well, and played the long-lost flower blood scene of Baiwa, but it was broken by Zhou Yichen in the next second. Yu Feng did not fluctuate much, but Zhou Yuan, his mentality collapsed at that moment, which also led to the overall defeat of Baiwa. There is still a gap. Zhou Yuan smiled self-deprecatingly. Glory, he lost to Zhang Jiala again, but he saw the hope of victory. He could already feel that Zhang Jiala's condition was slowly declining with the passage of time. Maybe the next time will be the best time for him to defeat Zhang Jiala. Zhou Yuan is not worried that Zhang Jiala will retire after the 10th season. After all, whether it is the World Invitational or the Asian Invitational next year, Zhang Jiala will definitely participate. Yu Feng also played in the 3 individual games. They only need to get more points against Samsara. After all, they have entered the playoffs. As for the opponents in the playoffs, Baiwa actually prefers 301st team. They don't like to play against either Thunder or Howling. Howling can't beat them in terms of individual skills. As for Thunder, they can't beat them in terms of both tactics and player skills. 301st team was able to kill in the second half, largely relying on the development of new tactics. Other teams didn't understand and didn't do anything against them. Unlike now, 301st team is obviously getting more and more difficult to play. In the individual competition, Samsara leads by 2-1. In the assassin duel between Zhou Guangyi and Wu Qi finally won the final victory. It seems that Baiwa will probably only get 1 point in this game. Pan Lin said. Then Baihua's position should be 9th or 10th, which depends on how many points Wind Howl can get from Tiny Herb, Li Ba said with a smile. The 3 individual matches between Wind Howl and Tiny Herb have also been played. Wind Howl is leading 2-1, but Tang Hao played in the 3rd match, so they should lose to Tiny Herb in the ring match. After all, apart from Samsara, the most stable team in the ring match is Tiny Herb with Magician Wang Jieshi in charge, Panlin said. And 301st team is also leading Happy 2-1 in the individual match, so in terms of points, 301st team has the highest points among the 3 teams. Our opponent is most likely Wind Howl. The individual match of Thunder just happened to be over, and Captain Xiao Shichin took the time to look at the situation of the 3 teams. Although Baiwa may only get 1 point from Samsara, their points are still higher than Wind Howl. If Wind Howl wants to surpass Baiwa, then they must at least defeat Tiny Herb in the ring match or team match. Xiao Shichin analyzed. We can't match up with 301 degrees, right? Sun Xiang asked. Yes, we can't match up. 301 degrees is probably in 8th place, with a small chance of 9th place. Fan Shuisai said. I hope Wind Howl can be 10th place. Tiansen smiled. Although our tactics are indeed good against Wind Howl, we still can't underestimate them, just like how others treated us Thunder in the past. Xiao Shichin adjusted his glasses and said, Blue Rain is already leading 3-0. It seems that our first round opponent in the playoffs will be Tiny Herb. Jiang Buitao looked at his phone. Tiny Herb? It's been a long time since we met Tiny Herb in the playoffs. Zhou Yichen thought about it. The last time the 2 teams met in the playoffs was in the 2nd round of the semifinals of the 8th season. Wang Jieshi is in great shape after the break. Zhang Jiala looked at Wang Jieshi's recent data, and he was AC. If Wang Jieshi doesn't play CE for Vici Gaming, then we're not far from losing. It's not that Zhou Yichen looks down on other Vici Gaming players, but that they rely too much on Wang Jieshi. In the few games where Wang Jieshi was not there, although Vici Gaming won, it was because the quality of the opponents was not particularly high, and the players of Vici Gaming relied entirely on their personal strength to fight. Therefore, for Vici Gaming, Samsara's solution is very simple. Target Wang Jieshi. As long as Wang Jieshi is watched to death, Vici Gaming will lose half the game. I go first in the ring match. Zhou Yichen was about to get up. You still want to brush? Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes at him. Your words are very unpleasant to hear. What do you mean by brush? Why don't you let the captain go? Jiang Buitao glanced at Zhou Zikai, and Zhou Zikai nodded. Okay, then I be the second one. Zhou Yichen sat back. You just stay in the ring. Fang Minghua didn't indulge Zhou Yichen. Oh. Hey, is Zhou Zikai the first player in the ring match? This is the first time, right? Pan Lin thought about it. Since Zhou Zikai debuted, he seems to have never started in the ring match. It seems to be the first time. Li Ba nodded. What is Samsara doing? Could it be that Zhou Zikai will be the first player to appear in the playoffs? Pan Lin guessed. It shouldn't be. Li Ba was also a little unsure. I think Zhou Yichen wanted to brush up his stats, but was stopped by the others in Samsara. Blue Rain's Wang Xiaotian saw through it at a glance. Zhou Yichen, brother understand. Chapter 557. The Glory League's 10th season, the last round of the regular season team competition, will be held in the home courts of the 10 teams. The first to enter the team competition was Blue Rain, followed by Samsara. Without Yufeng, Baiwa was directly pierced by Zhou Zikai in the ring competition. 20 teams, each with 6 players, a total of 120 players, 60 of whom will put an end to their fight for the year, and their journey for this season ends here. The other 60 players will embark on a more demanding playoff journey, especially the teams in the loser group, who only have one chance. If you win, keep moving forward, and if you lose, stop here. Brothers, it's the last game of the regular season, come on. Go for the 4th consecutive championship. Zhou Yichen said loudly. No one knows the playoffs better than us. Zhang Jiala gestured. When it comes to the playoffs, players with playoff experience and finals experience can often show better strength. The regular season schedule is long, with only 1 game per week, so there is a lot of time to adjust, while the playoff schedule is very short, and both the rhythm and the atmosphere are very tense. In this case, the psychological state of the players is particularly important. Players without such experience are often too nervous or too cautious in such situations, and they are often called CJB. Experienced players know what attitude is most appropriate in the playoffs or even the finals, and can better adjust their emotions and psychology. Be cautious when you should be cautious, and don't be soft when you should take action. There are many players who don't seem to be very eye-catching in the regular season, but they will immediately become dazzling in the playoffs. This is what the internet calls a big-hearted player, who has super psychological qualities, and can stand up and turn the tide at the most critical moment. For example, Song Xiao of Blue Rain is called Mr. Key in the playoffs by fans, because he is a famous big-hearted player. Judging from his performance and technical statistics in the regular season, Song Xiao's performance is actually mediocre. But in the playoffs, his combat power will soar upwards. He entered the league in the 5th season, and after finishing his rookie season, he became the main force, and helped Blue Rain win the championship in the 6th season. The lineup of the Blue Rain team has been constantly changing over the years, but Song Xiao has always been the 6th man in the team competition. He often participates in the rotation in the regular season, but his playing time will increase suddenly in the playoffs. Obviously, the Blue Rain team also clearly understands his value. In Samsara, there are even more players with big hearts. Captain Zhou Zikai led the team into the playoffs in his first season and performed well in the playoffs, but the team's configuration was too poor at the time, which made it difficult for Zhou Zikai to carry the team alone. Vice Captain Jiang Buotao is famous for his calmness. He remained calm even when the sky was falling. Now people say that he has a bit of a tactical master's taste. Not to mention Zhang Jiala's playoff and finals experience. Since his debut in the 2nd season, he has never missed the playoffs except for retiring in the 8th season, and has 3 finals experience. Ace Zhou Yichen can no longer be considered a big heart. This guy is a natural star player. The bigger the stage, the better his performance will be. Whether it was the finals of the 8th season, he saved the building from collapse, or the strong breakthrough in the 9th season, all prove that he was the king. With the strong breakthrough of Baihua's ring match and team match, Samsara once again completed the seasons undefeated. Let us congratulate Samsara for achieving the achievement of undefeated in a single season again. It is worthy of being the big devil. Panlin didn't know which team could stand up and stop Samsara from breaking the pace of history. Undefeated in a single season, they achieved this achievement twice. Unprecedented, 9-1, the 38 rounds of the game finally ended. Samsara accumulated 348 points. Although it failed to break the single-season record of 354 points created by them in the last season, it was still very exaggerated. The second-place Tyranny was more than 50 points away from them. Since the first round, Samsara has led the standings and has never been surpassed. The regular season championship has been won by Samsara since the 7th season. Although it has won 3 championships, Samsara still celebrated appropriately. On the stage, Zhou Yichen took the microphone handed by the host and said, "Our goal is to win 4 consecutive championships. Now this goal has not been achieved. Whether it is our players or fans, we must crawl forward, okay?" Wow, the whole audience applauded, and the Samsara players also looked at Zhou Yichen with a smile. There is no need to worry about the future of Samsara. Samsara really picked up a treasure. Yu Feng watched the whole process from the audience. He was so envious. There was a player like Zhou Yichen in the team. He would wake up with laughter at night. Too exaggerated. Li Ju shook his head. He never thought that there would be a team more terrifying than Excellent Era in the history of glory. The match between Happy and 301 is over, Happy won. Panlin received the results of the game that had already ended. 7-3, 301 got 3 points, their ranking should be fixed at 8th, Li Ju said. Baihua only got 1 point, they can only pray that Wind Howl loses this team match that has not yet been played, otherwise they will be squeezed to the 10th place by Wind Howl. Panlin said. Now most of the results of the game have been released. Blue Rain, Tyranny, Miss Rain, and Thunder have successively won their last regular season game of this season, ending perfectly. Wind Howl is currently at a disadvantage. They can't stop the 2 magic scholars of Tiny Herb at all. Panlin took a look, and Wind Howl's formation was completely broken up by Wang Bulixing and Muin. Tang Hao was stuck by the grinding King Su Bin, and Zhao Yujie was approached by Lu Shubia, and was knocked down by a fast-falling Phoenix Slash, and he couldn't escape for a while. Howling, it's time to send it. Before the press conference, Samsara and Baihua watched the unfinished game together. Then you Baihua will be 9th. Zhou Yichen asked. Well, we will play 301 degrees in the first round of the playoffs. Yu Feng smiled slightly. It seems that you have a sure win. That's not the case. It's just that compared to the Thunder, we Baihua at 301 degrees have a better chance. Yu Feng said. The Thunder is a veteran in the playoffs. Although they have never made it past the first round of the playoffs, they have a lot of experience. The number of times that 301 degrees has entered the playoffs is very few. They have been close to the goal several times, and this time, they finally stepped in again. But except for the veteran Yang Song, the rest of the team had no playoff experience. Howling lost. With Wang Buliqing's elimination of Tang Sonda, Howling's defeat in this team match was a foregone conclusion. Damn! Tang Hao slammed the table hard after the game. Although they didn't drop out of the playoffs after losing this game, they could only rank 10th in the regular season, and their opponent was Thunder, who completely beat them in the second half. It's a pity, Wang Jieshi is too difficult to deal with. Lu Hao loosened his hands and said to Tang Hao, "Well, now we have to think about how to break Thunder." Tang Hao began to brainstorm. The results of the 10 games in the 38th round gradually came out, which will determine the final ranking of this season and the matchup situation in the subsequent playoffs. When the result of the last game came out, Pan Lin and Li Ba quickly sorted out the materials in their hands and made a simple report on the final result of the entire season. Samsara, the big devil of the league, won the regular season championship with 348 points. After them, the second place is Tyranny, with 290 points. This season is not as strong as last season. They are under 1 person and above 10,000 people. Instead, their points are not much different from last season. Last season, they ranked second with 304 points in the regular season. Blue Rain ranked third. They were 6 points behind Tyranny. As early as 1 round before, they knew that the other party was the first round opponent of the playoffs. After that, the last place in the winner group belongs to Tiny Herb, with 274 points. Fifth is the Misty Rain team, which is 10 points behind Tiny Herb. They lost in the head-on battle with Tiny Herb and naturally missed the winner group. After that, it was Happy Thunder, 301 Degrees, 100 Flowers and Howling. Void ranked 11th in the regular season, followed by Magic, Royal Wind, He Wu, Yizhan, Qin Kai, Yu Yuan and Zhao Hua. Ming Qing and Lin Hai were the only 2 teams this season whose points did not exceed 100, and they were eventually eliminated. It's over. For the teams after the top 10, the 10th season is completely over. The top 10 teams will embark on the final competition after this. The introduction of the new season's playoff system has been announced long ago. After the regular season standings are released, everyone can already list the playoff matchups. The teams that entered the winners group are Samsara, Tyranny, Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. They have a resurrection armor. The losing team will not be eliminated, but will fall to the 3rd round of the loser group. Pan Lin began to announce the double elimination matchups of the playoffs. Samsara, ranked 1st in the regular season, will face Wei Chao, ranked 4th in the regular season. Batu, ranked 2nd in the regular season, will face Blue Rain, ranked 3rd in the regular season. In the loser group, Misty Rain and Happy, ranked 5th and 6th in the regular season, will be promoted to the 2nd round of the loser group. In the 1st round of the loser group, Thunder, ranked 7th in the regular season, will face Wind Howl, ranked 10th in the regular season. 301, ranked 8th in the regular season, will face 100 Blossoms, ranked 9th in the regular season. Afterwards, the winner of Thunder and Wind Howl will face Misty Rain, and the winner of 301 and 100 Blossoms will face Happy. And the losing team in the winner group will drop to the 3rd round of the loser group and face the winning team in the 2nd round of the loser group. From this perspective, the advantage of the winner group is that it is the same as the previous competition system, and you can enter the finals by winning 2 games. Li Ju said. Yes, if we fall into the loser group, it will be very dangerous. It is equivalent to 9 teams competing for 1 spot in the finals, and the competition will be more intense. Pan Lin nodded. For details, see the icon. Coach Li, can you predict the final trend of the playoffs? Pan Lin asked. Haha, it's hard to say. In the playoffs, everything in the regular season has lost its value, especially since the playoffs are still a new competition system, and it is even more difficult to predict with the performance of the regular season. As for the winner group, I am still optimistic that Samsara can advance to the finals, said Li Ba. Then what about the loser group? Pan Lin asked. The loser group is even harder to predict. The Thunder's lineup has changed a lot this season, and the impact of Misty Rain is also not weak. There is also a dark horse like Happy, which made it to the playoffs in its first season as a new team. It's too difficult. Li Ba shook his head. The specific time will be announced by the official. Everyone, see you in the playoffs. The regular season is finally over. At the press conference after the 38th round, the teams that made it to the playoffs were of course asked questions about the same. The answers from each team were cautious, mostly expressing their determination, and no one talked too much. After all, whether it was setting a flag or opening champagne before the game, it would be backfired. The start time of the playoffs was set on June 14th, and all the major teams said that the new competition system was a good attempt. After the opponents in the first round of the playoffs were determined, various intensive preparations will begin. And it is not just the teams that are busy preparing for the playoffs. The league, major media, and sponsors are all arranging their various tasks for the final climax of this season and starting to actively promote it. Reporters said by many media outlets hope to get information about the preparations of each team before the playoffs. Some teams will take this opportunity to intentionally throw some smoke bombs to the outside world, such as Samsara, which has used 3 shooters in all the training matches these days. This made Wang Jieshi, who got the news, a little confused. Samsara started to play this again, swinging wildly, just like Baiwald last year. The battlefield of the playoffs is not just about fighting and killing on the field. This competition is from off-field to on-field, from psychology to skills and tactics. Many teams chose to stay in seclusion and not accept interviews, such as Blue Rain and Tiny Herb, and Happy, who were sent to the second round of the loser group to wait for their opponents. The Samsara team expressed their determination and confidence to break through the history of glory and become the first 4-time champion in history. Various reports, comments, and debates emerged at this moment. Before the game started, the players' circle was already noisy and quarreled, and everyone had their own reasons and opinions. Various esports portals have also opened various voting channels to count the support rates of major teams. On June 8th, 6 days before the start of the playoffs, the league announced the major awards selected for the regular season. First, there are 3 awards that are completely derived from technical statistics, without any subjective emotions, and the final results are naturally not worth much controversy. The King of Singles, Yi Xiu of Xingxin Team, the Star of Defending, Zhou Yichen of Samsara Team, One Hit Kill, Zhou Yichen of Samsara Team. Then, there is an award that is controversial but not low in gold content. Chapter 558. Best Newcomer. This award has been the most controversial award in recent years, and this year is no exception, and the controversy it has caused can be said to be the highest in history. Because the league awarded the best newcomer to Tang Rou of the Xingxin Team. In fact, Tang Rou ranked 3rd on the newcomer support list, because everything she did made many people feel deceived. The first on the support list is Bai Shu of the Tyranny Team. Whether it is appearance or playing style, Bai Shu is liked by many people. However, in the newcomer output, combo and other lists, Tang Rou is at the top, which is also related to their professions. Bai Shu is more responsible for the support position in Tyranny. He needs to cover and support the team's frontline to Mo Guyan, so his contribution on the output side is not much. Tang Rou is different. As long as she starts, she is the attacker of Xingxin. Her contribution on both offense and defense is no less than Yi Xiu. Her excellent winning rate in the ring game and her performance in the team game are also remarkable. This led to Tang Rou's overall data being very good, but when the league awarded her the best rookie, many people still stood up for Bai Shu. The doubts about Tang Rou are more about the so-called character, but it is undeniable that Tang Rou broke through the rookie wall. Throughout the past 10 years of the league, there have only been 3 rookies who broke through the rookie wall with a strong attitude: Wang Jieshi, Zhou Yichen, and Sun Xiang. Nowadays, Wang Jieshi and Zhou Yichen are both great gods at the title level. Although Sun Xiang is not as good as the first 2, he is also a top-notch god with top skills. Of course, there is another point, that is, Bai Shu is not actually a real rookie. After all, he has professional experience in his resume. For players who transfer to the competition area later, they are not of our nationality. Maybe the league will set up a new award called the Best Foreign Player. In addition to the most controversial Best Rookie, other subjectively selected awards, even if they are controversial, are not so popular. The Best Sixth Man was won by Song Xiao of the Blue Rain Team. The Most Improved Award was won by Zhou Yuan of the Baiwa Team. The Best Combination was undoubtedly awarded to the Best Combination in history, Double Zhou Zakai and Zhou Yichen, the Reincarnation Twins. Since Zhou Yichen debuted in the 7th season, this award has been monopolized by them. They also officially surpassed Yi Xiu and Su Muqing's 3 best combinations, and became the combination that has won the most awards in the history of the Glory Professional League. The regular season MVP was given to Yi Xiu this time. First, Yi Xiu had the most overall MVPs among all players by the end of the regular season. It is no exaggeration to say that without Yi Xiu, Xingxin might not even make it to the playoffs. Second, Yi Xiu brought Jun Ma Xiao, a solo character with a 1000-chance umbrella, to the league stage, winning 37 consecutive individual matches and leading a new team like Happy directly into the playoffs. Although Samsara won all the games this season, their MVPs were too evenly distributed, which also reflected from the side that Samsara is no longer the one-man team before, and each of them has the ability to dominate the game. Seeing Yishio win the regular season MVP after returning to the league, many people are looking forward to his return as a king and leading the new team happy to face the big devil Samsara. But now Samsara is studying the video of Tiny Herb. The big screen is playing the last round of the regular season, Tiny Herb versus Howling. Wang Jieshi, do you want to return to Magician? Zhang Jiala was a little confused after watching it. Wang Jieshi played too fiercely in this team game, and even didn't care about his teammates behind him. No, I think it's because of Howling's playstyle. Zhou Yichen shook his head. Howling's full output is different from their Samsara and Misty Rain. They are man-to-man, stirring up the entire team game into a mess, and then breaking it down into one-on-one. This playstyle is destined to make Howling's formation scattered. They can't suddenly gather together, and then pour damage on the opponent's healer. Yes, according to Tiny Herb's playstyle in the past, the Priest is used for offense, and the Guardian Angel is used for defense and counterattack. However, in this match against Howling, Tiny Herb used the Guardian Angel, but played very fiercely. This is obviously a study of Howling. Jiang Buitao analyzed. So, our strategy remains the same? Zhang Jiala asked. Wei Chao doesn't dare to play like this against us, because I will break it open. Zhou Yichen has the confidence to break through Wei Chao's defense. After all, it's not like he hasn't done it before. When playing against Wei Chao, just focus on Wang Jieshi. I leave the captaincy to you. Jiang Buitao looked at Zhou Zikai. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded. Now Zhou Zikai's game is much easier than before. With Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala in front, there is no shortage of output. What Zhou Zikai has to do is to open a channel from the side with his own strength. Strive to advance to the finals in 2 games. Soon, the special issue of the Esports Weekly postseason began to be published. The pre-match article is of course about the various prospects for this season's postseason. In addition to the first-hand manuscript sent back by the station reporters in the 8 places, Esports Home also invited various famous honor critics to comment on this issue of the postseason. For example, the famous guest commentator Li Bao, his comments are as cautious as his commentary style, and he is afraid of being criticized. His words are like a memoir, reminiscing the wonderful shots of these 10 teams in the regular season of this season, and then tactfully wishing all 10 teams good results in the playoffs, and that's it. Compared with Li Bao, Li Ju is much bolder. He directly predicted that Samsara will advance to the finals in 2 games, and listed a number of data, indicating that this season is a state of 1 super and many strong teams, and Samsara is a mountain blocking the other 9 teams. After reviewing the regular season, the commentator Bebe also made a prediction for the playoff route. The winner group: Samsara 2:1 Wei Chao, Tyranny 2:1 Blue Rain. Loser group: Thunder 2 o'clock Howling, 301 degrees 2:1 Baiwa. Then in the second round of the loser group, Thunder 2:1 Happy, Misty Rain 2:1 301 degrees. In the winner group final, Samsara defeated Tyranny 2:1 to advance to the finals, while in the third round of the loser group, Thunder 2:1 Wei Chao, Blue Rain 2:1 Misty Rain met in the loser group semifinals. Then Thunder 2:1 Blue Rain competed with Tyranny for the last ticket to the finals. Cup predicted that Tyranny would defeat Thunder 2:1, and then in the finals, Samsara 2:1 Tyranny won the 4th consecutive championship. The commentator Cup's prediction was still welcomed by many people, who thought it was similar to their prediction, but many people were dissatisfied, saying that Thunder had no reason to go so far, and might not even be able to get past Howling. In addition to these people, there is also the famous commentator Cha Xiaoxia, who has long announced that he is a die-hard fan of Happy. He also made a prediction about the playoffs, which is nothing more than optimistic that Happy can advance to the finals by defeating 4 teams. In addition to these famous commentators, there are also some players, retired and active. The players of the 10 teams preparing for the playoffs are of course too busy, but the players of other teams have already started their summer break. This issue of Esports Home invited the comments of Li Xian, the captain of the Void team, Zhang Yiwei, the veteran of Samsara, and Sun Jiping, the former first Wild Swordsman of Glory. Li Xian is more optimistic about Samsara, which is the most popular preference. He believes that Samsara can kill through the winner's group. As for the other team that killed from the loser's group, Li Xian said that he is optimistic about Happy, because of Yishio. Zhang Yiwei is definitely optimistic about Samsara. As for the other team that can advance to the finals, Zhang Yiwei thinks it is Tyranny. Zhang Yiwei thinks Tyranny's strategy of bringing the old and the new is very successful. The level of the veterans has not declined, and the newcomers have also grown. Sun Jiping didn't talk much, he just said 4 words. Samsara, happy? Esports Weekly relies on these contents to support the content of this issue. Then, their special correspondence, manuscripts or comments on the 10 teams respectively. Except for Blue Rain and Happy, the other 8 teams have arranged exclusive interviews with the players, and the content is much richer. At first, the resident reporter of Wei Chao thought that it would be impossible to make an appointment, but Wang Jieshi showed up on the last day. Captain Wang, what do you think about facing the big devil Samsara in the first round of the playoffs? There's nothing to see. Tiny Herb's goal has always been the championship. Since they want to win the championship, reincarnation is inevitable. It's better to play early and find out where the problem is. We found that in the last game, Team Wang seemed to want to liberate himself. Will this be a change for Tiny Herb? Wait and see in the playoffs. On the eve of the playoffs, each team is actively preparing for their opponents. At dawn before the battle, everything seems quiet. There is no more news or gossip. All teams are just quietly preparing for the moment. On June 14th, the much-anticipated playoffs finally started its opening game. B City, Tiny Herb's home court. Tiny Herb captain Wang Jieshi has assembled the players and came here early. When he entered the lounge and ate to replenish his energy, Wang Jieshi continued to instruct Tiny Herb's players on today's tactics. I know today's battle is very difficult, but this is not the first time we have played against them. They are not invincible. Wang Jieshi was mobilizing before the game. In their match, the final online voting rate, people who were optimistic about Samsara reached 88%, which is an overwhelming advantage. The reason why Tiny Herb can get 12% is because they have a large fan base, and some fans of Samsara are too lazy to vote under the influence of Zhou Yichen. After all, voting cannot determine the outcome. As for those fans of Tiny Herb, even though they know that their team is in danger against Samsara, they still hope that a miracle will happen on this day. At 8 p.m., the game officially started. Welcome to the first round of the winners group of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League playoffs. Wow, the whole audience applauded. This was the first game of the playoff schedule reform. Whether it was Tiny Herb fans or Samsara fans, no one wanted to miss it. First of all, let us welcome the away team, the champion of the 7th, 8th, and 9th seasons of the Glory Professional League, and the second three-peat winner in the history of Glory. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Oh my god, this momentum is too exaggerated. If I remember correctly, this is Tiny Herb's home court. The happy team sat in front of the screen to watch this game. From the beginning of the playoffs, there will be one match per day, and there will not be a situation like the regular season where 10 games are played at the same time. Unlike the other teams, Happy has a clear opponent. Although Yi Shou has almost determined that Thunder will defeat Howling and join them, at least for now, everything is still unknown. So everyone in Happy sat down to watch this winners group competition together, and maybe they can learn something new. Samsara has the largest fan base in the league, not just in their home city S. Su Muchung said. Does Vici Gaming have a chance in this game? Chen Guo looked at Yi Shou, who was concentrating on the screen. You ask me? Yi Shou turned his head to look at Chen Guo. Yes. Ah? Will Samsara lose? Then they will fall into the loser group. Chen Guo said. You mean BO3, then Vici Gaming has no chance. Yi Shou shook his head and said that in this game at Vici Gaming's home court, they still have a chance. Later, back at Samsara's devilish home court, it will be very difficult for Vici Gaming to turn the tables. After all the members were introduced, the two teams also stood on the stage separately. Old Wang, long time no see. Zhou Yichen extended his hand to Wang Jieshi in a familiar manner. Can you change your nickname? Wang Jieshi held Zhou Yichen's hand. Wang Jieshi liked Zhou Yichen from the bottom of his heart, whether it was his technical and tactical level or his personality. Wang Jieshi had always wanted to train Gao Yingjie to be an all-around player like Zhou Yichen, but Gao Yingjie's temperament was too soft. Captain Wang. Jiang Buotao also nodded to Wang Jieshi. Old Wang. Apart from Zhou Yichen, only Zhang Jiala, who debuted earlier than him, would call him this. You're not going to retire yet? Wang Jieshi asked. Magicians haven't retired yet, so how can I retire? Will you retire if I retire? I won't retire if you retire. The few young players of Wei Chao next to them were confused by the two. What the hell are they talking about? Fight, I'm very strong now. Lu Shibia hit Zhou Yichen. Ah, so comfortable. Zhou Yichen smiled. Get lost. Among the players who started their professional careers in the 7th season, Zhou Yichen, Tang Hao, and Sun Xiang were selected as all-stars this season. Lu Shubia ranked 25th again, which was too miserable. Except Tang Hao, these players are not the top players in the team, but they are almost the same. Zhou Yichen is the favorite of the team in Samsara. Everyone loves him. Fang Minghua is even called Zhou Yichen's single pusher because Xiaga Ziruo only treats Yu Xingchen. Sun Xiang is also the core of Thunder. Xiao Shiqin wants to cultivate him into the new leader of Thunder. Only Lu Shubia feels a little uncomfortable. Although he has always been the main starter in Wei Chao, he has not been able to enter the All-Stars because of the tilt of team resources. But no one will question the strength of the hand speed master. However, because Zhou Yichen's brilliance overshadowed other players, some people jokingly call the 7th season when Zhou Yichen debuted Darkness Comes. Chapter 559. At 8 p.m., the venue was already full. In the playoffs, every game is crucial, so naturally it attracts much more attention than the regular season. As usual, there are away seats reserved for away fans, and the die-hard fans of the Samsara team have hung their banners here. 3 consecutive championships. Of course, the live broadcast of the TV will not miss any of the playoffs. Today's commentary is still the Bei-Ju combination of Bei and Li-Ju. On the Samsara side, from left to right, it is the Captain Zhou Zikai, the character Chang Chuan Yun. On the Wei Chao side, from left to right, it is the Captain Wang Jieshi, the character Wang Bu Lu Xing. After introducing the players of both sides, the game has not started yet, so naturally we have to find a topic to talk about. I am really surprised every time I see the configuration of this Samsara. Bei smiled. The configuration of Samsara is really luxurious. And their lineup is also the most standard offense and defense lineup. Long before the start of the playoffs, someone has specifically analyzed the strength of the team lineups of these 10 teams. They gave the Samsara team a perfect score, leaving comments, impeccable. Yes, but this game is not without chance for Vici Gaming. After all, the home advantage is still there. Li Ju said. Vici Gaming, it seems that it has not won Samsara for a long time. Bei said. He remembered that the last time Vici Gaming won Samsara was in the 36th round of the regular season of the 7th season. Since then, Vici Gaming has been losing to Samsara 8 times. Yes, it has been a long time since they won. This has completely changed the mentality of the players on both sides. Vici Gaming is naturally weaker than Samsara. Li Ju nodded and said, "How will this match go?" Although Bei was optimistic about Samsara, he still expected Tiny Herb to come up with something new. Why is this TV broadcast so laggy? Wei Qing complained. He didn't like listening to these commentators talking all the time, and now it's laggy. There's a special channel. Gua, take it. Sumachung patted Chingua. Ah? Where? Chingua looked puzzled. Didn't the Alliance give it to you? Last time. Yishio sighed. What a worrying boss. Oh. Chingua remembered and ran over to switch the line. It's much clearer now. It's a pure voice channel without the noise of the commentator. It's so cool. We didn't have this thing back then. Wei Chen said. This Tiny Herb has a show. Fong Rui thought that the two sides would be gone after the introduction, but Tiny Herb still had a show, mainly playing some highlights of the two teams' regular season. It's probably what the official wants to do. After all, it's the first winners group match of the new playoffs. Yishio said. When the highlights were finished, the screen also cut to the commentary seat. Welcome to the first round of the winners group of the Glory Professional League Season 10 playoffs. Hello everyone, I'm today's commentator Bei. Today's Bei not only dressed up, but also full of passion. Hello everyone, I'm today's commentator Li Ju. Today we also invited the former vice-captain of Tiny Herb, the former owner of Duhua, Deng Fusheng, who is very difficult to invite. Hello everyone, I'm today's guest, Deng Fusheng. When Deng Fusheng's shot appeared on the electronic screen, the Tiny Herb fans in the audience gave him warm applause. Fans still highly approve of the former Weichao vice-captain. What do you think about this match, Fusheng? Li Ju asked. The two were old acquaintances. I think Weichao still has a chance to defeat Samsara. Deng Fusheng said passionately. Since he is here, he must support his old club. Okay, let's get into today's ring match without further ado. The specific competition system of the playoffs is still the same as before, divided into 5v5 ring matches and team matches, both based on head points. One head is 1 point, and the full score is 11 points. It's been a long time since we last saw the playoffs. Zhou Yichen stretched his muscles and bones. He must be the starter of the playoffs. The starter of Samsara will probably not be Zhang Jiala, but Zhou Yichen. Wang Jieshi's thinking is very clear. He understands that in the 5v5 ring match of the playoffs, Samsara's starting and defending will definitely be 2 weeks. Then Subin pointed at himself, meaning that the plan needs to change? Shubia, you start. Wang Jieshi looked at Subin and then at Lu Shubia. For some impatient players, Subin is definitely their nemesis, because Subin's playing style is too grinding. But Zhou Yichen is different. Not only is he not anxious, he even enjoys it. Therefore, when the two sides collide, Subin will definitely suffer. Me? Lu Shubia clenched his fists. He hasn't fought with Zhou Yichen for a long time. In the two clashes between Samsara and Tiny Herb this season, Lu Shubia and Zhou Yichen did not collide head-on. The first time, Lu Shubia was in the ring competition, but Zhou Yichen was in the individual competition. In the second half of the season, Lu Shubia was sent to the individual competition by Wang Jieshi, while Zhou Yichen stayed in the ring competition, and the two missed each other. Are you scared? Wang Jieshi asked. No, fighting against a master will only make me more excited. Lu Shubia smiled. Although he has fought with Zhou Yichen many times, and never won once, Lu Shubia did not lose his fighting spirit. He believed that fighting with Zhou Yichen more often would help improve his competitive level. Come on, although the opponent is very strong, you have to believe in yourself. Wang Jieshi patted Lu Shubia on the shoulder. Yeah. After filling in the list of players, the electronic screen above also announced the starting lineups of the two teams in the ring match after the review. Samsara, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War, Occupation, Battle Mage. Wei Chao, Lu Shubia, ID, Flying Sword, Occupation, Swordsman. Map, Silent Village. This is a castle-style ring match map. The refresh points of both sides are at the two entrances. The entrance on the left is closer to the castle, and the entrance on the right is closer to the warehouse. Sure enough, Samsara sent Zhou Yichen to the starting position in the playoffs. Before the cup game, they also talked about the starting position. In their opinion, the starting position of Vici Gaming is still difficult to guess. After all, Subin, Gao Yingjie and Lu Shubia are all possible. But the starting position of the Samsara team in the ring match is Zhou Yichen. The only reason is his confidence. Zhou Yichen is too good. Deng Fuxing smiled and shook his head. He was replaying the scenes of Vici Gaming being defeated by Samsara in the 7th and 8th seasons in his mind. In the 7th season, Vici Gaming defeated Samsara twice in the regular season. In the finals, Vici Gaming was even more confident because Samsara had no experience in the finals. Before that, they had not even entered the semifinals. But in the 7th season, with the addition of Zhou Yichen, Samsara had the last piece of the puzzle to win the championship, and Samsara's frontal ability was greatly enhanced. However, Tiny Herb was confident that it could kill Samsara 3 times in the finals, but what they didn't expect was that Samsara had hidden Wu Qi's cruel silence, and directly promoted him to the starting lineup in the finals, which was completely unexpected by Tiny Herb before the game. Moreover, Zhou Yichen, who won the championship as soon as he debuted, performed better in the finals than Yu Feng in the 6th season. He was not weak in the front, and he supported Samsara's frontal defense alone with Zhou Zikai. Since then, Wang Jieshi knew that this Samsara team could not be stopped, because they had already mastered the code to win the championship. In the finals of the 8th season, the first game was pure personal heroism. Yu Wenzhou locked all the people of Samsara with his brain, but he chose the wrong exit. Zhou Yichen smashed Blue Rain into pieces by himself. Since fighting Gaudia Zhiqiu opened the 7th level fighter will in the finals of the first season, War Gaudia Yu Xingchen also opened the 7th level fighter will in the finals of the 8th season. When the news of Zhang Jiala joining Samsara came out in the 9th season, all the teams felt a little uncomfortable. Some teams even started directly. In this case, Han Wenqing led the tyranny to face the challenge and chose to challenge the strongest team in history. Unfortunately, it failed. Zhou Yichen not only caught up with his idol, but he was even rushing forward step by step, trying to surpass his idol. As Lu Shubia, who debuted in the same season as him, could only look up to him. The other party not only successfully won the first championship in team history in the first season, but also entered the All-Star. Lu Shubia was unwilling to accept that he had missed these 2 honors. It's been a long time since we fought, Yichen. Lu Shubia stretched out his hand to Zhou Yichen. Then let's have a good fight. Zhou Yichen held Lu Shubia's hand. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, God of War loaded. Flying Sword loaded. Map, Silent Village loaded. Come on! Zhou Yichen's eyes narrowed, and after the staff signaled, he inserted the card to enter the map. 3, 2, 1, fight! When the countdown ended, both sides rushed out of the refresh area together. Yu Xingchen refreshed at the entrance on the left, so Zhou Yichen chose to enter the castle as soon as possible. Flying Sword refreshed at the entrance on the right, but he did not choose to enter the warehouse, but used the 3-stage slash to move to the castle. The destinations on both sides are very clear, but Yu Xingchen entered the castle first because the refresh point was closer. The cup explained. Is he going to the second floor? After seeing Yu Xingchen break in through the window, Li Ju rushed to the second floor without stopping. Li Ju was a little confused, because the space on the first floor of the castle is actually larger than the second floor, because there is a small room on the second floor, and some floors supported only by wooden boards, which are easy to break. Therefore, shouldn't the operating space on the first floor be larger for a character like a battle mage who uses a long-handled weapon? Li Ju didn't dare to question it in person. After all, this was Zhou Yichen, the operator of the god of war Yu Xingchen, a personal honor Grand Slam player. Zhou Yichen must have his reasons for doing this. Are you trying to set an ambush? Zhang Jiala knew what Zhou Yichen was holding back by looking at Yu Xingchen's movements. Sure enough, Zhou Yichen magnified his steps to the second floor, and then quietly hid at the corner of the stairs. On the other side, Lu Shubia heard footsteps in his earphones. Going to the second floor? Because the flying knife sword went through the side door, the second floor's vision was not complete, and Lu Shubia could not observe the opponent's shadow from the outside. It won't be a fake step. Lu Shubia had some doubts in his heart. After all, Zhou Yichen's heart was black. Black-hearted ghost. The most fearful thing about playing professionally is not that a person is strong, but that his playing style is dirty and strong. Because you still have to think about the opponent's thinking, unlike Han Wenqing, who is straightforward and never vague in choosing maps. Could it be that Han Wenqing would not use this tactic? It's just that he disdains to use it. But Zhou Yichen thought very simply. This is not the regular season, this is the playoffs. In a 5v5 ring match, if they can consume less blood to solve more opponents, then their chances of winning will gradually increase. He will not play blindly just because his teammates are good. He will not ignore his own blood consumption to improve the viewing experience. This is extremely irresponsible to both teammates and fans. Huh? Not in yet? Let me add some for you. I'd boil. Many audiences at the scene held their heads with their hands, and their eyes wide open. What kind of operation is this? The two commentators Beizi and Ling Ju, as well as the guest Ding Fuxing, were also stunned. Yu Xingchen jumped down from the second floor, and inserted his spear Long Dan into the wooden staircase steps. Then, with a swing, Yu Xingchen rolled in the air, and returned to the second floor steps. The most important thing is that no one heard Yu Xingchen's footsteps. This was a silent jump. How did you do this? The two commentators looked at Ding Fuxing on the side in sync. Ding Fuxing was also confused. We are not playing a battle mage. This, whether it is Samsara or Tiny Herb, it seems that the voice system has been turned off. This, how do you play it? On the happy side, Fang Rui was almost glued to the screen. I have never seen this operation. Yishio shook his head. It must be said that Zhou Yichen's mind is full of ideas. Glory textbook, the first time I encountered his blind spot. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Yishio said and walked out. Hey! Wei Chen wanted to call Yishio, but the other party had already left. What's wrong? Qingguo asked. He didn't take the cigarette box. Wei Chen said. Then he should return. Qingguo said. But I saw the captain take the account card. Qiao Yifan raised his hand silently. There are still people who draw account cards? What cyber god? It's really a trick. Lu Shubia heard the footsteps of the jumper, and without any hesitation, he entered from the side door, and slashed at the opponent with a knife. Hit! Flying knife, he slashed the air. Huh? Where's the person? The flying knife slashed the handrail of the stairs, and turned to look at the small room on the first floor. Be careful behind. Chapter 560. Shubia. Watch out behind you. The Wei Chao fans in the audience shouted heartbreakingly, hoping that Lu Shubia could hear them. However, the quality of the noise-isolating headphones co-branded by the Alliance, and the brand, was so good that Lu Shubia could only hear the cheers from outside. Did I hit him with that move just now? Lu Shubia began to fill in his mind. But the opponent didn't lose blood. Lu Shubia glanced at the health bar of Yu Xingchen in the upper left corner, and found that it was still 100%, which meant that he didn't hit the opponent at all. What were the audience cheering for? At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Whoosh! Lu Shubia was indeed a master of hand speed. He completed the character's turn and block in the shortest time. Yu Xingchen's Dragon Fang was successfully blocked by the flying sword. At this moment, Lu Shubia felt that his heart was about to jump out. Despicable, Lu Shubia had no time to denounce Zhou Yichen, because Yu Xingqian's killer move had arrived. The dragon tooth was a bait, and the hidden side was the falling flower palm swung by his left hand. Bang! Excellent! Li Ju praised. Look 3 steps ahead, you should learn and think more about this. Wang Jieshi said to his team members. The subtlety of Zhou Yichen's move was the continuity. Whether it was the dragon tooth or the subsequent falling flower palm, it was very smooth and silky. He would not relax his vigilance just because he was attacking the opponent from behind. The quick reaction and blocking of the flying knife sword were obviously within Zhou Yichen's expectations. The flying knife sword flew backwards and lightly tapped in the air, and then the lightsaber chasing soul in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and a powerful sword energy slashed at Yu Xingqian. Silver blade falling, Yu Xingqian waved his spear and chased the flying sword in the direction of the flying knife. When the sword energy came, Zhou Yichen quickly slid the mouse with his left hand, drew a perfect Z, and cooperated with the direction key of his left hand to successfully avoid the silver blade falling. This is Zhou Yichen's Z-shaped shaking, too perfect, without a trace of redundant operation. Li Ju was already smiling. This is the playoffs, too exciting. Not good. Lu Shibia saw that the silver blade failed to affect the opponent, and then manipulated the character to twist his body in the air, and then landed steadily on the fence on the second floor. Senior Shibia's operation is really getting more and more delicate, Gao Yingjie said loudly. Much better than before. Wang Jieshi nodded. He has seen Lu Shibia's efforts in the past few years. Swoosh! The flying knife sword, which had stood firm, swung a sword energy at Yu Xingqian without any hesitation. It was the swordsman's level 75 ultimate move. One of the 4 sword styles, the wind return style. Want to counterattack? Zhou Yichen manipulated Yu Xingqian to retreat and distance himself from the flying knife sword. Now Yu Xingqian was below, and the flying knife sword was above. Just when everyone thought that both sides were going to be in a stalemate, the flying knife sword jumped down from the second floor, and the sword energy attached to the Soul Chaser's sword instantly surged out and slashed at Yu Xingqian. The sword decides the world. Yu Xingqian dodged the sword energy swung by the flying knife sword with 3 consecutive jumps, but was still hit by the 360-degree attack circle formed by the sword decides the world. The flying knife sword's attack had not yet ended, and his body shook, and 5 figures appeared on the holographic projection. Lu Shibia's hand speed his sword. The cup reminded. It seems that Shibia wants to play a fast attack, Deng Fuxing said. As Lu Shibia's former vice-captain, Deng Fuxing knew him better. When he first debuted, not only Wang Jieshi, but Deng Fuxing also told him that his hand speed would be unbalanced if it was too fast. Unfortunately, it was not until Deng Fuxing retired that Lu Shibia fully mastered his hand speed. Deng Fuxing still failed to enjoy Lu Shibia's peak period. 5 flying swords rushed towards Yu Xingqian. The place was not big, but 5 sword shadows were just right. This is why Lu Shibia did not use too many sword shadow steps. Too many would affect his operation, and put the cart before the horse. Yu Xingqian stretched his right foot back, and when the flying sword rushed up, Yu Xingqian swung his gun and attacked, sweeping away thousands of troops. But this move was not Zhou Yichen's underwear, because he had used it before, including when the Battle Mage players in the online game faced the swordsman's sword shadow step. They would use this move to break the sword shadow. If Hishio is the textbook of glory, then Zhou Yichen is the great inventor of battle mages. The techniques he developed, such as Fu Long Xiang Tian moves, are all highly praised by battle mage players. Now, if you play a battle mage but don't know Zhou Yichen, you will be criticized by other battle mage players. This is the status of Zhou Yichen in the hearts of today's battle mage players. Lu Shibia is naturally aware of this, and he has been studying Zhou Yichen for a long time. The real body of the flying knife sword took a step back, avoiding Yu Xingqian's sweep, and the shadow disappeared, and the flying knife sword chopped down. Falling Phoenix Slash. Unfortunately, this attack, which Lu Shibia thought was a surefire move, did not successfully chop Yu Xingqian's body, The distance of this attack should be just right. Su Bin, who was watching the game carefully below, had such a question in his heart. Is the distance not enough? Gao Yingjie looked at his mentor Wang Jieshi. The swordsman's sword shadow step developed by Zhou Yichen actually has a fatal flaw. After all, no move is perfect. The flaw of sweeping the army is that after the character swings the spear, the body will be unstable due to inertia, so the player needs to take the initiative at this time, and there will be a little stiffness during the adjustment period. Lu Shibia is definitely aware of this, so he chose the Falling Phoenix Slash with a little displacement. Why is it a little different? Lu Shibia felt something was wrong the more he fought. Pace. Wang Jieshi said. Because when Yu Xingchen was sweeping, his steps were actually left foot in front and right foot behind. After the sweep was completed by inertia, Yu Xingchen did not need to adjust the position of both feet as before, but only needed to retract his left foot, which could also create a small distance from the opponent. Yi Xiu returned to the training room of Xing Xian to answer their questions. The smile on his face showed that he was very comfortable with the blow just now. A Chun is really a genius. This was not the first time that Samsara had seen this move. After all, he had used this move during the internal competition, and even fooled several people. Looking at Lu Xiubia's expression, he must have not expected it. Zhang Jiala smiled and said, I guess he is still thinking about what is wrong. Lu Xiubia could only hide his doubts in his heart when the falling phoenix slash did not hit, and he used the immortal pointing road to stab Yu Xingchen with his backhand. Swish! The sword energy had a powerful knockback effect. Yu Xingchen did not retreat but advanced, dodging the sword energy. At the same time, the war spear accompanied by the dragon-like fighting spirit successfully stabbed the arm of Fei Daojian. Boom! How Long Pejuan! The flying sword lost its balance instantly, and the whole person flew backwards and hit the wall on the first floor. Yu Xingchen followed up and stabbed the flying sword at high speed before it landed. Zhou Yichen's operation was very delicate, with a fan-shaped attack range, and each attack could accurately stab the flying sword. Not good. Senior Xiubia's offensive rhythm was completely disrupted by Senior Zhou. Gao Yingjia's eyes revealed a trace of worry. We have to get rid of it quickly, otherwise we will be entangled to death by Zhou Yichen. Su Bin said. He knew Zhou Yichen's offensive level very well. That rhythm was flawless. Even he, the grinding king, felt very headache. After all, Su Bin's fighting style was essentially to wear down the opponent's fighting spirit and then counterattack. But Zhou Yichen's fighting spirit was not only not worn down, but also became more and more courageous. Su Bin could not find a chance to counterattack at all. The flying knife sword landed on the ground and wanted to use the rising dragon slash to counterattack. But the next second it was picked up by Yu Xingchen's sky strike and floated into the air. Damn! Lu Xiubia slapped his forehead. He should have used the draw sword slash. But unfortunately, there was no regret medicine for him in the competition. Yu Xingchen was firing at full power. From the perspective of the flying knife sword, he could only see Yu Xingchen's shadow, and the phantoms that kept appearing around him. That was the effect of the silver weapon dragon gallbladder. The fighter's will was stacked up all of a sudden. Xiao Yun, who was also a battle mage, was a little shocked. It was too fast. With Zhou Yichen's level, and the phantom effect of the dragon gallbladder, this speed is normal. Wang Jieshi looked calm. The situation is not good for Xiubia. Su Bin felt that Lu Xiubia was going to be killed by Zhou Yichen. Angry dragon pierces the heart. Flying dragon in the sky. The flying sword once again hugged the wall of the first floor of the castle back to back. At this time, the health of the flying sword has dropped to 30%. Oh my god, the health of the flying sword was more than 80% just now, and Zhou Yichen directly took away more than 50% of the health of the flying sword. Some viewers were shocked. You didn't even look at how many big moves he used, but how did he make the combos so smooth? A master is a master. He is worthy of being one of the 6 great titles. The fans of Wei Chao also had to admit that Zhou Yichen was too strong. This is the most top-notch controllable short-range burst, and it is also the goal I have always wanted Xiubia to achieve. Wang Jieshi said. Can Yi Xiu do it? Su Bin suddenly asked. Yi Xiu? Wang Jieshi looked at Su Bin, obviously confused as to why he asked this guy. Lord Grimm should be able to do it. Wang Jieshi thought for a while, and said, Lord Grimm's short-range burst should be more exaggerated. After all, he has many skills. But Wang Jieshi doesn't know what the upper limit of Yi Xiu's hand speed is after so many years. With the increase of age, the decline of hand speed is inevitable. For example, Han Wenqing's hand speed has obviously declined since his peak period, and even Wang Jieshi is not immune. Xiubia, you have too many flaws. Zhou Yichen did not forget to make fun of Lu Xiubia's mentality in the public channel. I also see your flaws clearly. Even if the game was lost, Lu Xiubia's mouth was hard. Blade Storm. Lu Xiubia couldn't care less. Yu Xingchen's health was still more than 80%, which was a very healthy state. On the contrary, he only had 30% left. He had to fight back. Even if he lost, he had to relieve the pressure for his teammates behind him. Lu Xiubia tried his best, but would such a move pose a threat to Zhou Yichen? Bebe explained. He could understand Lu Xiubia's current mood. After all, no one wanted to be a hindrance to their teammates. He still remembered the first round of the 8th season playoffs between Zhou Yichen and the ring match between Samsara and Thunder. Zhou Yichen completed an unprecedented 1-on-4 match. At that time, Xiao Shiqing's face turned black. No matter how the subsequent developments were, thunder was nailed to the background board of Samsara. The irregular attack of the flying knife sword successfully forced Yi Yuxingchen to retreat. Several small sections of the sword blade stabbed the corner of Yi Yuxingchen's clothes. Seeing the opponent retreat, the flying knife sword immediately stepped forward. Falling style, meteor style, breaking sky style, the flying knife sword completed the other 3 of the 4 sword styles in a row. The sword fell into the sky. The flying knife sword was still attacking, while Yi Yuxingchen was always choosing to evade. Zhou Yichen's playing style is really smart. Li Ju was about to become Zhou Yichen's #1 fan. Yes, the playoffs are not like the regular season. Every time you defeat an opponent, you get a small point for the team. Therefore, it is the most correct way to play to ensure your health to the greatest extent. Deng Fusheng nodded. Yi Yuxingchen's health is still 70%, and Lu Xiubia's irregular attack is still effective, Bei said. But Deng Fusheng was a little speechless. After all, Lu Xiubia was his former teammate. Xiubia, you think mana is cabbage? At this time, Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel to remind Lu Xiubia. Lu Xiubia realized that his mana was almost exhausted. If he used the remaining mana to release other skills, he would not be able to release the ultimate move, Phantom Invisible Sword. Just when Lu Xiubia was struggling, Yi Yuxingchen turned around and pressed Fei Daojian to the ground with a strong dragon pressure. Xiubia, what are you thinking about? Go down and think about it. Zhou Yichen teased. Damn! Lu Xiubia was furious. Tyrant, Fei Daojian, who was knocked to the ground, was swept down by Yi Yuxingchen's tyrant just as he wanted to get up. With the CD of Dragon Fang, Fei Daojian directly triggered the stiffness effect and fell to the ground. Lose. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiu knew that it was Yi Yuxingchen's performance time. Sure enough, the stiffness effect brought by the full-level Dragon Fang was too arrogant, and Lu Xiubia was still controlled until his death. With the angry dragon piercing heart-breaking General Fei Daojian's chest piercing through, the first round of the competition between Samsara and Tiny Herb finally came to an end. Glory, Yi Yuxingchen defeated Fei Daojian. Samsara was 1-0 Tiny Herb, temporarily leading. Yi Yuxingchen still has 68% of his health left, which is enough for Zhou Yichen to deal with the second player of Tiny Herb. Li Ju said. You see, even Zhou Yichen, who is at the top, is making progress, so what reason do we have to relax? Wang Jieshi seized every opportunity to give a speech. He is talented and hardworking. We don't have such a great talent, so we can only make up for our innate deficiencies with acquired efforts. The second player, follow the battle list, Su Bin, it's up to you. Wang Jieshi looked at Su Bin, the player who joined Tiny Herb in the 9th season, and told Tiny Herb that this deal was right in just 1 season. Leave it to me. Chapter 561. We can see that the second player of Tiny Herb is the grinding king Su Bin, a man who gives many professional players a headache. Bei joked. Su Bin's playing style is quite compatible with the knight profession. Deng Fusheng nodded. Then Fusheng thinks that between Su Bin and Bai Shu, which one do you prefer? Li Ju asked. I think that as long as we can win the Glory Championship, every playing style is worth learning from. Deng Fusheng was very fair. He would not exaggerate Su Bin and belittle Bai Shu just because Su Bin is Tiny Herb and Bai Shu is not. This is not Deng Fusheng's style. He believes that as long as his playing style can help the team improve, it is the best playing style. Will Tiny Herb be a little anxious to send Su Bin as the second player? Fang Rui asked. In his opinion, the best position for Su Bin in the Tiny Herb arena should be the 1st or 3rd pick. Although Zhou Yichen's Yi Yuxingchen had lost 32% of his HP due to Lu Xiubia's flying sword, Fang Rui didn't think Su Bin could defeat Zhou Yichen. This was not only an affirmation of Zhou Yichen's personal strength, but also Zhou Yichen's playing style was restraining Su Bin to a certain extent. Wei Chao wants to grind Zhou Yichen's feel, but aren't they afraid that the more they grind, the better his feel will be? Yin Yu was also watching this game. Su Bin is the second, who will be the third? It won't be Gao Yingjie. Li Hua guessed. Let me think. Chu Yunxiu went through the list of players of Wei Chao in her mind. It was obvious that Wang Jieshi would be the one defending the ring, so among the remaining players, Gao Yingjie and Liang Fang had the highest probability. The third pick should be Gao Yingjie, and the fourth pick is Liang Fang. Wang Jieshi defends the ring? This is how Tiny Herb should be arranged. Chu Yunxiu nodded affirmatively. With this lineup, I feel that even Wang Jieshi can't last as long as me. Samsara defends the ring. Even after a season, Du Ming is still a little uncomfortable. Tiny Herb, Su Bin ID, Duhua, Profession, Knight. 99%, 100%. Duhua, loading completed. Map, Silent Village, loading completed. In this game, I think Su Bin still has a chance. Deng Fuxing thought for a while, and said, Yu Xingchen is not in full condition. If Su Bin grinds, there is still a certain probability that he can grind the opponent to death. Bei agreed with Deng Fuxing's idea. I think it's difficult. Li Ju shook his head. He has now become a firm supporter of Zhou Yichen. 3, 2, 1, fight! When the countdown ended, Yu Xingchen rushed out of the refresh area on the left. He did not choose to enter the castle, but rushed to the refresh area on the right. Su Bin quickly came to the warehouse. The location here was large and relatively open. At the entrance, Su Bin saw Yu Xingchen, and Zhou Yichen also saw Duhua at the door of the warehouse at the first time. Zhou Yichen did not hesitate and ran towards Su Bin's Duhua. Dragon Fang, Yu Xingchen shot at Duhua, and Su Bin simply avoided it with Duhua, and did not seem to have any intention of counterattacking. Su Bin started to grind. Said the cup. The expressions on the faces of the two commentators were a little depressed. Su Bin's game was slow and tepid, which was really difficult to comment on. But I think it's hard for Su Bin to slow down Zhou Yichen's attack rhythm. Yes, Deng Fuxing said. Zhou Yichen's attack rhythm is the fastest he has ever seen. Even Wang Jieshi, who has turned on the magician state, is not as fast as him. In fact, Su Bin is also trying to change. Li Ju remembered that the last time Su Bin played against Bai Shu, he changed his usual style of play and played fast attack like Bai Shu. Although he failed to defeat Bai Shu in the end, it also proved that Su Bin is not only slow. The rhythm has accelerated. Zhou Yichen is not a person who likes to slow down, except for one thing. Yu Xingchen retreated and swung the spear with an arc of more than 180 degrees, then rushed forward with the spear and stabbed Duhua. Round dance stick. Duhua raised his shield to block. Shield counter. The skill of shield counter is judged as mandatory, and it cannot be avoided by any means. When the knight holds the shield to counter the enemy's attack, both the skill damage and the effect will be rebounded at a certain ratio. However, the judgment of the round dance stick is mandatory. The powerful force seems to overturn Duhua. Su Bin is very smart to move to the left and directly hit the wall of the warehouse, avoiding the character being knocked to the ground due to the strong judgment. Smart position selection. Deng Fuxing's eyes lit up. Watching the wall of size swing upwards, Yu Xingchen really put away his gun and retreated, successfully dodging Duhua's shield attack. This reaction speed is really too fast. Deng Fuxing laughed. He thought that Zhou Yichen was a waste of talent for playing the profession of glory. He should play FPS with such a fast reaction. Seeing Yu Xingchen retreating, Duhua jumped forward and raised the holy sword to launch a jump slash. Heroic jump. Yu Xingchen rolled out of the attack range of the heroic jump and turned around to shoot at Duhua. This was not a simple back-to-back, but a continuous attack. 2 consecutive straight stabs made it impossible for Duhua, who was holding a sword, to block with a shield. Although both attacks stabbed Duhua's shoulders, it was a pity that the bleeding effect was not triggered. Zhou Yichen's luck is a bit bad today. If the battle mage's continuous thrusts completely overlap a certain part of the enemy, there is a 50% chance of triggering a bleeding effect that lasts for 2 seconds. Bei explained. Su Bin realized that he couldn't go on so fast, so he controlled Duhua to retreat outside the warehouse and defend with a shield to continue grinding. But the pace was already fast. How could Zhou Yichen slow it down? The falling flower palm caught up, and Duhua dodged to the right to avoid it. This is a good opportunity. Will Su Bin fight back? Bei shouted. No, he retreated. Li Ju sighed. This is Su Bin's fighting style. I expected it. Zhou Yichen's mouth cracked slightly. He knew Su Bin would retreat, and at the same time as his left palm swung out, the war spear swung out from his right hand. Broken Tyrant. Su Bin knew he couldn't retreat, so he had to use Duhua to block with a shield, but this time the rhythm couldn't be slowed down. The vice-captain style of play is too difficult to use against Zhou Yichen. Lu Shibia pondered. Zhou Yichen's rhythm is too fast, even faster than when he debuted. But Zhou Yichen's rhythm is so stable. Gao Yingjie said loudly. This is what we have to learn. Fast rhythm doesn't matter. The key is whether your rhythm is stable. A chaotic rhythm is very easy for the opponent to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Wang Jieshi said. Many people in the league like to play fast-paced, but when they play, their hand speed is either unbalanced or they have many flaws, and the opponent seizes the opportunity to interrupt the rhythm, and then, it's gone. The problem for Su Bin now is that he can't slow down anymore. Just like the fire attribute dazzling pattern launched by Yu Xingchen, Duhua had to stop and activate spell reflection and raise the shield to defend, which can offset most of the damage and effects of magic skills, and counterattack all these attacks. Zhou Yichen's operation was very delicate. The target of the fire attribute dazzling pattern was not Duhua, but the fences on his left and right sides. You should know that the explosion of the dazzling pattern did not cause single damage, but a range of damage. 5 dazzling patterns exploded around Duhua. Although Duhua's spell reflection could resist most of the dazzling pattern damage, the skill was judged as a shield, so Duhua could not avoid the damage caused by the explosion behind him. Su Bin looked at the flames on his body, and activated the knight's 45th level immunity skill without hesitation. Quiet as still water, during this period, the knight can not only be immune to negative states, but can even remove negative states. Yu Xingchen followed, and after rotating the war spear and dancing the magic fighting spirit, he did not directly attack Duhua, but inserted the war spear into the ground and chanted the magic fighting spirit. Wind and clouds, fighting against mountains and rivers. When the fighting spirit blasted out from the ground, a special environmental effect appeared on the map. A fog effect, which was also a good opportunity for the battle mage to sneak attack the enemy. Duhua lost his vision instantly, but Su Bin was not stupid. He knew that the opponent might want to sneak attack him, so he raised his shield to summon the dawn, and the dawn would bathe the knight's shield in a while. Storm counterattack. Duhua has activated the storm counterattack in advance. On the other side, what is Zhou Yichen doing? Cup exclaimed. When everyone thought that Yu Xingchen was going to use the fog environment to sneak attack Duhua, they found that he stopped and started to accumulate power on the spot. 5. Zhou Yichen muttered in his mind, 5 seconds. Zhou Zikai said from the audience. Captain, what 5 seconds? Which he asked. The end time of the cloud and fog. Zhang Jiala said. 4, 3, 2, 1. Seeing the cloud and fog gradually dissipate, Yu Xingchen swung his spear, and the dragon-shaped fighting spirit attached to the tip of the dragon gallbladder spear surged out, and a blue dragon soared into the sky. Fu Long Xiang Tian. The cloud and fog completely dissipated, and the dragon rushed towards Duhua, who was holding onto the spot and counterattacking with a shield. Ah! Su Bin was a little stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Yichen to go big directly. Su Bin's fighting style was slow, his temper was slow, and his reaction was also a little slow. When he wanted to cancel the storm counterattack, it was too late. You must know that the storm counterattack will absorb the attack from the enemy, and then counterattack the enemy according to a certain proportion. However, the night storm counterattack could not withstand the damage of Fulong Xiangtian. After all, this is the highest mixed damage skill of the battle mage. Not to mention that Zhou Yichen likes to bring the full level Fulong Xiangtian. Now it is useless for Duhua to activate the immovable mountain with his own hegemony, because Fulong Xiangtian is a grabbing skill that can break the hegemony state. This attack cannot be avoided. Wang Jieshi shook his head. On the holographic projection, Halong grabbed Su Bin's Duhua and rushed into the sky. Boom! Duhua's health dropped sharply. It was in a relatively healthy state just now, but now it is only 30%. Although Yu Xingchen lost a lot of health due to Su Bin, he still has more than 30%. His health has surpassed him in an instant, but his mana is almost gone. What Achin needs to be wary of now is the enhanced normal attack after Duhua's storm counterattack. Jiang Buitao said. Look at Duhua's holy sword, it has absorbed all the damage. Fang Minghua said. Su Bin still has a chance. The next one is to use Crusader Judgment. If he hits Yu Xingchen, he can turn the tables successfully. Wang Jieshi said. The slash of the knight's level 70 ultimate skill Crusader Judgment is counted as an enhanced normal attack, which can be used as a storm counterattack. Before Duhua landed, Yu Xingchen killed him. Sky Strike. Duhua returned to the embrace of the sky before he touched the ground. Can it be connected to death? Lu Buiyuan asked. If it can be connected to death, then there is no need to be afraid of Duhua's storm counterattack. No, the knight's defense is too strong. If it is other professions, there is still a chance. The knight cannot be killed by continuous attack. Zhang Jiala gave him a positive answer. Sure enough, after Yu Xingchen ended the combo with a dragon out of the sea, Su Bin's Duhua still had 10% of his health, but the few big moves just now had already exhausted Yu Xingchen's mana. Yu Xingchen's mana is exhausted, which is a bit uncomfortable. Li Ju said. Yes, this is a good opportunity for Su Bin to counterattack. Deng Fusheng quietly clenched his fist. Now! Su Bin knew that he couldn't grind any further, so he activated the knight's level 50 awakening skill. Night Spirit. The overall skills of the knight under the blessing of Night Spirit will be strengthened, the skill damage and effect will be improved, the knight's comprehensive burst ability will be strengthened, and when it is activated, The cooldown of all skills except this skill will be reset. It all depends on this wave, Wang Jieshi said. Dua activated the heroic charge and rushed towards the Yuxingchen. With the blessing of the chivalry, the damage effect and value of the charge were improved, and the skill would not be interrupted when it was cast. Zhou Yichen could only control Yuxingchen to retreat and dodge. He knew that the sword in Dua's hand had explosive damage. A chase began. I didn't expect the situation on the field to become this cat and mouse scene. Baizi laughed. There is no way. Yuxingchen's mana is not enough, and every remaining move must be carefully calculated. Dua has activated the chivalry at this time, and the blessing of the storm counterattack makes Su Bin confident. Li Ju said. Just when Yuxingchen rushed into the castle, and was about to go up to the second floor, Dua behind him suddenly accelerated and swung his sword at Yuxingchen. Crusader Judgment. During the skill activation period, the character will be accelerated. The damage of Crusader Judgment is divided into 6 levels. The basic attack can be 3 physical attacks. After each level, there will be 1 more attack, and the full level can reach 8 physical attacks. That is to say, Yuxingchen must at least avoid the 6th level swing. But the next second Zhou Yichen frowned, Dua stopped swinging, and made a contemptuous gesture to Yuxingchen. Glorious provocation. Compared to the normal provocation, in addition to doubling the hatred value, the taunting duration is also extended to 5 seconds. Yuxingchen, who was taunted, had to turn around and hold a gun to block Dua's attack. Clang! The holy sword and the spear collided together, and the harsh metal sound surrounded the entire venue, but no one was impatient. They held their breath and watched the game intently. Chop! The two of them stalemate from the first floor to the second floor, and the wooden boards under their feet made a thumping sound. Zhou Yichen looked at the not-so-sturdy wooden board under his feet, and came up with a plan.